Chapter 1. As dusk descended, the sun slowly vanished beyond the horizon, casting a gentle golden hue over the grand residence located at 6 Kings Road, London. This classical villa, replete with quintessential British charm, stood spacious, bright, and imposing. Vines of ivy clung tenaciously to the 3-story walls, while the roof was adorned with exquisite brown tiles. The garden was meticulously manicured, showcasing lush grass and vibrant flower beds. A luxurious Bentley rested quietly outside the garage, completing the picturesque scene of a serene sunset. Yet, on the balcony of the villa's top floor, a boy with dark hair was locked in an unusual gaze with an owl, an incongruity that starkly contrasted with the tranquil ambience. Aiwen Mason stared intently at the owl, his eyes brimming with curiosity. This was no ordinary bird one might encounter in a typical household. Most intriguingly, it clutched a thick, brown envelope made of parchment in its talons. Aiwen felt an instinctive pull, as if the letter was intended for him. However, he was uncertain how to retrieve it, for the owl seemed to desire some form of reward before relinquishing the letter. "Hello," Aiwen greeted, attempting to initiate a conversation, despite the slight absurdity of his endeavor. "Who?" The owl hooted softly, tilting its head as it scrutinized the boy with wary amber eyes. "Do not be alarmed, I mean no harm." Aiwen endeavored to keep his voice soothing as he slowly extended his right hand. "Is that letter beneath your feet addressed to me? I would like to." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a loud shout from downstairs. "Darling, are you ready? We are about to leave." The sound of footsteps ascending the stairs followed closely. "Oh no, it's my mother. She cannot see you." Aiwen jolted awake, disregarding further communication with the owl as he hurriedly waved his right hand, trying to shoo it away. "Huh!" The offended owl swiftly dodged to the side. "I apologize, my mother is allergic to birds. She is terrified of all kinds, great and small." Aiwen explained in a hurried tone while gesturing frantically. "You must leave at once." Seemingly convinced by Aiwen's frantic actions that he would not provide any sustenance, the owl took flight, pecking Aiwen sharply before dropping the letter at his feet. "Ouch!" Aiwen yelped in pain, watching as the owl soared away like a whirlwind, disappearing from his view. With no time to spare, he bent down to retrieve the envelope, which bore the inscription in emerald green ink. "Mr. Aiwen Mason, bedroom on the 3rd floor, 6 Kings Road, Surrey, Little Whinging." This letter, along with that owl. Aiwen squinted, a peculiar sense of familiarity washing over him amidst the clearly bizarre occurrences. "Aiwen, we must hurry, your father is waiting in the car." A well-dressed, middle-aged woman entered, her tone slightly stern. "It is quite rude to arrive late for a first visit to someone's home." "I understand, mother." Aiwen had no time for further contemplation and discreetly tucked the envelope into his pocket while his mother was distracted. Tonight, their family was attending a small gathering with his father's business partner, specifically for a substantial procurement of drilling machinery from the latter's construction company. For Aiwen, such an evening would typically not require his presence, but the partner's family had a son a year older who was also enrolled at smelting school. At 11 years of age, Aiwen was soon to advance to smelting school himself, and his parents deemed it necessary for him to connect with his future senior. "Mother, you haven't told me the name of that senior yet?" Throughout the journey, Aiwen felt compelled to divert his attention from the envelope in his pocket. Until he discerned the contents of the letter, he was unsure whether to share this matter with his parents. Perhaps it was merely a poor joke from someone, unworthy of causing his mother any concern. "Dear, I mentioned it last week, the boy's name is Dudley." Mrs. Mason responded cheerfully. "Dudley Dudley. I dare say you two will surely become great friends," Mr. Mason added as he drove. "Dudley Dudley. What a splendid name." Aiwen mused, lost in thought. In truth, he was aware of another individual bearing that name. If memory served correctly, Dudley Dudley was a character from the Harry Potter series he had read before his rebirth. In the books, Dudley was a notoriously spoiled child who brought misery to Harry's childhood. Aiwen had a vivid recollection of this character, though it was difficult to conjure any favorable impressions. Yet, he reminded himself that was merely a fictional character. Although he had been reborn in the late 80s or early 90s in England, there was no evidence to suggest he was in the magical world of Harry Potter. Relax, it is likely just a case of coincidence. Evan attempted to reassure himself, but thoughts of the owl he had just seen stirred a vague unease within him. While his parents were distracted, Evan secretly retrieved the envelope from his pocket, flipping it over to reveal a wax seal adorned with a coat of arms, encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake, with a capital H at its center. Evan's eyes widened in astonishment as he carefully pried open the envelope, extracting the letter to read. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Mason, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl's reply by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Goodness, this was an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. You should have realized it sooner, who else, but that magical school would send a letter via owl? Dear, you needn't be so anxious, Mrs. Mason gently reassured, noticing Evan's unusual demeanor. I've heard your father say that the Dursleys are a very friendly family, and Dudley is a polite boy. You will surely like this new friend. Yes, Mother, Evan instinctively replied. I am not anxious, merely a bit excited. For the past 11 years, he had been preparing for the future according to the familiar reality of his world. Now, he was suddenly informed that he resided in a completely foreign magical realm. Surely, this was no jest. Fortunately, prior to his rebirth, Evan had been quite fond of the Harry Potter novels and was relatively familiar with their contents. Even if he could not recall every detail, he could remember at least the major events, which provided him with a modicum of comfort. Now, the pressing question was how to convey this matter to his parents. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, he would soon encounter not only Dudley Dursley, but also the illustrious Harry Potter himself. As Evan wrestled with these thoughts, his father gently brought the car to a stop, softly announcing, Darling, we have arrived at 4 Privet Drive. Evan collected himself and followed his parents into the house. The first figures he beheld were Mr. Vernon Dursley, dressed in formal attire with a bow tie, and the portly Dudley, resembling a small pig. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Mason. Dudley beamed with a nauseatingly exaggerated smile. May I carry your coats? Thank you, dear, Mrs. Mason said as she pulled Evan, who had been hiding behind her, into view. This is our little Evan. He too will be attending smelting school this year. Please look after him at school. It is my honor, madam. Seeing Dudley lean in as if to embrace him, Evan hastily stepped back, avoiding the encounter. He followed his parents into the living room, exchanging pleasantries while discreetly surveying his surroundings. It was evident that the room had been meticulously prepared for the evening's gathering. The kitchen emitted a rich, enticing aroma, with pudding perched atop the refrigerator, while the dining table boasted a mountain of whipped cream, cakes adorned with sugar-coated violets, and a sizable roast sizzled in the oven. However, these were not the things that Aiwen was seeking. Just as described in the book, there was nothing within the house that bore any relation to Harry Potter. It was evident that the Dursleys wished to keep their extraordinary nephew a secret from the outside world. A faint smile crept upon Aiwen's lips as he imagined the poor child, who must be quietly hiding in a small room upstairs, making not a sound to feign his absence. With this thought, Aiwen felt a compelling urge to take action. I apologize, Mr. Dursley. Aiwen interrupted the tedious joke about a Japanese golfer that the man was regaling. You see, I am not accustomed to visiting others' homes, and I find everything here quite intriguing. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to have Dudley accompany me for a brief exploration before dinner. Of course, let Dudley show you his room and his newly acquired gaming console. Considering that Aiwen's age might render him incapable of appreciating the humor in his anecdotes, Vernon Dursley readily acquiesced. Off you go, children. When it's time for dinner, I shall have Petunia call for you. Though somewhat reluctant, Dudley followed Aiwen out of the living room. According to the plan, he should have remained behind to continue showering flattery upon the Masons rather than wandering aimlessly around the house with the child, especially since he had to restrain himself to leave a positive impression. For Dudley, this was indeed an exceedingly arduous task. As they ascended to the second floor, Aiwen listened attentively to Dudley as he boasted about his new gaming console, all the while casting curious glances at a small room at the end of the corridor, its door firmly shut. "What is that place?" Aiwen inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. That's my cousin's room. He's not home right now," Dudley replied, his expression somewhat awkward. "Let's hurry to my room. I want to show you." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud banging noise erupted from within the small room, interrupting him. In the next moment, before Dudley could prevent him, Aiwen stepped forward and opened the door. As the door creaked open, illuminated by dim light, Aiwen beheld a boy who appeared to be of similar stature standing in front of a wardrobe. The boy was slender, with bright green eyes and a mop of unruly black hair, adorned with a distinctive lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Harry Potter looked astonished. He had just concealed his house elf, Dobby, when the door swung open, and to his surprise, it was not Uncle Vernon who entered, but a boy he had never seen before. "Good evening. You must be Dudley's cousin. I am Aiwen Mason, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Aiwen extended his right hand, his heart brimming with joy at finally encountering you, Harry Potter. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter. It's nice to meet you too." Harry hesitated but reached out to shake Ivan's hand. If he was not mistaken, this boy must be the child visiting from the affluent builder's family. Harry was uncertain whether he should engage with him according to Uncle Vernon's instructions. He was supposed to remain quiet in his room, pretending he was not home. Harry had been informed about the significance of this dinner for 2 entire weeks by Uncle Vernon, and he could scarcely fathom how unbearable his life would become if the event were to be ruined. Outside the door, Dudley was urging the boy named Aiwen to leave promptly. Though it felt unpleasant, Harry had to admit that this was the only time he agreed with Dudley this summer, especially since there was a house elf concealed in the wardrobe that was not meant to be seen by muggles. Aiwen seemed oblivious to Dudley's urgings, his attention entirely captivated by a birdcage by the window, containing a snow-white owl. A pure white owl. How cool. Aiwen turned to Harry and inquired, "What is its name?" "Hedwig, she's my pet," Harry whispered as he discreetly closed the wardrobe door. "I would love to have a pet like that, but alas, my mother is allergic to birds," Aiwen said, turning back to gaze at Hedwig. "May I feed her?" "Sure, but I don't have any food," Harry sighed, for Uncle Vernon forbade him from letting Hedwig out to hunt. In fact, throughout the summer, Harry had been saving portions of his dinner to feed her. "What does she eat?" "I noticed a lot of." "In the kitchen downstairs." "Aiwen, Mum is calling us down for dinner." Before he could finish, Dudley interrupted him forcefully, seemingly having gathered the courage to enter Harry's room in an attempt to rescue Aiwen. "All right, I suppose I can finish dinner and then come back," Aiwen said, taking a couple of steps after Dudley. Noticing that Harry remained still, he curiously asked, "Harry, aren't you coming with us?" "To think will pass. I've already had dinner." Harry's stomach grumbled, but he was certain that Aunt Petunia would not be pleased to see him at the dining table. "Let us proceed. Even after finishing our meal, we can indulge in some dessert," Evan suggested, stepping forward to grasp Harry's arm. "Then we can bring something for Hedwig. She appears quite famished." "You cannot do that. He cannot accompany us for dinner," Dudley interjected hastily, blocking Evan's path. "Why not? Isn't he your cousin?" "Indeed, but..." Dudley struggled to articulate his thoughts, attempting to explain to Evan, "He is different from us. He is a freak." "A freak?" Evan frowned, noticing Harry's agitation as he neglected to close the ever-open wardrobe door. In the next moment, a small green creature sprang forth from the cupboard, sporting large bat-like ears and bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls. Dobby, the house elf. Evan immediately recognized him, albeit surprised by the creature's rather unappealing appearance. "How dare you insult the great Harry Potter in front of Dobby?" Dobby exclaimed as he leaped from the wardrobe, immediately raising his voice in indignation. Before anyone could react, he pointed a trembling finger at the bewildered Dudley. In an instant, a pale green flash erupted, followed by a sound akin to a firecracker, a shriek. And then Dudley was clutching his ample backside, bouncing in pain and howling. When he turned around, Evan glimpsed a curly pig's tail protruding from the tear in his trousers. Poor Dudley, having endured the same fate last year when Hagrid transformed him, now found himself in a similar predicament. "Mom," Dudley cried, cradling his rear while stumbling down the stairs. Dobby seemed quite pleased with his handiwork, bowing deeply to Harry. "Harry Potter must remain here. He cannot return to Hogwarts this year." "I am sorry, sir." Dobby had no other choice. "It is all for..." Just as Dobby finished speaking, with a loud bang, his figure gradually vanished from the air, leaving the 2 boys stunned in the room. "My apologies. I hope I did not frighten you." Harry sighed. "What was that just now?" Evan asked curiously. "Dobby, the house elf," Harry explained, his face filled with despair. "I'm doomed. Dudley has been transformed into a pig again. And Uncle Vernon will kill me. But that was not your doing. I can testify on your behalf. It would be futile. They would not believe it. Harry leaned against the wall, struggling to support himself. Indeed, he was correct. Mere seconds later, Vernon Dursley charged up the stairs, panting, his face contorted with rage. His small eyes glinting with a demonic light, completely disregarding Evan's presence. "Boy, I warned you. How dare you use those?" Vernon bellowed at Harry. "I didn't. It was Dobby." Harry weakly defended himself. "Read this." Vernon waved a letter in his hand, roughly shoving it into Harry's grasp. "Take it and read." Observing Harry's pale complexion, Evan leaned closer, discovering the letter read, "Mr. Potter, we have received reports that at 8:20 p.m. this evening, you used a transfiguration spell at your residence. As you know, underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside school. Should further incidents occur, you may face expulsion from this institution. Regulation on the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, 1875, Section 3. Additionally, please remember that according to Article 13 of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, any magical activity likely to attract the attention of non-magical individuals, muggles, is considered a serious offense. Wishing you a pleasant summer. Mafalda Hopkirk. Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Harry raised his head, feeling as though his throat had constricted. "You never told us that you cannot use magic outside of school," Vernon ranted, a frenzied light flickering in his eyes. "I suppose you forgot, didn't you?" He advanced on Harry like a bulldog, teeth bared. "I have splendid news for you, boy. I shall confine you here, and you will never return to that school. Never. If you use magic to escape, they will expel you." "Mr. Dursley, you cannot do this," Evan hastily interjected. "I can attest that what just occurred was not Harry's doing." "Child, you do not understand." Vernon panted, his sanity seemingly hanging by a thread, yet he still recognized Evan. "I believe I witnessed the entire event. It was the house elf who caused it." Evan looked up to see all present at the room's entrance, his parents wearing expressions of concern, while Aunt Petunia trembled quietly, holding a wailing Dudley, who was clutching his rear. "This makes no difference," Vernon muttered. Ignoring him, Evan approached his parents and spoke softly. Harry stood helplessly, contemplating his grim fate. He understood that Uncle Vernon was not jesting. The Dursleys were now fully aware that he could not use magic outside of school, and he had lost his sole means of defense. If he remained trapped here and missed the start of school, he might very well be expelled. Should he attempt to use magic to escape, he would face the same dire outcome. Ron and Hermione might devise a means to rescue him, but at present, all communication had been severed by the house elf Dobby, leaving him utterly isolated. Dobby may have spared him from the terrifying calamity of Hogwarts, yet he had also robbed Harry of his only source of joy, and Harry was uncertain how the Dursleys would treat him now. He could very well starve here, unless that boy named Evan could provide assistance. A flicker of hope ignited within Harry as he observed Evan conversing with his parents, seemingly retrieving a letter from his pocket. Gesturing towards Dudley, then back at himself. The Masons appeared first astonished, then seemingly swayed by their son's words. They huddled with Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, engaging in hushed discussions. The atmosphere grew peculiar. Dudley gradually ceased his wailing, his corpulent figure straining to lean closer to catch their words. And Harry wished to do the same. He then saw Evan turn around, offering him a reassuring smile. As time passed, after what seemed like an intense debate, nearly half an hour later, the four adults finally reached a consensus. "Boy, do not ask anything. Go pack your belongings and get out," Vernon bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. "What?" Harry wondered if he had misheard. Uncle Vernon was ordering him to leave the house, and Aunt Petunia, merely pursing her lips, offered no opposition. Goodness, had he not known that the Masons were muggles, Harry would have suspected they had cast a powerful confundish charm on the Dursleys. "Go on. What are you waiting for?" Evan whispered, tugging at Harry. "What did you just say?" "I feel something is amiss," Harry asked, astonished by the smile on Evan's face. "Oh, it is nothing. If you are willing, I would like to invite you to stay at my home for the remainder of the summer. Is this truly happening?" Harry's voice suddenly rose, only to drop again. "My uncle and aunt would never agree. I couldn't go anywhere, and I feared they would keep me locked up indefinitely. However, there is no need to worry. You heard what your uncle just said." Evan blinked, "and after my father promised Mr. Dursley a substantial order for drilling equipment, your uncle and aunt were more than willing to let you visit my home until the end of summer vacation." "Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Evan." Harry was astonished at how drastically circumstances had shifted. As long as he could leave this place, he would gladly go anywhere. "But why are you helping me so much? After all, we just met." "Ha, it's nothing. As your senior, I thought you wouldn't mind chatting with your dear junior about Hogwarts." Observing Harry's surprised expression, Evan took out a letter from his pocket and waved it, continuing, "And I'd like to borrow Hedwig for a moment. You know I don't have my own owl to reply to the school. Evan, you are a first-year student at Hogwarts. That is simply marvelous." Harry was overjoyed. He had never considered himself so fortunate. He felt that today was his lucky day, first witnessing Dudley's misfortune without facing any repercussions, and now he could escape the Dursleys over a month early. Most importantly, he had made a new friend. Hurry up, unless you wish to stay, and bid farewell to the Dursleys. Thus, Harry Potter moved into Evan's home. Compared to the Dursleys, this place felt like paradise. The Masons quickly accepted their son's identity as a wizard as if it made no difference. Additionally, they treated Harry exceptionally well. During meals, Mrs. Mason would prepare Harry's favorite dishes and refill his plate multiple times. Here, he could freely complete his summer homework without worry, and during his leisure time, he could play the latest video games with Evan or share tales about Hogwarts. Harry relished this feeling, discussing the magical world without the fear of others staring blankly at his scar. In fact, Evan was equally fond of Harry. Over the past week, he had perused Harry's first-year textbooks, gaining a general impression of each subject through Harry's introductions. It was evident that Harry held a strong prejudice against potions and its professor, Snape. However, he displayed considerable talent in defense against the dark arts. Furthermore, Evan listened intently as Harry regaled him with stories about Hogwarts Castle, its secret passages and ghosts, the feasts in the Great Hall, the Gryffindor common room, the four-poster beds in the dormitories, Hagrid who tended the grounds, his friends Ron and Hermione, and the most popular sport in the magical world, Quidditch. Evan, you must join Gryffindor. It is the finest house at Hogwarts, from which Dumbledore himself graduated. A week later, Harry summarized this at the breakfast table with Evan. Well, after your introduction, I feel that Slytherin is utterly dreadful, especially since both my parents are muggles. They would never allow me to enter there. Evan paused. But I'm not certain if I can be sorted into Gryffindor. After all, I know nothing and might end up in Hufflepuff. Don't worry. First-year wizards are generally on the same level. Aside from Hermione, I've never seen anyone learn as quickly as you. Harry spoke the truth. Upon hearing that Professor Snape often made life difficult for students in potions class, Evan had spent a week memorizing nearly half of the potions textbook. This was astounding, for this book was the only required text for the O.W.L. exams and potions. Now, when Harry worked on his potions assignments, he often paused to seek Evan's opinions. Just as Harry was about to say something else, two owls flew into Evan's balcony, one after the other. The latter was Hedwig, while the former was an unfamiliar owl with beautiful brown feathers. If my mother saw them, she would surely faint. Evan joked with a smile. I hope Mrs. Mason doesn't see them. Through their interactions, Harry learned that Mrs. Mason had a severe phobia of birds, to the extent that he had to keep Hedwig at his friend Ron's house. Evan, could you help me look after Hedwig? Harry turned to the other brown owl. This one was the school's owl, bringing the book list for second-year students. Aidan fed a little something to Hedwig before he joined Harry to read together. The second-year students were required to study the following texts: Standard Spellbook, Level 2 by Miranda Goshawk, A Year with the Ghosts by Gilderoy Lockhart, A Holiday with the Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart, Traveling with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart, A Journey with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart, Wandering with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart, and A Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. These were the necessary textbooks for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, identical to the first-year textbook list. I dare say the new instructor must be an admirer of Lockhart. Let us hope he is a more reliable individual. These books resemble novels rather than academic texts on magic. Harry recalled Quirrell and the events of the previous year. That fellow had allowed Voldemort to attach himself to the back of his head, and thankfully, he had thwarted his sinister plot in the end. It was said that the Defense Against the Dark Arts class was cursed by Voldemort, and no one had managed to last a full year. Think of something cheerful instead. Let us see what Hedwig's letter says. It was Ron's reply. A smile finally graced Harry's face. He and Hermione were to visit Diagon Alley next Wednesday to procure their textbooks, and wondered if we would like to join them that day. I have no objections. Aidan had long been eager to venture into Diagon Alley. Noticing Harry's hesitance, he curiously inquired what else Ron had mentioned in his letter. Ron asked if I would like to stay at his house for a while. Harry felt a bit awkward, clearly considering Aidan's family's feelings. The letter also stated that if he would like to join. Really? That would be splendid. I have long wished to see a wizard's home. Aidan waved his hand dismissively, assuring that he would persuade his mother. Time flew by, and soon it was the following Wednesday. Harry and Aidan were awakened early by Mrs. Mason, and after hastily packing their belongings and having breakfast, Mr. Mason drove them to the Leaky Cauldron. This is it, Harry exclaimed, pointing at a dirty, cramped tavern. This is the Leaky Cauldron, the entrance to Diagon Alley. I never imagined such a place could exist in this city. It looked like a relic from the last century. Mrs. Mason marveled as she finally noticed the small tavern wedged between a large bookstore and a record shop. Mom, the Leaky Cauldron is a very famous place. It is protected by enchantments and concealed from muggles, who wouldn't be able to see it without knowing the address. Aidan recalled from his studies on magical theory. All right, my dear young wizard, I believe it is not prudent to discuss a filthy pub while standing on the street, Mr. Mason interjected, ushering Aidan and Harry inside. As a renowned establishment, it was exceedingly dark and dirty. In the dim candlelight, Aidan observed several oddly dressed old women, resembling medieval witches, sitting in a corner sipping sherry, while a suspicious-looking figure wrapped in bandages sat at the bar with a small plate of raw liver before him. Welcome, Mr. Potter. The tavern's proprietor, a hunchbacked old man, appeared silently before them. Hello. Not only did the Mason family seem somewhat out of place, but even Harry felt a bit reserved. He had been brought here last year by Hagrid. Soon, they spotted another family that appeared just as out of place. Harry, Hermione Granger rushed over from the other side of the bar to greet them, with her parents standing awkwardly not far behind. "Harry, I heard you would be coming today, so I arrived early. Thank goodness, you look well. Ron said you were caught by the ministry for using a transfiguration spell. I was so worried. I hope they didn't do anything to you." "Thank you, Hermione, I'm fine." Harry smiled, gesturing to Aiwen beside him. "This is Aiwen Mason, a new student this year. I owe my escape from the Dursleys to his help this summer." Aiwen, upon seeing the girl with thick, fluffy brown hair, understood immediately. She was undoubtedly the brain of the Golden Trio, the epitome of a know-it-all. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Granger." Aiwen extended his right hand. "I heard Harry mention that you topped the year-end exams last year. That's quite impressive." "Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit of cleverness and a lot of studying." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook Aiden's hand and continued, "You can call me Hermione. May I call you Aiden as well?" "Of course, Hermione. In fact, I have been perusing Harry's textbooks and have many questions I wish to ask you." Harry, plagued by a throbbing headache, listened as the conversation between the two gradually shifted towards the contents of their textbooks. Fortunately, it did not last long. Ron's arrival was a timely salvation. With a flicker of green flames, the Weasley family emerged from the fireplace. It must be said that the Weasley family was an extraordinarily affable group. Mr. Weasley, possessing extensive experience in dealings with Muggles, adeptly alleviated the anxiety of both sets of parents after being introduced by Aiwen and Hermione. Aside from occasional bouts of fascination with Muggle artifacts and some startled reactions, he was practically flawless. As for Mrs. Weasley, upon emerging from the fireplace, her first action was to envelop the children in warm embraces, even including Aiwen, whose embrace lingered longer than Harry's. As she repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Aiwen for helping Harry, leaving him somewhat bashful. Among the Weasley children, the eldest, Percy, greeted Aiwen and Hermione with an exceedingly formal demeanor, his meticulousness reminiscent of certain aristocrats. Following the exemplary Percy were the mischievous twins, Fred and George, who, despite their occasional antics, were quite endearing. Then there was Ron, Harry's best friend, who immediately connected with him. Sporting a freckled face and an air of clumsiness as he boisterously declared that he had intended to fly over a week prior to rescue Harry, much to Hermione's evident disapproval. Lastly, there was Ginny, Mrs. Weasley's daughter, a pretty girl with red hair, who, despite being of the same age as Aiwen, remained too shy to utter a word. Her face flushed as she gazed intently at Harry. After this brief introduction, the group prepared to head to Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, where Aiwen would witness goblins for the first time. They were not much more attractive than house elves, yet their eyes sparkled with a cunning shrewdness, making Aiwen acutely aware that these were entirely different beings. They ascended a long flight of white stone steps into a grand marble hall, where approximately 100 goblins sat behind a long counter on high stools, some weighing coins on brass scales, others examining gems with magnifying glasses, hastily recording transactions in large ledgers. The hall was filled with innumerable doors leading to various locations, with many goblins guiding visitors in and out. Under the guidance of a goblin named Griphook, Harry and the Weasley family prepared to access their vault, while Aiwen and Hermione remained in the hall to exchange pounds for the wizarding currency. The Grangers exchanged 10 pounds, and Mr. Mason, under Ivan's insistence, exchanged a substantial sum for him, far exceeding the total value of items on the school shopping list. Approximately 15 minutes later, Harry and the Weasley family emerged from the underground vault. The group parted ways on the marble steps outside Gringotts, with Percy muttering about acquiring a new quill, Fred and George spotting their friendly Jordan from Hogwarts, and Mr. Weasley insisting on treating the Masons and Grangers to a drink at the Leaky Cauldron. Evan glanced at Harry, sensing that he had something to discuss privately with Ron and Hermione. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to accompany Mrs. Weasley and Ginny to procure their school robes and wands. "We shall convene at the Leaky Cauldron in an hour to purchase your textbooks," Mrs. Weasley instructed, leading Ginny and Evan away. "And do not dare venture into Knockturn Alley," she called out to the retreating figures of the twin brothers. "Mrs. Weasley, where should we go to acquire wands?" "You see, this is my first visit to Diagon Alley," Evan inquired somewhat awkwardly. "My dear, we are heading to Ollivander's. Both you and Ginny will require new wands," Mrs. Weasley replied, turning to Evan with a warm smile. "However, we must be swift. There is still much to buy, and we cannot afford to be late for Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event today." "Gilderoy Lockhart?" Evan frowned. "I noticed his books on the school supply list. I wonder what our new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was thinking. Those books are rather expensive." "Indeed, perhaps your new teacher is an admirer of Lockhart, given his remarkable reputation. However, purchasing 5 sets of Lockhart's books at once is quite a financial burden," Mrs. Weasley remarked, appearing somewhat troubled. "I'm afraid, Ginny, that many of your purchases this year will have to be second-hand." "That's all right, Mom," Ginny responded, seemingly unfazed by the news. She winked at Evan and whispered, "My mom is utterly captivated by Lockhart. She idolizes him." "Don't be absurd, Ginny," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. "Sometimes one must concede that a wizard as extraordinary as he is undeniably appealing, especially to middle-aged women," Evan thought to himself, pressing a hand to his forehead. He harbored no fondness for the charlatan Lockhart, confident that his deceit would eventually be unveiled, and wished to steer the conversation away from that topic. What surprised him more was Ginny. The young girl no longer exhibited the shyness he had first encountered. As long as Harry was not present, she transformed into a lively, talkative child. Along the way, she regaled Evan with numerous tales about her family. It was clear that, unlike Ron, Ginny was quite indifferent to using her brother's hand-me-downs. Save for one matter, she was deeply disheartened about having to wear second-hand school uniforms. As the trio chatted, they arrived at a small, dilapidated shop. The gilded sign above the door had begun to peel, reading, Ollivander, EST 382B. C. Expertly crafted wands. In the dusty window, a solitary wand lay upon a faded purple cushion. Upon entering, a series of soft chimes echoed from the back of the store. Evan surveyed the cramped shop, noting that aside from a long bench in front of the counter, there was little else. Nearby stood thousands of slender boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling, each containing a variety of wands. For some inexplicable reason, Evan felt a shiver run down his spine. The dust and silence in the air seemed to conceal an enigmatic magic. Mrs. Weasley guided them to the bench to wait. Before long, a gentle voice resonated from within the shop. Good morning. An elderly man with light-colored pupils appeared before them, his countenance brightening at the sight of Mrs. Weasley. How delightful to see you, Mrs. Weasley. A 12-inch cherrywood wand, with a bit more strength. Now that is a wand capable of great magic. Yes, Mr. Ollivander. I am quite fond of this wand, Mrs. Weasley replied, rising eagerly to greet him. This child is Aiwen Mason, and this is my daughter Ginny Weasley. They are both first-year students at Hogwarts and require new wands. Of course. Mr. Ollivander's gaze shifted to Ginny and Evan. Wizards require wands to cast spells. But remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Aiwen swallowed hard, uncertain of how to respond. Very well, let me take a look. Ollivander did not hesitate. He retrieved a long measuring tape marked with silver increments from within his robes and approached Ginny, declaring, Ladies first, Mrs. Weasley. Which hand do you wield your wand with? The right, I presume? Ginny whispered her affirmation. Please raise your arm. Ollivander measured Ginny's dimensions, starting from her shoulder to her fingertips, then from her wrist to her elbow. Shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, her head circumference. As he measured, he elucidated to both Ginny and Aiwen, each Ollivander wand possesses extraordinary magical properties. Therein lies its essence. We typically utilize unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Each wand is utterly unique, for no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Naturally, should you wield a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard, you shall never achieve such remarkable results. Always remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Once he concluded this statement, he vanished among the densely packed shelves. Before Aiwen could exhale in relief, he reappeared, holding a box. Undoubtedly, the Weasley family is particularly favored by unicorns, Ollivander remarked softly. Do try this one, 14 inches, ebony, with unicorn hair, slightly curved. As soon as Ginny grasped it, he took it back. No, I believe this one should be yours. Crafted from willow and unicorn hair, measuring 8.5 inches, with remarkable flexibility. The moment Ginny took hold of it, a red light burst forth from the tip of her wand, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks, with twinkling lights dancing upon the walls. A splendid combination, perfectly suited for spellcasting. Your performance in charms class will surely be commendable. Ollivander then turned his gaze towards Aiwen. Speaking gently, Mr. Mason, I believe it is your turn. Like Ginny, Aiwen wielded his wand with his right hand. Yet the process of selection proved to be far more intricate than it had been for Ginny. Aiwen tried wand after wand, only to have each snatched away by Ollivander the moment he grasped it, rendering him somewhat foolish in appearance. Much like last year's Mr. Potter, he appeared to be a discerning customer. Nonetheless, there was no cause for concern. One could always find the most ideal, the most exquisite wand suited to one's needs here. Ollivander seemed quite pleased as he mused. Let me think. Yes, a wand of 14.5 inches, crafted from vine wood, with a core of a nocturnal steed's tail feather. This was the last wand made by my great-grandfather, a renowned master wand maker of his time. As Aiwen grasped the wand, a surge of warmth flowed through his fingers, and the tip of the wand emanated a radiant white glow, rippling outward like the gentle waves upon water. Marvelous, utterly marvelous. Ollivander's voice grew increasingly soft. I must admit, I am not particularly fond of the feather from the nightmare, yet it must be said, Mr. Mason, that you and this wand form an extraordinary combination. My apologies, sir. When only the two of them remained in the room, Aiwen quietly inquired, what was it that struck you as wondrous just now? Aiwen was indeed quite curious about the wand in his hand, which contained the tail feather of a nightmare, a stark contrast to the other wands crafted by Ollivander. It is widely known that the nightmare is regarded as a harbinger of misfortune. Ollivander, with his milky white pupils, fixed his gaze upon Aiwen. This was a most peculiar substance, one that could only be wielded by wizards who possessed mastery over death. His voice seemed to descend from the heavens, and upon hearing his explanation, Aiwen felt an overwhelming urge to cast aside the wand. The notions of the bizarre, death, and ill omen filled him with dread, as he did not wish to be perceived as the successor to the Dark Lord upon his entrance to the school. Mr. Mason, the magical energy you just emitted possesses an exceptionally positive essence, quite the antithesis of the nightmare's tail feather, which is why I deemed it remarkable. Ollivander leaned closer to Aiwen's face, his voice dropping to a mere whisper. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, Mr. Mason. Undoubtedly. You are destined for extraordinary accomplishments in the future. Aiwen felt a chilling sensation, as if all his secrets had been laid bare. He was certain he would not take a liking to Mr. Ollivander. After departing from the wand shop, he exhaled heavily in relief. Subsequently, Mrs. Weasley guided Aiwen and Ginny to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. However, in stark contrast to earlier, Ginny's spirits were considerably diminished, for she was tasked with selecting a suitable uniform from among the array of old robes. Aiwen found it utterly cruel, especially as he had Mrs. Malkin measuring him while glancing at Ginny's sorrowful expression not far away. He felt like a sinner. Mrs. Weasley, thank you for inviting me to your home. Dear Aiwen, there is no need for such formality. You and Harry are both wonderful children, and Arthur and I warmly welcome you to our home. Mrs. Weasley approached and affectionately tousled Aiwen's hair, her face radiating warmth. Thank you. I wish to present you with a gift as a token of my gratitude. Aiwen awkwardly remarked. If you don't mind, I would like to gift Ginny a new robe. No, dear, that is far too extravagant. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her expression one of shock. While Ginny, standing beside her, looked up with eager anticipation. It is of no consequence to me, Aiwen continued rapidly, sensing Mrs. Weasley's reluctance. You may consider it a Christmas gift for Ginny. After all, we are friends now. After a little over 10 minutes of Aiwen's persistent persuasion, Ginny's hopeful gaze, and Mrs. Malkin's agreement to offer a very reasonable discount, Mrs. Weasley finally consented to accept the gift. In the next moment, she enveloped Aiwen in a tight embrace, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed as he noted Ginny's flushed cheeks and Mrs. Malkin's amused expression. Since crafting a new robe required time, Mrs. Weasley agreed to allow Aiwen and Ginny to first purchase other items from the school list, planning to meet later at the Leaky Cauldron. Of course, Aiwen would be the primary purchaser. Ginny had many items to inherit from her brothers. Percy, having become a prefect this year, had also received 12 OWS certificates, prompting Mrs. Weasley to buy him new school supplies, thus rendering many of his old items surplus. Aiwen, thank you. This is the best Christmas gift I have ever received, Ginny said, her cheeks glowing as she expressed her gratitude, her expression akin to that of someone gazing at Harry. Don't be foolish. That was merely an excuse to convince Mrs. Weasley. I will give you something else for Christmas, Aiwen continued. Considering the challenges Ginny might face this year, I believe a diary with a crimson cover would be a splendid choice. Well, that is not a bad idea. I could return the favor with a black one for you. That would be exactly what I need, Aiwen mentally added. Especially if it bore the signature of Tom Riddle himself, that would be perfect. As they walked down the winding cobblestone streets, the sounds of merchants calling out their wares echoed from the shops. The coins in Aiwen's pocket jingled merrily, urging him to spend them. However, after browsing a few magical shops and gaining a sense of the prices in the wizarding world, Aiwen felt a chill of realization. The gold galleons in his pocket were woefully insufficient for his desired purchases. In truth, for a first-year student at Hogwarts, the amount of galleons he possessed was considerable. Yet it fell short of covering the items on the school list, not to mention all the other things he wished to acquire. It seemed he would need to devise a means of earning money. Although Aiwen could ask his parents for more funds, that would not be a sustainable solution. They would not provide a child with an excessive amount of money, particularly for items that were not typically owned by students. He had a preliminary idea for making money, but it would have to wait until he arrived at Hogwarts. Next, under Ginny's guidance, Aiwen procured a tin cauldron, a high-quality balance for measuring potion ingredients, and a foldable brass telescope from the school list. At the apothecary, they purchased standard measurements of potion ingredients, which would be useful in their first-year potions class. Additionally, they acquired quills for recording, ink, and parchment. They passed by a shop for magical creatures, but neither ventured inside. Aiwen has contemplated his decision and currently refrains from acquiring a pet, as his mother is allergic to avian species. Aside from owls, other pets offer no assistance to a wizard and would only add to the burden of care, which he finds exceedingly troublesome. Nevertheless, he has nearly compiled a complete mail-order catalog from every shop in Diagon Alley. This may prove useful when he prepares for his advanced courses, as he might need to procure additional materials from these establishments. Aiwen was acutely aware of the myriad troubles that awaited him in the coming years. He could not afford to indulge in the leisurely pace of textbook learning, particularly since he was a year behind the Savior himself. The thought of remaining at school, enduring the torment of Death Eaters while Harry and his friends roamed freely in their 7th year, was a daunting prospect. Along the way, Aiwen and Ginny engaged in delightful conversation, swiftly forging a bond of friendship. At the magical joke shop, they encountered Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, who were eagerly purchasing the latest in magical fireworks and other whimsical products. In a cluttered second-hand shop filled with rickety wands, wobbling brass scales, and potion-stained cloaks, they spotted Percy, engrossed in a rather tedious tome titled How to Gain Power as a Prefect. Choosing not to disturb him, they passed by Flourish and Blots, where Aiwen treated himself and Ginny to generous servings of chocolate lemon ice cream. As they meandered into a shadowy alley, they saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione emerge, their faces pale with fright. Behind them loomed Hagrid, the imposing keeper of keys and grounds, vociferously admonishing them for wandering into Nocturne Alley, a perilous locale. Harry, don't let anyone see you there. Your mother forbids you from going. Ginny, with a look of concern, approached them. Step away, Ginny. Ron waved her off, visibly exasperated. Wait. Ron. Harry hesitated, glancing at Aiwen before explaining. We saw Draco Malfoy. He and his father went into Borgin and Burke's, a shop specializing in dark artifacts. Harry. Ron raised his voice, clearly wishing to shield his younger sister from such unsettling revelations. Oh, and what did you find out? Aiwen inquired, curious despite Ron's overreaction. Nothing. We watched from outside the window for ages, but they didn't buy anything. Hermione turned to Hagrid. Hagrid, why are you here in Nocturne Alley? I'm searching for a potion to repel the carnivorous Snargaluffs. They're wreaking havoc on the school's cabbage patch. Hagrid responded, then turned to Aiwen. His voice gruff yet warm. You must be Aiwen Mason, the one Harry spoke of. Thank goodness you helped him escape that dreadful house, those wretched muggles. Before Hagrid could finish, Mrs. Weasley hurried over, clutching a freshly made robe, followed closely by Mr. Weasley and the parents of Aiwen and Hermione. Upon realizing that Harry and the others had ventured into Nocturne Alley, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, Nocturne Alley. Thank goodness you found him, Hagrid. Hagrid, slightly embarrassed, noted how tightly Mrs. Weasley held his arm. Children, Hogwarts awaits. After Hagrid departed, Mrs. Weasley reprimanded the trio. Meanwhile, Mr. Weasley seemed intrigued by Harry's account. Clearly, he was up to no good. He was frightened. Mr. Weasley remarked, his tone serious yet satisfied. Oh, I truly wish to gather evidence against Lucius Malfoy. Be careful, Arthur. Mrs. Weasley warned. That family is not to be trifled with. Don't bite off more than you can chew. You think I can't handle Malfoy? Mr. Weasley retorted. Though his attention was soon captured by a throng outside Flourish and Blots. Most were witches of Mrs. Weasley's age, clamoring to enter. Through the crowd, they glimpsed Gilderoy Lockhart. Donned in a blue wizarding robe, seated at a table in the shop, signing books. Surrounding him were large posters of himself, all with faces winking at the crowd. Flashing dazzling smiles. Though Lockhart was somewhat of a magical simpleton, Aiwen had to concede that he was a successful author, if only he didn't pilfer others' experiences. As expected, Harry soon caught Lockhart's attention and was pulled into a photograph, with Lockhart announcing his forthcoming teaching position at Hogwarts. When everyone regained their composure, they discovered a scuffle had erupted between Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy, with Lockhart standing by, utterly thrilled. Suddenly, Hagrid intervened to separate the two. Little girl, take your book. It's the best your father can give you. Lucius Malfoy broke free from Hagrid's grasp, beckoning Draco as he stormed out of the shop. You shouldn't have engaged with him, Arthur, Hagrid said, smoothing out Mr. Weasley's robe, nearly lifting him off the ground. That man is utterly despicable. His entire family is. Everyone knows it. Malfoy's words are not worth heeding. Their blood is tainted, simply put. All attention was drawn to Mr. Weasley. While Aiwen quietly observed the tattered beginner's transfiguration guide in Ginny's hands, suspecting it concealed a black diary. Following Lucius Malfoy's departure, the shop staff seemed inclined to detain them, but upon seeing Hagrid's formidable stature and Aiwen's substantial order, they quickly dismissed any thoughts of conflict. Aiwen, what are you doing? Are you trying to empty Flourish and Blots? Ron exclaimed, astonished as he watched Aiwen swiftly mark off titles on his extensive book list, which included every volume in the store, totaling over 8,000. Impossible. I don't have that kind of money. I'm just selecting what I need. Of course. Aiwen had no intention of purchasing every book at once. He aimed to choose the most immediately useful texts, planning to acquire the remainder gradually. Oh, that is still quite a lot. Gaining knowledge is never a bad thing, Ron. Mate, that sounds remarkably like Hermione, Ron teased, peering at Aiwen's selection of Professor Slughorn's advanced potion making. Ah, I've seen that book at Bill S. It's for the N.E.W.T. level exams. I believe Aiwen is right. It's prudent to study in advance. Hermione chimed in, happily adding a few advanced texts to her own list and suggesting, Aiwen, we should compare our lists to avoid duplicates. Of course, Hermione. Aiwen readily replied. Harry, they've both gone mad. You're right, Ron. Harry hesitated before picking up a copy of Professor Wendig's Curses and Counter Curses, a book he had wanted to buy last year, but was dissuaded from purchasing by Hagrid. Yet, he recognized the necessity of learning more, especially in dealing with Malfoy, wouldn't you agree? Considering the practicality of carrying his purchases, Aiwen refrained from buying too many items, instead placing several substantial orders until he had spent every last galleon. These items would be delivered to Hogwarts in batches by Owl as the school year commenced. By the time they returned to the hearth at the Leaky Cauldron, evening was fast approaching. After bidding farewell to their parents, Aiwen, Harry, and the Weasleys used Floo powder to return to the burrow, while the Masons and Grangers headed back to the Muggle Street where they resided. It is evident that Mr. Weasley was keen to accompany them to observe the bus station. However, upon noticing Mrs. Weasley's expression, he reluctantly abandoned this thought. As it was his inaugural experience with Floo powder, Aiwen was momentarily choked by the soot, and after a dizzying whirl, he arrived at the humble abode. Harry, positioned ahead of him, revealed through his countenance that he, too, was feeling rather unwell. Emerging from the fireplace, Aiwen curiously surveyed his surroundings. It was his first visit to a wizard's home. The kitchen was quaint and quite cramped, featuring a meticulously polished wooden table at its center, accompanied by a few chairs. The clock on the opposite wall boasted but a single hand, lacking any numbers, instead inscribed with phrases such as boil the kettle, feed the chickens, and you are late. Beside the mantelpiece stood a large mirror. As Aiwen just passed in front of it, the mirror suddenly shouted, "Tuck that shirt into your trousers, you slovenly creature." Above the mirror hung a bookshelf, stacked with 3 layers of tomes, including titles such as Enchanting Your Cheese, The Magic of Toasting, and Conjuring a Feast, all of which were household magic books. Nearby, beside the sink, stood an old-fashioned radio. "All right, children, return to your rooms and put away your new purchases, Mrs. Weasley emerged from the fireplace, casting a glance at Fred and George. "Especially the 2 of you. Do not come and cause mischief while I prepare dinner." "Understood, Mom." Fred replied, "We shall remain quietly in our rooms. Not a sound shall escape us, just like house elves," George added. The twins laughed as they dashed out of the kitchen, followed closely by Percy and Ginny, each carrying their own belongings. "Come on, I will show you my bedroom," Ron urged, noticing Harry and Aiwen still standing in place, and nudged them along. The trio traversed the narrow corridor, arriving at a staircase that was uneven and winding. At the top of the stairs was a half-open door, behind which Percy was seated at his desk, writing a letter with a newly acquired quill. Not far from him was a striking brown owl. "That's Percy's new owl, a gift from Mom and Dad for becoming prefect," Ron remarked. "But he refuses to lend it to me. In fact, he has been rather peculiar this summer, always cooped up in his room, sending off numerous letters. There's nothing strange about it. Your brother has a new girlfriend." "Oh dear," Ron exclaimed, astonished by Aiden's revelation, stumbling over his words. "But that's Percy. Who would be interested in him? I mean, of course, he is ambitious. He has it all planned out to become the Minister of Magic, but I must tell Fred and George about this and see what they think." "Don't get too excited. It's merely my speculation," Aiwen replied, somewhat bemused by Ron's reaction. By the time the 3 reached the 3rd floor, Aiwen caught a glimpse of bright brown eyes watching them before the door clicked shut. "It's Ginny," Ron exclaimed, incredulous. "You have no idea. She never shuts the door." "It is quite evident that your sister is feeling a bit shy upon seeing Harry," Aiwen observed. Evan scrutinized the door, contemplating how to procure Tom Riddle's diary from Ginny. "Indeed, she had been incessantly mentioning you throughout the summer." Ron gazed uncertainly at Harry. "As Fred had suggested, she desired your autograph. Perhaps you ought to oblige her with one." "Don't be foolish, Ron," Evan remarked as she walked. "This is not mere admiration. Your sister has genuine feelings for Harry and wishes to be his girlfriend." "Evan." Ron appeared utterly startled, while Harry, equally awkward, flushed crimson like a ripened apple, pretending not to overhear the exchange between Evan and Ron. "Well, I was merely jesting," Evan said, covering her forehead with her hand. These 2 were astonishingly oblivious. Truly innocent young lads. No wonder they had nearly struggled to find partners at the Yule Ball in their 4th year. They ascended another flight of stairs. Standing before the twins' room, the door firmly shut, and silence enveloped the space within. One could only wonder what they were up to. Upon reaching the top floor, they arrived at a weathered door, its paint peeling, adorned with a small sign that read Ron's room. Aiwen and Harry stepped inside, the slanted ceiling nearly brushing against their heads. It felt as though they had entered a grand furnace. Everything in Ron's room radiated a dazzling shade of orange-yellow: the bedspread, the walls, and even the ceiling. Aiwen then discovered that Ron had adorned nearly every inch of the worn wallpaper with posters, all depicting the same 7 witches and wizards clad in vibrant orange-yellow robes, exuberantly brandishing their flying broomsticks. "Your Quidditch team?" Harry inquired. "Chudley Cannons, ranked 9th in the league." Ron pointed to the orange-yellow bedspread, emblazoned with 2 enormous letters cannon image of a speeding cannonball. Their conversation remained focused on Quidditch, while Aiwen curiously observed the plump, gray-furred rat, Scabbers, dozing in the corner of the room. Unperturbed by Aiwen's gaze, Scabbers continued to snore contentedly. Evan observed intently for a while, but discerned no differences. Were it not for the knowledge that this was an animagus, he might have genuinely believed that the creature before him was merely a hairless little mouse, lacking a toe and perpetually lethargic. Suddenly, a cacophony of clanging pipes echoed from above, startling Evan. "Fear not, it is merely the ghoul in the attic, perpetually banging on pipes and making a ruckus," Ron elucidated. "I wish to banish it, but my father insists it is rather amusing." As Ron had stated, life in the humble dwelling was indeed quite entertaining. In the subsequent month, Evan and Harry accompanied Fred, George, and Ron to the backyard to clear out the gnomes, while occasionally venturing to the hills to ride broomsticks and practice Quidditch. By night, as Harry and Ron busied themselves with their summer assignments, Evan took the opportunity to seek knowledge from Percy, whose exceptional academic prowess shone particularly in history of magic and charms, where he possessed unique insights. As for Fred and George, Evan engaged them in conversation and discovered that their inventions were still in nascent stages, after he offered a few suggestions from his recollections. The twins sequestered themselves in their room at night, producing a myriad of sounds as they conducted their experiments. By the end of the month, Harry and Evan had grown exceedingly familiar with the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley mended their socks, insisting they refill their plates at every meal, while Mr. Weasley incessantly inquired about Muggle life. Except for Ginny, everyone adapted quickly to Harry and Evan's presence in their household. To be precise, it seemed that whenever Harry was around, Ginny would nervously knock something over. However, she behaved quite normally when alone with Evan. Due to their shared age, Evan and Ginny got along splendidly. Yet even on the final day of summer, Evan had yet to procure Tom Riddle's diary from her. Evan hinted several times, yet Ginny remained unresponsive, unable to articulate his thoughts clearly, and not daring to intrude upon Ginny's room. Evan found himself uncertain whether she had discovered the diary or if she had indeed found it but chose not to inform him. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency. Time was on his side. The worst outcome would merely follow the narrative, leading to poor Ginny experiencing some trials. However, the possibility of being rescued by Harry, the object of her secret affection, might not be such a misfortune after all. On the final day of summer, Mrs. Weasley conjured a sumptuous dinner, and the family joyfully gathered around the table to savor the delightful honey pudding while watching Fred and George's elaborate firework display. The fireworks, evidently enhanced by the twins, showcased shapes absent from the promotional flyers, scattering vibrant orange, red, and blue stars throughout the kitchen as they danced between the ceiling and walls for at least half an hour. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after savoring the last cup of hot chocolate, Mrs. Weasley ushered everyone off to bed. Sharing a bed with Harry, Aiwen could feel him tossing and turning, which made it difficult for him to find rest. The following morning, Harry rose early, his countenance appearing rather grim. Aiwen, I had a terrible dream last night where I transformed into a giant snake, and, well, it was dreadful. A mere manifestation of your anxiety about the impending school term, Aiwen replied with a significant yawn. Let us hope so. May the day unfold smoothly, Harry expressed, though his wish seemed to have the opposite effect. After breakfast, the family flurried about like headless chickens, hastily packing their belongings. Mrs. Weasley dashed back and forth, searching for spare socks and blankets, often colliding with the twins on the stairs. Mr. Weasley nearly fell when he stumbled over a chicken while carrying Ginny's trunk to the car. Eventually, everyone boarded the vehicle, and Mr. Weasley started the engine, driving out of the yard. Within half an hour, they had retraced their steps thrice, and by the time Ginny finally climbed into the car, it was quite late, and tempers were flaring. Upon their arrival at King's Cross Station, only 5 minutes remained until departure. All right, children, we have little time. Let us cross this wall swiftly. And be cautious not to attract the Muggles' attention, Mrs. Weasley instructed nervously, glancing at the wall clock. Percy, you go first. Once Percy entered platform 9 3/4, Mr. Weasley followed with the luggage, succeeded by Fred and George. I'll take Ginny. The three of you, stay close, Mrs. Weasley said to Aiwen, Harry, and Ron, grasping Ginny's hand and stepping forward, vanishing in an instant. Let us go together. There is only a minute left, Ron urged. Very well, but what should we do? Aiwen hesitated, initially intending to follow Percy as the second to pass through, but the delay caused by the luggage cart had altered those plans, leading him to be grouped with Harry and Ron. If memory served correctly, this wall was now sealed by Dobby. Aiwen, just follow me. There is no need to be anxious. As I previously explained, the platform lies just beyond this wall, Harry reassured him. If you feel apprehensive, you may jog a little. In fact, he and Ron did just that. A few feet from the wall, they sprinted forward, confidently crashing into the barrier. Aiwen hastily closed his eyes, unable to bear witness to the unfortunate spectacle of the two individuals careening towards the wall, an impact that seemed painfully inevitable. In the next moment, as anticipated, the two vehicles collided with the partition, rebounding with force. Ron's suitcase thudded heavily to the ground, and Harry was knocked down. Hedwig's cage tumbled onto the gleaming floor, rolling aside, while Hedwig screeched in fury. A crowd gathered around them, and a nearby guard shouted, What on earth are you doing? The vehicle had slipped from their control. Harry, gasping for breath, struggled to his feet, clutching his ribs. Aiwen hurriedly ran over to retrieve Hedwig, who was still squawking loudly, prompting many onlookers to accuse them of animal cruelty. Why can't we get through? Harry whispered to Ron. I have no idea, Ron replied, quietly pushing against the wall. A situation unprecedented in their experience. We'll miss the train. I don't understand why the passage has sealed itself. Harry glanced up at the clock, carefully leaning the cart against the wall and pushing with all his might, yet the wall remained immovable. This barrier had been enchanted, resembling an advanced form of obstruction spell. Clearly a deliberate act by someone. Aiwen stepped forward to examine it, realizing that the three of them lacked the magical prowess to break it. Who could be so bored as to prevent us from catching the train? I bet it's Malfoy, Ron said blankly. What if the Dursleys can't come to pick us up? Do either of you have any Muggle money? The Dursleys haven't given me pocket money in 6 years. Harry chuckled nervously. I don't have any either. I spent all my money on galleons in Diagon Alley. Aiwen rummaged through his pockets, regretting not having saved some. Well, I wonder how long it will take for my parents to come looking for us. What should we do now? Ron anxiously scanned their surroundings, as Hedwig's incessant screeching drew many curious gazes. I think we should write a letter to the school explaining our tardiness, Aiwen suggested. You're right, but first, we should head back to the car, Harry said, trying to calm Hedwig to reduce the attention they were attracting. Harry, Ron's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, the car? You know,
The one my dad modified. We can fly it to Hogwarts. Ron, that's not a good idea. We can't use magic outside of school. Aiwen quickly shook his head, hoping to dissuade him from this notion. Come on, Aiwen. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. We're stuck, right? We have to get back to school. Don't we? In emergencies, young wizards can use magic. It's in the regulations, Clause 19 or something. Can you drive? With Ron's explanation, Harry's panic transformed into exhilaration. No problem. I've seen Fred and George do it plenty of times, Ron declared as he turned the small car towards the exit. Hurry. If we rush, we can still catch the Hogwarts Express. Especially you, Aiwen. You need to be sorted this year, and that's the most important event for first-year wizards. We can't be late. Indeed, Aiwen, Harry agreed. The thought of missing the sorting ceremony is quite dreadful. The idea of flying to school in a car seemed genuinely terrifying. Observing the excitement on their faces, Aiwen felt a sense of helplessness trailing behind them. After Harry and Ron made up their minds, he realized he had no other option but to comply. In that moment, Aiwen deeply missed Hermione. If she were here, she would surely have been able to put a stop to their reckless plans. Aiwen lacked the ability, particularly deep within, he yearned to witness the marvel of flying automobiles. However, the thought of the potential consequences dampened his spirits. They could be seen by muggles, and Mr. Weasley might lose his job as a result. Moreover, for a newly enrolled student, Aiwen was uncertain of the impact such an extraordinary entrance would have. Guys, I think we should. Aiwen made one last attempt. Hurry up, Aiwen. Ron interjected without waiting for him to finish, activating the car with a flick of his wand. Harry, take a look and see if anyone is watching us. No, there's no one on the street. Harry extended his arm, pulling Aiwen, who was standing outside the car, inside. In the next moment, Ron pressed a small silver button on the dashboard. Their car vanished, along with the three of them. Aiwen felt the seat vibrating, and he could hear the roar of the engine. Suddenly, he found himself floating above a filthy street cluttered with cars. Take off, Ron shouted. The ground and the grimy buildings on either side began to recede, quickly disappearing from view. The car ascended higher and higher, and moments later, the entirety of London unfolded beneath them, shrouded in mist and glimmering faintly. If Aiwen were to encapsulate this journey in 2 words, it would be utterly dreadful. Especially as they approached Hogwarts, the car, evidently exhausted, made a desperate glide before crashing down beside the Whomping Willow and the Forbidden Forest, transforming an already disastrous journey into an absolute calamity. The frenzied branches lashed out violently, and fearing he might be reduced to a pulp, Aiwen closed his eyes in terror, hearing Ron and Harry screams. The car was severely mangled, and shards of glass scattered, cutting across the boy's cheeks. Aiwen attempted to retrieve his wand, yet was met with failure. The vehicle trembled violently, resulting in a heavy collision between him and Harry. Outside, a branch as thick as a battering ram relentlessly pounded against the roof of the car, threatening to cave it in. Run, Ron shouted, exerting all his strength to push open the car door, only to be violently struck back by another branch. We're doomed. The roof was on the brink of collapsing, just one final blow away. Just as despair settled among the three, the car's engine unexpectedly roared back to life, propelling them to safety from beneath the Whomping Willow. Before Aiwen had the chance to exhale in relief, he was unceremoniously hurled from the vehicle, landing beside Harry, Ron, and the belongings of 3 others. He then witnessed the car retreat into the darkness, its taillights flickering defiantly. Can you believe such misfortune? With so many trees, we had to collide with the one that strikes back. Ron grimaced as he bent down to scoop up his pet rat, Scabbers, his wand broken upon impact, held together merely by a few splinters. He cast a glance back at the ancient tree, which continued to threaten with its swaying branches. Let us move, Harry said wearily. We should head to the school, as Aiwen still needs to be sorted, and there's just enough time. Their arrival was far from the triumphant scene they had envisioned. The 3 boys felt stiff and cold, their bodies aching. They grasped the broken trunk of their luggage and began to drag it up the grassy slope towards the grand oak doors. Look, the feast has already begun, Ron exclaimed, pointing towards a brightly lit window of the Great Hall. We should hurry. I see Professor McGonagall has taken out the sorting hat, and the ceremony is about to commence. Harry and Aiwen followed Ron's gesture, peering through the window. Inside the spacious and luminous Great Hall, countless candles floated midair, illuminating 4 long tables filled with eager students, their golden plates and goblets glimmering in harmony with the stars that adorned the ceiling. In a passage from Hogwarts' storied history, Aiwen read that the ceiling was enchanted to mirror the sky outside, beyond a sea of black spires crowned with the Hogwarts hat. He observed the first-year students anxiously lining up to enter the Great Hall. Among them was Ginny, her complexion pale, her eyes darting around as if searching for someone. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, with her glasses perched upon her nose and her hair tightly styled in a small bun, placed the renowned sorting hat before the newcomers on a stool. As she began to call out names, a very slender boy with gray hair stepped forward and donned the hat. Hurry. It takes 5 minutes to traverse the corridor to the Great Hall. I hope we don't encounter Peeves, Aiwen thought. Wait, Harry suddenly whispered, noticing an empty seat at the staff table. Where has Snape gone? Who knows? Perhaps he is ill, Ron replied hopefully. Maybe he has left, Harry exclaimed with excitement. Because he has not secured the position of defense against the dark arts teacher again. Perhaps he has been dismissed. Ron joined in the exhilaration. Just think, everyone loathes him. Maybe he is standing outside, waiting to hear our explanation for why we did not take the school train. Aiwen sighed heavily. He spotted a gaunt man with sallow skin, an aquiline nose, and greasy hair cascading onto his shoulders, standing coldly on the castle steps, observing them. The smile on Snape's face signaled to Aiwen that their situation was dire. Ah, look who I have encountered, the illustrious Harry Potter and his 2 companions. Accompanied by a faint, hissing sound, Aiwen felt Snape's disdainful gaze sweep over him. You must find the school train rather dull and crave something more thrilling, do you? Sir. We did not. It was the barrier at King's Cross that, silence. Snape interjected coldly, follow me. They trailed after Snape up the steps into the vast, echoing foyer illuminated by flickering torches. The aroma of food wafted from the great hall, yet Snape led them away from warmth and light. Down a narrow stone staircase into the dungeon classroom. Sir, we must go to the great hall. I still need to be sorted, Harry mustered the courage to say. Silence. Snape interrupted him once more, opening a door in the dim corridor and gesturing for them to enter. Under Snape's watchful gaze, the 3 boys trembled as they stepped into his office. The walls were dimly lit, lined with shelves filled with large glass jars containing various colors of nauseating liquids. The fireplace stood empty and dark. Snape closed the door and turned to face them, observing them like a serpent eyeing its prey. After a long pause, he coldly inquired, What have you done to the car? What? Ron exclaimed, bewildered, unsure how Snape knew about the car. Could he possibly read minds? Weasley, despite your vacuous brain. I have never harbored any illusions. Snape unfolded a copy of that day's Daily Prophet, but it is evident that you were seen. He brandished the headline before them. Ford Anglia can fly, Muggles astonished. A cold smirk crept across Snape's face as he read aloud. 2 Muggles in London are convinced they saw an old car flying past the post office building. At noon in Norfolk, while Mrs. Hetty Bellis was hanging out laundry, Mr. Angus Fleet reported to the police. A total of 6 or 7 Muggles. I recall your father works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, does he not? He glanced at Ron, his smile becoming more sinister. Oh dear, his own son. Aiwen observed the expressions of Harry and Ron, which were steeped in frustration. It seemed they had just realized the dire consequences if anyone discovered that Mr. Weasley had enchanted the car. Moreover, Snape continued, during my inspection of the garden, I discovered that a remarkably valuable whomping willow appeared to have sustained significant damage. The destruction it has wrought upon us is far greater. Ron blurted out. Silence, Weasley. Snape admonished sharply, his gaze shifting to Aiwen. And you, Mr. Mason. I trust you have come to understand that being a companion to the Savior is not a judicious choice. I fear you may become the very first student in history to be expelled from Hogwarts on the very first day of term. No, you cannot expel Aiwen. Harry exclaimed vehemently. Clearly, I possess that authority. Snape's eyes returned to Harry and Ron, and as for the 2 of you, it is a pity that you are not students of my house. I lack the jurisdiction to expel you. I shall now procure the individual who truly holds this delightful privilege. You will remain here and await their arrival. Harry, pale-faced, gazed at Snape's retreating figure, wishing to offer comfort to Aiwen, yet when he opened his mouth, words eluded him entirely. If Snape were to summon Professor McGonagall, both he and Ron would find themselves in equally precarious straits. While she might be somewhat more just than Snape, she was equally fearsome in her severity. If Aiwen were to be expelled by Snape, it was certain that he and Ron would face the same fate at the hands of Professor McGonagall. He was uncertain about where to go after leaving Hogwarts. The Dursleys would undoubtedly not welcome him. Perhaps he could follow Hagrid and become the keeper of keys and grounds at the school. While Harry was lost in thought, Professor McGonagall entered, following Snape. Her lips were tightly pressed together, and upon entering, she raised her wand, causing the 3 boys to flinch momentarily. However, she merely pointed it at the empty fireplace, and flames immediately sprang to life within. Aiwen felt no concern regarding the possibility of expulsion. Such is the advantage of knowing the plot. Unless Voldemort disguised himself as Dumbledore and infiltrated Hogwarts, they would not face any repercussions, not even a loss of points. However, upon seeing Snape standing nearby with a grim expression, Aiwen realized that his enmity towards him had surely reached 100%, which was indeed regrettable. In truth, he held a keen interest in both Professor Snape himself and the subject of potions. Yet, under the current circumstances, as long as he continued to associate with Harry, he would be categorized as an adversary by Snape. While Aiwen pondered how to mend his relationship with Snape, Professor Dumbledore entered the room. Aiwen immediately cast a curious gaze upon the venerable figure before him, the greatest white wizard of contemporary times and the headmaster of Hogwarts. An elderly gentleman adorned with flowing silver hair and a beard. It is undeniable that Dumbledore exuded an exceptional aura. However, his expression at that moment was unusually grave. His keen gaze descending along his curved nose to scrutinize them, his sharp and brilliant azure eyes filled with unspoken reproach. Please elucidate your reasons for such actions, he inquired. His eyes fixed upon Harry and Ron, who appeared pale, as if they had just been struck by the whomping willow. Harry lowered his gaze to his knees, recounting the events with meticulous detail, yet he conspicuously omitted any mention of the fact that the enchanted vehicle belonged to Mr. Weasley. As if the 3 of them had merely stumbled upon a flying car in the grimy streets of London, Aiwen was certain that Dumbledore would see through him at a glance. He keenly observed Dumbledore's expression and soon noticed the latter unexpectedly winking at him. Aiwen hurriedly lowered his head, realizing that he had been too relaxed, entirely unlike one who had just caused a commotion. "Professor, you cannot expel Aiwen. He had already advised us to use Hedwig to send a letter to the school," Harry lamented, summarizing the situation pitifully. "It's all my fault. I was the one who pulled him into the car. And I was the one who started the vehicle," Ron added in despair. "This has nothing to do with Aiwen. We are going to retrieve our belongings." "What are you talking about, Weasley?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed. "We've been expelled? Haven't we?" Ron questioned. "Not today, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore replied, "but I must make you aware of the gravity of your actions. I will write to your families this evening. I must also warn you that should such behavior occur again, expulsion will be the only recourse." Snape's expression was as though he had just heard that Christmas had been cancelled. Clearing his throat, he stated, "Professor Dumbledore, these 3 students have disregarded the restrictions placed on underage wizards regarding the use of magic, resulting in significant damage to a precious ancient tree. Such behavior, by nature." "Not entirely, Severus. I believe you just heard Harry's account. This matter does not pertain to Mr. Mason," Dumbledore calmly interjected. "As for the other 2, let Professor McGonagall decide their punishment. After all, they are her students and she is responsible for them." "I must return to the feast now, Minerva," he said. Turning to Professor McGonagall, "Mr. Mason is to be sorted, and I have several announcements to make." "But, Professor," Snape continued, unwilling to relent. "Come now, Severus. There is a rather delectable custard pie that looks enticing. I wish to sample it." Evan followed the 2 of them into the grand auditorium, where Dumbledore ascended the stage and uttered a few words. The once lively and boisterous hall fell into an astonishing silence. Everyone ceased their activities, turning their gaze toward Evan, who stood beneath the teacher's podium, craning their necks in anticipation to glimpse his features. Evan swallowed nervously, his palms slick with perspiration. The sensation of being scrutinized by all present was rather discomforting, akin to being a rare creature on display at a zoo, surrounded by curious onlookers. He could discern a muted murmur of conversations around him. "Look, it's that boy who went missing earlier. Goodness, he's covered in blood. Did he just battle a giant? Impossible. Haven't you read today's prophet? He arrived at school in a flying car with Harry Potter. A flying car, how astonishing. Furthermore, I overheard the ghosts discussing their encounter with the Whomping Willow." The chatter persisted, yet Aiwen found himself unable to focus on their words as he beheld Professor Snape retrieving the sorting hat and making his way toward the high chair at the center. "Aiwen Mason," Snape intoned with a brooding expression. As Professor McGonagall had yet to return, he was obliged to preside over the sorting ceremony in her stead, forcefully placing the enchanted hat upon Aiwen's head. In the next moment, all sounds around him faded away. Aiwen heard a faint, sharp voice. "A latecomer, I see. Clearly quite astute, exceptionally gifted, and of good nature. You ought to be placed in Ravenclaw, where the most intelligent minds often achieve great success." Aiwen nodded thoughtfully. Ravenclaw indeed seemed a commendable choice. It was said that their house boasted its own library, replete with numerous unpublished tomes, which could facilitate rapid learning. Moreover, Aiwen was aware that Lady Rowena Ravenclaw had conducted extensive research in the realm of soul magic, and it was conceivable that her notes might be preserved there, proving invaluable in the battle against Voldemort. "However, I have just heard about your situation." The sorting hat continued to twist atop Aiwen's head, declaring that it had not witnessed a freshman making such an impressive entrance in many years. "It was truly courageous, and I believe Gryffindor may be a more suitable fit for you." Before Aiwen could voice his thoughts, the sorting hat bellowed, "Gryffindor." Upon removing the hat, Aiwen caught a fierce glare from Snape. He could hardly recall how he arrived at the Gryffindor table, but he was enveloped in a thunderous roar of applause. Feeling akin to a triumphant hero, "Splendid." A boy with dark skin rose to shake his hand. Aiwen recognized him as Lee Jordan, a friend of the twins. "Remarkable. What an extraordinary entrance. A flying car crashing into the Whomping Willow would be the talk of the town for years. Well done." The atmosphere at the Gryffindor table turned festive, as upperclassmen he had never encountered before approached to shake his hand. Moments later, Fred and George squeezed their way to the front, simultaneously asking, "Why didn't you call us back?" Aiwen found himself at a loss for words, but fortunately, he was jostled aside by others. He caught sight of a slight, gray-haired boy who was holding a muggle camera aimed at him. "Hello, Aiwen. My name is Colin Creevey, and I am also a new student this year," Colin said, his breath coming in short gasps, his voice timid. "I heard you arrived at school in a car with Harry Potter. That's so cool. May I take your picture?" He gazed at Aiwen with eager anticipation. "Of course," Aiwen replied. However, before he could strike a pose, the person in front of him was replaced by Hermione, who looked as displeased as Percy in the distance. "This is utterly ridiculous. Why didn't you take the school train?" Hermione's tone was almost as stern as Professor McGonagall's. "Or were you truly flying here?" "Yes, Hermione." Aiwen nodded cautiously. "My goodness, how could you dare?" Hermione began to admonish, but fortunately, the moment was brief as Ginny replaced Hermione beside Aiwen, which brought him considerable relief. "Ginny, you're not here to scold me like Hermione, are you?" "Don't blame Hermione. She was worried sick when she didn't see you on the train," Ginny said with concern. What about Ron and Harry? How are they? They're doing well. Aiwen picked up a pudding from his plate. I'll fill you in later. Let me eat something first. Aiwen hadn't a bite since noon. But before he could take a mouthful of pudding, the food on his plate vanished completely. As if it had never existed, the feast was over. Oh no. Aiwen slumped helplessly into his chair. Half an hour later, Harry and Ron exited Snape's office, making their way along the familiar path to Gryffindor Tower. The castle was eerily quiet. Dinner had concluded. I wonder how Aiwen is doing. I really wish we could have been at the feast, Harry remarked. Professor McGonagall didn't want us to show off, Ron wisely stated. She didn't want others to think that arriving at school in a flying car was something to be proud of. True, but at the very least, they should have informed us of which house Aiwen would be sorted into. Needless to say, he is bound to be sorted into Gryffindor, just like Ginny. Not necessarily. He is quite clever. He might be placed in Ravenclaw, Harry replied, a hint of worry in his voice. After spending the summer together, he had grown quite fond of Aiwen and hoped they would be in the same house. As long as it's not Slytherin, Ravenclaw would be a fine option. The two continued their conversation, and upon ascending a narrow stone staircase, they reached the corridor leading to the secret entrance of Gryffindor Tower, concealed behind a portrait of a plump lady dressed in pink satin. Password? The fat lady inquired as they approached. Oh, Harry hesitated, unable to recall it. They had yet to encounter a Gryffindor prefect, and thus were unaware of the New Year's password, but salvation arrived almost immediately. They heard hurried footsteps behind them, and turned to see Hermione rushing toward them. Hermione, do you know which house Aiwen was sorted into? Of course, he is in Gryffindor. Hermione replied impatiently. How could you dare bring him here in a flying car? You could be expelled. Don't lecture us. We've heard enough of that for an entire evening, Ron retorted, exasperated. Just tell us the password. The password is Fizzy Whizbee, Hermione continued, undeterred. But that is not the issue. Don't you realize? She had deliberately waited outside to scold Harry and Ron before they entered the common room, hoping to make them recognize their folly. However, as the fat lady's portrait swung open, her words were immediately drowned out by a thunderous applause, and Harry and Ron were promptly pulled inside. The Gryffindor students were still awake, all crowded in the circular common room, celebrating exuberantly. The arrival of Harry and Ron sent the atmosphere into a frenzy. Evan felt a surge of relief upon witnessing their arrival. He was no longer the center of attention. Silently, he withdrew from the throng, collapsing onto the sofa beside the fireplace. A night of relentless turmoil, compounded by a complete lack of sustenance, had rendered him exceedingly feeble. Evan. As Aiwen observed Hermione sitting across from him with a serious expression, he implored in a pitiful tone, Please, Hermione, let it go for now. We can talk about it tomorrow. I am on the brink of starvation. Hermione pressed her lips together, refraining from further discussion, and produced a substantial piece of chocolate from her pocket, which Aiwen gratefully accepted, feeling considerably better. The Gryffindor welcome ceremony did not last long. Under Percy's loud admonitions, everyone soon retreated to their dormitories for rest. Mate, congratulations on joining Gryffindor. Today has been simply splendid. I know I shouldn't feel so proud, but Ron began, only to falter as he noticed Hermione casting a disapproving glance in his direction. Where are Fred and George? I haven't seen them, Harry remarked awkwardly. I've asked them to fetch some snacks from the kitchen. Would you like some as well? Aiwen inquired. Oh, certainly. Ron rubbed his stomach and cautiously glanced at Hermione. No, Harry and I have already eaten in Snape's office. We're heading upstairs now. Feeling a bit tired. Good night, Hermione. Good night, Aiwen. Harry quickly added, observing that Hermione wore a face as stern as Percy's. A few minutes later, the fire crackled softly, leaving only Aiwen and Hermione in the common room, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Aiwen watched as she meticulously organized her schedule, encircling Lockhart's classes with hearts. Hermione. I purchased some items in Diagon Alley. I believe they should arrive this evening. Aiwen attempted to make conversation. Yes, you promised to lend me a few of those books. You remember, don't you? Hermione finally lifted her head, her tone slightly brusque. Of course, as long as they are to your liking, feel free to take them to read. Aiwen promptly acquiesced, perceiving that Hermione still harbored discontent regarding their arrival at the school. No sooner had he spoken than a few owls from the leaky cauldron appeared outside the window of Gryffindor Tower. Aiwen hurriedly approached and opened the window. A plethora of exquisite magical tomes materialized before them, numbering no less than 50. Hermione's attention was entirely diverted to the books Aiwen had procured, which included not only advanced textbooks but also a diverse array of other genres. Their conversation soon shifted to the realm of magical knowledge, and they engaged in delightful discourse. Aiwen, noticing that Hermione had reverted to her former amiable self. Just as they were discussing a particular spell, the door to the common room swung open, and Fred and George entered, bearing trays laden with food. It seems we have returned at an inopportune moment. Our hero Aiwen is on a date with Hermione, Fred remarked. And it appears they have relocated the library here, George added. At last, you have returned. I was famished, Aiwen exclaimed, rushing to greet them. Of course, esteemed Mr. Mason. It is our honor to serve you. Fred sidestepped Aiwen and produced several red candles from his pocket. These are your requested treats. We shall not intrude upon your forthcoming candlelit dinner with Miss Granger, George said, stepping forward to ignite the candles. Evan and Hermione, their faces flushed, gazed at the servers as they placed the plates before them, reminiscent of attendance in a fine dining establishment. Noticing the discomfort of the two, Fred and George exchanged mischievous glances, poised to depart, but halted in astonishment as they turned to look out the window. Look quickly, what is that outside? Following their gaze, Evan and Hermione beheld a colossal figure approaching Gryffindor Tower. Moments later, illuminated by the flickering candlelight of the common room, Evan discerned that it was a convoy composed of numerous robust owls. These owls appeared utterly exhausted, struggling to maintain their altitude, prompting Evan to hurriedly welcome them inside. As the owls landed, the floor trembled with a heavy thud. Do not worry, it is merely my shipment arriving, Evan hastily reassured the astonished trio beside him. What is it? Fred and George inquired in unison. Well, it is a specialized device for printing newspapers that I ordered from Diagon Alley, and it cost a pretty penny, Evan explained, feeding a few owls before rising to sign for the delivery. A professional printing device? What on earth do you intend to do with that? Fred exclaimed, raising his voice. Don't tell us you're planning to start a newspaper, George chimed in. Indeed, I am. I intend to launch a newspaper, much like the Daily Prophet. I've even settled on a name, the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. Avon unwrapped the packaging of the printing device, revealing a set of intricately designed silver magical apparatus before the four individuals. It resembled a Muggle printing machine. It operated entirely through magic, complete with precise calibration features. Consider this. All adult wizards have graduated from Hogwarts, and for them, this place is imbued with cherished memories, while for young witches and wizards, Hogwarts is a realm brimming with secrets. We could establish a newspaper to reminisce, explore, and decipher its mysteries. Avon softly articulated, trust me, we shall succeed. Perhaps even surpassing the Daily Prophet, becoming the most widely circulated newspaper in the wizarding world. Avon turned to face Fred and George, continuing. I have contemplated that the profits from the Hogwarts Magical Gazette could be utilized to fund all students in their magical research or inventions. It is with great pleasure that I inform you both that you shall be my first beneficiaries. You may publish advertisements for your products in the newspaper, bringing joy to many. Oh, Avon. Fred and George gazed at him, visibly moved. As for you, Hermione, Avon said, turning to the seemingly petrified Hermione. I would like to invite you to serve as the editor-in-chief of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. What? Hermione was momentarily taken aback. You would be responsible for the final review of all articles. If you wish, you could even share your homework there. It would surely be well received. No, Avon. Hermione shook her head in refusal, causing Avon to look at her in surprise. I cannot do that. I mean, homework must be completed independently. Hermione continued rapidly, however. I would be delighted to become the editor-in-chief of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. In fact, I believe your idea is simply brilliant. Indeed, a newspaper that belongs entirely to us. Fred exclaimed. Trust me, Avon, you will be inscribed in the annals of school history, George added. Subsequently, none of the four returned to their rooms to sleep. Instead, they gathered excitedly by the hearth to discuss and finalize the main matters. Due to the lack of submissions and limited manpower, the Hogwarts Magical Gazette was provisionally set to publish once a week. It would be divided into 10 sections, with the news and current affairs segments dedicated to all the latest happenings and in-depth commentary within the school, overseen by Hermione. As for the sources of news, besides relying on a few individuals to gather information, Avon planned to communicate with the ghosts in the castle, for they were privy to nearly everything. The entertainment mysteries section would be entrusted to Fred and George, as they would undoubtedly excel in introducing the various locations, passages, and little-known secrets within the castle. Additionally, the magical creatures section, featuring the enchanting beasts of the Forbidden Forest, could be assigned to Hagrid. The Quidditch section would be managed by Harry and Ron, and the segment on Hogwarts history would be handled by Avon himself. In the section showcasing notable figures, Avon decided to spotlight Lockhart as the primary subject for the academic year, believing that he would garner the attention of the girls before his true nature was unveiled. As for the fiction and academic exchange sections, they would be open for submissions from the entire school community. The final advertisement section would also fall under Avon's purview. In addition to Fred and George promoting their successfully transformed magical fireworks, Avon intended to seize the opportunity to visit Hogsmeade. Confident that local merchants would be eager to advertise in the newspaper, though first, he needed to ensure the Gazette's circulation. Hermione would oversee the final review of all submissions. And should the volume be excessive, she could enlist Ginny's assistance. Communication with external parties would be entrusted to Avon, while Fred and George would handle promotional efforts. Avon concluded. Exhaling frostily, if all goes smoothly, we should be able to publish the inaugural issue in a week. Upon returning to his bedroom, Avon realized that it was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. The circular room was adorned with 5 four-poster beds draped in crimson velvet, complemented by several tall, narrow windows. Avon noticed that his trunk had been brought upstairs. He gently climbed onto the bed and turned his head to see the bed of the boy named Colin, situated right beside him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could enlist Colin as a special photographer for the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. This thought was soon followed by several new ideas, yet fatigue overwhelmed him, and he swiftly drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, as Aiwen entered the Great Hall, he spotted Harry and Ron already seated at the Gryffindor long table, with Hermione beside them, her head bent over a piece of parchment, diligently writing something. Hermione, have you actually penned an article condemning us? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Good morning. Evan settled comfortably across from three individuals, a bowl of porridge before him, accompanied by plates of pickled herring, towering stacks of bread slices, and dishes of eggs and salted meat. Evan, you arrived just in time. You must see what Hermione has written, Ron exclaimed, turning to face Evan. It's an article condemning our drive to school, citing the International Wizarding Federation's confidentiality laws and the regulations protecting underage wizards, suggesting that the school impose severe penalties upon us. Goodness. She even demands the cancellation of the school's Quidditch matches. Be quiet, Ron. Hermione interjected sternly. I am not that dull. This is merely an article I am preparing to submit to the Hogwarts Magical Gazette, urging everyone to pay attention to the flight safety of underage wizards. Excuse me. What publication? Harry inquired, looking up. It's the Hogwarts Magical Gazette, Evan. You explain it to them. I am nearly finished with this section, Hermione said, returning her focus to her writing. The truth is, Aiwen had just finished explaining to the two of them when Harry and Ron had yet to voice their opinions. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted overhead as hundreds of owls swooped into the Great Hall, circling above and dropping letters and parcels among the conversing crowd. A large gray owl unexpectedly plummeted into Hermione's cauldron, splattering milk and feathers all over them. Errol, Ron exclaimed, pulling the drenched owl out by its talons. This was the Weasley family owl, and Aiwen noticed the creature, slumped on the table, clutching a sodden red envelope in its beak. He instantly recognized it, a howler. After a moment of hesitation, and at Neville's suggestion, Ron extended a trembling hand to open the envelope. In the next instant, Mrs. Weasley's voice erupted, amplified 100-fold, causing the plates and spoons on the table to rattle violently, while the echoes reverberated off the stone walls. Everyone in the Great Hall turned to see who had received the howler, and Ron shrank back in his chair, his forehead flushed crimson. You stole a car. We received a letter from Dumbledore last night. Your father was nearly mortified to death. We raised you with such care, only to have you commit such an act, putting Harry and Aiwen's lives in jeopardy. Upon hearing his name, Aiwen hurriedly lowered his head, desperately feigning disinterest, as if the egg before him had suddenly captivated his attention. It was infuriating. Your father will face scrutiny at work, and this is all your fault. If you do not conform, we shall bring you back at once. The shouting ceased, yet the buzzing in his ears persisted. The red envelope that had fallen from Ron's grasp ignited, curling into ashes. Aiwen lifted his gaze and beheld Harry and Ron, sitting in a daze, as though they had just been swept away by a tidal wave. In the Great Hall, a few others chuckled, and conversation gradually resumed. Following yesterday's sorting ceremony and the uproar of this morning's letter incident, Aiwen had gained notoriety. Nearly every student at Hogwarts now recognized him. At least among the first years, Aiwen had become a household name, enjoying a status akin to Harry's, attracting attention wherever he roamed. Among the most exhilarated was his roommate, Colin Creevey. As breakfast drew to a close, he rushed to Aiwen's side, inviting him to attend class together, though Aiwen suspected his true motive lay in Harry's presence. He observed Colin fervently snapping photos of Harry's back. Colin, if you wish, I could introduce you to Harry, Aiwen ventured tentatively. You seem quite enamored with him. Indeed, Aiwen, Colin replied eagerly, I know everything about Harry Potter. Everyone tells me how he escaped the clutches of the Dark Lord, how the Dark Lord vanished, and about that lightning-shaped scar. Could you ask him to show it to me? That would be rather impolite, Colin, Aiwen remarked with a hint of exasperation. Yet he mused that Harry would likely not mind. Goodness, it's almost unbelievable, Colin exclaimed, as though he had received a Christmas gift before receiving my Hogwarts letter. I had no idea that the strange things I did were magic. My father is a milkman, and he cannot believe it either. My brother Dennis, I must take a multitude of photographs to send to them. Speaking of photographs, you can use the right developing potion to animate them. Please tell me how. The conversation naturally led Aiwen to invite Colin to become a special photographer for the Hogwarts Magical Journal. Initially apprehensive about Colin's potential rejection, he was delighted to find the boy ecstatic, circling around him in joy. By the time they reached the charms classroom, everyone was already seated. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books behind the lectern, calling the roll. Aiwen and Colin quietly slipped beside Ginny. This lesson was attended by both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students, and in front of the first-year newcomers, many of whom hailed from Muggle families. Professor Flitwick spent a full hour explaining how to wield a wand. As the class neared its conclusion, he instructed everyone to take out their wands and practice the various gestures he had demonstrated. For Aiwen, these exercises were all too simple. Yet observing Colin and Ginny diligently practicing prompted him to follow suit, waving his wand alongside them. The next class was History of Magic, the only subject taught by a ghost in the school. The students initially held some anticipation for Professor Binns, believing he would be as entertaining as nearly headless Nick. But their hopes quickly dwindled. During the lesson, Professor Binns droned on in a monotonous voice, while the students below scribbled hastily, confusedly mixing up the names of the villainous Morag and the eccentric Uric. Aiwen had long anticipated this outcome. Rather than taking notes, He retrieved a tome on potion making and began to peruse its contents, assured that as long as he did not disrupt Professor Bin's lecture, he need not fear detection. When noon arrived and the students made their way to the dining hall, Aiwen encountered Harry and his companions at the entrance. Ron appeared somewhat despondent, seemingly still reeling from the earlier incident involving the Howler. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione whispered to each other, likely engrossed in a discussion regarding the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. Aiwen approached and greeted Harry, introducing Colin, who stood beside him. After they became acquainted, Colin eagerly requested Harry to take a photograph with him, suggesting that perhaps he could stand beside him while Aiwen assisted by pressing the shutter. Furthermore, he inquired if Harry could kindly provide him with an autograph. Harry, feeling somewhat conflicted, glanced at Colin and then at Aiwen, and before he could respond, a loud and piercing shout echoed from a distance. An autograph photo? Are you giving out signed photos, Potter? Draco Malfoy strode up behind Colin, flanked by his two hulking, menacing companions, Crabbe and Goyle. Everyone, form an orderly line. Malfoy shouted to the crowd in the Great Hall. Harry Potter is about to distribute signed photographs. I'm not, Harry retorted angrily, clenching his fists. Evan observed that Ron and Hermione had also grown tense, entering a state of readiness. Silence, Malfoy. Ron shouted vehemently. You're just jealous. Colin squeaked, his entire frame scarcely as robust as Crabbe's neck. Jealous? Malfoy squinted, no longer needing to raise his voice, as nearly everyone in the Great Hall was listening. What is there to be jealous of? I certainly have no desire to sport an unsightly scar on my forehead. Thank you very much. I do not believe that having one's head cleaved open renders one particularly special. Upon hearing his words, Crabbe and Goyle erupted into foolish laughter. Eat slugs, Malfoy. Ron angrily brandished his wand, having hastily repaired it with magical tape, from which sparks occasionally erupted. Be careful, Ron. Hermione cautioned softly. The sight of Ron's wand silenced Crabbe and Goyle, who began to menacingly knuckle their knobby fingers. Watch yourself, Weasley. Malfoy sneered. You wouldn't want to cause any trouble, or else your mother will have to come fetch you if you don't behave. Mimicking Mrs. Weasley's voice, a group of fifth-year Slytherin students nearby burst into raucous laughter. Weasley wants an autograph, Potter. Malfoy declared triumphantly, it's worth more than his house. Harry, panting with anger, drew his wand. Evan, after a moment's thought, followed suit. Students from both Gryffindor and Slytherin hastily drew their wands, creating a palpable tension in the air. What is going on? What is going on? Gilderoy Lockhart strode towards them, his green robes billowing behind him. Who was asking for autographs? Harry opened his mouth to explain, but Lockhart looped an arm around his shoulder, cheerfully exclaiming, no need to ask. We meet again, Harry. Harry, caught awkwardly beside Lockhart, felt a flush of humiliation, witnessing Malfoy smugly retreat into the crowd. Come now, Mr. Creevy. Lockhart beamed at Colin. A duo photograph is just the ticket. We shall both sign it for you. Colin clumsily lifted his camera, trembling as he pressed the shutter. Aiwen hastily ushered him into the grand hall, deeming it unnecessary to linger in a spot that would cause Harry further embarrassment. Hermione and Ron followed closely behind, Ron incessantly disparaging Malfoy. Harry, on the other hand, was pulled aside by Lockhart, his words a mystery. A few minutes later, Harry approached, his face flushed, and settled next to Ron. You could fry an egg on your face, mate, Ron remarked. You'd better pray that Creevy doesn't run into Ginny. They might just start a Harry Potter fan club. Stop it, Harry exclaimed, anxious that someone might overhear the mention of a Harry Potter fan club. While Harry and Ron whispered to each other, Aiwen and Hermione occupied a table across from them. He's really handsome, isn't he? Hermione murmured. What? Aiwen responded in surprise, following her gaze to Lockhart seated at the teacher's table, finally realizing whom Hermione was referring to. Sir Merlin's third-class Order of Merit. Honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, 5-time recipient of the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Such accolades are not easily attained by every wizard. Hermione's eyes nearly turned to hearts as she pulled out a book titled Traveling with Vampires and immersed herself in it. We have defense against the dark arts this afternoon. This will be Professor Lockhart's first class at Hogwarts. Indeed, he is quite an extraordinary wizard. It's a pity first years must wait until tomorrow for the chance to attend his class. Despite his words, Aiwen felt a deep sense of relief within. He vividly recalled the events that typically transpired during Professor Lockhart's first lesson and had no desire to be besieged by a swarm of Cornish pixies. He hoped the lesson would impart sufficient wisdom to Lockhart, ensuring he would refrain from bringing uncontrollable creatures into the classroom in the future. Before long, the group finished their lunch and parted ways, with Harry, Ron, and Hermione heading off to Lockhart's class while the first years had no lessons that afternoon. In the Gryffindor common room, Aiwen collaborated with Fred and George to finalize the promotional poster for their newspaper, prominently featuring a slogan, submission guidelines, payment details, and ordering methods. To broaden its reach, Aiwen planned to offer the inaugural issue of the Hogwarts Magical News for free, confident that captivating content would entice young witches and wizards to subscribe and gradually build a readership. After Fred and George departed, Aiwen declined Colin's invitation to play a game of wizard's chess, opting instead to visit the library in search of research materials. Preparing the historical segment for the Hogwarts Magical News would be an ample task. He intended to divide this section into two parts. one titled Hogwarts Through History, focusing on significant events in the school's past. The first issue would recount the founding of Hogwarts by the 4 founders. Although detailed records of these events could be found in the school's history, Aiwen believed many young wizards, including Harry and Ron, were unfamiliar with them. Moreover, he did not plan to adhere strictly to the book's contents. For certain details, he aimed to consult Professor Binns, hoping to present new insights for wizards, regardless of their prior knowledge of this history. The second part of the historical segment would be titled Forgotten Memories, dedicated to revealing lesser-known aspects of Hogwarts graduates. Aiwen had yet to decide on the subject for the first issue. Initially, he contemplated writing about Dumbledore, but beyond the widely known facts, he struggled to find any additional information concerning the headmaster. Conversely, he discovered an abundance of material regarding Tom Riddle. However, he dismissed that idea, not wanting to be perceived as promoting Voldemort, which could lead to an unwelcome invitation to tea at Azkaban. Who, then, should he write about? The individual must be sufficiently renowned, someone all young wizards would recognize, yet not a dark wizard. Aiwen spent the entire afternoon in the library, laboriously sifting through the chronicles of Hogwarts history and the roster of graduates. Each book was thick enough to tower over him when stacked together. Madame Pants, the librarian, observed Aiwen with a stern gaze, trying to discern what this student was up to. She had never encountered a first-year so engrossed in the library on the very first day of school, poring over such tedious historical texts. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ginny approached Aiwen. "Aiwen, I heard from Colin that you were here." Ginny panted. "I just received a letter. Hagrid has invited us to his hut." "Perfect timing." "I could use a break," Aiwen replied, rubbing his eyes as he stood to return the books, feeling somewhat dazed after an afternoon of indecision. As they exited the castle doors, inhaling the fresh air outside, Aiwen felt a bit more awake. "Aiwen, I heard from Hermione that you're planning to start a newspaper?" "Yes." Aiwen nodded. "You just reminded me. I can take this opportunity to discuss the Hogwarts magical news with Hagrid. I'm sure he would be delighted to feature those furry creatures in the Forbidden Forest." "Absolutely," Ginny exclaimed, gazing at Aiwen with admiration. "A newspaper? That's truly remarkable. I've never heard of a student doing something like that. Nothing is impossible. It's the result of everyone's collective efforts. Your brothers have been incredibly helpful, as have Hermione and Harry. Of course, everyone is involved. I mean, if possible, I would like to help too, if you don't mind," Ginny said, somewhat shyly. Aiwen looked at the little girl with amusement, deciding to tease her. "Ginny, creating a newspaper is no trivial task," he said with a deliberately serious tone. "You see, we require only the most exceptional wizards." "I think I understand your meaning, Aiwen." Ginny lowered her head. Haha. Aiwen couldn't help but laugh at her expression. "Don't be foolish. Ginny, I was just about to invite you to assist Hermione with her work. She has so many manuscripts. She cannot manage them all alone. But you just said that you only want the most outstanding wizards. Our Ginny is the finest of all." Aiwen smiled and remarked that Harry was also present, overseeing the Quidditch section. "Should you choose to attend, there would be ample opportunities for you to engage with him." Aiwen noticed Ginny blushing as she nodded in agreement. Before he could steer the conversation towards Tom Riddle's diary, they had already arrived outside Hagrid's quaint hut. When Aiwen knocked on the door, he heard a flurry of tense struggles and a few low, guttural barks emanating from within. Shortly thereafter, Hagrid's voice broke through the commotion. "Back off, Fong, back off." Hagrid opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded visage. In the next moment, a colossal black hound leaped forth from the narrow opening. Aiwen was tackled to the ground, with Yaya perched atop him, licking his ear. Behind him, Ginny let out a terrified scream. "Don't worry, get up quickly, Yaya." Hagrid approached and pulled the hound away. Aiwen rose to his feet, wiping the drool from his face as Yaya joyfully circled around him. Much like Hagrid, this hound did not possess the ferocity one might expect from its appearance. Aiwen and Ginny followed Hagrid into the quaint wooden cottage, where hams and game birds hung from the ceiling, and a copper kettle simmered over a fire in the hearth. In one corner stood a large bed adorned with patchwork quilts made from scraps of cloth. Hagrid poured each of them a cup of tea and retrieved a large bowl of rock cakes from beside the fireplace. Aiwen curiously picked one up, nearly breaking a tooth in the process, while Ginny stifled a laugh, clearly in the know and refraining from sampling any of the items on the table. The ensuing moments were filled with merriment as Hagrid shared his impressions of each Weasley. It was evident that the mischievous twins, Fred and George, had caused him no small amount of trouble, yet he spoke with great admiration for their brother Charlie. The conversation soon shifted to Harry. Hagrid expressed his gratitude to Aiwen for rescuing Harry from the Dursleys during the summer. "Poor Harry," he lamented. "Those wretched muggles dared to treat him so." Wiping a tear from the corner of his eye with a large handkerchief, he choked back emotion, saying, "You cannot imagine. When I pulled him from the wreckage of that house, he was but a tiny scrap of a boy." Wreckage. Aiwen's mind suddenly sparked with realization. Indeed, that had once been his home, in Godric's Hollow, where James and Lily had met their tragic end at the hands of the Dark Lord. At this point, Hagrid's eyes were brimming with tears. Aiwen and Ginny took turns embracing Hagrid, revealing the deep emotions and kindness that resided within the towering half-giant. Grateful to Hagrid, Aiwen had determined the subject of his inaugural historical piece. Harry's mother, Lily, and the events that transpired on the day of her demise. This moment in history is well documented and stands as one of the most renowned magical occurrences in modern times. As a pivotal figure, many would be eager to learn about the legendary Lily Potter and the events of that fateful day. Additionally, Aiwen was aware of Snape's feelings for Lily, which could facilitate the acceptance of his article into Slytherin House. A few minutes later, once Hagrid's emotions had settled, Aiwen broached the topic of the Hogwarts magical news and invited him to share his experiences in caring for magical creatures. I don't know, Aiwen. Hagrid choked up again, his voice gruff. I'm uncertain if I'm qualified for this task. Fear not, Hagrid. Aiwen reassured him. You are unparalleled in your knowledge of magical creatures. No one at Hogwarts possesses more expertise than you. In truth, Hagrid was the one who needed this opportunity the most. After years working at the school, he was eager to impart his wisdom about magical creatures, and Aiwen's publication provided the perfect platform. Considering Hagrid's unique standards for adorable animals, Aiwen suggested that he introduce the unicorn as the first magical creature. Otherwise, given Hagrid's penchant for the extraordinary, he might inadvertently present terrifying beasts like three-headed dogs or giant spiders. Once the magical creature was chosen, the subsequent steps became significantly simpler. Hagrid would seek out the unicorn, while Aiwen would arrange for a team to visit on Friday afternoon to take photographs and compile Hagrid-esque care instructions. Upon Aiwen and Ginny's return to the castle, they discovered a crowd gathered around the notice board, animatedly discussing the latest news. It quickly became evident what had transpired. Throughout the afternoon, Fred and George had plastered promotional posters for the Hogwarts magical news across all school bulletin boards. Now, everyone was buzzing about the publication. How splendid, Aiwen. A newspaper that is entirely our own, exclaimed a third-year Hufflepuff student Aiwen had never met, as he clapped him on the shoulder. From the entrance to the dining hall, numerous students approached him with greetings, most of whom he had not encountered before, yet they all seemed to know him. At the dining table, Fred and George approached with beaming smiles. The response has been unprecedented. It's a tremendous success, Fred announced. We have already begun receiving orders. Several students have placed requests with us, George added. However, the success of the promotional posters brought not only joy but also a sense of pressure. That evening, in the corner of the Gryffindor common room, the staff of the Hogwarts Magical News held their inaugural meeting, presided over by Hermione. As of now, we have received 168 subscriptions, mostly from Gryffindor students. Hermione quickly scanned the parchment in hand. However, no one has submitted any articles, and we are severely lacking in content. Relax, Hermione. Aiwen comforted her. We still have time. Only 5 days remain, and none of you have submitted your assigned articles. Hermione said sternly. In addition to the articles, we also lack photographs. I have serious doubts about your ability to procure these materials before next week. Seeing Hermione's expression, Colin, seated beside Aiwen, instinctively shrank back. According to their division of labor, he was responsible for gathering photographs. Yet aside from capturing a few shots of Harry outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, he had spent the entire afternoon playing wizard chess with his roommates. Faced with Hermione's relentless inquiries, Aiwen quickly realized that silence was the wisest course of action. He glanced at Harry and Ron, who were seated opposite him. Harry winked, while Ron subtly nodded, signaling him to refrain from contradicting Hermione. When Hermione exhibited intense interest in a matter, it was best to align with her narrative. Dissent should be met with silence. Thus, apart from Hermione, everyone else maintained their silence, and the first meeting concluded swiftly. Hermione promptly whisked Harry and Ron away, intending to interview the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, Wood, in hopes of composing an article on the house's Quidditch team. She is terrifying, like our mother, Fred remarked. Indeed. If we fail to submit satisfactory articles by next week, George added, she will undoubtedly have our heads. The twins chorused in agreement, then pulled their younger sister Ginny into a corner, seemingly intent on writing something about the moving staircases of Hogwarts. Colin prepared to head to the Ollery to send off the order for the developing potion, while Aiwen sat alone by the fire, beginning to compose a letter. This letter was addressed to Bahilda Bagshot, a renowned historian of magic and friend of Dumbledore, residing in Godric's Hollow, neighbor to the Potters. She had been there on the night Voldemort attacked, and thus possessed a wealth of intricate details. Half an hour later, Aiwen completed the letter, feeling satisfied with his composition. In it, he expressed his admiration and outlined his purpose, seeking her assistance in enlightening young wizards about Lily's story and sincerely inviting her to serve as a historical advisor for the Hogwarts magical news. After sending the letter from the Ollery, Aiwen watched as the owl faded into the night, a smile gracing his lips. He was confident that soon enough, the esteemed Professor Dumbledore would learn of this matter from his old friend. Aiwen was confident that, with Dumbledore's assistance, Madame Pomfrey would be more than willing to recount all that transpired on that day. The following day, the second-year students commenced their first lesson with Defense Against the Dark Arts. Although Gilderoy Lockhart's previous class had nearly devolved into a farce, this did not deter the girls from continuing their adoration for him. For instance, Hermione stubbornly maintained the belief that Lockhart had intentionally released the Pixies to provide everyone with a practical experience. Thus, when Aiwen arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and observed all the girls seated in the front rows, he felt no surprise whatsoever. Once the class settled, Lockhart entered the room, appearing as radiant as ever. "Hello everyone, I trust you are all familiar with me by now," he said, winking and revealing a dazzling smile of 8 pearly white teeth. "I am Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, and 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award, though I seldom mention it. For I do not rely on my smile to exorcise the Banshee of Vanquish." A rather cliché opening. Aiwen was certain he had uttered the same lines the previous day. "Splendid. I see you have all procured my complete works. Today, I propose we commence with a little quiz. Perhaps some of you have gleaned information from your upperclassmen. But I must regrettably inform you that today's questions are entirely different from yesterday's." He distributed the test papers to each student, declaring, "You have 30 minutes. Let us begin." Aiwen gazed at the examination paper in his hands, which contained over 50 questions, including inquiries about Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite food, his greatest aspiration, and his most significant achievements to date. Aiwen weakly pressed his forehead, for in truth, he was utterly clueless about the answers to the questions before him. He had not purchased any of Lockhart's books. However, this was of little consequence. He bit the nib of his quill in contemplation before he began to write on the examination paper. He intended to inform Lockhart about the Hogwarts Magical Gazette and invite him to be a featured subject in their profile column, of course, in a tone that exuded admiration. On the paper before him, he endeavored to portray himself as a fervent devotee of Lockhart. Although Aiwen was not, this task proved rather simple. As he had numerous examples around him for reference, he attempted to emulate Hermione's manner of speaking, depicting the Hogwarts Magical Gazette as a publication dedicated exclusively to Lockhart himself. Aiwen planned to use this paper to showcase Lockhart's photographs and daily life at Hogwarts to his legion of fans, thereby helping to further amplify his influence. Aiwen expended considerable effort in articulating the merits of his actions, and by the time he completed this letter, replete with exaggerated flattery, 30 minutes had elapsed. Subsequently, Lockhart collected the examination papers and began perusing them in front of the entire class. "Alas, I am quite disappointed, indeed. None of you have taken notes on my exploits as the second-year Miss Granger has. If you were to delve deeper into the years spent with the Yeti of Tibet, you would discover my culinary preferences as well as the details I explicitly mentioned in Chapter 4 during my adventures with ghouls." Lockhart swiftly leafed through the parchment before him until he came across Aiwen's paper. "Ah, here is an intriguing examination." He scrutinized it intently, murmuring to himself, "Indeed. This is precisely the endeavor I have long wished to undertake, to further amplify my influence and become the most revered wizard." Splendidly articulated. In the classroom, all the students watched him with keen curiosity, unaware of Lockhart's musings. Vicky Frobisher, Aiwen's roommate, a rather handsome lad, stretched his neck in an attempt to glimpse the contents of that paper. "Yes, I am willing." Lockhart suddenly turned the paper around, exclaiming, 100%. "Where is Mr. Aiwen Mason?" Aiwen swiftly rose to his feet, and all eyes turned toward him. "Splendid, Aiwen. I am most eager to share my endeavors with my most devoted readers," Gilderoy Lockhart exclaimed with a smile. "Very well, an additional 10 points for Gryffindor." Once Aiwen settled back into his seat, Colin, sitting beside him, whispered, "Aiwen, that was incredible. What did you write up there?" "Oh, nothing of great importance. I merely invited him to provide us with a few photographs." "Prepare your camera, Colin," Aiwen replied with a smile. "We'll start taking pictures after class. Our time is limited." Aside from the initial excitement, the remainder of the lesson proved rather tedious. The defense against the dark arts class had all but devolved into a reading session, as Lockhart insisted that students take turns reading from his works. Just as the students began to grow weary, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. All the students hurriedly exited the classroom, save for Aiwen, who tugged along a somewhat bewildered Colin toward the podium. Lockhart lavished praise upon Aiwen, expressing his willingness to assist should any issues arise during the newspaper's preparation. Upon learning that no submissions had been received for the fiction section thus far, Lockhart even offered to serialize unpublished manuscripts of his own. Following this, Lockhart struck various poses for Colin to capture. Astonished, Aiwen discovered that, from any angle, Lockhart could effortlessly display his charming 8 teeth. This alone left Aiwen deeply impressed. Due to time constraints, after capturing a dozen more photographs, Aiwen and Colin were compelled to take their leave. Lockhart, with lingering enthusiasm, invited them both to his office post-dinner for further photography. Owing to Lockhart's exuberance, they ended up being 5 minutes late. When Aiwen learned from Colin that the next class was Transfiguration, his heart sank. Professor McGonagall was unlike any other professor. She was strict and astute. All new students had been cautioned to avoid provoking her and Professor Snape at all costs, as the consequences were often dire. Now, daring to be late for their very first class, Aiwen could hardly bear to contemplate the repercussions. As the two rushed to the Transfiguration classroom, they encountered a peculiarly dressed Ravenclaw girl standing outside the door. The girl had disheveled, filthy hair that cascaded down to her waist, with very light eyebrows and bulging eyes that perpetually conveyed surprise. She sported a pair of carrot-shaped earrings and wore a necklace crafted from butterbeer corks, exuding an air of eccentricity. "What are you doing? Class time has already begun," Colin inquired uncertainly. I am searching for traces left by the bubble snort, the girl replied dreamily. Her gaze fixed on the ground outside the transfiguration classroom. Excuse me, what are you searching for? The bubble snort. The girl lifted her head, her eyes locking onto Aiwen. You are Aiwen Mason. Indeed, that is I. And you are? Luna Lovegood. She then turned her pale gaze toward Colin. I do not know who you are. Before Colin could respond, the classroom door swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall, her expression stern as she regarded the three of them. Mr. Mason, Mr. Creevy, and Miss Lovegood. It is now class time, and you are late, she said, her lips pressed tightly together. If you do not intend to enter, then you may as well never come in again. Aiwen and Colin hurriedly bowed their heads as they entered the classroom, with Luna following closely to sit beside them. What terrible luck to encounter Luna, Colin muttered under his breath. She is a new student from Ravenclaw, and everyone refers to her as the Loony Girl. It is said that she actually believes in the existence of the Bubblegum Taffy Beast and the Horklump Snore Beast. But they do indeed exist, Luna interjected suddenly. How could that be? They are merely figments of imagination. Lower your voice, Colin. Aiwen nudged him, adding, and refrain from voicing opinions on matters you do not fully comprehend. A wise choice indeed. Luna spoke in a soft, melodic tone. Exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. Colin wished to retort, but upon noticing Professor McGonagall glaring fiercely at him, he quickly sealed his lips. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous spell in your Hogwarts curriculum. Should anyone choose to misbehave in my classroom, I do not expect to see them in the next lesson. I have warned you. With that, Professor McGonagall transformed her lectern into a pig and then back again. The students were all captivated, eager to commence their studies. Yet they soon realized that transforming furniture into animals would require an extensive period of practice. After everyone had taken copious notes filled with intricate details, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each of them, instructing them to attempt to transfigure it into a needle. For the newly enrolled young wizards, achieving such a feat was exceedingly challenging. They could not even induce any change in the matchstick. It was not until nearly the end of the lesson that Aiwen managed to transform the match head into a needle point. Yet he remained the fastest student in the class. Aiwen observed that Professor McGonagall's lips seemed less tightly pressed than usual, more arduous than the transfiguration class. The potions class was deemed so by all the students of Gryffindor House. In the depths of the chilly dungeon, the potions classroom exuded a faintly unpleasant odor due to the continuous handling of various concoctions. Glass jars lined the walls, containing specimens that sent shivers down one's spine. More forbidding than the potions classroom was the countenance of Professor Snape. Merely standing there rendered the entire class mute. During the first lesson, after mocking everyone, Snape called Aiwen to the front, prepared to issue a stern reprimand. However, Aiwen was well prepared, answering all the questions posed. TSK, TSK, yet another know-it-all. Snape sneered disdainfully. Indeed, this was a new moniker Aiwen had acquired, following in the footsteps of the illustrious savior, matching Hermione's title of Miss Know-it-all. Snape still deducted a point from Aiwen for his unkempt uniform. But upon discovering that Aiwen had nearly memorized the entire compendium of magical herbs and fungi in the book on potions, he altered his approach. He now treated Aiwen with the same indifference as Hermione, which alleviated Aiwen's burden considerably. Yet, listening to Snape continually find reasons to deduct points from Gryffindor students made it difficult for Aiwen to feel pleased. To speak candidly, Snape was indeed quite skilled. For instance, the simple potion for treating scabies they were to brew today had a preparation step on the blackboard that differed from the textbook, adding a process involving boiling a slug with antennae. This minor alteration enhanced the potion's efficacy. All the students present, save for Aiwen, who had previously practiced this potion, failed to notice this nuance. Snape did not explicitly mention it, as if it were nothing remarkable. However, Aiwen understood the difficulty of such a feat. Each potion formula and preparation method recorded in the tomes of magical potions had been honed through countless trials by numerous potion masters. It was truly remarkable that Snape could modify even the most basic and straightforward potion. As everyone had stated, Professor Snape was indeed unbearable. During dinner, Colin had yet to recover from the shadows cast by the potions class. He appeared visibly shaken. Had Aiwen not intervened to stop him from adding a hedgehog quill to the boiling cauldron, he might have found himself in the hospital wing. To be fair, had Snape not been glaring at him, Colin might not have forgotten that crucial detail. For this blunder, he lost 2 points and received a rather foolish remark from Snape. Cheer up, Colin. Professor Snape just struggles with expressing himself. He is not all that bad, Aiwen reassured him. This statement was overheard by Ron, who had just taken a seat. He immediately stood up, astonished, and exclaimed, "Goodness, you're actually praising Snape. You haven't been cursed, have you?" "I merely spoke the truth," Aiwen replied, ignoring him as he focused on devouring his pie. "Hello, Harry," Colin exclaimed, rising excitedly upon seeing Harry approach. "Hello, Colin," Harry replied with a hint of exasperation. Colin seemed to have memorized his class schedule, greeting him 6 or 7 times that day, yet Colin remained undeterred, as if this were the most thrilling occurrence in the world. Harry cast a pleading glance at Aiwen, who felt helpless in this situation. He could not prevent Colin and Ginny from idolizing Harry, just as he could not stop Hermione from adoring Lockhart. By the way, Aiwen suddenly turned to Hermione. Professor Lockhart has agreed to assist us. He invited me to his office after dinner and promised to feature unpublished excerpts from his manuscript in the newspaper. It seems to be about traveling with vampires. Really, Aiwen? Hermione exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Is it tonight? May I accompany you? I don't see why not. But I have some writing to finish this evening. You can go with Colin. Be sure to take plenty of pictures. Oh, I thought after yesterday's dreadful defense against the dark arts class, you would have seen through that charlatan-esque facade, Hermione. Ron muttered. He is just a fraud who can't do anything. Nonsense. Hermione shot him a glare. You've all read his books. Think about the astonishing feats he has accomplished, only what he claims to have done. The debate did not linger long. After dinner, Hermione and Colin proceeded to Lockhart's office, while Harry and Ron agreed to seek out nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor Tower, to request his assistance in contacting other ghosts for news to contribute to the newspaper. Aiwen initially intended to accompany the two of them, however. He unexpectedly received a reply from Bashadabashat. This correspondence meticulously chronicled the day Voldemort was vanquished, detailing the lives of Harry's father and mother, replete with various intricacies. These are first-hand historical documents, never before presented in any other book. Aiwen scarcely had time to convey this matter to Harry. He hurried back to the common room with utmost speed. Before the familiar sofa by the hearth, he read the letter back and forth several times, before finally putting pen to paper with trembling hands. The title he had prepared was The Guardian of Love, the Great Mother Lily Potter. He began with a brief introduction to Lily's life, detailing her remarkable achievements at Hogwarts and her 3 narrow escapes from the clutches of Voldemort. Then, with a shift in tone that was both slightly flamboyant yet meticulously precise, he recounted the events of Lily's final day, as if he had witnessed everything unfold with his own eyes. Building upon the foundation laid by Bashida's letter, he infused the narrative with countless intricate details. Particularly poignant was the climax, where, after James Potter fell in a duel and was slain by Voldemort, Lily, in a desperate plea for Harry's safety, implored Voldemort time and again, only to be met with refusal. Nevertheless, she fought valiantly to protect her son. And it was at this juncture that the article reached its zenith. Aiwen employs a wealth of emotive prose to illuminate Lily's greatness as a mother and her profound love for Harry, juxtaposed against the harrowing backdrop of the battle. It is certain that any onlooker, provided they are not a Death Eater, would be moved to tears upon witnessing such a scene. Concerning the spell Lily ultimately cast, Aiwen merely glosses over it. Firstly, he is unaware of its nature, and secondly, he cannot ascertain whether Dumbledore wished this information to be disclosed, as it was not mentioned in the correspondence from Bashida. As the rumors suggest, after Voldemort murdered Lily, he sought to kill Harry as well, yet he failed, either perishing by the rebounding curse or fleeing. In any case, he never re-emerged, though the truth cannot be overtly stated. This does not hinder Aiwen's imaginative exploration of the details. In his depiction, after being struck by Voldemort's killing curse, Lily slowly collapses to the ground, her hands gripping Voldemort's robes fiercely, preventing him from reaching Harry. Cradled in her arms is a circular locket, the front adorned with a family portrait of the Potters, while the back features a childhood photograph of her with a dark-haired boy. The scene ultimately freezes at this moment, concluding the narrative. Regarding the dark-haired boy, Aiwen draws entirely from Snape's likeness for inspiration, leaving it to the readers to deduce his identity, a matter he deems beyond his concern. Ah, could this be construed as my subtle revenge against Snape? Aiwen muses with a hint of malice, chuckling to himself, since you dared to dock my points, I shall not let you off lightly. The fire crackles quietly as Aiwen writes swiftly, and by the time others return, he has completed the article, leaving only minor details to refine. Aiwen, Hermione and Colin are the first to enter the common room, Hermione rushing over with an expression of delight. It's fantastic. We took an abundance of photographs and even secured a manuscript of Professor Lockhart's novel. How is your work progressing? Quite smoothly. I have finished, Aiwen replies, penning the final letter. Let me see. Hermione snatches the parchment and, upon noticing its contents, her expression shifts to one of astonishment. Goodness, this is. Before she can articulate her thoughts, Harry and Ron enter the common room, their demeanor starkly contrasting Hermione and Colin's cheerfulness. Guys, tonight has been utterly dreadful, Ron explains in a monotonous tone. After we left the Great Hall, we encountered Peeves in the corridor on the 3rd floor, tossing dung bombs everywhere. And then we were suddenly caught by Filch, who assumed it was Harry and me causing the ruckus and insisted on dragging us to his office. Wait, what were you doing there? I recall that corridor is usually deserted. Aiwen interjects, intrigued. This corridor is of particular interest to him, for it leads to the girls' lavatory where Moaning Myrtle resides, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. He had previously attempted to visit her when no one was around, only to be repeatedly discovered by Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, and subsequently apprehended by Filch, necessitating a lengthy explanation as to why he was in the girls' lavatory, a challenging endeavor indeed. I think I saw Ginny pass by, but that is not the point, Ron waves dismissively. The crux of the matter is that we barely escaped from Filch, then found nearly headless Nick on the 5th floor. He agreed to persuade the other ghosts to help us gather news, but on the condition that we attend his 500th death day party on Halloween. Harry interjects, his voice equally weary. We've already committed. Just imagine, attending Nick's death day party in the dungeon on Halloween. Ron gasps, only to realize, aside from Colin, that Aiwen and Hermione by the fire seem utterly unfazed by this predicament. Aiwen was lost in thoughts of Ginny, while Hermione was entirely absorbed in Aiwen's narrative, completely oblivious to Ron's words. What on earth is going on with you two? Aren't you even a little surprised? This is a gathering of ghosts. Ron's sentence remained unfinished as Harry gently tugged at him, drawing his attention to Hermione, whose expression seemed rather unusual. She clutched the parchment tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He abruptly halted, uncertain if his words had inadvertently upset Hermione. Hermione, are you all right? Harry whispered. I'm fine. Harry. Hermione lifted her head, wiping her eyes. In the next moment, before anyone could react, she stood and enveloped Harry in an embrace. Hermione, you. Harry was momentarily taken aback. Harry, you must read Aiwen's article, Hermione urged, handing the parchment to him. Harry shifted his perplexed gaze to the parchment, and after 3 seconds, he comprehended its contents, his face draining of color. Aiwen, it's all true. I learned the truth from Madame Pashida Bashart. She has lived in Godric's Hollow, a neighbor to your parents, and witnessed everything that transpired that day. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber, silence enveloping the room. Please, can someone explain to me what is happening? Ron muttered in frustration, prompting Hermione to hurriedly whisper an explanation to him. After hearing Hermione's explanation and observing Harry's increasingly pale countenance, Ron, filled with concern, said, Harry, Aiwen's writings about your mother. Did you truly know nothing about this before? I had no idea. No one ever told me, Harry replied, his voice trembling as he fought to suppress his tears. Yet, it seemed futile as the words on the parchment morphed into vivid scenes before his eyes. He envisioned that fateful night when Voldemort murdered his parents, along with the recurring green light and the sound of a woman's cries from his childhood dreams. I'm so sorry. Harry. Aiwen finally spoke after a long pause, realizing how profoundly his words had affected Harry. For over a decade, Harry had been nearly oblivious to the events surrounding his parents. Now, the detailed revelation of their deaths must have felt unbearably cruel to him. It's not your fault, Aiwen. It's just that Harry said, wiping the tears from his cheeks with determination. The unusual scene in the corner soon caught the attention of the others. Not wishing for anyone to witness his tears, Harry abruptly turned and dashed to the bedroom, clutching the parchment tightly. Don't worry, I'll take care of this, Ron assured as he followed. In the sitting area by the fireplace, only Aiwen, a red-eyed Hermione, and Colin, who remained puzzled about the unfolding events, were left. It's all my fault. I should have sought Harry's consent before revealing anything about his mother. In truth, I believe you wrote it beautifully, Hermione comforted. Approaching Aiwen for a hug, Harry just needs time to process this. Hearing Hermione's words of solace, Aiwen felt somewhat reassured, and he shared Madame Pashida Bashart's reply with her. The two engaged in a discussion about the events of that day, gradually shifting the topic to the newspaper's other articles and layouts. As time passed, Colin excused himself to attend to photographs, while Hermione stayed until midnight, finally departing with the thick parchment in her arms. As the fire dwindled, Aiwen found himself alone in the common room when he noticed Ginny awkwardly crawling in. She appeared quite disheveled, as if she had just battled a troll. Her robes covered in dust, and her complexion paler than Harry's, devoid of any color. A heavy sense of foreboding settled upon Aiwen. Could it be that the chamber had been breached? Ginny, you. Do not worry, Aiwen. Fred climbed in behind Ginny, who had come to verify a newly discovered passageway and encountered a minor setback. A box full of dung had been discovered by Peeves, resulting in sheer chaos. Fortunately, they had managed to escape swiftly. George followed in as well. I hope Filch can handle it. Ginny nodded in agreement. Upon hearing their explanations, Aiwen sighed in relief. He had feared that Ginny had been ensnared by Tom Riddle and dragged into the chamber, but it appeared that was far from the truth. The hour was late, and after indulging in some chocolate, they each retreated to their respective quarters. Standing outside his bedroom, Aiwen frowned as he watched Ginny's figure gradually vanish around the corner of the staircase. Ginny, do you know Tom Riddle? Aiwen murmured suddenly. What did you say? Ginny paused, seeming not to have heard clearly, and after a long moment, she softly replied, nothing, good night. Aiwen turned and entered his room. Good night, Aiwen. Under the candlelight, the girl's brown eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. Aiwen spent a restless night, plagued by a multitude of dreams. Initially, he found himself transported back to 12 years ago in Godric's Hollow, where, on a pitch-black, silent night, he helplessly witnessed Voldemort murder Harry's parents. Despite his desperate desire to intervene, he was rendered powerless. Soon after, he dreamed of Ginny, who lay before him, lifeless and cold as a corpse. Young Tom Riddle, the embodiment of Voldemort, stood beside her, wearing a smirk of mockery and triumph, deriding Aiwen's feeble attempts, which were utterly futile in the face of such overwhelming power. Aiwen struggled to draw his wand, only to be swiftly struck down by Tom Riddle. In the next instant, a flash of green light surged towards him, jolting him awake as he sat up abruptly in bed. The dream had ended, and Aiwen found himself drenched in sweat. Outside, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and he gasped for breath before lying back down, a stark realization dawning upon him. He was woefully inadequate, utterly no match for Voldemort. Fortunately, time was still on his side, and even more fortuitously, they had Dumbledore, the sole wizard that Voldemort feared. Aiwen gradually found solace in the realization that enhancing his abilities required a methodical approach. It was implausible for him to master intricate magic upon first encounter and match the prowess of Voldemort or Dumbledore. At present, his foremost concern was devising a strategy to vanquish the basilisk and address the matter of the diary. The basilisk seemed to exhibit a fear of the crowing of a rooster. Perhaps he should. Just as Aiwen was lost in contemplation, he was suddenly startled by a rustling sound emanating from the corner of the room. Someone had intruded. With a flicker of light, Aiwen swiftly grasped his wand from the bedside. Eyes alert and wary, before him stood a creature cloaked in shades of brown and green, adorned with a tattered pillowcase, a house elf diligently tidying the room. The glow from Aiwen's wand startled it immensely, with its large, sorrowful eyes wide open. It stood frozen for 3 seconds before emitting a suppressed shriek and vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, on the four-poster bed, Colin merely rolled over and continued to slumber. Aiwen, however, found himself unable to sleep. With a sigh, he once again recalled Voldemort. Perhaps, in Voldemort's eyes, he was as insignificant as that house elf he had just seen. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Resolutely, Aiwen donned his robe and quietly rose from his bed. The early morning at Hogwarts was exceptionally tranquil, with the portraits lining the corridors, all in slumber, and not a soul in sight. As Aiwen wandered through the desolate castle, he felt an inexplicable urge to witness the sunrise. Aiwen held his breath as he ascended the staircase, making his way to the very pinnacle of the castle, a place he had never ventured before. Upon reaching the final step, he beheld a grand circular chamber, adorned with elegant arched windows and draped in exquisite blue and bronze silk. Directly opposite him was an aged, polished wooden board, featuring a bronze door knocker shaped like an eagle, marking the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. He refrained from approaching it, instead opting to step onto the protruding balcony to the left, where he could admire the breathtaking view beyond the castle walls. In the next moment, Aiwen noticed he was not alone. Someone had arrived before him. A gentle breeze swept through as the morning sun gradually ascended from the horizon, casting golden rays upon the scene. There, perched at the edge of the balcony, sat a beautiful golden-haired girl, exuding an ethereal quality, as though she were a fairy fallen from grace. "Good morning, Aiwen." Luna turned to him with a serene smile, as if she had anticipated his arrival. "Morning, Luna." Aiwen exhaled, settling beside her. "What brings you here?" "I am composing an article on the search for the Crumplehorn Snorkack, intending to submit it to your newspaper," she replied. Aiwen found himself at a loss for words. Logically, he should have felt elated at receiving a submission. Yet the thought of how to locate the elusive corner-snoring beast dampened his spirits. Inspiration often strikes most readily in the morning. Luna set aside the parchment and gazed at Aiwen with her misty, protruding eyes. "Are you here in search of inspiration?" "No. It seems you carry a burden upon your mind." "Indeed." Aiwen hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I can't help but lament how insignificant human power is in the face of harsh realities. Even with knowledge of everything, one remains powerless to effect change." Aiwen spoke vaguely, uncertain if Luna could comprehend him. They exchanged silent glances for a moment before Luna, with her characteristic dreamy tone, remarked that strength is not absolute. The ability to confront one's own frailty and humility is, in itself, a form of courage, is it not? "Indeed." Aiwen nodded, acknowledging that courage is of utmost importance. "However, compared to strength and bravery, I place greater faith in wisdom." Luna sang her words, asserting that exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. This was the second time Aiwen had heard Luna utter this phrase. He had specifically researched it after returning home yesterday, discovering that it was the final utterance of Lady Rowena Ravenclaw before her demise, a saying reverberated through the ages. Perhaps it is a maxim. Yet Aiwen remained oblivious to its potential relevance in vanquishing Voldemort. "My mother once told me, before embarking on the journey of life, it is crucial to choose the right path, and regardless of the multitude of doubts and opposition, we must steadfastly pursue our beliefs, fearlessly facing difficulties, with our hearts turned towards the sun, radiating our own light." High atop the soaring towers of Hogwarts, Luna's voice floated down like the clouds beside her, leaving Aiwen in a daze. Direction? It suddenly dawned on him, and he instinctively inquired, "Your mother?" "Yes." Luna replied simply. She was an exceptional witch who loved experimenting. "But one day her spell failed, and she passed away. I was 9 at the time." "I'm sorry, Luna." "It's all right, Aiwen," Luna continued. "I have at least seen her. Though I sometimes feel a pang of sorrow, I still have my father. What I wish to convey is that you are not alone. If you encounter difficulties, speak out, and we shall resolve them together." "You are right. I am not alone." Aiwen nodded, a newfound understanding dawning upon him. In truth, since realizing he had traversed into the magical realm of Harry Potter, Aiwen had been engulfed by a profound anxiety, often placing himself alone in opposition to Voldemort, neglecting the presence of others. Hearing Luna's words reminded him of Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the rest in the original narrative. Harry triumphed over the formidable Voldemort with the support of his friends, even at great cost, yet ultimately emerged victorious. With him here now, he could surely avert such tragic events. Trust in your friends. They may not perform monumental feats, yet they contribute myriad ordinary, nearly insignificant, but indispensable details. Luna's voice resonated at an opportune moment, echoing Helga Hufflepuff's wisdom, which I find profoundly insightful. Sometimes I ponder that perhaps everyone ought to be sorted into Hufflepuff, as they seem to be the wisest among the 4 founders. Thank you, Luna. Aiwen felt considerably uplifted. No need for thanks. Would you like to accompany me to the Ravenclaw common room? Luna stood, suggesting they could peruse the Quibbler, a magazine pinned by her father, perhaps igniting some inspiration in him. Oh, no thanks. I'm a bit hungry. I wish to head downstairs for some pudding. Aiwen shook his head, grateful for Luna's kindness yet disinterested in reading the Quibbler. Perhaps Luna's words had a profound effect, or perhaps Aiwen's mindset had shifted. After breakfast, things began to take a turn for the better. Harry returned the parchment, agreeing to publish his mother's article in the newspaper. Though he spoke lightly, Aiwen noted the parchment bore traces of tears. The previous night must have been exceedingly difficult for him. Yet the Gryffindor lion never lacked the courage to confront challenges. Harry quickly regained his composure, expressing profound gratitude to Aiwen for enlightening him about the events of his parents' death. Aiwen then handed him the reply from Bahilda Bagshot, which Harry accepted with solemnity. After 2 herbology classes, Aiwen accompanied the first-year students to the castle's front for flying lessons. Since experiencing a broomstick at the Weasley home during the summer, Aiwen discovered he had a severe fear of heights. After explaining the situation to Madame Hooch, he was permitted to observe from the sidelines. This left the Slytherin first years utterly disheartened, adhering to their house's long-standing tradition. They had intended to seize this opportunity to teach Aiwen a lesson. With that opportunity lost, they redirected their attention to other Gryffindor freshmen, particularly targeting the slight Colin. However, thanks to the stellar performance of Aiwen's roommate, Vicky Frobisher, they failed to gain any real advantage. The students careened about on their broomsticks, and the flying lesson culminated in a chaotic uproar. Apart from Aiwen, all the Gryffindor and Slytherin newcomers were sternly reprimanded by Madame Hooch, each losing 5 points. Observing Vicky's flying talent, Aiwen considered recommending him for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He would undoubtedly make an excellent keeper, provided he didn't overly concern himself with his appearance. However, he soon found himself too preoccupied to dwell on such thoughts, as the publication date for the first issue of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette drew near, and Hermione became increasingly frantic. Now, to the rest of Gryffindor, she had completely supplanted Snape as the most fearsome presence, a sentiment Aiwen found particularly resonant. In the following days, under Hermione's watchful eye, he devoted nearly all his time to the library, the 2 tirelessly reviewing and revising every manuscript, leaving him to complete his classwork only after 10 o'clock at night. Likewise, Harry and Ron complained that Hermione would not let them see her assignments. Yet under her fierce glare, they promptly fell silent. In comparison to Aiwen, they were exceedingly fortunate, as they merely needed to complete an article introducing Hogwarts Quidditch. Everyone was busily preparing their submissions, yet Hermione remained dissatisfied, particularly with the section regarding magical academic exchanges, which she lamented the most. Aiwen, thus far, we have only received 2 submissions. Hermione produced 2 lengthy parchments. One was Percy's treatise on the current state and development of cauldrons, while the other was Luna Lovegood's piece on how to find a crumplehorn snorkack. Aiwen could not determine which was worse, or if both were equally dreadful. If there are no other options, let us publish Luna's piece first. Aiwen paused his quill. Her father published a magazine called The Quibbler, which specifically featured such articles, and he had heard it sold quite well. Perhaps many people enjoyed such content. Oh, really? Hermione's voice brimmed with skepticism. Perhaps, yes. Aiwen sighed, glancing at the nearly completed Hogwarts Magical Gazette beside him. In his view, it was hardly superior to the Quibbler. The quality of the articles was far below his initial expectations. The front page featured 3 articles about the amusing news from Hogwarts over the past week. But due to the sources of the news articles, most were related to Gryffindor. The meeting of Aiwen, Harry, and Ron traveling to school in a flying car has become the headline news, while matters concerning Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff occupy merely a small segment. As for Slytherin, beyond a few provocations from Malfoy, there is scant information. Following this, the commentary section is entirely filled with Hermione's articles, brimming with legal jargon and a didactic tone. Spanning 5 pages, Aiwen is uncertain if anyone will be able to digest them. Unsurprisingly, these writings will likely be overlooked by most young wizards. In the section managed by Fred and George, there are articles on the daily changing rules of Hogwarts staircases and commonly used secret passages, which should provide some assistance to new students and attract a portion of readers. However, the twins have certainly withheld certain details. Relying solely on this information would not suffice to evade the well-informed Filch. Ginny and Hagrid's introduction to magical creatures, along with Harry and Ron's overview of Quidditch, are rather conventional. In Aiwen's view, they have yet to uncover captivating highlights. Furthermore, they primarily consist of excerpts from textbooks. One might as well visit the library to read actual books. The academic exchange section, featuring Luna's piece on locating the crumplehorn snorkack, is a veritable disaster. In this context, Aiwen's story concerning Harry's mother, Lily, stands out as a highlight worthy of front-page promotion. He flips the newspaper to the next piece, only to helplessly cover his forehead. The subsequent pages are inundated with photographs of Lockhart. Lockhart in class, Lockhart grading assignments, Lockhart dining, Lockhart brandishing his wand, Lockhart assisting other professors everywhere. Lockhart's dazzling smile induces a wave of dizziness in Aiwen. Behind the photographs lies Hermione's detailed account of Lockhart's experiences at the school. Even the most discerning admirers cannot find a single flaw within these impeccable articles. Under Hermione's portrayal, Lockhart appears even greater than Dumbledore. Following this is Lockhart's previously unpublished novel, ever since he inadvertently let slip about it in class. Each day brings a stream of girls seeking Aiwen, eager to catch a glimpse of these stories, though it is begrudgingly acknowledged. Aiwen must concede that the success of the inaugural issue of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette hinges entirely upon Lockhart's personal charm. That seems to encapsulate the essence of their efforts. Everyone has exerted their utmost. Aiwen set down the sample issue and turned to Hermione, declaring his intention to visit Hogsmeade on Saturday to converse with the merchants. Perhaps they would be inclined to advertise in the newspaper. Hogsmeade, the last remaining pure wizarding village in all of England, permits only third-year students and above to visit on designated Saturdays, as per the school's regulations. Hermione fixed Aiwen with a serious gaze, emphasizing that parental consent was required. Don't be like that, Hermione. Aiwen instinctively recoiled. I have received some assistance from Fred and George. There exists a secret passage within the castle that leads directly to Hogsmeade, unknown to anyone. A secret passage. Hermione shook her head. If you're caught, you will be expelled. As long as you keep silent, no one will discover it, Aiwen continued, and we truly need the funds for advertising and sponsorship. Otherwise, we will lack sufficient resources to print the next issue of the newspaper. You are aware, ink and paper are not inexpensive. But, do not worry, Hermione. Aiwen laughed heartily. I recall that Saturday marks the first training session for the Quidditch team. Save a spot for me. If I am swift, I shall return in time to cheer for Harry. Aiwen's journey to Hogsmeade did not unfold as smoothly as he had envisioned. The local merchants were rather reluctant to spend their money advertising in a little-known newspaper. However, after much persuasion, or perhaps simply to pass the time, a few merchants agreed to offer some sponsorship. For instance, the Ambrosius Flume couple from Honeydukes provided Aiwen with 2 large jars brimming with unsold cockroach clusters. The proprietor of Zonko's joke shop generously bestowed upon him a plethora of dung bombs, while Madame Rosmerta from the 3 Broomsticks offered him a complimentary glass of lemonade, insisting that children should not drink alcohol. Well, every beginning is difficult, and having something is certainly better than nothing, Aiwen reassured himself. After finishing the lemonade, he trudged back to Hogwarts, laden with his burdens, through the long and narrow passageway. Upon emerging from the secret tunnel behind the statue of Gregory, he beheld the Quidditch players from Gryffindor and Slytherin gathered at the Quidditch pitch in what appeared to be a heated dispute. At the center of the crowd, Draco Malfoy seemed to have uttered something offensive to Hermione, prompting Fred and George to lunge at him, while Ron, in a fit of anger, brandished his broken wand, pointing it at Malfoy. You will pay for this, Malfoy, Ron shouted. In the next moment, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the pitch, and a green light shot forth from the rear of his wand, striking Ron in the abdomen and causing him to stumble back and fall. Ron, are you all right? Hermione screamed. Ron opened his mouth to respond, but only managed to emit a loud belch, with several shiny slugs tumbling from his mouth onto his thigh. The Slytherin team members were doubled over in laughter, their captain Flint unable to stand upright, propped up by his broomstick. Malfoy was on all fours, pounding the ground with his fists. The Gryffindor players encircled Ron, who continued to expel glistening slugs, seemingly unworthy of anyone's touch. Evan hurriedly squeezed into the crowd, and Colin, upon spotting him, joyfully exclaimed, You're back, Evan. Look at Ron. He has been struck by his own spell. Harry, you can heal him, can't you? He excitedly raised his camera, frantically snapping photographs. Aiwen brandished his wand and attempted to cast a spell of immobilization upon Ron. However, the incantation proved ineffective, and Ron expelled another batch of slugs. Aha, yet another foul little mudblood from Gryffindor, Malfoy jeered, his expression dripping with disdain as he regarded Aiwen, who stood with his wand raised. Look at your pitiful magic. It is of no consequence. Is that so, Malfoy? Aiwen retorted coldly, the tip of his wand emitting a sharp crimson light. In an instant, Malfoy was sent sprawling by Aiwen's stunning spell. Damn it. How dare you? The smile on his face began to freeze as the Slytherin students glared at Aiwen with malice, a few upperclassmen hastily drawing their wands. An increasing number of Slytherins aimed their wands at Aiwen, while Harry, Ron, Hermione, and other Gryffindor students rallied to Aiwen's side, wands drawn, glaring defiantly at their adversaries. A tense standoff ensued, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Wretched mudblood, I shall end you, Malfoy shouted, rising from the ground and pointing his wand at Aiwen, his voice rising in fury. Out of my way. This seemed to act as a signal, and both Gryffindor and Slytherin, their nerves frayed to the breaking point, began to chant their spells aloud, transforming the Quidditch pitch into a chaotic battleground. Students who had previously been spectators rushed onto the field, exacerbating the already tumultuous situation. A few Hufflepuff students, sensing the shift in atmosphere, exchanged worried glances before fleeing towards the castle. In the center of the chaos, Aiwen found himself the focal point of Slytherin's concentrated assault. After narrowly dodging 3 malevolent curses, he realized that his spellcasting speed was alarmingly sluggish. Nevertheless, This did not deter him from retaliating. Aiwen hurled every dung bomb he had acquired from Zonko's joke shop with fervor. These proved to be formidable projectiles, soaring through the air in elegant arcs before landing squarely among the Slytherins, disrupting their incantations and unleashing an overwhelming stench accompanied by their shrieks of horror. Malfoy, in particular, became the target of this onslaught, finding himself utterly coated in dung. Well done, Aiwen. Fred and George cheered, clapping their hands in celebration. Aiwen's moment of triumph was fleeting, as an increasing number of students began to abandon their wands, opting instead for the most primal method of lunging at the nearest foe. In that instant, the burly Slytherin students, exuding a foul stench, held a distinct advantage, for no one was willing to approach them, thus depriving Gryffindor of the upper hand. In a moment of carelessness, Aiwen was tripped by Blaise Zabini, Malfoy's roommate, an arrogant second-year Slytherin. The two tumbled to the ground, grappling fiercely, and Aiwen's lip was split, blood gushing forth. However, Aiwen was not without his retaliation, delivering several heavy blows to Zabini. Just as he prepared to decisively conclude the altercation, a large hand suddenly intervened, separating the two. Aiwen, astonished, lifted his head and beheld Hagrid hoisting him up. Good heavens, what on earth are you doing? Hagrid's expression mirrored his surprise. Not far off, Harry and Malfoy were entangled in a scuffle. Ron was incessantly expelling slugs onto Goyle beside him. Hermione, her hair disheveled, was one of the few present still clutching her wand. Meanwhile, Colin and Neville were uniting against Crabbe, while the other Quidditch players were engaged in their own battles. As for Fred and George, they had mysteriously procured an abundance of dung bombs, managing to incapacitate over a dozen Slytherin students. Moments later, a tremendous noise erupted across the Quidditch pitch, prompting nearly all the professors to emerge from the castle, with Dumbledore standing solemnly at the entrance, his wand raised high. A brawl. In my years at Hogwarts, I have never witnessed such a spectacle. Professor McGonagall was evidently furious, deducting 100 points from both Gryffindor and Slytherin, and warning that any further incidents would result in the cancellation of their Quidditch privileges. But Professor, it was them who started it. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, hastily defended. Silence, Wood. McGonagall's tone was laced with disappointment. I had anticipated better from you. Who instigated this? Professor Snape's ominous voice cut through. His gaze fixated on Harry and Aiwen. It was Aiwen Mason and Harry Potter. Almost the entire Slytherin contingent pointed accusingly at the two. They are lying. It was Malfoy who instigated. Gryffindor retorted defiantly. He called Aiwen and Hermione mudbloods. Ron interjected, spitting a slug onto the ground. Be quiet, Weasley. I can discern who is lying, Snape sneered, retreating slightly as he turned his attention to Harry and Aiwen. As for you two, Severus, they are my students. McGonagall interjected timely. I shall determine the appropriate punishment. The verdict was swiftly reached. All participants in the altercation were sentenced to detention. Due to Gilderoy Lockhart's fervent insistence, Harry, Aiwen, and Hermione were assigned to respond to his admirers, while Ron, Colin, and Neville were tasked with assisting Filch in cleaning the silverware display in the trophy room. Apart from Malfoy, who was to tidy up Snape's office, the remaining members of both the Slytherin and Gryffindor Quidditch teams were obliged to restore the Quidditch pitch to its former state. A daunting task given the excessive number of dung bombs Fred and George had thrown. At dinner, Harry appeared thoroughly disheartened, lamenting to the others. Responding to Lockhart's fan mail is bound to be dreadful. I'd rather scrub silverware or clean the Quidditch pitch. Even more despondent was Hermione, who, in a fit of irritation, declared, look at the mess you all have made. With only a day left until the newspaper's publication. And now we are all in detention. This is nothing short of a nightmare. Aiwen, you should not have acted so impulsively, and Ron, you too. Spitting slugs for Malfoy is utterly unwarranted. Upon hearing Hermione's reproach, Ron was at a loss for words, muttering quietly to Harry during the fight. Hermione seemed more excited than anyone else. Now she blames everyone for being rash. His voice was barely audible, save for Aiwen, who sat beside Harry. Calm down, Hermione. Fred consoled. After all, we emerged victorious, did we not? This is the first time we've boldly attacked others with dung bombs. The effect was remarkable. George observed with satisfaction as he gazed at the Slytherin table, which reeked so badly that no one dared approach. To celebrate our triumph, we should host a gathering. They suggested in unison, throwing filth at others? I ought to write home and inform your mother about this. Hermione glared at them angrily. Spare them, Hermione. Aiwen quickly interceded on behalf of the twins. They were merely aiding us. It was Malfoy who first called you and me mudbloods. What does that even mean? Hermione inquired. Though it was clear she recognized its offensive nature. A particularly vile term, Ron elaborated. Mudblood refers to those of Muggle parentage, individuals whose parents possess no magical abilities. Some wizards, like the Malfoys, believe themselves superior simply because they are so-called purebloods. It is a discriminatory attitude based on bloodline. Indeed, Aiwen added, Voldemort utilized this very rationale to justify the slaughter of Muggles. At the mention of the Dark Lord's name, an eerie silence enveloped the table, with many shivering, particularly Ginny, who appeared utterly terrified. Let us not dwell on that. What shall we do now? Hermione was the first to regain her composure. I have a plan. I can persuade Professor Lockhart to release us early. Really, Aiwen? Harry exclaimed, his voice rising. Of course, Harry. but it will require your presence to remain. Upon hearing Aiden's words, Harry's spirits sank once more. When they finished dinner and arrived at Lockhart's office, Aiden implored him to allow him and Hermione to return to prepare their article, citing the imminent release of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. Lockhart readily acquiesced to Aiden's request, viewing it as a privilege orchestrated by his admirers. Ignoring Harry's forlorn gaze, Aiden grasped Hermione's hand, and without a backward glance, they hurried to the library. Arms laden with parchment. Quite the workload, indeed. Aiden chuckled ruefully. By the way, we could enlist Ginny's help. She should be free from detention. She went to assist Fred and George in cleaning the Quidditch pitch, which is still littered with dung bomb remnants. I feel sorry for her, having such brothers, Hermione remarked. Well then, Hermione. Aiden sighed. Fred and George are decent fellows. Everyone likes them. I am not disputing their character, but perhaps if they refrained from so many pranks. Hermione, I was just about to ask, what are you writing? Noticing Hermione's intent to continue, Aiden hastily redirected the conversation. An article advocating awareness of bullying on campus. Hermione paused before adding, however, after hearing your explanation of the term mudblood, I intend to revise it to focus on safeguarding the rights of muggle-born wizards. My mission tonight is to finalize it. The rest is up to you. With that, Hermione rose to seek out relevant books in the library. Alvin meticulously restructured the advertising section and replaced the brawl incident that occurred today with a headline story. Time swiftly passed, and for the past 2 days, Gryffindor had been enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Many had heard of the chaotic melee that transpired Saturday afternoon. Though the outcome was evenly matched, the mere sight of those foul-smelling Slytherin students indicated that Gryffindor had, in reality, gained the upper hand. Whispers filled the air. And once again, Alvin became the center of attention, greeted with cheers wherever he went. Especially following the moment he sent Malfoy flying, this incident had given rise to at least a dozen embellished versions circulating throughout the school. Additionally, Ron, perpetually sniffling, became a topic of discussion as everyone speculated about the spell that could produce such an effect, leading to the library's spellbooks being nearly all checked out. In fact, apart from Slytherin, students from the other 3 houses lamented not having witnessed that thrilling scene firsthand. Consequently, anticipation mounted for the upcoming first edition of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette, as rumors suggested that the paper would provide a detailed account of the brawl and the spell Ron had used. On Monday morning, Alvin and his friends rose early, armed with freshly printed newspapers, distributing them at the entrance of the Great Hall, adhering to their prearranged strategy. This edition of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette was offered entirely free of charge, featuring the names of all staff members and article authors, alongside subscription details. Fred and George even composed a song, albeit so poorly that Professor McGonagall, on her way to breakfast, sternly silenced them. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the others. Aside from the open opposition from Slytherin, the newspapers were quickly snatched up by the rest. Inside the Great Hall, students eagerly perused the papers or discussed their contents. Except for the Slytherin table, which stood in stark contrast to the surrounding atmosphere. Silence reigned as they ate breakfast with grim faces, resembling attendees of a solemn funeral, the oppressive atmosphere sending chills down one's spine. Anticipating such a reaction, Alvin had intentionally excluded them from the newspaper's distribution. He approached the staff table, presenting each professor with a copy. Dumbledore accepted it with delight, while Professor McGonagall, though pursing her lips, appeared quite proud of Alvin. Professors Flitwick and Sprout also accepted their papers with smiles. As for Lockhart, he flipped to the last page, grinning foolishly at his own photograph, even requesting more copies from Alvin. The predicament lay with Snape, who glowered at Alvin with a dark expression, seemingly intent on ignoring him like the Slytherin students. However, when Alvin inadvertently revealed the article title concerning Lily, Snape begrudgingly accepted the paper, his disdain evident. Unprecedented success, Alvin, exclaimed Fred and George about the newspaper. The Hogwarts Magical Gazette had become the most popular topic within the school, with every student engrossed in its content. The front-page article detailing the Gryffindor-Slytherin brawl at the Quidditch pitch greatly satisfied everyone's curiosity, particularly as Colin had captured some stunning photographs that showcased Alvin's dashing persona. With his striking appearance, exceptional prowess, and role as the newspaper's organizer, Alvin's popularity was rapidly eclipsing even Harry's, earning him a reputation as the most renowned student in the school, all for positive reasons, with some girls even contemplating writing love letters to him. This was the advantage of mastering public opinion. In Alvin's meticulously penned article, Slytherin was deemed primarily responsible for the outbreak of the conflict. Naturally, the truth aligned with this narrative. Now, a unanimous condemnation of Malfoy prevailed, rendering him considerably subdued, though he merely shot furious glances at Alvin and Harry, refraining from causing further trouble. Additionally, Hermione's commentary seemed less catastrophic than anticipated. However, most of the ordinary young witches and wizards still would not engage with such writings. Yet during lunch, Alvin noticed several professors diligently reading the articles. The segments covering the school's secret passages, Quidditch, and magical creatures unexpectedly captivated younger students, as even though they contained extensive excerpts from textbooks, many young witches and wizards were not inclined to peruse those scholarly tomes. In fact, They found the articles quite beneficial for acclimating to school life. Meanwhile, the wordplay and jokes designed by the twins emerged as the perfect pastime for many older students. As for Luna's piece on how to find a crumplehorn snorkack, it seemed to garner little interest beyond her own enthusiasm. Nevertheless, Luna delightedly handed Alvin a recent issue of her magazine, expressing her father's willingness to collaborate with them on publishing results of their studies on the crumplehorn snorkack and the bubble-headed monster. Of course, the most widely read and popular sections featured photographs of Lockhart and his novels, particularly among the girls, with Hermione planning to keep these treasures for herself. A sentiment echoed by many. Even several Slytherin girls were secretly collecting issues of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette, as if engaged in some clandestine operation. Remarkably, starting in the afternoon, students began purchasing new copies of the newspaper, intending to mail them home to their parents, many of whom were also admirers of Lockhart. The increasing demand compelled Alvin to contemplate a reprint. By dinner time, attention finally turned to Alvin's story about Harry's mother, Lily Potter. With its richly detailed narrative transporting readers back to Godric's Hollow 12 years prior, to the pivotal battle that shaped the current magical landscape. As the most renowned event in modern magical history, every young witch and wizard knew how Voldemort had been defeated, for the vanquisher sat among them. Yet, no one was privy to the intricate details, especially those articulated by Alvin, which had never before been publicly disclosed. In an instant, this story eclipsed Lockhart's novels, becoming the center of attention. Tonight's dinner was destined to be far longer than usual, as everyone immersed themselves in that harrowing history, neglecting their meals. Except for the Slytherin table, which remained conspicuously silent, the other three houses and the staff table were enveloped in quietude, all heads bowed over their newspapers. This left the Slytherins at a loss, as their public boycott meant they had no idea what their peers were reading, yet they hesitated to inquire. Ultimately, under the leadership of their prefect, they departed the Great Hall with expressions of discomfort, but every gaze reflected palpable curiosity. The corners of Ivan's mouth curled slightly upward. It seemed he would be working late into the night. Thus far, Slytherin's public resistance had nearly become a relic of the past. Ivan also noted that Snape was absent this evening, indicating that the article had significantly impacted him. In fact, throughout the following week, Professor Snape's mood remained dismal. He left the classroom immediately after each lesson, avoiding the Great Hall for meals. Aside from Ivan, no one knew what occupied his thoughts, and to everyone's astonishment, he refrained from bothering the Gryffindor students in class. This was merely one of the consequences brought about by the article. Nearly everyone was learning for the first time about the events of the day Voldemort was defeated. They were moved by the fierce duel between James Potter and Voldemort, and touched by Lily Potter's final display of maternal love. As the article stated, she had the opportunity to survive, but sacrificed herself for Harry. Ultimately, the power of love rendered Voldemort's magic ineffective, ushering in a new era for the wizarding world. Over an hour later, when Ivan and Harry rose to leave the Great Hall, all the students spontaneously erupted into applause. They were paying tribute to Harry, honoring his parents, and celebrating the heroes who had saved the magical realm. That evening, Gryffindor held a grand celebration, with all the staff of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette becoming the center of attention. Colin was beside himself with excitement, having never experienced such focus from others before. The Hogwarts Magical Gazette achieved unprecedented success. After distributing over 700 free copies, an additional 300 were printed. Merchants who advertised in the paper also reaped the benefits. Fred and George's revamped magical fireworks sold out in a single day, prompting them to hasten the production of new ones. Meanwhile, the initially half-heartedly promoting Hogwarts businesses saw their sales increase by a staggering 30%. For instance, many ordered lemonade from the Three Broomsticks via Owl, compelling Madame Rosmerta to procure a large supply of lemons, leaving her regretting not inviting Ivan for butterbeer earlier. Additionally, Ivan's grand recommendation of cockroach clusters rapidly became the most popular confection among Hogwarts' first years, much to the delight of Ambrosius Flume and his wife at Honeydukes, as cockroach clusters were hardly a sought-after candy. Of course, when the first years returned home with these treats, many were horrified to discover that they resembled real cockroaches, instantly quelling their appetites. Ivan thus earned the rather ominous title of cockroach killer. A few days later, all the Hogwarts merchants collectively sent a letter, warmly inviting Ivan to visit again that weekend to discuss future collaborations. Although the price they were willing to offer still fell below the average advertising fee of the prophet, it was a significant advancement nonetheless. Ivan resolved to sign a long-term contract with them, which would alleviate the basic cost of printing the newspaper. This brought him considerable relief, as he otherwise lacked the funds to cover the next issue's printing expenses. On the morning 3 days later, while Ivan was having breakfast and quietly discussing the next issue's content with Hermione, he received an unexpected letter. "Look here, mates," Ivan exclaimed, reading the letter aloud. It was from Barnabas Cuff, the editor of the Daily Prophet, expressing his willingness to purchase the reprint rights for their articles, including all photographs, materials, and novels pertaining to Professor Lockhart, as well as Ivan's piece about Harry's mother, Lily Potter, and more. Ivan paused, and everyone gazed at him with bated breath. Furthermore, he recited Hermione's 2 commentaries advocating against blood discrimination, defending the legitimate rights of Muggle-born wizards. and urging the Ministry of Magic to prioritize the flying safety of underage wizards. Goodness! Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape. Is this for real, Aiwen? Hermione sprang up with excitement. Indeed, Aiwen replied, wrinkling his nose. In fact, Mr. Guffey believes your articles possess considerable depth. If you are willing, simply sign the contract enclosed with the letter, and they will dispatch the remuneration and reprint fees by this time tomorrow. I would be delighted. Hermione eagerly took the contract. The editor of the Daily Prophet must be out of his mind. Why would they want to purchase Hermione's article? Ron marveled. Could it be due to her call for the ministry to abolish Quidditch matches for underage wizards? Who knows? Perhaps he shares my profound fear of heights. The sight of a flying broomstick might send him into a tizzy, Aiwen quipped as he stood. I shall seek Professor Lockhart's counsel. Colin, accompany me. Let us capture some new photographs along the way. Watching Aiwen's retreating figure, Harry innocently blinked, perplexed by the notion of depth. However, he had just consented to Aiwen's proposal to publish his Mother Lily story in the Daily Prophet, feeling it was imperative for more people to learn about her. Aiwen underestimated the influence of the Daily Prophet. The morning following their agreement to allow the Daily Prophet to publish their article, he had barely swallowed a morsel of bread when a deluge of owls descended upon him. Look, someone exclaimed, prompting all the students in the Great Hall to gaze upwards in astonishment. Like a torrential downpour, countless owls flew into the Hogwarts Great Hall, nearly obscuring the entire ceiling. Hogwarts School's Great Hall, Mr. Aiwen Mason has arrived. Aiwen beheld his name and address inscribed on an envelope carried by an owl, furrowing his brow as he reached out to retrieve the letter. However, 3, 4, and 5 additional owls descended beside him, flapping their wings and jostling for position. Inadvertently stepping upon a slab of butter and knocking over a salt shaker, all eager to be the first to deliver the message. What is happening? Colin inquired, astonished. No one responded, and yet 7 more owls arrived, this time seeking Harry. They screeched and flapped their wings, drawing the gaze of everyone at the Gryffindor table. I believe I understand what is occurring. Take a look at this. Hermione exclaimed excitedly, thrusting her hand into the pile of feathers to extract a long-eared owl bearing a cylindrical package. Yet before she could unveil the parcel, more than 10 owls swooped in, encircling her in an instant. Aiwen tore open the package that Hermione had passed to him, revealing the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. He unfolded it to find an article about Harry's mother, Lily Potter, prominently featured on the front page, accompanied by commendations from Mr. Guffey, the editor of the Daily Prophet, and the esteemed historian Madame Bashar. Gilderoy Lockhart's photograph and novel occupied prominent positions in the entertainment and fiction sections, respectively. Even Hermione's 2 critical essays received considerable space, nestled beneath Rita Skeeter's special commentary. These are all letters from readers, Hermione eagerly remarked, holding a sheet of paper sent by a witch in her 50s, who expressed her heartfelt gratitude for Hermione's efforts in ensuring the safety of underage wizards after her daughter tragically perished in a flying accident at the tender age of 8. Many other letters came from wizards of Muggle descent, thanking Hermione for articulating sentiments they had long wished to express. In contrast to Hermione's uniformly appreciative messages, Harry's were far more poignant. People expressed their sorrow for Harry's unfortunate circumstances in the most eloquent terms. As for Aiwen, he faced a barrage of skepticism. Readers complained that his article left several matters unclear, such as the details of Voldemort's downfall, the spell Lily ultimately cast, and the identity of the dark-haired boy depicted in the locket she held. One man asserted that they had the right to know the truth. Ron, opening a letter for Aiwen, could not help but mutter, what does he want to know? Why doesn't he just ask the mysterious man? Look at this. This woman suggests you visit St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies, Colin added, noting that she seemed to be a follower of the mysterious figure. In truth, the pressure on the professors was even greater than on Aiwen. Almost every instructor received a deluge of correspondence, with Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall particularly inundated. As readers who had perused Aiden's article earnestly hoped the professors would take better care of Harry, faced with a steady stream of owls, the 2 were overwhelmed. Professor Snape, sitting nearby, took a more decisive approach. With a swift flick of his wand, he sent all the owls flying away in an instant. In stark contrast to Snape's ire, Lockhart was filled with exuberance. He received the most letters and tirelessly collected each one, storing them in a special pocket to swiftly reply to fans during his leisure time. Regardless, Aiwen and his friends' articles garnered unprecedented attention. Adults were both intrigued and astonished that such young wizards could produce work of this caliber. Most believed their arguments to be quite valid, though some phrasing was imprecise. However, considering their ages, such minor flaws were easily overlooked. Mr. Guffey, the editor of the Daily Prophet, expressed his willingness to regularly feature Aiwen, Hermione, and Lockhart's articles, significantly enhancing the reputation of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. Now, beyond the young wizards at school, even adult wizards outside the campus were eager to subscribe to the newspaper, capitalizing on the momentum from the first issue. Aiwen successfully launched subsequent editions, each printing approximately 800 copies. Everything began to take shape, as the Hogwarts Magical Gazette became an integral part of the daily lives of the young wizards. The volume of submissions increased, and the newspaper began to generate modest profits, with professors and students alike gradually adapting to the weekly deluge of owls every Wednesday morning. With the earnings still modest, Aiwen, after careful budgeting, purchased a small quantity of potion ingredients for himself and a new quill for Hermione, investing the remainder into Fred and George's research. With a steady supply of raw materials, the twins achieved commendable results. In addition to an ever-growing array of magical fireworks, they developed extendable ears for eavesdropping, self-inking quills, nosebleed nougats that caused profuse bleeding when consumed, and tongue-expanding toffees. While these inventions were amusing, they were also fraught with danger. Fred and George received numerous orders, as many young wizards expressed eagerness for their new products. However, Percy and Hermione forbade them from sharing anything that had not been thoroughly tested. Consequently, they had no choice but to experiment on themselves, resulting in prolonged stays at the school hospital. Matron Pomfrey was overwhelmed, and even without Fred and George's frequent antics, she was exceedingly busy each day. Since October commenced, a sudden wave of colds swept through the school. Ginny had been feeling unwell, and even Aiwen was not spared. They were compelled by Percy to consume some invigorating potion brewed by Madame Pomfrey, which left their ears emitting smoke for an extended period. The lethargy brought on by the cold, combined with the demands of editing newspaper articles and increasingly burdensome class assignments, significantly diminished Aiden's focus on the Chamber of Secrets. Fortunately, aside from her pallor, Ginny's behavior remained unremarkable. She diligently assisted Hermione in organizing manuscripts at the library every evening, indicating she likely had no time to unlock the chamber or had yet to fall under Tom Riddle's control. Aiwen had previously arranged a time to discuss matters with Ginny, who claimed she had never encountered a black diary. This revelation astonished Aiwen immensely. If Tom Riddle's diary was not in Ginny's possession, then where could it possibly be? Or perhaps Lucius Malfoy had never entrusted the diary to her at all. How could that be? It might be a consequence of the butterfly effect brought about by his own time travel. Nevertheless, the course of events had shifted, and Aiwen found himself deprived of his greatest advantage. After a period of anxious contemplation, Aiwen was unable to clarify his thoughts and reluctantly set the matter aside. It would be best if Tom Riddle never resurfaced. As for how to destroy this Horcrux, that was a dilemma for Dumbledore to ponder. Faced with an uncertain future, Aiwen opted for a relatively cautious approach, choosing to wait. If the diary had indeed been placed in the school by Lucius, then with Tom Riddle's formidable power, the Chamber of Secrets should have already been opened. Aiwen recalled that in the original text, the first attack transpired on Halloween. On that fateful day, he had initially intended to remain in the Great Hall, keeping a vigilant eye on Ginny or observing others for any suspicious behavior. However, Hermione insisted he accompany them to nearly headless Nick's Death Day party. "Hermione, I've just recovered from my cold. Let me stay in the realm of the living," Aiwen lamented. "Besides, I need to gather material for next week's front-page headline about the Halloween feast." "Your cold was gone by last Tuesday, Aiwen." Hermione shook her head firmly. "The task of gathering material can be delegated to Colin and Ginny. Nick has provided us with ample news recently. You cannot be absent tonight, no matter what." "But I heard that Dumbledore has booked a skeleton dance troupe," Harry interjected, displaying evident hesitation, as both he and Ron were reluctant to attend the Death Day party. "Once a word is spoken, it is difficult to retract," Hermione admonished Harry with a commanding tone. "You and Ron promised Nick you would attend his Death Day party." Thus, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Aiwen, Harry, Ron, and Hermione strode down the corridor leading to the bustling Great Hall. The hall was adorned with festive decorations, flickering candlelight illuminating the scene, and tables laden with enticing golden platters. Yet, they continued towards the dungeon classroom, despite traversing this corridor for every potions class. Tonight it felt particularly eerie. The walls were lined with candles, but the effect was far from pleasant. They were dark, slender candles emitting a ghostly blue glow, casting a sinister light even upon their vibrant faces. With each step, the temperature seemed to drop further. Aiwen sneezed and tightened his garments around himself. Almost immediately, he was met with a sound akin to 1,000 nails scratching against a vast blackboard. "What is that?" Ron inquired, his face etched with terror. "I suspect it is music," Harry replied in a hushed tone. They turned a corner and beheld nearly headless Nick standing at a doorway, draped in a cloak of black velvet. "My dear friends," he lamented with profound sorrow, "welcome, welcome. I am truly delighted by your presence." He removed his feathered hat and bowed, inviting them inside. The scene before them was nothing short of astonishing. The underground classroom was teeming with hundreds of milky, translucent apparitions, most of whom swirled about the congested dance floor, waltzing to the dreadful yet quivering sounds produced by 30 music saws. The ensemble, seated upon a stage adorned with black draping, played in eerie harmony. Above, a grand chandelier flickered with 1,000 candles, casting a midnight blue glow. Aiwen discovered that his breath formed clouds of mist before him, as if he had stepped into a refrigeration chamber. "Well, what shall we do now?" "Let's have a look around," suggested Harry, eager to warm his feet. "Be careful not to pass through anyone," Ron said nervously. They strolled slowly around the edge of the dance floor, passing a group of sullen nuns, a ragged man adorned with chains, and a portly friar. Then they caught sight of the Blood Baron, the ghost of Slytherin, gaunt and hollow-eyed, his body smeared with silver blood, and no one dared approach him. Other ghosts made sure to keep their distance. "Oh dear," Hermione suddenly halted. "Turn around quickly, I don't want to speak with Moaning Myrtle." "Who?" Harry whispered. That ghost. She haunts the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor, Hermione explained. Haunts the bathroom? Yes, that bathroom is perpetually out of order because she incessantly throws tantrums, splashing water everywhere. Everyone tries to avoid going there if possible. When you need to use the loo, she wails at you. It's utterly terrifying. As Hermione spoke, Aiwen unexpectedly walked straight toward moaning Myrtle. What is he doing? Who knows? Perhaps Myrtle is Aiwen's type. Ron chuckled. Now that's news. Hermione shot a glare at Ron, and the three hurried to catch up. In truth, since the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was within Myrtle's bathroom, Aiwen intended to inquire if she had recently seen any unfamiliar faces. This was particularly vital given the current disappearance of Tom Riddle's diary. No clue should be overlooked. However, before Aiwen could utter a word, a ghost with a vibrant orange party hat and a spinning bow tie, wearing a mischievous grin on his broad face, appeared before him. It was Peeves. Hey, little imps, would you like some? He sweetly offered, extending a bowl of moldy peanuts. No, thank you. Aiwen hurriedly declined. I just overheard you discussing poor Myrtle. How rude. Peeves' eyes twinkled mischievously as he suddenly inhaled deeply and bellowed. Hey, Myrtle. Oh no, Peeves. Don't tell her what I said. She'll be very upset. Hermione anxiously whispered, standing beside Aiwen. I was just joking. I don't mind her like that. Before she could finish, the ghost of a short, plump girl glided toward them. Her face bore the most melancholic expression Aiwen had ever seen, half hidden beneath straight long hair and thick, pearlescent glasses. What? She asked, her face taut. Hello, Myrtle, Hermione said in a faint, cheerful tone. It's lovely to see you outside the bathroom. Miss Granger was just talking about you, Peeves slyly whispered in Myrtle's ear. We were saying how lovely you look tonight. Hermione shot Peeves a furious glare. You are mocking me. Myrtle regarded Hermione suspiciously, tears suddenly cascading from her translucent eyes. No, really. I just said Myrtle looks beautiful, Hermione insisted, elbowing Harry and Ron in the ribs. Yes, she did say that. Don't lie to me, Myrtle gasped, tears streaming down her cheeks. Do you think I don't know what others call me behind my back? Fat Myrtle. Ugly Myrtle. Poor, weeping, miserable Myrtle. You forgot one. Peeves chuckled gleefully. Enough, Peeves. Aiwen quickly interrupted, needing to pose his question without letting Peeves ruin the moment. We truly believe you look lovely tonight, quite charming, unlike any other ghost. You are the most special one, believe me. Watching Aiwen struggle to flatter Myrtle, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gaped in astonishment. He can't possibly like Myrtle. His taste is dreadful, Ron whispered to Harry, unfortunately loud enough for Peeves and Myrtle to overhear. You're lying. No one would ever like me. Myrtle suddenly sobbed, fleeing the underground classroom. No one likes Myrtle, pockmarked Myrtle. Peeves swiftly pursued her, hurling moldy peanuts and shouting, pockmarked, pockmarked. Oh dear, Hermione lamented. Ron, you shouldn't have said that. I was just about to calm her down. Aiwen glared at Ron. Come on, mate. Ron's face flushed. You don't actually like Myrtle, do you? A weeping, ugly ghost? Ron. Hermione raised her voice sharply. Of course I don't like her. But she is an important source of information. Aiwen huffed. I had something to ask her, and now you've ruined it. You should apologize to Myrtle. Although she may not be likable, we shouldn't speak of her that way, especially not with Peeves listening, Hermione advised. Apologize. Ron's face turned as red as his hair. Exactly, Ron. Harry nudged him. I think Aiwen and Hermione are right. We were indeed rather cruel. Fine, fine. Since you all feel that way, I'll go apologize to her now. Ron stepped back, panting, his face crimson. With that, he turned and sprinted out of the underground classroom while the others watched with concern. We should leave as well. I just glanced around. And the food here is not fit for the living, Aiwen sighed, and I really do have questions for Myrtle. As the trio approached the door, nearly headless Nick floated through the crowd. My dear friends, are you enjoying yourselves? Oh, yes, they lied. The turnout is quite satisfactory, nearly headless Nick proclaimed proudly. The weeping widow has traveled all the way from Kent. My moment to speak is approaching. Nick instructed the band to cease playing and strode confidently toward the podium, stepping into a cold blue spotlight. My late lords, ladies, and gentlemen, it is with great sorrow. Before he could finish, a cacophony of horn blasts erupted, and the ghosts excitedly looked around, Nick's expression appearing somewhat pained. Suddenly, 12 ghostly horses burst through the walls of the underground classroom, each ridden by a headless horseman. The entire party erupted into applause, and Aiwen and his friends joined in, but upon noticing Nick's expression, they quickly ceased. The 12 ghostly horses thundered to the center of the dance floor, rearing up on their hind legs and kicking out with their front hooves. At the forefront was a hefty ghost, his bearded head tucked beneath his arm, blowing a horn. He leapt from his horse, lifting his head high into the air so that he could gaze down upon the crowd, who erupted in hearty laughter. Striding boldly towards nearly headless Nick, he clumsily tucked his head back onto his neck. Nick, he bellowed, how are you? Is your head still hanging on? He let out a raucous guffaw, patting the shoulder of nearly headless Nick. Welcome, Patrick, Nick replied with a stiff demeanor. A living person. Mr. Patrick immediately spotted Owen, Harry, and Hermione, feigning surprise as he jumped high, resulting in his head falling off once more, prompting another round of laughter. Very amusing, nearly headless Nick remarked with a stern expression. Never mind, Nick. Mr. Patrick's head shouted from the floor, still miffed about not being allowed to join the headless hunt. But I must say, look at this fellow. Harry. Catching Nick's meaningful glance and recalling their agreement, hastily interjected, Nick is exceedingly frightening. Haha, Mr. Patrick's had exclaimed. I suppose he told you to say that. Without further regard for Harry, he began to engage with the other members of the headless hunt in a game of head hockey. While the crowd turned their attention away from Nick, who stood forlornly at the podium. Seeing Nick's pitiable state, Aiwen sighed, feeling compelled to take action. He approached the podium. Standing beside Nick, and with a flick of his wand, produced a loud bang that captured everyone's attention once more. Good evening, everyone. As tonight's special guest, I would like to share a few words from the perspective of a living person. The ghosts looked on with curiosity, eager to hear what this young wizard had to say. A speech from a living being seemed far more intriguing than the headless hunt's antics. While Sir Nicholas might not appear as menacing as Mr. Patrick, he was a figure of considerable respect, even in the realm of the living. A murmur of skepticism rippled through the crowd as many ghosts questioned Aiwen's words. In honor of his death anniversary and in gratitude for the selfless assistance he has provided me, Aiwen continued, I have decided to invite Sir Nicholas to become a special correspondent for the Hogwarts Magical News and to publish his life story in the newspaper. The chatter grew louder, as many were intrigued by the notion of a special correspondent. The existence of ghosts could be exceedingly dull. Despite their endless lives, they lacked any sensory experiences. The passage of time eroded their passions, and their memories gradually faded. Many ghosts, with nothing to occupy their time, lingered in dark corners, motionless, ultimately forgetting their own identities. This was truly terrifying. They all desperately sought something to do, yet options were scarce, contributing to the popularity of the headless hunt. However, not every ghost had a head separate from their body. The vast majority remained idle day after day. Aiwen mentioned that the special correspondent from the newspaper has presented a new direction, and I had never heard of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette before. The Hogwarts Magical Gazette is a publication specifically for the young wizards currently attending the school, and its circulation has now reached 800 copies, steadily increasing. Sensing the curiosity of the audience, Aiwen elaborated that we have established deep collaborative relationships with mainstream media such as the Daily Prophet, Wizarding Weekly, and others. For instance, the article detailing the life of Sir Nicholas will be simultaneously published in the Daily Prophet. As Aiwen's voice faded, the crowd erupted in excitement. The life story of nearly headless Nick was poised to be featured in the Daily Prophet, an unprecedented honor for a ghost who had long since departed this realm. Everyone gazed at Nick with expressions of envy and admiration. It took a full minute for Nick to process the news. He looked at Aiwen with profound gratitude, overwhelmed by the kindness he had received. Indeed, had he possessed the ability to shed tears, he would have wept uncontrollably in that moment. Aiwen's eloquence earned Nick the admiration of all the spirits, and the ghostly gala was restored to its rightful course. With no one paying any further heed to Patrick and his headless hunter team, one by one, the phantoms approached to congratulate Nick, before drifting over to encircle Aiwen, Harry, and Hermione, eagerly inquiring if there were still vacancies for special correspondence in this endeavor. Aiwen, naturally open to all, welcomes an abundance of news articles. Here lies nearly 1,000 spirits, dispersed throughout the entirety of the United Kingdom, and this is merely a fraction of them. Should he succeed in persuading them and their acquaintances to assist in gathering news, the source of articles for the Hogwarts Magical Gazette could soon surpass that of the Daily Prophet. Observing the fervor of these spirits, Aiwen even contemplates appointing someone to document their life stories and various magical studies. However, this endeavor is exceedingly vast and tedious, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary young wizard. Perhaps it is best to defer this task until he has the financial means to employ dedicated staff. Aiwen, Harry, and Hermione became the most popular individuals at the entire memorial party, surrounded by a multitude of spirits, which consumed a considerable amount of time. By the time they finally extricated themselves from the ghostly throng, each of them was ravenously hungry. Incredible, I have never encountered such enthusiastic ghosts before, Hermione exclaimed. Indeed. They can be quite persistent, Aiwen replied as he led the way up the stairs toward the entrance hall. I am famished. I hope the pudding hasn't been devoured. Wait. We should find Ron first, Harry interjected, wondering if he had successfully apologized to Moaning Myrtle. He hoped it wouldn't be too difficult. This task is no small feat. Let us hurry, he should be in the girls' restroom at the end of the 3rd floor. I have questions for Myrtle as well. Aiwen rubbed his stomach. Aware that the banquet was nearing its end, perhaps Colin and Ginny could remember to bring back some food for them. The three ascended the stairs. But Harry stumbled and came to an abrupt stop. What is wrong, Harry? That voice has returned. Did you not hear it? His complexion appeared unnatural. What voice? Hermione stared at him, bewildered. The cold, menacing voice I mentioned a few days ago, the one I heard in Lockhart's office. Harry squinted in the dimly lit corridor, searching up and down. It's hungry. It has been for a long time. Damn it, it's the basilisk. Aiwen's heart sank. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened, and it couldn't possibly be Ginny again. I smell blood. It's going to kill. Harry fixated on the dark ceiling. It is moving upward. Follow me, this way. With that, Harry bolted, racing up the stairs and into the entrance hall, where the sounds of laughter from the Halloween feast echoed. Harry sprinted up the marble staircase to the second floor, with Aiwen and Hermione stumbling behind him. Harry, what are we doing? Hermione gasped. Shoo. Harry strained to hear. From far above, the voice echoed again, and he ascended the staircase, listening intently to the heavy footsteps. Harry, we need to hurry. Where is it? Aiwen urged, wiping the sweat from his brow. Huff, puff, what are you two searching for? I haven't heard anything, Hermione said. But before she could finish, she gasped, pointing down the corridor. Look, on the wall before them, something was glistening. They cautiously approached, squinting in the darkness to discern what it was. Between two windows, a foot above the ground, some writing was scrawled on the wall, shimmering in the light of the flickering torches. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the air, Aiwen read softly, his stomach churning. What is that beneath the writing? Hermione grasped Aiwen's shoulder. I don't know. Let us get closer and take a look. They edged closer, and Harry nearly slipped on a large puddle of water on the ground. The trio approached the ominous inscription, their eyes fixated on the dark shape below, their breath shallow and tense. In the next moment, they simultaneously recognized what it was and jumped back, splashing water everywhere. Even though Aiwen was aware of the plot, the sight of the hanging Mrs. Norris startled him. Like a mummy, her body was suspended from the torch bracket, stiff as a board, her eyes wide open, staring blankly and appearing utterly terrifying. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from the end of the corridor, causing the three to whirl around, their hearts racing. It's Ron. He emerged from a room at the end of the hall, eyes wide and face pale as he stared at them. Harry, what is going on? What did you do to Filch's cat? It wasn't us. We just arrived, Harry explained. What are you doing here? Aiwen asked, puzzled. What else could I be doing? Of course, I came to apologize to Moaning Myrtle after hearing you all. Ron raised his voice and then noticed them with the cat. Apologize. Aiwen suddenly realized that Ron was standing in front of Myrtle's restroom and quickly inquired, Has anyone else entered this restroom while you were here? I don't know. I've been in the stall with Myrtle. She was crying terribly, making a mess everywhere, and I struggled to get her to listen, Ron grimaced, clearly disgusted. This is the most foolish thing I've ever done. Think about it. If Percy found out I snuck into the girls' restroom, I can only imagine what he would say. And to top it off, I was here to apologize to a weeping ghost. Ron, think carefully when you were apologizing to Myrtle. Did you notice anything unusual? It's crucial, Aiwen said with a serious expression. Well, I think I heard something, a sort of hissing sound, but I'm not sure. Ron swallowed hard. Why do you ask? This girl's restroom was out of order. Aside from me and Myrtle, no one else was in there, right? Correct, Aiwen nodded stiffly, growing increasingly anxious. Someone had entered and opened the chamber while Ron was oblivious. Although Ginny had clearly stated she had never seen Tom Riddle's diary, it was possible she was lying. If she had already been under his control, Aiwen's question might have raised suspicion in Tom Riddle, which would be the worst-case scenario. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief that Ron had remained in the stall. Otherwise, had he encountered Tom Riddle, he might not have survived. Aiwen, Ron. If you have something to discuss, we can talk later, Harry said haltingly. We should see if there's a way to save this cat. I don't think that's a good idea, mate, Ron replied, since none of us did anything to this cat on the wall. We should leave here quickly. I don't want to be discovered. But it was too late. As soon as he finished speaking, a low murmur arose, signaling the end of the feast. From both ends of the corridor, the sound of hundreds of feet climbing the stairs, accompanied by the cheerful chatter of satisfied patrons, echoed. Then, students began to push and shove their way into the hallway from both sides. When those at the front spotted the hanging cat, the line came to an abrupt halt, and the lively chatter abruptly ceased. Aiwen, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood forlornly in the middle of the corridor. As the students fell silent, pressing forward to witness the terrifying scene, Aiwen spotted Ginny and Colin, astonished, standing amongst the crowd, appearing eager to approach yet hesitant to draw nearer. In this stillness, a voice suddenly rang out. Beware, enemies of the air. My blood, you are next. Draco Malfoy had pushed his way to the front of the throng, his icy eyes alight with malice, and his typically pallid face flushed with color. He gazed at the lifeless cat hanging there, then turned to Aiwen, a sinister grin spreading across his face. What has happened here? Filch was undoubtedly drawn by Malfoy's shout. Shouldering his way through the crowd, he soon beheld Mrs. Norris, staggering backward in terror, clutching her face in horror. My cat! My cat! What affliction has befallen Mrs. Norris? He shrieked, on the verge of fainting. It was you. Filch suddenly lunged at Aiwen, his voice shrill with accusation. You killed my cat. I will kill you. I will. Let go of me. Aiwen batted Filch's hand away, asserting, I did not lay a single finger on that cat. No one touched her. She was like this when we arrived. Liars. You were lying. Filch screeched. Someone saw you commit the deed, didn't they? Filch. Dumbledore arrived on the scene, flanked by several other professors. In the blink of an eye, he reached Aiwen, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and gently lowered Mrs. Norris from the torch stand. Come with me. Filch, he instructed, and you four, Mr. Mason, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. Lockhart rushed forward, gesticulating animatedly. My office is nearest, headmaster. Just upstairs. You may go there. Thank you, Gilderoy, Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod. The silent crowd parted, allowing them passage. They followed Lockhart into his dimly lit office, with Professor McGonagall and Snape trailing behind. A commotion erupted on the walls of the office. Evan observed the portraits of Lockhart scrambling in panic, their hair still adorned with curlers. Meanwhile, the genuine Lockhart ignited the candles on the desk and retreated to the back. Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris on the polished surface and began a meticulous examination. He scrutinized with great care, the tip of his long, hooked nose almost brushing against the cat's fur, his slender fingers poking and prodding delicately. Professor McGonagall bent low, nearly touching the cat, squinting closely. Snape loomed behind them, half hidden in shadow, his expression curiously inscrutable, as if he were struggling to suppress a laugh. Lockhart circled around them, incessantly offering his suggestions. Evan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged anxious glances, cautiously taking their seats on a few chairs that lay beyond the reach of the flickering candlelight. Filch stood behind them, his gaze fixed intently on Evan, as if he had already concluded that Evan was the perpetrator responsible for the cat's demise. It must have been a curse that caused its death, most likely the Transfiguration torture curse. I have witnessed others employ such incantations, regrettably. I was not present at the time. Had I been, I would have known the counter curse that could have saved it. Upon hearing Lockhart's words, Filch, who stood behind Evan, began to tremble with sorrow. Suddenly, he slumped into a chair beside the table, covering his face with his hands, unable to meet the gaze of Mrs. Norris. Looking utterly pitiable. At that moment, Dumbledore murmured some peculiar incantations, tapping Mrs. Norris with his wand. However, there was no response. Mrs. Norris lay there rigidly, akin to a freshly prepared specimen. Headmaster, this cat is dead, Lockhart declared. I recall a similar incident in Wagadoo, a series of attacks, which I have documented in detail in my autobiography. At that time, I provided the townsfolk with various protective charms, and the issue was resolved swiftly. Professor, it is not dead, it is merely petrified. Avon felt compelled to speak, otherwise. Allowing Lockhart to continue provoking Filch could lead the latter to confront him in a fit of rage. Nonsense, you killed it, Filch shrieked. Mr. Mason is correct. It is not dead, Filch, Dumbledore murmured. It has been petrified, a profound dark magic that a first-year student could not possibly execute. He did it, he did it. Filch spat, his flabby face turning a deep shade of crimson. You all saw the writing on the wall. My Mrs. Norris has thwarted him from entering the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor multiple times. He must bear a grudge. I did not touch that cat. Then why? The illustrious Mr. Know-it-all, were you attempting to enter a girls' lavatory? Snape's dark gaze swept over Avon. Is there something within that could provide material for your fabricated newspaper? I was seeking ghosts within the castle for news sources for my paper. I thought it necessary to speak with Moaning Myrtle. She is quite familiar with Hogwarts. And many girls adore her, Avon stammered, the incredulity of his own words evident. I find that highly dubious. Snape's lips curled in a sneer as he directed his gaze at Harry. The entire situation is riddled with questions. Why were you in that place at that time? Why venture to the upper corridor? Why not attend the Halloween feast? Snape posed a barrage of inquiries, making Avon feel akin to a book of endless questions. Fortunately, he was spared from responding as Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurriedly explained their attendance at the memorial feast. Several hundred ghosts were present. They can attest to our presence there. But after that, why not attend the feast? Snape's obsidian eyes gleamed in the candlelight. What prompted your journey to the upper corridor? Because Ron had a misunderstanding with Moaning Myrtle at the memorial feast, and we needed to apologize to her. Apologizing to a ghost instead of dining? Snape's gaunt face bore a smug smile. I suspect the food provided by ghosts at the feast is hardly suitable for the living. We're not hungry, Ron declared loudly, even as his stomach grumbled, furthering Snape's evident delight. In my opinion, Headmaster, they have not been entirely truthful, he suggested. Perhaps we should revoke some of their privileges until they are willing to tell us the complete truth. Personally, I believe it would be best to halt Mason's ludicrous newspaper and remove Potter from the Gryffindor Quidditch team until they adopt a more honest demeanor. To be frank, Severus, Professor McGonagall interjected sharply, I see no reason to deprive these children of their cherished extracurricular activities. That cat was not struck by a newspaper or a broomstick, and there is no evidence indicating they have committed any wrongdoing. Dumbledore regarded the four with a probing gaze, his bright blue eyes shimmering as if seeing through to their very souls. Innocent until proven guilty, Severus, he stated firmly. Snape appeared exceedingly irate, as did Filch. My cat has been petrified. I expect to see someone punished. We can remedy the situation, Filch, Dumbledore said patiently. Madam Sprout has recently procured some mandrake, once they mature. I possess a potion that can restore Mrs. Norris to life. I shall brew it, Lockhart interjected. I have concocted it at least 100 times. I can brew the mandrake restorative potion in my sleep. Excuse me, Snape coldly replied. I believe I am the potions master at this school. An awkward silence ensued, during which Lockhart fidgeted uneasily. You may leave now, Dumbledore instructed Avon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They hastened their steps, nearly breaking into a run. Upon reaching the upper floor of Lockhart's office, they slipped into an empty classroom and gently closed the door. In the darkness, Hermione squinted at Avon, Harry, and Ron. Explain. Gentlemen, her gaze flitted across their faces. Explain what? Ron appeared somewhat alarmed. Professor Snape was right. You did not speak the truth in the office. Hermione asserted with undeniable authority. First of all, Ron, you were precisely in the third-floor lavatory when Filch's cat was attacked just outside that door. You don't think I did it, do you? Don't be ridiculous, Ron. Hermione waved her hand dismissively. Professor Dumbledore stated it was a very advanced dark magic. We could not possibly have cast it. What I want to know is, did you notice anything unusual? I just told Aiwen I heard a hissing sound. But I wasn't sure. Myrtle was crying, and it was quite loud. Perhaps that is a clue. Hermione turned to Harry. Can you recall what you heard at that moment? The voice said it was starving and wanted to kill, like a ghost. It passed directly through the stone walls of the castle, Harry explained in a low voice. Then we saw Filch's cat petrified against the wall. It must have been the owner of that voice. But who was it? Or rather, what was it? I didn't hear any sound at all. Hermione frowned. Who knows? Harry hesitated. Do you think I should tell the professors about the voice I heard? Don't say a word. Ron replied without a second thought. Hearing something others cannot is not a good omen, even in the magical world. Harry discerned something in Ron's tone and asked. You believe me, don't you? Of course I do, Ron quickly replied, but you must admit, it is quite bizarre. I know it is bizarre, Harry answered. The entire incident is peculiar. You heard a hissing sound in the lavatory, and then Filch's cat was attacked. What about the writing on the wall? The Chamber of Secrets has been opened before. What does it signify? Perhaps we should consider it from another angle. The cat was attacked. Who would find joy in that? Ron suggested. That won't do. Everyone else except Filch would feel glad about it, Harry pondered. And what does this have to do with the chamber? I mean, particularly glad. Or rather, who despises that cat the most? Ron added reluctantly. Stop speculating. I happen to know some information regarding the legend of the chamber, Aiwen interjected. Noticing that Hermione had not engaged in Harry and Ron's discussion, but had been watching him intently, he felt compelled to divulge something. Upon hearing his words, Harry and Ron turned to him in surprise. I believe you have all read the book on the history of Hogwarts, yes? No. Harry and Ron shook their heads. Aiwen, are you implying? Hermione seemed to recall something. Indeed, it is the chamber left behind by Salazar Slytherin. Aiwen continued, stating that it is widely acknowledged that Hogwarts was founded by 4 remarkable individuals, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Initially, they collaborated harmoniously, however. As time progressed, a rift began to widen between Slytherin and the others. Slytherin advocated for a more selective admission process, believing that magical education should be confined to those from pureblood families. He was adamantly opposed to accepting Muggle-born students, deeming them unreliable. After some time, a fierce argument erupted between Slytherin and Gryffindor over this matter, leading Slytherin to depart from the school, albeit leaving behind a secret chamber unbeknownst to the other founders. The Chamber of Secrets. Aiwen nodded, affirming that the reliable text had ceased at this juncture. However, rumors suggested that Slytherin concealed the chamber, ensuring that it could only be accessed by his true heir. Only that heir would possess the ability to unlock the chamber, unleashing the terrifying entity within to cleanse the school of all who were deemed unworthy of magical education. A sudden silence enveloped the dimly lit classroom, the atmosphere thick with tension. Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained silent, eagerly awaiting Aiwen's continuation. The story has concluded, Aiwen finally whispered after a prolonged pause. But what did you mean by the terrifying entity within the chamber? Hermione inquired urgently. I do not know, Aiwen responded, shaking his head. It could be some form of monster, one that only Slytherin's heir could control. That fits Slytherin's character perfectly. I have long suspected that Salazar Slytherin was a deranged old fool, Ron chimed in. Yet, I never realized he concocted this absurd notion of pure bloodlines. Even if offered a fortune, I would never join his house. To be frank, had the Sorting Hat placed me in Slytherin, I would have returned home without hesitation, just to see the sort of individuals that reside there. Wait. Hermione's voice rose sharply. Consider the inscription on the wall. The chamber is opened by the heir. And Harry just happened to hear something. If Filch's cat was petrified by the terrifying entity within the chamber, then she faltered. As the other 3 understood the implication. Impossible. If you ask me, the heir must be Malfoy. His entire family is pure blood. And he could very well be a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, Ron asserted. Do not entertain such thoughts, Hermione. Harry has been with us the entire time. He had no opportunity, Aiwen added. I am aware of that, and I certainly trust Harry, but this situation is peculiar, is it not? He can hear sounds we cannot. Hermione redirected her gaze to Aiwen. Speaking of which, you have yet to explain why you have been attempting to infiltrate Moaning Myrtle's bathroom lately. Noticing the trio's keen interest, Aiwen internally lamented, wishing to avoid the image of a peeping Tom, especially when the object of his curiosity was a weeping ghost. Very well, I shall confess, he sighed. In truth, aside from the Chamber of Secrets, I have also acquired some additional information. What is it? The 3 queried in unison. You see. In preparation for an article for the newspaper's history section, I perused the archives in the library regarding Hogwarts' notable events. I discovered a newspaper clipping from 50 years ago, which indicated that the chamber had been opened. What? Who opened it? I do not know, Aiwen replied, shaking his head. The clipping contained only that single handwritten note regarding the chamber, but it also reported the unfortunate demise of a girl named Myrtle Warren due to an accidental incident. While it remains uncertain whether her death is connected to the chamber, that girl is. Aiwen withdrew a yellowed newspaper from within his clothing, revealing a news article from that time, adorned with a photograph of a young girl. This is the Weeping Myrtle. Indeed, it is her, Aiwen exclaimed rapidly, which prompted him to inquire whether she had noticed anything unusual. Upon hearing Aiwen's words, Harry and the others were eager to return immediately to seek clarity from Myrtle. However, this was not feasible. Ever since that fateful day, Filch had taken to sitting outside the third-floor restroom, believing that Aiwen would attempt to sneak in when he was least vigilant. In truth, the four of them had indeed planned such an endeavor. Now, even Hermione was barred from entry, as Filch had determined that Aiwen and his companions were the culprits behind the attack on Madame Loris. Although he could not fathom why Aiwen was so insistent on entering a decrepit girl's restroom, it did not deter him from preventing their intrusion. For several days, Filch had been pacing the very spot where Madame Loris had met her demise, yearning to use the magical cleaning agent from Mrs. Scourgify to erase the words scrawled upon the walls. Yet, this proved futile. The inscriptions continued to gleam vividly upon the stone surface. The failure to cleanse the walls drove Filch further into a frenzy. He concealed himself in the shadows of the third-floor corridor, glaring with his bloodshot eyes at every student who dared approach, and then suddenly lunged at them, concocting various excuses to impose detentions, citing their loud breathing or laughter as offenses. By heavens, I must capture that deranged culprit and expel him from the school. Yet, I can only hope that before his expulsion, he manages to petrify Filch as well. This was Ron's remark following yet another unsuccessful attempt to enter the restroom. However, upon noticing Ginny's complexion drain of color beside him, he hastily added that he was merely jesting. Ginny had not been herself lately. Seemingly troubled by the plight of Madame Loris, Aiwen discreetly inquired with Colin, discovering that Ginny had not remained at the Halloween feast the entire time. She had stepped out for 5 minutes. Although time was somewhat constrained, it was sufficient for her to unlock the Chamber of Secrets and release the basilisk. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of Ginny having opened the chamber seemed the greatest. However, no matter how Aiwen probed, she maintained that she did not know Tom Riddle and had never seen any diary, consistently denying it throughout. In recent days, Ginny had even begun to avoid Aiwen. The situation grew increasingly enigmatic, and Aiwen found himself ensnared in an endless loop. On one hand, according to the original narrative, it was Tom Riddle who had manipulated Ginny into opening the chamber. Although Aiwen's inquiries were somewhat subtle, Riddle's cunning nature would surely detect any inconsistencies and become wary of him. If that were the case, Aiwen himself could very well become the next target of attack. On the other hand, due to the butterfly effect caused by his time travel, Lucius Malfoy had not given the diary to Ginny, yet the chamber had still been opened. It was now certain that Tom Riddle had infiltrated the school. The question remained, whom was he controlling? Aiwen struggled to recall all the information pertaining to the Malfoy family. Yet his mind was a muddled mess, and the more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became, leaving him devoid of any clues. Ultimately, he was compelled to abandon his quest for Tom Riddle. Everything reverted to the original strategy, to meet the challenges with unwavering resolve. Regardless of where Tom Riddle might be concealed, as long as he could vanquish the basilisk, all other concerns would cease to matter. Aiwen was aware of the location of the Chamber of Secrets, and Harry possessed the ability to unlock it. What remained was merely the requisite strength. While this notion may seem simple, for a young wizard, vanquishing a formidable magical creature such as the basilisk was no trivial endeavor. Consequently, Aiwen hastened his studies of spells, striving to master the commonly used dueling incantations in a short span of time. Additionally, he intended to request a rooster from Hagrid. However, upon realizing the impracticality of carrying one with him, he resorted to an alternative, recording the crowing of a rooster. The basilisk's sole fear lay in the sound of a rooster's crow, yet no spell within the common magical repertoire allowed for sound recording. Aiwen thus dedicated copious hours in the library to research, rendering him visibly haggard. In truth, the incident had repercussions for nearly everyone. Young wizards were profoundly concerned about the chamber, and every volume of Hogwarts history had been borrowed from the library, with reservations extending 2 months into the future. Rumors circulated, and anxiety permeated the air, with whispers of gossip rampant. When the latest edition of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette was released, featuring an article by Aiwen and Hermione analyzing the chamber, it was met with a frenzied demand, breaking printing records with an astounding 1,300 copies. The article primarily relied on credible historical facts, supplemented by Aiwen's personal conjectures, yet the populace's curiosity regarding the chamber was evidently insatiable. They were not only intrigued by what lay hidden within but also sought to discern the identity of its heir. At an unspecified moment, suspicion began to coalesce around Harry. On Halloween, among the first 4 to discover Mrs. Norris petrified, Aiwen and Hermione's parents were muggles, thus they could not be the heir of Slytherin. Ron's family were all wizards, yet they belonged to Gryffindor, and Ron himself lacked the necessary prowess. The only remaining suspect was Harry, for he had vanquished Voldemort. In the minds of most young wizards, only the mightiest Dark Wizard could defeat the Dark Lord. During dinner, Aiwen observed Justin Finch-Fletchley hastily avoiding Harry. muttering about the heir of Slytherin. This behavior left the group feeling quite uncomfortable. Harry discreetly tugged at Aiwen, and the four of them exited the Great Hall, ascending to the third floor. Fortunately, Filch was not stationed there this time. As they prepared to enter a room, someone unexpectedly emerged from within. It was Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect, who gazed at the four with astonishment before hurriedly departing. She must think we're up to something nefarious, Ron muttered. His face flushed as he stepped into the lavatory. At that moment, a voice startled them from behind, making them jump. Ron, what are you doing? Percy halted at the staircase, his prefect badge gleaming on his chest, his face a mask of disbelief. That's the girls' lavatory, he gasped. What are you? It's nothing. Just having a look around, Ron shrugged. We're searching for clues, you know. Searching for clues. Percy adopted a superior tone. I hardly believe you'll find any clues in the girls' lavatory. Now, quickly leave this place. He approached Aiwen and the others, arms outstretched to usher them away. What's the matter with you? Don't you care? Everyone else is dining, and you lot are here trying to enter a girls' lavatory. Why can't we be here? You know nothing, Ron snapped, glaring at Percy. I know what you're thinking. Listen, we haven't laid a finger on that cat. I told Ginny the same thing. Percy retorted, unyielding. But she seems to think you'll be expelled. I've never seen her so upset, crying all day. You ought to consider her feelings. First-year students are all quite disturbed by this. Aiwen is also a first-year student, and I don't see him distressed. Ron's ears reddened. It's you who doesn't care about Ginny. You're merely concerned about my potential to ruin your future as the boys' student council president. 5 points from Gryffindor, Percy declared, fiddling with his prefect badge. I hope this serves as a lesson for you. No more detective activities, or I'll write to Mom. He strode away. His neck as red as Ron's ears. Ron, you shouldn't argue with Percy. He is just looking out for us, Aiwen advised softly. Do you think I'm being unreasonable? Ron turned to Aiwen, recalling the flying car incident that brought them to school the week of Snot from the Whomping Willow. Apologizing to Myrtle, and now attempting to enter the girls' lavatory. You're all right. I've been the one in the wrong all along. Ron. That's not what Aiwen meant. Harry interjected hurriedly. I've had enough. Ron shouted. If that lunatic can only attack a cat, then let him be. With that, he stormed up the stairs toward Gryffindor Tower. Harry and Hermione paused for a moment before hastily following Ron, leaving Aiwen alone before the girls' lavatory. Following this incident, Ron seemed determined to avoid speaking with either Aiwen or Percy, evading them at all costs, as if they were complete strangers, even when they crossed paths. He would not acknowledge them, leaving Harry and Hermione feeling exceedingly awkward. As time passed, no one mentioned seeking out the Weeping Myrtle again. Discussions regarding the chamber dwindled, with many sharing Ron's sentiment that regardless of the identity of the mad heir of Slytherin, if their ability was limited to petrifying a cat, there was little cause for concern. Hermione devoted nearly all her time to her studies, poring over the heavy volumes of Hogwarts annual chronicles and other materials, seeking clues related to the chamber. Meanwhile, Aiwen utilized his free time to practice spells alone in empty classrooms. With the first Quidditch match drawing near, Harry's training frequency markedly increased. Every evening after dinner, he was summoned by Wood to the Quidditch pitch. Thanks to Malfoy's sponsorship, the Slytherin Quidditch team had replaced their equipment with the latest Nimbus 2001, far superior to Gryffindor's brooms. Unable to procure 7 free Nimbus 2001 brooms, Wood responded by intensifying the team's training regimen, ensuring they flew in a variety of weather conditions in hopes of closing the speed gap with Slytherin. Since the last tumultuous encounter, tensions between the two houses had escalated, with many students from both Gryffindor and Slytherin eager for a rematch to establish dominance. The upcoming Quidditch match was akin to pouring fuel on a fire. Even before the match commenced that Saturday, fierce confrontations erupted between the two schools, with minor skirmishes breaking out. Fortunately, following the initial attack, every professor at the school had grown exceedingly vigilant, intervening before matters could worsen. Before long, Saturday morning arrived. Aiwen and Colin entered the hall for breakfast, only to find the atmosphere within exceedingly oppressive. Wood urged the other players to eat heartily, yet he himself partook of nothing. Before anyone had finished their meal, he ushered everyone to the Quidditch pitch. Due to Ron's circumstances, Aiwen did not accompany them. As the hour approached 11, he followed the rest of the school to the Quidditch ground. On the stands, Colin had secured a spot for him, with Ginny seated beside him. As the match commenced, 14 figures soared through the air, leaving Aiwen feeling somewhat dizzy. The dominance of one team became apparent from the outset. Within less than 10 minutes, Slytherin scored 3 consecutive goals, with Fred and George's brooms lagging helplessly behind their opponents, unable to touch the quaffle. This is hopeless. Our broomsticks are far too slow. No one can keep pace with Slytherin except Harry, Colin lamented. I truly wish Harry could catch the golden snitch soon, Ginny agreed anxiously. Just as Slytherin scored yet another goal, perhaps their prayers had been answered, for the situation gradually shifted in favor of Gryffindor as rain began to pour from the sky. Wood's strategy proved effective. The Slytherin players, lacking training, clearly struggled to adapt to flying in the rain, their speed diminishing. Before the others could fully rejoice, they noticed a rogue bludger seemingly magnetized to Harry, relentlessly attempting to knock him from the sky. Ginny screamed, clutching Aiwen's arm tightly. In a desperate bid to evade the bludger's fierce assault, Harry shot upwards. He twisted, spun, dove, and soared, tracing a zigzag path through the air. However, his maneuvers were futile. The bludger showed no interest in pursuing anyone else, circling Harry incessantly. Fred and George flew over to protect him. But Slytherin seized the opportunity to score 2 more goals. Damn it, those Slytherin scoundrels must be up to something. Ron stood up, shaking his fist and shouting. Ivan, what shall we do? Ginny asked, her concern evident. Do not worry, Ginny. Ivan reassured her, turning to weave through the crowd. Someone is controlling that bludger. I will go investigate. It was likely that the culprit was Dobby, the house elf. Aiwen was uncertain of his whereabouts. Yet one thing was certain, he was undoubtedly casting spells on the wandering orb nearby. Aiwen strolled around the stands, his eyes wide as he surveyed the entire arena. Finally spotting an unsightly green creature at the entrance of the Ravenclaw blue corridor. Before he could rush over to intervene, he saw Wood calling for a timeout. As the Gryffindor players huddled together in hushed discussion. What is going on? Wood inquired. We're being defeated, Fred, George. Where were you when that bludger prevented Angelina from scoring? We were 20 feet above her, fending off another bludger that was about to harm Harry, George retorted, indignantly. Someone tampered with that ball. But ever since our practice last night, the bludgers have been secured in Madame Hooch's office. They were perfectly fine until this morning. Listen. You can't keep flying around me like that. I have no hope of catching the golden snitch unless it decides to dive into my sleeve, Harry gasped. Noticing the Slytherin team mocking him, pointing fingers in derision. Fred, George, return to the other players. Let me handle that rogue ball myself. Don't be foolish, Harry. Fred exclaimed. It could knock your head off. This is your fault. George shot an angry glance at Wood. How could you say such a thing to Harry? What should we do now? Wood looked from Harry to Fred and George. Oliver, be sensible, said Alicia Spinnet, irate. You can't let Harry face that thing alone. We should request an investigation. If we stop now, we'll be disqualified from the match. Harry quickly shook his head. We cannot let a rogue bludger cause us to lose to Slytherin. We've practiced for this match for 3 whole months. But, give that bludger to me. I think I can resolve this issue, Aiwen declared as he rushed forward. Upon hearing his words, the Gryffindor Quidditch players turned in unison, astonished by Aiwen. Aiwen, have you discovered something? Harry asked eagerly. I'll tell you later. For now, focus on the match and aim to catch the golden snitch before Malfoy does. Leave the rest to me, Aiwen responded. Please, Harry. I've already written a celebratory article for Gryffindor's victory, 2 full parchments. You can't make me replace it. Very well. Wood observed Aiwen and Harry, a resolute expression on his face. Fred, George, you heard their conversation. Leave Harry be and let him deal with that bludger. With Madame Hooch's whistle, the match resumed. Aiwen understood that time was of the essence. He swiftly extracted his wand from his pocket and hurried towards the Ravenclaw stands. His gaze fixed intently on Dobby, who was casting spells on the quaffle. He paid no heed to Luna, who stood up to greet him. Stupefied, he shouted. A beam of red light shooting forth. Upon hearing Aiwen's voice, the house elf Dobby turned in astonishment, his large eyes wide with surprise, and vanished into thin air before the spell could reach him. Curse it. Aiwen clenched his fists, realizing he had forgotten that house elves could disapparate within Hogwarts. At that moment, a gasp echoed from the stands. Aiwen hurriedly looked up and saw Harry soaring through the air, surpassing Malfoy, as he seized the golden snitch right before his rival's eyes. Moments later, he was struck fiercely by a bludger from behind, plummeting downwards like a kite set loose from its string. Aiwen witnessed Harry tumble into the muddy ground, splashing water everywhere. Rain poured relentlessly onto Harry's face, while his arm hung in a peculiar angle, suspended in midair. Aiwen hurriedly dashed towards the center of the arena. He could not bear to watch as Lockhart removed Harry's bones. As he navigated through the crowd, Lockhart had already positioned himself before Harry. Do not worry. Everything is in my capable hands, children, he proclaimed in a soothing tone. This is merely a simple spell, one I have employed countless times. As he spoke, he rolled up the sleeves of his emerald green robes. No, don't, Harry weakly protested. Yet, it was futile. Lockhart was already swirling his wand. A moment later, he directed his wand at Harry's arm. With no time to intervene, Aiwen drew his own wand, aiming it at Harry. Armurus, he shouted. In the next instant, a red beam shot forth from the tip of his wand, colliding with Lockhart's pale blue spell just as it struck Harry. Perhaps the training had borne fruit. Or perhaps Lockhart's magical prowess was simply inadequate. Regardless, all present witnessed Lockhart's spell rebound spectacularly. The soft blue arc traced a beautiful trajectory through the air, striking Percy, who stood beside Lockhart. Percy collapsed abruptly, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. They beheld as Percy's left arm, struck by the spell, was rendered limp and devoid of strength, resembling a thick, flesh-colored rubber glove. My goodness, his bones are gone. Lockhart appeared equally flustered. Indeed, such incidents can occur. It must be a reaction between Aiden's shield charm and my spell. However, fret not. Which of you can carry him to Madame Pomfrey? She will be able to remedy the situation. Fred and George shot Lockhart a furious glare as they lifted Percy and sprinted towards the hospital wing, with Ginny trailing behind, her face pale and tears brimming in her eyes. Inside the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey mended Harry's bones in a mere second, but upon seeing Percy's arm, her expression soured. What have you done to him? Poor child, He is entirely devoid of the bones in his arm. I must now ensure they regrow. I'm sorry, Percy. I never anticipated this. Aiwen said, his face etched with dismay. It was merely an accident, Aiwen. Percy shook his head. Aiwen, Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley family gathered around Percy's bedside, their faces etched with concern. Although Gryffindor had triumphed in the Quidditch match, the sight of Percy in his current state extinguished any joy. It's all Gilderoy Lockhart's fault. His spell was flawed, Fred asserted. We cannot place the blame solely on him. It was the interaction between Aiwen's shield charm and his spell, Hermione defended Lockhart. Everyone knows that the shield charm merely reflects spells back, George remarked. But why are you still defending Lockhart, Hermione? Ron exclaimed. If Harry or Percy wanted to remove their bones, they would have voiced it themselves. Mistakes happen. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson. Lockhart was only trying to help. He was more of a hindrance. If not for Aiwen, it would be Harry lying here now, Ron countered. Silence, children. Madame Pomfrey returned with a large bottle labeled bone regrowth potion. You should allow him to rest. This night will be arduous, as regrowing bones is quite uncomfortable. She poured a steaming cup and handed it to Percy. Everyone watched as Percy grimaced in pain while swallowing the potion, coughing and sputtering, with Ginny hastily offering him water. Once Percy regained his composure, Madame Pomfrey urged them to leave, yet the Weasley family insisted on staying a little longer to accompany Percy. However, Madame Pomfrey would not permit such a crowd to remain. Ultimately, Aiwen, Harry, and Hermione were compelled to return to the common room. Do not fret, Aiwen. Harry patted Aiwen's shoulder. This is not your fault. If you hadn't been there earlier, Percy was simply unfortunate. He shouldn't have been so close to Lockhart. Harry. Professor Lockhart only wished to assist you. The issue lies with that rogue bludger. Someone enchanted it. Hermione interjected. But who could it be? I believe I know. Aiwen led them into the vacant classroom for defense against the dark arts and elucidated that it was Dobby, the house elf, who had cast the spell on the rogue bludger. Evan articulated the events he had witnessed, but midway through his narration, a green figure abruptly materialized before the trio. In the dimly lit classroom, Dobby stared at them with his large, round eyes, exuding an air of pitifulness as a tear trickled down his pointed, elongated nose. Dobby, what brings you here? Harry inquired. Astonished. Harry Potter has returned to school, he murmured sorrowfully, reminding Harry multiple times. Oh, sir, why did you not heed Dobby's warnings? Harry Potter missed the train. Why not return home? Wait, how do you know I missed the train? Harry suddenly questioned. Dobby's lips quivered, his demeanor fostering suspicion. Did you do this? Harry slowly articulated. You blocked the passage, preventing us from getting through. Indeed, sir, Dobby affirmed, nodding vigorously, flapping his large ears. He had concealed himself nearby, awaiting Harry Potter, only to seal off the corridor, which later compelled Dobby to scorch his own hands with an iron. He displayed 10 bandaged fingers to the 3. Why would you burn your hands? Hermione asked, astonished. Because Dobby must punish himself, he replied, but Dobby does not mind. He believed Harry Potter would be safe. Dobby never imagined that Harry Potter and his friends would take an alternate route to school. He swayed back and forth, his grotesque head shaking incessantly, prompting Evan to question his intelligence. When Dobby learned that Harry Potter had returned to Hogwarts, he was utterly taken aback, burning his master's dinner in the process. What a severe whipping. Dobby had never experienced such a thing before, sir. You nearly caused Evan, Ron, and me to be expelled. Harry exclaimed in anger. You had better vanish before I lose my patience and strangle you. Dobby was unfazed. He smiled faintly, accustomed to threats of death, which he heard daily at home. Wait. Who was threatening you? Hermione frowned. Dobby cannot reveal his master's name. He shook his head. Dobby cannot disclose his master's secrets. He wiped his nose with a corner of his dirty pillowcase, appearing quite pitiful. All right, why are you wearing that thing, Dobby? Harry inquired curiously, seeming less incensed. It symbolizes the status of a house elf slave. Dobby tugged at the pillowcase. A slave? Hermione's brow furrowed further. Indeed. Dobby can only attain freedom when his master provides him with clothing. The household members are exceedingly cautious, not even giving Dobby a pair of socks, for that would grant him freedom to leave them forever. Now, tell me why you controlled that rogue bludger to attack Harry? Evan, what do you mean by that? Harry's fury reignited. Did Dobby send that bludger to try and kill me? Not to kill you, sir. Absolutely not. Dobby exclaimed in terror. Dobby only wished to save Harry Potter's life. It is far better for you to be injured and sent home than to remain here, sir. Dobby merely hoped that Harry Potter would sustain minor injuries and be dispatched home. He choked back a sob, yet Dobby's efforts failed as Harry Potter's great friends discovered him, prompting Dobby to suspend the spell. Thank goodness Evan attacked you, Harry seethed. Otherwise, I would likely have been shattered and sent home. Oh, may Harry Potter be aware, Dobby lamented, tears cascading onto his tattered pillowcase. May he understand what he signifies to us humble, subjugated beings in the magical world. Dobby did not forget the time when the Dark Lord's power was at its zenith, sir. We house elves were treated like vermin. As Aiwen listened to Dobby recount his harrowing experiences in a seemingly nonchalant manner, a sense of discomfort enveloped him. He noticed Hermione furrowing her brow tighter with each word. Indeed, they continued to treat Dobby in the same manner. He wiped his face on the pillowcase, yet overall, since Harry Potter triumphed over the Dark Lord whose name cannot be spoken, the lives of individuals like us have significantly improved. This marks a new beginning. For those of us who believed the days of darkness would never end, Harry Potter shines like a beacon of hope. Is this how you repay your benefactor? Harry Potter remained unaware that dreadful events were about to unfold at Hogwarts. Perhaps they had already begun. Dobby appeared distraught. He could not allow Harry to remain. For history was poised to repeat itself, and the Chamber of Secrets was once again being opened. You mentioned the chamber? Harry and Hermione exclaimed in unison. Dobby froze, terror-stricken, and suddenly vanished, only to reappear moments later, violently banging his head against the desk until Aiwen and the others rushed over to intervene. Bad Dobby. Wicked Dobby, very bad Dobby. He murmured softly. How much do you know about the chamber? Hermione inquired eagerly. Furthermore, I am not of Muggle descent. Why would I be in danger if the chamber were opened? Harry followed up with a question. Dobby could not speak. Please, no more questions. Do not press the poor Dobby further. He stammered, his eyes wide as saucers in the darkness. In any case, Harry Potter and his friends must understand that someone is plotting a conspiracy here, and when the time comes, Harry Potter must not remain. Please, go home, Harry Potter. Go home, Harry Potter. You cannot involve yourself in this matter. It is far too perilous. Who exactly has opened the chamber? And who is orchestrating this conspiracy? Dobby could not divulge. He absolutely could not reveal. Dobby screamed, urging, go home, Harry Potter. Go home, Harry Potter. I cannot leave. I shall remain here. Nowhere else to go, Harry said irritably. My two best friends are both of Muggle origin, Aiwen and Hermione. If the chamber is truly opened, they would be the first to face danger. Harry Potter is willing to risk his life for his friends. Dobby groaned in a mix of sorrow and joy. What nobility. What bravery. Yet he must safeguard himself. Dobby aims to assist Harry Potter and his friends in returning home. A sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped Aiwen as he observed Dobby extending his finger, causing the desks and chairs in the classroom to tremble and vibrate. What are you planning, Dobby? He exclaimed, hastily drawing his wand. Harry Potter and his friends must be sent home. Dobby was determined to rescue Harry, regardless of the consequences he might face. With a decisive gesture, he directed his finger forward, and all the desks and chairs hurtled towards the trio. Like a tempest of arrows, they surged forth with astonishing speed, creating a truly spectacular scene. Harry and Hermione were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how the pitiful and subservient house elf of a moment ago could transform into such a formidable force. Obstacles loomed ahead. The one of Elven emitted a crimson light, causing a table that was rapidly approaching them to suddenly recoil, colliding with the one behind it and producing a resounding crash. Don't just stand there. This deranged house elf is playing for real. Upon hearing Elven's words, Harry and Hermione finally reacted, drawing their wands and casting a series of spells. However, their efforts proved futile, as Dobby had commandeered over 80 tables and chairs, surrounding them in a dense formation. The spells cast by the three young wizards were utterly insufficient, failing to create even a single gap through which they could escape. Moments later, the trio huddled closely together, gasping for breath, their magical energy rapidly depleting, making them appear as if they had just completed a marathon. Dobby, please stop. You'll kill us. Hermione pleaded. Harry Potter must leave Hogwarts. Dobby has no other choice. Dobby stared at them with wide eyes, assuring, please, sir, promise to leave this place, or else Dobby will have to let you get hurt and send you home. Elven had never anticipated that the soft plea of a house elf could wield such devastating power. He was utterly convinced that should Harry refuse, in the next instant, the furniture would come hurtling toward them. If struck, the consequences would be far graver than mere injury. He was losing his mind. What were they to do? This was the defense against the dark arts classroom. Perhaps Professor Lockhart would hear the commotion and rush to their aid. Hermione said, with hopeful enthusiasm. I would much prefer it if Snape were to arrive. The shrill voice of Dobby pierced the air once more, declaring, this is a conspiracy. You cannot remain at Hogwarts this year, Harry Potter. Who on earth is orchestrating this plot? And who set this mad house elf loose? Harry gasped for breath. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Ivan's mind, and he exclaimed loudly, it is Malfoy. It is Lucius Malfoy who sent you. Am I not correct? The sound of chairs and tables crashing to the ground echoed in the room, as Ivan's words appeared to terrify Dobby. Do not speak the name of my master. Dobby revealed the secrets of his household. Bad Dobby, very bad Dobby. He picked up a chair and struck himself fiercely, and then, in an instant, he vanished before the eyes of the three, as if he had never existed at all. Aiwen, Harry, and Hermione exchanged a glance before hastily exiting the defense against the dark arts classroom, eager to depart before Dobby returned. The overcast sky outside rendered the already dim castle even more foreboding. Aiwen and his companions hurriedly dashed towards the Gryffindor Tower, still haunted by the recent events. It was unimaginable that Dobby was sent by Malfoy. He intended to kill us. Harry's complexion was ashen. I doubt it. Why would Malfoy wish to kill us? Evan shook his head, observing Harry's expression that clearly conveyed the obvious. With a sigh, he continued, well, even if he harbors such thoughts, he wouldn't be foolish enough to send a deranged house elf to undertake such a task. That would be far too evident. As for Dobby, I believe he speaks the truth. He must have overheard something pertaining to the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, which compelled him to come and warn us. He wishes to save you, Harry. Indeed. He prevented us from boarding the train, broke my arm, and orchestrated the frenzied attack of over 80 tables and chairs against us. Harry sighed. If he keeps trying to rescue me like this, he will surely be the cause of my demise. Do not blame him. House elves are inherently submissive beings. They cannot defy their master's commands, nor can they divulge their secrets. Dobby's actions must weigh heavily upon him, incurring immense pressure and suffering. Submissive. Hermione scoffed in disbelief. In this day and age, our country still harbors a system of servitude? I am not concerned with that, Harry replied. I merely wish for Dobby to clearly inform me of who has opened the chamber, or what creature lies within it. I truly cannot fathom how it could wander about the school unnoticed. Perhaps it possesses the ability to become invisible, Hermione contemplated. Or it might disguise itself as a suit of armor or something else. I have read tales of chameleonic ghosts. Regardless, this matter is undoubtedly connected to Malfoy. Evan interjected swiftly. Lucius Malfoy is plotting some sort of conspiracy, but his words trailed off as the trio turned a corner into another corridor, only to be met with a scene of utter terror. Evan felt as though his stomach acid had turned to water, and an icy chill coursed through his veins. A Ravenclaw girl lay on the floor, her body cold and rigid, a look of sheer terror frozen upon her face, her eyes vacantly fixed upon the ceiling. But that was not the end of it. Beside her lay a figure unlike any Aiwen had ever witnessed. It was the Weeping Myrtle, no longer pale and translucent, but now shrouded in darkness, enveloped in swirling mist, lying motionless just 6 inches above the ground. Her face mirroring the same expression of horror as the girl on the floor. This Ravenclaw girl, whom we had encountered before. Who was she? Harry gasped for breath. His mind in disarray as he scanned the empty corridor, catching sight of a line of spiders hastily scuttling away. Penelope Clearwater, she is the head girl of Ravenclaw. Hermione replied in a mournful tone. Another attack. We must summon help. Before they could take action, a door nearby burst open with a bang. And the mischief-loving Peeves came barreling out. Ah, so it's you 3 little ones. Peeves cackled, bouncing past them. What are you up to, lurking about like that? He performed a half-hearted somersault but suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Upside down, he spotted Penelope and the Weeping Myrtle. Quickly regaining his composure, he took a deep breath and, before Aiwen and the others could intervene, he shrieked at the top of his lungs, "It's happening! It's happening again!" Neither man nor ghost can escape. Run for your lives. Instantly, the entire castle erupted into chaos as people rushed to the scene. In those agonizing minutes, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tumultuous. Penelope was at risk of being crushed, with individuals stepping over the Weeping Myrtle, while Aiwen, Harry, and Hermione found themselves wedged against the wall. At that moment, the professors shouted loudly to restore order. Professor McGonagall raced in, her wand producing a resounding crack, silencing the crowd instantly. She commanded everyone to return to their respective common rooms. As Aiwen overheard Justin murmuring about Harry being the heir as he departed, it was evident that the mischievous Peeves, floating above, caught wind of the remark. Suddenly, he broke into a wide grin, revealing a devilish smile. When the teachers bent down to examine Penelope and the weeping, moaning Myrtle, Peeves erupted into song. "Oh, Potter, you wretched pest, look at the havoc you've wrought. You've driven the students to despair, and you find it rather amusing." "Enough, Peeves," Professor McGonagall barked, while Peeves stuck his tongue out at Harry and swiftly retreated. Professor Flitwick, along with several students, carried Penelope to the hospital wing, yet no one knew what to do with the sobbing Myrtle. Ultimately, McGonagall conjured a large fan out of thin air and handed it to the newly arrived Ron, instructing him to fan the crying Myrtle up the stairs. Ron complied, casting a worried glance at Aiwen and the others before departing. "Follow me, Mason, Potter, Granger," Professor McGonagall directed them as she turned a corner, halting before an extraordinarily grotesque stone statue. "Ice-cold lemonade." She uttered a password. No sooner had she spoken than the statue sprang to life, leaping aside, and the wall behind it split in two. Beyond the wall lay a spiral staircase, ascending slowly like an escalator. As Aiwen and his companions followed Professor McGonagall, they suddenly heard a resounding thud behind them as the wall sealed shut. They ascended in a swirling motion, rising ever higher, until Aiwen, feeling somewhat dizzy, beheld a gleaming oak door ahead, adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Aiwen was acutely aware of their surroundings. They had undoubtedly been brought to Dumbledore's office. He discreetly surveyed the room, unable to suppress his intrigue. Beside him, Harry and Hermione wore expressions of concern, troubled by the fate that loomed ahead. The coincidences felt overwhelming. They were the first to discover the initial attack, and now, they found themselves entangled once more. Even if they were to assert their innocence regarding the Chamber of Secrets, it was likely no one would believe them. Dumbledore's office was a fascinating sight, a spacious, beautifully circular room filled with a medley of whimsical sounds. Upon a slender-legged table lay an assortment of peculiar silver artifacts, spinning and emitting wisps of smoke. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, all softly snoring within their frames. In the center of the room stood an enormous table, its legs resembling clawed feet. On a shelf behind the table rested the tattered and crumpled sorting hat. Perched on a tall, Gilded perch by the door was a bird with resplendent red and gold plumage. It appeared unwell, its condition rather dire. This must be Fawkes, the phoenix. Aiwen mused with curiosity. Before he could examine it closely, Dumbledore emerged from the inner door of the office. Albus, Miss Cattermole, and Myrtle are in distress. Professor McGonagall said urgently. I am aware, Minerva, Dumbledore replied calmly. The chamber has indeed been opened once more. But Albus, you must know, who is behind this? The question is not who, Dumbledore continued, but rather, how? A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Ivan's mind. Dumbledore must have discerned something amiss. Then, he observed the expression on Professor McGonagall's face and realized that, like Harry and Hermione beside him, she was equally perplexed by Dumbledore's words. Subsequently, the anticipated inquiry did not materialize. Dumbledore posed no questions at all. After a brief discussion about the Phoenix Fawkes, he permitted them to depart. Ivan turned around. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, but he felt that Dumbledore's gaze lingered upon him. Not everyone possessed the wisdom of Dumbledore. The news of Penelope and the Weeping Myrtle's assault spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts. Instantly, rumors flourished within the school, and suspicion clouded the minds of all. Even the ghosts began to feel a sense of trepidation, baffled by the notion of a malevolent force capable of harming one who had already departed from life. During this period, the school became enamored with the exchange of protective charms, talismans, and various artifacts for self-defense. Aiwen observed Neville Longbottom purchasing an offensively odorous onion, a pointed amethyst, and a decaying newt's tail. Consequently, the other Gryffindor boys informed him that he was, in fact, safe, being of pure blood, and thus would not fall victim to the attacks. They first targeted Filch. Neville, his round face etched with terror, remarked that they all knew he was practically a sitting duck. His words garnered the agreement of Colin, who hesitated, contemplating purchasing the amethyst from Neville, as it was said to offer protection from harm. Furthermore, Percy's behavior was notably peculiar. His arm had healed reasonably well, but upon seeing Penelope petrified in the hospital wing, he appeared utterly horrified. He no longer seemed keen on maintaining order in the common room or voicing his opinions, instead opting to sit alone by the hearth each evening. Lost in thought, Ginny, in an even worse state than Percy, was deeply troubled of late. On several occasions, she approached Aiwen, her complexion pale, as if she had something to convey, yet ultimately said nothing. This was highly suspicious, and after Aiwen pressed her repeatedly, she finally divulged during a charms lesson that she had been plagued by nightmares every night. In her dreams, Harry, Aiwen, or other members of the Weasley family were being slaughtered by the monster lurking within the Chamber of Secrets, a prospect that filled her with profound anxiety. Aiwen comforted her for quite some time, uncertain whether Ginny's agitation stemmed from her awareness of being manipulated by Tom Riddle. He learned that shortly after they departed from the hospital wing, Ron, Ginny, and the Weasley twins had left, yet the four did not act in unison, and none knew if the others had ventured to the third-floor restroom during that interval. The situation was dire. First-year students now flocked together in tight clusters, as though fearing that solitary ventures would render them vulnerable to attack. Aside from Colin, no one was willing to associate with Aiwen. Wherever he went, he felt the weight of curious gazes directed at him. Harry and Hermione endured the same treatment. People kept their distance, having seemingly concluded that the perpetrator behind the opening of the Chamber of Secrets was among them. Harry remained the prime suspect, with imaginative little wizards concocting reasons to support their suspicions. Peeves spread rumors that Moaning Myrtle had offended Harry at nearly Headless Nick's death day party, claiming she had wept her way back to the restroom after their conversation. Ravenclaw girls corroborated that Harry had been spotted trying to enter the girls' restroom on the third floor by Penelope, thus implying a motive for silencing her. The repercussions of such slander led to a historic low in the sales of the Hogwarts Wizarding News, with the latest issue selling a mere 300 copies. Until the truth emerged, no one was inclined to purchase a newspaper tied to a suspect. Moreover, the little wizards were wholly engrossed in the mystery of the chamber, their interest in Quidditch matches or Gilderoy Lockhart's boastful novels waning significantly. The sole advantage of the attacks was that Ron was once again willing to speak to Aiwen. Perhaps it was due to Aiwen's spell hitting Percy, leading him to believe Aiwen was on his side. Or maybe the reopening of the chamber had finally made him realize the urgency of their situation, recognizing that this was not the time for petty grievances. For several evenings, they huddled in a corner of the common room, whispering their discussions. Harry, Ron, and Hermione unanimously felt they had overlooked a crucial clue. As a victim of the chamber's opening 50 years prior, Moaning Myrtle undoubtedly possessed vital information. Yet now, she floated silently within the confines of the hospital wing like a soundless black hovercraft, unable to communicate or divulge what she knew. Aiwen was indeed aware of how to unlock the hidden chamber, yet he refrained from disclosing this knowledge, as he was not yet prepared for battle, and moreover, he remained uncertain about Tom Riddle's whereabouts. I believe our line of thinking is flawed. Ron feigned confusion, questioning who in their right mind would deem Muggle-born individuals as worthless. Are you referring to Malfoy? Undoubtedly, he is. Ron asserted. One only needs to glance at that repugnant, rat-like visage to understand that the house elf who attacked you, Dobby, is indeed from his household. Indeed, Dobby did mention the chamber and a conspiracy, Hermione interjected, yet we cannot ascertain that Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin. Oh, come on, Hermione, Harry chimed in. Consider that family. They are all Slytherins, and he frequently boasts about it. They are likely descendants of Slytherin. His father is sufficiently malevolent. They might have possessed the key to the chamber for centuries, Ron posited, passed down through generations from father to son. Yes, that is a possibility, Hermione cautiously remarked. Aiwen, what do you think? Even if Malfoy is not the heir, he must know something. Aiwen contemplated the situation for a moment. In this perplexing scenario, finding Tom Riddle's diary seemed to hinge not only on keeping an eye on Ginny, but also on directly questioning Draco Malfoy. While Lucius might not divulge his plans, there would surely be some clues, such as which other Hogwarts students, besides the Weasleys, they had interacted with. With this lead, the scope of suspicion could be significantly narrowed. Aiwen shared my thoughts, but the challenge lay in persuading Malfoy to reveal the truth, Harry remarked pessimistically. I have a plan, Hermione said slowly, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then lowering her voice further. Of course, it's not easy, and it's perilous, extremely perilous. We would likely violate 50 school rules. What is it? If you wish to tell us, don't beat around the bush, Ron said impatiently. What we need to do is infiltrate the Slytherin common room and pose a few questions to Malfoy without him recognizing us, Hermione stated calmly. That's impossible. Harry and Ron nearly laughed. No, it is possible. Aiwen narrowed his eyes. As long as we have some polyjuice potion. What is that? Ron and Harry asked in unison. It's polyjuice potion, Hermione exclaimed, surprised. Aiwen, how do you know about it? I read about it in a book. It allows you to become someone else. Exactly. We could transform into 4 Slytherin students. No one would suspect us, and Malfoy might spill everything, Hermione continued. He is probably boasting in the Slytherin common room right now. Too bad we can't hear him. I find this polyjuice potion a bit dubious, Ron said, frowning. What if we turn into 4 Slytherins and can never return to our original forms? The effects were off after a while, Hermione waved her hand impatiently. Snape mentioned that the potion's recipe is in a book called Powerful Potions, located in the restricted section of the library. But that is not a problem. I will find a way to get it. Professor Lockhart might be willing to sign it for us. That guy is eager to sign anything, Ron muttered under his breath. The pressing issue is the ingredients. I believe we can find them in Snape's personal collection. Hermione, that is too risky. Snape isn't Lockhart, he could easily discover us. Harry hesitated. But that isn't a problem. The Hogwarts Magical Journal has recently accumulated a surplus. We could use it to purchase the ingredients, Aiwen added. And I've already chosen a location for brewing the polyjuice potion, in the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor. Oh no, Ron said weakly, and Harry's expression mirrored his concern. That's not the safest place, Filch isn't guarding it right now. After the 2 recent attacks, hardly anyone dares to approach that corridor. Aside from brewing the potion, Aiwen did not intend to take further risks. He planned to personally guard the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, regardless of who Tom Riddle controlled. Anyone attempting to enter the chamber would inevitably pass through there. Furthermore, Aiwen was eager to see if, like in the original plot, he could find Tom Riddle's diary there. The following morning, Hermione procured the Powerful Potions book, and Aiwen sent out the list of required materials at noon. That evening, they gathered in the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor. Without the presence of the crying Myrtle, the restroom was eerily quiet. Aiwen surveyed the area and noticed a small snake near a broken tap that had never produced water. Hermione flipped through the thick book to the polyjuice potion page, checking the ingredients against what they had just acquired. This is the most complex potion I have ever seen, she murmured, pointing at the ingredient list with her finger. Lacewings, leeches, fluxweed, and 2 hairs from a bicorn, along with a fragment of an African snake skin. Goodness, Aiwen. How much did you spend to acquire these materials? They aren't cheap. 300 galleons. That's all the money the paper has made recently, Aiwen shrugged. I originally intended to use this money to buy Christmas gifts for every staff member at the paper, but now it's all gone toward these ingredients. Do you mean these things are worth 300 galleons? Ron swallowed hard. Indeed, Aiwen admitted, feeling a twinge of regret. Well, we have all the necessary materials to brew the polyjuice potion. Besides these, we need something from the person we wish to transform into. Excuse me? Ron interjected sharply. What do you mean by something from the person we want to become? If there's a toenail from Crabbe in there, I will not drink it. Hermione seemed to ignore his comment and continued. We don't need to worry about that just yet. That ingredient is added last. Ron turned to Harry, who looked equally uneasy. Now the question is, how long will it take to brew these potions? Aiwen inquired. Well, the fastest it can be done is 20 days. Which is the shortest brewing time for lacewings? 20 days. Ron exclaimed. By then, Christmas would have passed. I bet Malfoy would have managed to take down half the muggles in the school. Do you have any bright ideas? Hermione snapped her book shut and narrowed her eyes at Ron. I think the idea of that house elf that has been bothering Harry is quite good. We could find an opportunity to set Malfoy up for a visit home until the end of the term. Ron's voice trailed off as he noticed Hermione glaring at him. That won't work. We can't be sure it was Malfoy who did it. Aiwen shook his head. Besides, the materials have already been purchased, and we have no way to turn back now. You're right, Aiwen. Seeing Hermione about to explode, Ron quickly agreed. Wasting galleons is shameful, but please, let us avoid any toenails, all right? The group revisited their discussion, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Then began the preliminary preparations for the ingredients according to the recipe. Time passed gradually, yet the atmosphere within the school remained tense. After a class on defense against the dark arts, Evan found himself retained by Lockhart. He had just been asked by Lockhart to portray a Himalayan Yeti suffering from a nasal cold, a recent addition to Lockhart's innovative teaching activities, wherein he enlisted students to reenact dramatic excerpts from his own writings. Evan, your performance was splendid. That Yeti was indeed frightened away by me. And I saved an entire village in the process. I am delighted to have been of assistance, Professor. Uncertain, Ivan inquired. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? The next lesson is Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class, and I should not be late. Well, Lockhart beamed his signature smile, given the current tense atmosphere within the school. I propose to establish a dueling club. A dueling club? Indeed. You see, I possess far more experience in dealing with malevolent forces than any other professor at this institution, Lockhart boasted. Not to brag, but I would be delighted to impart this knowledge to you all, enhancing your combat skills. A splendid idea. What do you need from me? I will post an announcement on the bulletin board. All you need to do is help me promote it in the newspaper. It's as simple as that. Lockhart aspired to feature this news on the front page, albeit without his name, as he wished to maintain an air of mystery, promising everyone a surprise. Ivan gave a wry smile, pondering how surprising it truly was. What could Lockhart teach them? How to make bones disappear? Nevertheless, reflecting on the lack of noteworthy events to advertise recently, he readily acquiesced to Lockhart's request. Perhaps this was an opportunity to leverage the influence of the dueling club to revive the declining sales of the newspaper. Unsurprisingly, the announcement of the dueling club piqued the interest of the young wizards. In the latest edition of the Hogwarts Magical Journal, Ivan placed a large question mark, listing potential candidates for the position of dueling club instructor, along with their skill assessments and past achievements. Following extensive pre-publicity, this issue of the Hogwarts Magical Journal saw sales soar back to peak levels, reminiscent of the period prior to the second attack. Under Ivan's strategic guidance, most believed that the instructor for the dueling club would be none other than Professor Dumbledore. This was simply astonishing, considering that Dumbledore had not publicly wielded magic since Voldemort's downfall many years ago. Not only were the excited young wizards eager to witness this, but many adult wizards who subscribed to the Hogwarts Magical Journal, as well as the parents of students, hoped to observe the opportunity to learn a trick or two from the greatest living white wizard, which was thrilling enough to contemplate. Upon learning this news, the editor of the Daily Prophet, Guffey, promptly wrote to express his desire to send representatives to cover the inauguration of the dueling club. However, the school administration declined this request, further piquing the curiosity of the students, most of whom believed Professor Dumbledore was likely to make an appearance, due to Ivan's promotional efforts. What was originally intended to be a small-scale gathering in the basement classroom had to be relocated to the Great Hall, owing to the overwhelming number of sign-ups. On Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock, after dinner, the students returned to the common room for a brief respite before hurrying back to the hall. The long dining tables had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage along one wall, illuminated by hundreds of floating candles. The ceiling had once again transformed into a velvety expanse of darkness, and the entire student body had gathered. Ivan, who was well aware of the unfolding situation, was dragged from the library by Colin and Ginny. In their words, they hoped Ivan could provide them with guidance on defensive spells. As all first-year students knew, Ivan's magical prowess was unrivaled among his peers. When will the headmaster arrive? What do you think he will teach us? Don't be foolish, Ron. Hermione raised her voice above the chatter of the crowd. It cannot be Professor Dumbledore. He hasn't performed in years. Besides, if it were him, there would be no need for all this mystery. His presence alone is the greatest spectacle. If it's not Dumbledore, then who could it be? Someone remarked. I heard that Flitwick was a dueling champion in his youth. Perhaps he will be the one to instruct us, Hermione speculated uncertainly. Ivan certainly knew that he had authored that article. Harry and Ron hastily turned to Ivan, while Colin, Ginny, and Neville nearby looked at him with eager anticipation. Don't look at me like that. I assumed you would understand this promotional approach upon seeing it. Wait, you don't mean. Harry's unfinished thought morphed into a groan as Gilderoy Lockhart ascended the stage, adorned in a resplendent, plum-colored robe. Indeed, it is he. Ivan helplessly covered his forehead, and it appeared that Professor Lockhart had brought along a special guest for the evening. The festive atmosphere in the great hall abruptly stilled, the previously buzzing discussions dissipating entirely as the students beheld none other than a brooding Severus Snape, clad in his customary black attire, standing beside Lockhart. Students who had anticipated learning genuine skills were disheartened to discover that the dueling club had devolved into a farce. Lockhart had originally intended to demonstrate how to duel, yet he had chosen the wrong opponent. Snape was certainly not a mere student whom he could easily manipulate in class. As Lockhart began a countdown, Snape merely flicked his wand, unleashing a brilliant red light that flashed before the crowd. Lockhart, struck with force, stumbled backward off the stage, crashing against the wall before sliding down to curl up on the floor. Even inhaled sharply, the fall had been quite severe. Amidst the chorus of shrill screams from the girls, Lockhart staggered to his feet, his hat having tumbled off, and his wavy curls standing on end. He wobbled back onto the stage, seemingly just realizing what had transpired. I believe everyone saw that, didn't they? That was a disarming spell, as you can observe. I have lost my wand. And it flew away. A wave of boos echoed from the audience. However, everyone underestimated Lockhart's thick skin. He waved his hand dismissively, interpreting the jeers as applause for his performance. Indeed, Professor Snape, what a splendid idea to demonstrate this to the students. However, do not take offense. Your intent to showcase such a maneuver was quite evident. If I wished to thwart you, it would require no effort at all. I actually think it would be enlightening for them to witness. Noticing the murderous glare from Snape, Lockhart hastily added, All right, the demonstration is over. Now I shall mingle among you and pair you into groups of 2. Professor Snape, if you would be so kind as to assist me. They wove through the crowd, pairing everyone up. Lockhart paired Neville and Justin, while Snape approached Harry and Ron. The dream team should be split up, I think. He sneered. Weasley, you may partner with Mason. As for you, Potter. At the sound of his words, Harry instinctively edged closer to Hermione. I do not think so. Snape replied, his expression icy. Malfoy, come here. Let us see what you can make of the illustrious Potter. Miss Granger, you may pair with Miss Millicent. Malfoy strutted over with an air of arrogance, a smug smile plastered on his face, trailed by a tall, burly Slytherin girl whose thick jaw jutted menacingly. Hermione managed a strained smile, but the girl ignored her entirely. The ensuing duel was nothing short of a nightmare. Just as Lockhart called out 3, 2, 1. A cloud of green smoke enveloped the hall. Harry and Malfoy struck each other with curses until Snape intervened to release them. Neville and Justin lay gasping on the floor. Hermione and Millicent were still engaged, with Millicent clutching Hermione's head, who whimpered in pain. Both of their wands had been forgotten on the floor. Harry rushed forward, pulling Millicent away. The worst situation was that of Aiwen and Ron. Prior to the duel, Aiwen had instructed Ron to cast the disarming charm on him. Knowing its feeble power, believing Ron's magic would only cause his wand to fly away, not sending Lockhart hurtling across the room as Snape had. The next moment, Aiwen realized he was mistaken. A deep blue light shot forth from Ron's wand, a glow he had never witnessed before, reminiscent of dark, malevolent magic. It was certainly not the killing curse, yet Aiwen felt a palpable threat of death emanating from it. He knew he could not take it directly, shouting obstacles and diving aside. The shield charm seemed to work as the deep blue light slowed and accurately struck the spot where Aiwen had just stood. The marble floor quickly corroded as if tainted by concentrated sulfuric acid, a deep dent forming, eliciting gasps from the surrounding young wizards. My goodness, Ron. What on earth did you cast? Aiwen exclaimed in terror. I don't know. Ron appeared as if waking from a daze. I just used the disarming charm. I had no idea it would do that. Snape hurried over, his expression dark as he scrutinized the marks on the floor, and moments later, he lifted his gaze to Ron with a peculiar look. Weasley, have you been sneaking peeks at books in the restricted section? His tone was more accusatory than inquisitive. No, Ron stammered, recalling the powerful potion, looking exceedingly suspicious. It must be that broken wand of yours causing the trouble. Seeing Ron's demeanor, Aiwen felt a wave of dread. He had to prevent Snape from discovering their potion-making endeavors. Ron, I absolutely refuse to practice with you again until you acquire a new wand. But what spell was that? Enough, Snape barked. If I allow you lot of empty-headed fools to continue practicing, I may as well prepare to collect your corpses by tomorrow. Quite right, Professor Snape, Lockhart chimed in. I believe it would be best to teach them how to counter hostile magic. Is there a pair willing to volunteer for a demonstration? Longbottom and Fenwick, how about you? This was a terrible idea, Professor Lockhart. Snape glided across the stage like a nefarious bat. Even a simple incantation from Longbottom could wreak havoc. We shall gather Fenwick's remains in a matchbox and send them to the hospital wing. Neville's rosy face turned even redder as Snape sneered. What about Malfoy and Potter? Splendid. Lockhart gestured for Harry and Malfoy to step to the center of the hall as the crowd retreated to give them space. Harry and Malfoy stood at opposite ends of the stage, while Lockhart and Snape whispered lowly to each, imparting combat techniques. Lockhart seemed at a loss for words with Harry, and he waved his wand, causing it to clatter to the ground. Next, as Aiwen recalled, a long black snake suddenly erupted from Malfoy's wand, landing heavily in the center of the stage, raising its head in preparation to strike. The crowd screamed, quickly retreating to clear a path. Snape had intended to frighten Harry, but Lockhart made matters worse by levitating the snake high into the air, dropping it among the audience. It was in a frenzy, hissing and slithering towards the nearest Justin Finch-Fletchley, rearing its head to expose its venomous fangs, poised to attack. Then everyone heard Harry begin to speak to the snake in a hissing language, as if performing an ancient, mystical rite. The hall fell silent, everyone holding their breath. The sound of a pin dropping echoing clearly. The snake halted, and Harry looked up at Justin, grinning widely. At the sight of his gaze, everyone instinctively recoiled. Justin's face a mask of rage and terror. What kind of trickery is this? He shouted, tears welling in his eyes, and bolted from the hall. Watching Harry, who stood on stage looking utterly bewildered, Aiwen quickly joined Ron in pulling him down. No one cared about the dueling club any longer, Aiwen, Ron, and Hermione ushered Harry out of the hall, with Colin and Ginny hurriedly following. People stepped aside, seemingly fearful of being entangled in something ominous. Harry looked utterly perplexed. completely unaware of what had transpired, as no one offered any explanations, merely dragging him along until they reached the deserted Gryffindor common room. Then Ron shoved Harry into an armchair, saying, "You're a Parselmouth. Why didn't you tell us?" "I'm a what?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment. "Parseltongue. You can converse with snakes." "I know," Harry replied. "What I mean is, this is the second time I've done this. Once at the zoo. I inadvertently set a large python loose, which lunged at my cousin Dudley. It's a long story, but I wager many here are capable of such a feat. Oh. They cannot," Ron retorted with a wrinkled nose. "It's not an ordinary skill, Harry. Indeed, it is rather dreadful." Ginny, seated beside Evan, interjected, her complexion pale. "What is so dreadful?" Harry raised his voice, bewildered by everyone's reaction. "Listen, if I hadn't told that snake not to attack Justin." "Oh. So that's what you said to it?" Ron interrupted. "What do you mean? You were all present. You, Evan, Hermione, Colin, Ginny, you all should have heard me." "Actually, I only heard you hissing," Colin stammered. "I didn't comprehend its meaning, but it felt rather unnatural." "That was Parseltongue, Colin," Ron elucidated. "It's the language of snakes." "You mean I spoke in the tongue of snakes?" Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. "Precisely. No one else could understand you. Whatever you said could have been anything. No wonder Justin was terrified. The sound of your voice must have seemed like you were inciting that snake. It was truly chilling." "Indeed." Colin and Ginny nodded in agreement. Harry stared at them in shock, but I had no awareness of it. How could I possibly speak another language without knowing? Ron shook his head gravely. Colin and Ginny's faces were etched with fear, while Hermione sat silently, rapidly flipping through a book she had retrieved from the pile, and Evan appeared lost in thought. His head bowed. The atmosphere grew heavy, as if a tragedy had unfolded. "Well, would you care to enlighten me on what is wrong with preventing a hideous snake from biting off Justin's head?" Harry suddenly shouted. "As long as Justin isn't joining the ranks of the headless ghost, what does it matter how I did it?" "It matters immensely." Hermione finally spoke, turning a page in her book and presenting it to Harry. "Look here, the ability to speak with snakes is a renowned trait of Salazar Slytherin, the first known Parselmouth. Hence, the symbol of Slytherin House is a serpent." Harry gaped at the book in astonishment. "Precisely, Harry," Ron added. "Now everyone in the school will believe you are his distant descendant, especially with the Chamber of Secrets now opened. This is quite perilous." "But I am not. It is impossible for me to have opened the chamber." Harry's voice trembled with an unexplainable fear. "I believe you, Harry," Ginny said tearfully. "We all believe you, but you will find it difficult to prove," Hermione said calmly. "Salazar Slytherin likely lived over 1,000 years ago, and given everything we know, it is plausible you could be his heir. This is utterly absurd. Is that why the others are avoiding me?" Harry stood abruptly, turning to Evan, who had remained silent. And with a final glimmer of hope asked, "Evan, you don't think like them, do you? That I am Slytherin's heir, or that I opened the chamber?" "Of course not." Evan replied. "I am not particularly surprised that you can speak Parseltongue." Evan remarked, "Take it easy, Harry. While Parseltongue is indeed a remarkably rare gift, it is not entirely unique. Besides Slytherin and his descendants, there are numerous wizards capable of this ability. If necessary, I could name a few right now." Avon's words brought a semblance of comfort to Harry, yet there remained an unspoken truth, apart from Salazar Slytherin himself. All wizards discovered to possess the Parseltongue gift ultimately succumbed to the allure of malevolence, without exception. In fact, more than this revelation, I found myself yearning to comprehend the spell that Ron had just unleashed upon me. Avon's gaze shifted towards Ron, who stood nearby. "Well, what?" Ron's face flushed crimson. "I already mentioned it. It was merely a disarming charm. Perhaps my wand caused an anomaly. Come now, Ron." Avon waved his hand dismissively. "That was merely a ruse to deceive Snape. If a broken wand could transmute a disarming spell into intricate dark magic, dark wizards would be rampant in every street corner." "What do you mean?" Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. "Dark magic. Indeed, that incantation was undoubtedly dark magic. Which is precisely why Snape inquired whether Ron had ventured into the restricted section. He must know something. But I haven't." Ron stammered in a panic. "Who can say?" Avon fixed a penetrating gaze on Ron. "Perhaps it was not you." "Not me?" Ron echoed in confusion, his anger flaring. "Avon, what exactly do you mean? Are you suggesting that someone used Polyjuice Potion to assume my form and infiltrate?" He let out a harsh laugh, while Colin and Ginny shrank back into the sofa. And Harry and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Avon's implication. "I believe Ron cannot be impersonated," Hermione hesitated to assert. "Avon, so much has transpired recently. Perhaps you're under undue stress." "Indeed, this just is hardly amusing," Harry interjected, shaking his head. "Is today some sort of April Fool-s? I am deemed the heir of Slytherin for rescuing Justin, while Ron suddenly finds himself branded as an evil dark wizard. However, for a dark wizard, manipulating the thoughts of another is an exceedingly simple feat. What do you mean?" Ron shouted. "On Halloween, when the first attack occurred, where were you?" Avon asked coldly. "I was in that damned bathroom, apologizing to Moaning Myrtle. Yet there is no one to vouch for your whereabouts." Avon's lips curled slightly. "Where were you during the second attack?" "Naturally, I was in the infirmary with Percy, due to your ludicrous blasting curse that cost my brother his left arm." "No, you were not there." Avon shook his head and said, "To be honest, Ron, Shortly after we left, you departed from the infirmary, and no one knows where you went. But what does it matter? Everyone is gone. Ron appeared somewhat hysterical. If everyone who wasn't with you at the time of the attack is deemed a suspect, then every student in this school is a scion of Slytherin. Yet you alone could cast a complete corrosion curse with that wretched wand. Aiwen narrowed his eyes. Isn't that so? Upon hearing Aiwen's words, Ron suddenly sprang up from the sofa. What do you mean by corrosion curse? I have never even heard of it. He shouted vehemently. How amusing. You just cast a complete corrosion curse on me, and now you claim to have never encountered such a spell. Aiwen drew his wand sharply, pointing it at Ron. Unfortunately for you, I once came across this incantation in a book on dark arts, and its description matches precisely the effect you just displayed. Aiwen, calm down. The others hastily interjected. Huh, this is quite humorous, Ron retorted, drawing his own wand. I finally grasp your meaning. It must be that book that has led your mind to conjure illusions, making you believe I am attacking you with dark magic. I am perfectly calm. I know exactly what I am doing. Yield, Ron, Aiwen said calmly. You have been discovered. If I were to seek Dumbledore now. No, Ron retorted stiffly, stepping back into the shadows, fully concealing himself. I have no idea what you were talking about. Whatever scheme you were concocting, I refuse to partake any longer. I am going to bed. The others watched as Ron laid down his wand, his expression grim, and turned toward the bedroom. After taking just a couple of steps, he suddenly halted, his wand trembling slightly in his grip, as if he were steeling himself. The fireplace nearby cast a long shadow of him across the floor, rendering the dimly lit common room particularly eerie. Ron, are you all right? Harry inquired, concern lacing his voice. Silence enveloped them, thick and suffocating. I believe Aiwen means no harm. He merely. Hermione's words were abruptly cut short as Ron spun around, pointing his wand at Aiwen, a flash of green light erupting from the tip. Yet Aiwen was swifter. Before the green light could manifest, his stunning spell had already struck Ron. Ron slowly collapsed, leaving the others in stunned silence. The events that transpired in that moment overwhelmed the young wizards. After a full 3 seconds, Ginny finally screamed and rushed towards Ron. Aiwen, what are you doing? Harry exclaimed, his stomach lurching. You just attacked Ron. He was the one who attacked me first. You should have seen the green light from his wand. What was that? Hermione asked urgently. If I am not mistaken, that was the killing curse. He intended to kill me. Aiwen recalled the green flash and thought of the Avada Kedavra curse. The unforgivable curses, it cannot be. Hermione gasped, while the others looked utterly bewildered. Hermione, what do you mean by unforgivable curses? I have read about them. The unforgivable curses include the Imperius curse, the Cruciatus curse, and the killing curse, Hermione explained rapidly. They are all exceedingly malevolent and cruel forms of dark magic. And once used against another, the caster is sentenced to a lifetime in the wizarding prison, Azkaban. Lifetime imprisonment. Colin said, terrified, his voice trembling. But Aiwen said Ron intended to use the killing curse on him. I do not think that was his conscious desire. He must have been controlled by something. Since Ron had attacked Aiwen with the corrosive curse in the Great Hall, Aiwen had felt something amiss. Logically, such advanced dark magic should not be within the grasp of a second-year wizard, especially considering Ron was wielding his broken wand. Was it mere coincidence? However, even if there were a transformation, it should be within certain limits. Reflecting on Ron's wand's past performances, it had only managed to ignite things or cause him to expel a week's worth of snot. The sudden emergence of such formidable dark magic during a duel against oneself seemed far too suspicious. Yet if Tom Riddle had indeed controlled Ron, everything would fall into perfect alignment. As Voldemort in his student days, Tom Riddle must have perused the dark magic tomes in the restricted section. This also elucidated why Ginny had not discovered that black diary, alongside the myriad clues present during the previous attacks. Aiwen exhaled softly. If all proceeded smoothly, the chamber incident would be resolved perfectly. There would be no further attacks, and Tom Riddle could not possibly manipulate Ron before Dumbledore. By the time he awoke, he would discover the whereabouts of the hidden diary. Once the mandrakes matured, Snape would brew restorative potions, allowing the petrified Madame Pomfrey and Penelope to recover as well. Yet, I still do not comprehend who would control Ron. Harry spoke cautiously, and how does this relate to the chamber? This is of little consequence. The pressing matter is what to do next. Hermione glanced anxiously at the door, while Aiwen gripped his wand tightly, observing Ron lying motionless on the floor. Ginny weeping softly over him. How could they explain this scene to others? We should seek Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore. They will find a way to heal Ron. In the hospital wing, Dumbledore stood solemnly at Ron's bedside, flanked by Professor McGonagall and Snape, who were intently examining Ron. Albus, what has happened to Weasley? McGonagall inquired with concern. A potent soul-sucking curse, poor child. He likely has no awareness of his actions, Dumbledore replied, his gaze fixed on Ron. It was evident that this was the reason the dim-witted Weasley could suddenly cast the corrosion curse. Snape disdainfully raised his head, relieved that the curse had not lasted long enough to render him a complete imbecile. He produced a vial of potion from his robes and administered it to Ron. Before long, Ron stirred awake, gazing blankly ahead with a perplexed expression. Where am I? He murmured, soon noticing Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape standing nearby. Professors, what are you? Thank heavens you have awakened, Weasley. McGonagall exclaimed anxiously. You were afflicted by a soul-sucking curse. A soul-sucking curse. Indeed, it is a most malevolent dark magic. Those under its influence experience a blank mind and a false sense of bliss, while a voice in their head compels them to act as commanded by the curse's caster. But I remember nothing. What did I do? Ron shook his head in confusion. You cast the corrosion curse on Mason and, upon being discovered, attempted to use the killing curse against him. Snape remarked with a smirk, though it is evident you were unsuccessful, given your pitiable magical prowess. Even if you had struck him, I doubt it would have done more than draw a trickle of blood. But Mr. Weasley, this is not your fault. Many powerful wizards are equally susceptible to the soul-sucking curse, Dumbledore said, his expression growing serious as he scrutinized Ron. However, I must ask you, is there anything you wish to share with me? No, nothing. Ron's face turned pale, seemingly at a loss for words, hesitating before softly replying, I remember nothing, Professor. After the professors departed, Aiwen, Hermione, Colin, and Ginny hurried into the infirmary to visit Ron. Ron apologized to Aiwen, stating he remembered nothing. Madame Pomfrey did not allow them to linger, insisting Ron needed rest. The impact of the soul-sucking curse on the soul is not easily mended. Poor Ron would likely spend the forthcoming Christmas in bed. Furthermore, the final investigation results surprised Aiwen. Ron had merely fallen victim to the soul-sucking curse, rather than the far graver fate he had envisioned. Aiwen yearned to convey the matters concerning Tom Riddle and the diary to Dumbledore, yet ultimately, he remained silent. He was at a loss as to how to articulate the source of his knowledge regarding Voldemort and the Horcruxes. Such information was classified, and thus far, even Dumbledore had merely speculated. The situation grew increasingly enigmatic, leaving Aiwen to rely solely on his own wits. It was not Ron who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. That assumption was utterly flawed. Manipulating a weak-willed young wizard was not a particularly arduous task. Once under Tom Riddle's control, anyone could potentially wield the Cruciatus curse against Ron. Moreover, Ron had interacted with numerous individuals, and Aiwen could not possibly investigate each one. Everything had returned to square one, and the predicament had worsened. Under the influence of the Cruciatus curse, Ron had unleashed the corrosive curse and the killing curse upon him, indicating that Tom Riddle or some other entity had begun to harbor suspicions and sought to eliminate him. Aiwen cast a wary gaze upon everyone around him. Yet nearly all appeared suspicious. In the following days, the school heightened its vigilance, with professors frequently patrolling the corridors and escorting students. A scion of Slytherin was already a grave concern. Now, this maniac had not only opened the chamber, but also wielded a wand to cast the Cruciatus curse indiscriminately. The uninformed young wizard speculated incessantly about Ron's disappearance, flocking to the hospital wing to ascertain whether Ron had indeed suffered an attack. Madame Pomfrey was compelled to draw the long curtains, completely concealing Ron's bed. Professor McGonagall publicly announced that Ron's wand had malfunctioned, resulting in him inadvertently falling victim to a powerful curse, yet few believed her. The consensus was that Ron had been attacked, and rumors abounded regarding the identity of Slytherin's heir. If Harry had merely been a suspect before, he was now nearly confirmed as the culprit, especially after revealing his ability to speak Parseltongue during the dueling club. This realization troubled Harry. He wished to clarify matters with Justin, but Justin had been avoiding him. On Friday evening, Aiwen and Hermione were in the library preparing the next issue of the Hogwarts Magical News when they overheard a few Hufflepuff students whispering about the situation. Exchanging glances with Hermione, they quietly leaned in closer. No matter what, I told Justin to hide in our dormitory. He must not let Potter find him, said a tall boy. What I mean is, if Potter is determined to get him, it's best for him to stay out of sight for now. But why? Isn't it obvious? Ever since Justin inadvertently let slip to Potter that he was a Muggle-born, I anticipated this would happen. Justin had even mentioned to Potter that he had attended Eton. Such words could not be carelessly spoken in relation to a descendant of Slytherin, could they? Indeed. Several Hufflepuff students nodded eagerly. But Ernie, can you be certain it's Potter? Don't you understand? He is a Parselmouth. It is widely acknowledged as the mark of a dark wizard. Have you ever heard of a legitimate wizard who could converse with snakes? They refer to Salazar Slytherin himself as a Parselmouth. Yet he appears quite amiable. He does not resemble a dark wizard, a girl with golden pigtails said uncertainly. Hannah, wake up to reality, Ernie said seriously. He can speak Parseltongue, and he is always the first to arrive at the scene whenever an attack occurs. Upon hearing this, everyone began to murmur amongst themselves. Do you remember the words written on the wall? Ernie continued. Beware of the air. Philip's cat prevented Potter from entering the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor, and soon we learned that the cat met its demise. And Penelope Clearwater. She encountered Potter outside that restroom. She must have discovered something, which led to her unfortunate fate. As for Moaning Myrtle, she had been in that restroom the entire time, so her removal was hardly surprising. But why would Potter need to enter a girl's restroom? Who knows? Perhaps he was experimenting with some wicked dark magic. Or the entrance to the chamber lies within that restroom, Ernie stammered. A few Hufflepuff students gasped, and Aiwen, who had been eavesdropping, was taken aback. Who would have thought that Ernie's baseless speculation could hold a grain of truth? Come on, Ernie, your arguments are utterly nonsensical, Hannah hesitated. Aside from Potter, Hermione Granger and Aiwen Mason also fit your description, yet they cannot be Slytherin's heir as their parents are both Muggles. Upon hearing Hannah's words, several girls nodded vigorously. They are Potter's accomplices. Ernie continued. Take Mason, for instance. Which normal first year would think to create a newspaper? And those spells of his. I wager no one in the lower years can rival him. But I think that's quite impressive. Do not be deceived by appearances, Hannah. Ernie lowered his voice conspiratorially as the Hufflepuffs leaned in closer. Consider Ron Weasley, who was recently attacked. He must have sought to thwart them, which is why he fell victim. However, Professor McGonagall stated that his wand malfunctioned. A wand malfunction does not leave someone bedridden indefinitely. And think carefully. It was Potter who caused the downfall of the Dark Lord. His voice dropped to a whisper, and Evan and Hermione leaned in closer. No one knows how he survived that encounter with the Dark Lord all those years ago. You have all read that article written by Evan at the time. Potter was but an infant. He should have been obliterated. To my mind, only a truly formidable dark wizard could escape such a curse. Perhaps that is precisely why the Dark Lord sought to eliminate him first. He did not wish for another dark wizard to rival him. In any case, only the Hufflepuffs remain. I dare say the next attack. Hermione could no longer bear it. She stepped out from behind the bookshelf, with Evan hurriedly following. He found the scene quite comical. Upon seeing them, every Hufflepuff froze in shock, while Ernie's face drained of color. Why, you heard everything. If you intend to harm me. Ernie stammered. I should inform you that you can trace my family lineage back 9 generations. My bloodline is as pure as anyone else's, so. Pathetic. Seeing Ernie's demeanor, Hermione disdainfully turned to leave. I couldn't care less about your lineage. Evan leaned in closer, narrowing his eyes at Ernie. Listen. If you continue to propagate such rumors in public, without the intervention of Slytherin's heir, I can ensure that you become a specimen displayed on a shelf. Much like Filch's cat. Upon hearing Ivan's words, Ernie was so startled that he immediately crouched down. Neither of them mentioned the matter to Harry. Yet the events that transpired in the library swiftly became common knowledge. Presently, nearly everyone was avoiding them, as if they might suddenly sprout fangs and unleash venom upon others. On Monday morning, while having breakfast, Ivan, Harry, and Hermione sat together in solitude, with others pointing and whispering about the trio. It was quite amusing, regrettably. Ron was not there to witness it. Fred approached and remarked, Indeed, Harry. George chimed in, you've instilled fear in everyone, accomplishing what Snape has always aspired to do. This just was hardly amusing. Avon found himself in a rather dismal mood, not only due to the suspicions cast upon him by others, but also because the latest issue of the Hogwarts Magical News had seen dismal sales figures. Cheer up, Avon, Fred encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Our joke products are also struggling in sales, but it's nothing to fret over. In times like these, we need a touch of humor. George chimed in. Indeed. They did so. After breakfast, Fred and George made a grand entrance before Harry, striding confidently and proclaiming loudly, Make way for the heir of Slytherin. The most villainous wizard has arrived. This is hardly a matter for jest, Percy remarked disapprovingly. Step aside, Percy, Fred retorted. Harry is on a tight schedule. Yes. He is off to the Chamber of Secrets for tea with his toothy servant. George laughed heartily. This was what Fred and George deemed humor, while Ginny attempted to intervene. Harry, however, was unfazed. At least the twins' belief that he was the heir of Slytherin struck him as absurd and amusing, which brought him a measure of comfort. Nonetheless, their antics appeared to infuriate Draco Malfoy, who grew progressively more irate each time he beheld their antics. When the group visited Ron in the hospital wing, they relayed this incident to him. Ron, recovering well, insightfully noted, You know how much Malfoy despises anyone surpassing him in any regard. He has resorted to despicable tactics while Harry enjoys all the accolades. Indeed, but it won't last long, Hermione said with satisfaction. The polyjuice potion will be ready shortly, and we can extract information from him at any moment. I wish I could join you. I'm nearly well. But Madame Pomfrey insists I remain here until the Christmas festivities conclude. Fear not. We shall relay the results to you at the earliest opportunity, Ron. 3 days later. The term concluded. Given the current circumstances at Hogwarts, most young witches and wizards opted to return home for Christmas, leaving the castle blanketed in a thick, snow-like silence. This, in fact, brought relief to Harry, who felt a surge of joy at the prospect of wandering freely through Gryffindor Tower, unencumbered by the scrutiny of others. Avon, too, paused his studies. His recent progress had been sluggish, and thus far, he had failed to uncover a spell to replicate the crowing of a rooster or a means to confront the basilisk. To make matters worse, Hagrid's roosters were nearly all perishing. Hagrid speculated that either a fox or a blood-sucking creature was preying upon his chickens. However, Hermione insisted that this was peculiar. It was unclear whether she had noticed something amiss. In the morning, they visited Ron in the hospital wing, engaging in a game of wizard chess and discussing matters related to the Chamber of Secrets. After lunch, Avon and Harry practiced dueling in the secret passage, while Hermione continued her studies in the library. Aside from their small group, Colin, Ginny, Fred, and George also remained at the school, constructing snowmen outside the castle. Percy regarded these childish antics with disdain, frequently visiting the hospital wing. Ron expressed surprise, remarking that he had never realized Percy cared for him so deeply. His visits surpassed those of all others combined, even though Ron had little to say to him. Yet, Percy continued to frequent the hospital wing, self-importantly declaring that his presence during the Christmas season was a responsibility as an exemplary student. To support the teachers during this tumultuous time and to keep an eye on Ron to prevent any mishaps. During dinner, Aiwen noticed Malfoy and his two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle. To his astonishment, he also spotted the long-missing Justin Finch-Fletchley, who had remained behind as well. Justin appeared in poor spirits, particularly upon seeing their group. He seemed to still harbor concerns about Harry's intentions towards him. Harry attempted to approach him to apologize, but to no avail. Upon noticing Harry's approach, Justin hastily grabbed some bread from the table and rushed out, dampening Harry's recently lifted mood. The following morning, Aiwen was awakened by Colin's enthusiastic voice. "Aiwen, thank you for the magical camera. It's truly a treasure. I can only imagine how much it cost," Colin exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Aiwen observed Colin seated on his bed, unwrapping gifts, while his own space was equally cluttered with presents. His parents had procured for him a Nimbus 2001, a fitting embodiment of Muggle perceptions of wizards, and they also wished for Aiwen to engage more in physical activities. Colin bestowed upon him a treasured photograph capturing the moment of success during the inaugural sale of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette, where everyone posed together. Gilderoy Lockhart's gift was also a photograph, a signed edition from his personal collection, which Aiwen intended to later pass on to Hermione. Hagrid presented him with a substantial bag of fudge, although it was nearly as hard as a rock cake. Ron gifted him a book entitled How to Better Manage a Magical Newspaper, while Harry and Hermione similarly offered books, The Fundamentals of Quidditch and Dueling Secrets, a comprehensive guide to common spells, respectively. It seemed that Aiwen's fondness for reading had deeply imprinted itself in the minds of the trio. Fred and George contributed a sample of their latest successful products, just as the two had arranged in Diagon Alley. Ginny gifted him a thick black diary, distinguished by its superior quality. If Aiwen intends to create a Horcrux in the future, it will undoubtedly be his foremost consideration. By the way, Mrs. Slytherin gifted Aiwen a brand new hand-knitted sweater, accompanied by a card expressing gratitude for his assistance to Ron. They learned everything from Dumbledore. Had it not been for Aiwen's discovery of Ron being afflicted by the soul-binding curse, the consequences would have been unthinkable. When Aiwen finally emerged from the pile of gifts, he found that Harry and Hermione had already arrived in the common room, and the polyjuice potion was prepared. The three of them proceeded to the hospital wing to find Ron, meticulously reviewing their plan. After ensuring that there were no oversights, they resolved to take action that very night, determined to confront Malfoy for clarity. The Christmas feast was a grand spectacle in the Great Hall. Dozens of Christmas trees, adorned with silver frost, stood majestically, while thick garlands of mistletoe and holly crisscrossed the ceiling, creating a harmonious display. Enchantment filled the air as warm, dry snowflakes gently descended from above. Everyone was savoring their meals, and just as Aiwen and Harry finished their third helping of pudding, Hermione led them out of the hall to execute their plan for the evening. Their first task was to deal with Crabbe and Goyle, which was not overly challenging. With just 2 pieces of cake laced with sleeping draught, these 2 imposing fellows would readily submit to their will. Aiwen and Harry exerted considerable effort to conceal their findings within the cupboard at the far end of the hallway, ensuring that they remained undetected. They even plucked several strands of hair and removed the shoes of Crabbe and Goyle, as their own footwear could not accommodate the latter's large feet. The complication arose with Hermione, as Aiwen firmly believed that the black hair she held was not from Millicent Bulstrode, but rather a strand of cat fur. "Impossible, Aiwen," Hermione insisted. "This is hair I gathered from Millicent's clothing at the dueling club. Yet, she also owns a cat, and the hair in your possession bears a striking resemblance to that feline's fur. We ought to exercise caution," Aiwen replied. Ultimately, under Aiden's insistence, the trio was compelled to return to the Great Hall to seek another opportunity. They meandered beside the Slytherin long table for quite some time until they observed Pansy Parkinson rising to approach Snape. In a flurry, Hermione rushed over and collided forcefully with her, swiftly plucking a hair from Pansy's head before she could react in fury. As Hermione apologized to Pansy, Aiwen and Harry caught sight of Snape regarding them with a sinister smirk, which sent shivers down their spines. They hurried back to the restroom, losing precious time in the process. "I think Snape might have noticed something," Harry said uncertainly. "Perhaps we should seek another chance." "No, tonight presents the best opportunity. After Christmas, the students will begin returning to school," Hermione asserted, pulling out the prepared polyjuice potion and nervously scrutinizing the stained page detailing the potent concoction. "It appears just as the book describes. Once we consume it, we shall remain in our transformed states for a full hour. My plan is foolproof. Snape will only see Crabbe, Goyle, and Parkinson," she continued. With a long-handled spoon, she scooped a generous portion of the potion and poured it into 3 glass cups. Her hands trembled as she added Pansy's hair to the first cup. The potion fizzed and bubbled vigorously, resembling boiling water, and within a second, it transformed into an unappealing brownish-black hue. "Your turn. Add the ingredients," Hermione instructed. Harry hastily tossed Goyle's hair into the middle cup, while Aiwen placed Crabbe's hair into the final cup. Both vessels hissed and bubbled, with Goyle's potion taking on a tank-like yellow-brown color, and Crabbe's morphing into a murky dark brown. "Well, what shall we do now?" Harry inquired. "Isn't it obvious?" "We drink it," Hermione replied, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Let us hope the taste is not too dreadful." Cheers, Aiwen said, lifting the last cup and downing its contents in one swift motion before dashing to the nearest stall. The polyjuice potion tasted akin to overcooked cabbage, and as Aiwen swallowed, a burning sensation surged from his stomach throughout his entire body, reaching his fingertips and toes. He felt as though he were melting, as if his skin were bubbling like hot wax, causing him to collapse on the floor, gasping for air. He watched in astonishment as his hand began to enlarge, fingers thickening, nails widening, and knuckles protruding like bolts. Evan's shoulders began to stretch, causing him unbearable pain. The sharp sensation on his forehead indicated that his hair was encroaching toward his eyebrows. As his chest expanded, his robe tore apart, resembling a bucket breaking free from its iron band. His feet were painfully cramped within shoes several sizes too small. The events unfolded abruptly and dissipated just as swiftly. Suddenly, everything came to a halt. Although he had read about it countless times in books, experiencing the transformation into Crabbe was entirely different. With great effort, Aiwen shed his ill-fitting school uniform and donned Crabbe's attire. Then, he heard a commotion outside. It was the voice of Goyle. "Are you two all right?" "We're fine," Aiwen replied in Crabbe's voice. He stepped outside, and in the mirror, he saw his reflection was indistinguishable from Crabbe's, with a short, bowl-cut hairstyle and long, gorilla-like arms. His complexion slightly pale. Harry and Hermione had also morphed into Goyle and Parkinson, as Hermione had intended to transform into Millicent, but had now become Pansy, her clothing fitting her more loosely. "All right, you two, stop staring. Precious time has already slipped away for 5 minutes." Hermione urged. "We should hurry to the Slytherin common room." Hoping that Malfoy remains there, they cautiously opened the bathroom door, confirming that the coast was clear before setting off. They mimicked the movements of Crabbe, Goyle, and Parkinson as they descended the marble staircase. Under Hermione's guidance, the trio entered the underground classroom entrance in succession. However, they soon halted. Aiwen beheld Snape standing before them, a bemused smile gracing his face, as if he had been waiting specifically for them. "Good evening, Parkinson, Goyle, Crabbe," Snape inquired in his slow, soft, and low voice. "What brings you here?" We. Aiwen and Harry exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Who could fathom what Goyle and Crabbe would utter in the presence of Snape? Yet, the typical demeanor of Goyle and Crabbe seemed to encapsulate this very moment. After casting a fleeting glance at them, Snape shifted his attention to Hermione, who stood at the forefront, with a keen interest. "Professor, we need to return to the common room," Hermione said cautiously. "Oh, is that so?" Snape replied softly. "Miss Parkinson, before that, I would like you to visit my office. I believe it is essential to delve deeper into the topic we discussed at the banquet." "But, Professor," Harry began, but his voice faltered. He had no grounds to impede Snape from escorting Pansy Parkinson. Moreover, Hermione was discreetly gesturing from behind, urging them not to concern themselves with her. Thus, Aiwen and Harry watched helplessly as Hermione was led away by Snape. "Is this what you call infallible?" Harry exclaimed anxiously. Snape must have uncovered something. What will become of Hermione? "I believe it would be wise for us to adhere to our original plan. Let us interrogate Malfoy first, and then devise a means to rescue Hermione," Aiwen suggested. "Easy for you to say. Do you know where the Slytherin common room is?" Aiwen shook his head, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. The desolate underground corridor resembled a labyrinth, with the two of them meandering aimlessly, frequently glancing at their watches to calculate how much time remained. After a full quarter of an hour, they discovered they had returned to their starting point. Before them lay a junction with 3 paths. One ascended to the school's auditorium on the first floor, opposite which stood a large mirror in the entrance hall. To the right of the mirror was a corridor leading to Snape's office and the potions classroom, the very place where nearly headless Nick had nearly hosted his birthday party. To the left, a broad stone passageway awaited, one which Harry and Aiwen had never traversed. However, Aiwen noticed a painting of a silver bowl brimming with fruit, suggesting it might lead to the secret passageway to the Hogwarts kitchens. Further ahead lay the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. "This isn't the right place. I recognize that mirror. We just saw it," Harry said uncertainly. "Perhaps we should head left." "That's incorrect. That direction leads to the Hufflepuff common room." Just as despair began to creep in, they spotted Draco Malfoy strolling leisurely towards them. For the first time in his life, Aiwen felt a surge of joy at the sight of him. "What are you two doing standing here? I thought you had already left." Aiwen and Harry nodded foolishly as Malfoy led them to a vacant, damp stone wall, coming to a halt beside it. "What is the new password again?" he inquired of Harry. "Huh?" Harry stammered. "Oh, right. It's pure blood," Malfoy exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than a hidden stone door in the wall slowly swung open. Malfoy strode confidently inside, with Aiwen and Harry following closely behind. The Slytherin common room was a narrow, low-ceilinged underground chamber, its walls and ceiling constructed from rough-hewn stone. Round, green-glowing lamps dangled from chains overhead. Directly opposite the entrance stood an exquisitely carved fireplace, where a crackling fire flickered, casting shadows of several Slytherin students seated in ornate chairs around it. "Wait here. My father just sent something. I'll go fetch it," Malfoy instructed, gesturing for Aiwen and Harry to take a seat in 2 empty chairs away from the fire. The two exchanged glances, astonished at their unexpected fortune. Before they could even ask Malfoy, he voluntarily offered to show them whatever Lucius Malfoy had sent. They wondered what it could be and whether it had any connection to the Chamber of Secrets. A moment later, Malfoy returned, clutching what appeared to be a newspaper clipping, which he thrust under Harry's nose. "Goyle, you'll surely find this hilarious," he remarked, as Aiwen observed Harry's body tremble slightly. He caught sight of the text inscribed upon it, which pertained to Mr. Arthur Weasley. The Ministry of Magic has fined Mr. Weasley 50 galleons for his misuse of Muggle artifacts. An investigation revealed that the enchanted Muggle car had been wrecked earlier this year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Following a recent call from a board member, Mr. Lucius Malfoy, demanding Mr. Weasley's resignation. "Mr. Weasley has tarnished the reputation of the Ministry." Malfoy remarked to our reporter that he is evidently unfit to legislate for us, and that his absurd and ludicrous Muggle Protection Act should be immediately repealed. Mr. Weasley declined to comment, though his wife threatened to unleash their house elf upon the reporters if they did not take their leave. It is noteworthy that a previously published op-ed in our paper called for the Ministry to address the flying safety of underage wizards, authored by the 12-year-old Miss Hermione Granger, who represented all young witches and wizards of Hogwarts. She stated that Mr. Weasley's actions pose a severe threat to the safety of underage wizards and urged the Ministry to act swiftly. "What do you think?" Draco impatiently inquired as Harry returned the clipping to him. "Do you find this amusing?" "Haha." Aiwen and Harry exchanged dry chuckles. Can you imagine the expressions on the Weasley family's faces upon reading this news? To be criticized by the pretentious mudblood Granger is simply delightful. Aiwen was uncertain of Mr. Weasley's potential reaction, yet he felt a profound sense of relief that Hermione had not accompanied him. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. It seemed imperative to devise a strategy to prevent her from encountering the Prophet tomorrow morning. By the way, it has come to my attention that Ron Weasley has also recently fallen victim to an attack, which I find utterly unsurprising. Malfoy disdainfully remarked, observing the Weasley family's conduct. It is nothing short of a disgrace to pureblood wizards. Aiwen endeavored to restrain Harry, preventing him from recklessly lunging at Malfoy. "Draco, spare us the mention of the Weasleys. Let us discuss the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin." Harry ventured cautiously. "You must know something about who orchestrated all of this." "You are well aware that I do not possess such knowledge, Goyle. How many times must I reiterate this?" Malfoy retorted sharply. "My father refuses to divulge the specifics regarding the last time the chamber was opened, which occurred 50 years ago, long before my birth. Yet, he knows everything. He insists that all of this is classified. If I were to learn too much, I would appear suspicious. But I do know that when the chamber was last opened, a mudblood perished. That much we are aware of. It was Moaning Myrtle," Aiwen interjected. "Indeed, I have informed you all." Malfoy paused momentarily, relishing the moment. "Since a mudblood died the last time, it is merely a matter of time before it happens again. I hope it is Granger. Though that Mason would also be a fine choice." Harry trembled with rage, while Aiwen took a deep breath, managing to restrain himself from launching a furious assault on Malfoy. "Do you know if the individual who opened the chamber last time was ever apprehended?" "It is said he was caught and subsequently expelled," Malfoy replied. "You may refer to the student records from 50 years ago. Whoever he was, he is likely still in Azkaban." As Aiwen observed the look of realization wash over Harry's face, he understood that Harry had mistakenly regarded the erroneous information as significant. When he and Hermione finally investigated the matter, they would discover that the expelled student was, in fact, Hagrid, who had been unjustly accused. "Draco, your father must know something." "This is remarkable." Aiwen inquired cautiously. "Could you share whom he has been associating with lately? Perhaps this is a clue that could lead us to the heir of Slytherin." "What do you mean, Crab?" Malfoy shot her a glare and exclaimed, "Are you questioning my father's taste in friends? Unlike Arthur Weasley, he associates with genuine pureblood wizards. However," he continued, "although I, too, wish to assist the heir of Slytherin, my father has instructed me to keep a low profile." Malfoy mused, "Yet, it astonishes me that the Daily Prophet has yet to report on the attacks occurring at school. Perhaps this matter is not deemed newsworthy, that Ravenclaw girl was merely petrified. And Dumbledore will surely restore her." "Indeed, Dumbledore must be concealing the truth," Malfoy pondered. "I hope the situation escalates further. It might lead to his dismissal. My father often says that having Dumbledore as headmaster is the worst misfortune the school has encountered. He has an affinity for muggles. A respectable headmaster would never permit individuals like Mason, Granger, or Creevy to enter the school." "Dumbledore is the finest headmaster," Harry retorted through gritted teeth. "Granger always achieves the highest marks, and Mason's spells are formidable. Creevy, such typical Gryffindor bravado. That insufferable house is utterly dreadful," Malfoy sneered. "Particularly disdainful of the loathsome mudblood Mason, who dared to ambush him with a jinx. I will ensure he pays for it one day." "Really?" Harry expressed skepticism. "Aside from his spells, he excels in other areas as well. Just look at the newspaper he produces. I suspect that Mudblood must have knelt to lick Potter's shoes for him to agree to publish his mother's article in that pathetic paper," Malfoy exaggeratedly declared. "Using his mother's death to gain attention. Indeed, that is the only purpose it serves, aside from leaving Potter with a ridiculous scar to boast about." It must be acknowledged that Malfoy was particularly detestable. Hearing the insult directed at his mother caused Harry's face to flush crimson, blood rushing to his head, while Aiwen gasped in anger. "How strange. What is wrong with you both tonight?" Malfoy observed with a puzzled expression. "Nothing, it's just..." I've tolerated you for far too long, Aiwen replied, cracking his knuckles ominously as he glared at Malfoy. Crabbe, what are you planning? Malfoy suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Quite simply, I intend to give you a thrashing. As soon as he spoke, he lunged forward and landed a solid punch on Malfoy. Harry hesitated for a moment but soon joined the fray. In their current state, resembling Crabbe and Goyle, their sizes rendered Malfoy utterly outmatched, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. Several Slytherin students seated by the fire stood up in astonishment, their mouths agape as they witnessed Goyle and Crabbe pummeling Malfoy. Good heavens, what are you doing? A fifth-year student questioned incredulously, clearly believing that Goyle and Crabbe had lost their minds. I've had enough of him, Aiwen shouted. Indeed, so have I, Harry echoed vehemently. With fury in their hearts, Aiwen delivered another kick to Malfoy, then dashed past the awestruck onlookers in the Slytherin common room. They burst through the stone walls and sprinted down the corridor towards the third-floor bathroom. Aiwen, that was fantastic. Once they ensured the coast was clear, Harry grinned widely. Beating up Malfoy on Christmas Day is undoubtedly the best gift I've ever received. Just look at the expression on Malfoy's face. It's a shame I couldn't capture it. It would have made the front page, Aiwen concurred. But were we not a bit too impulsive? This could easily lead to our exposure. Harry began to worry as the excitement subsided. Acquiring the recipe for Polyjuice Potion from the restricted section of the library, transforming into Slytherin students, and assaulting Malfoy in the Slytherin common room, all these actions were serious violations of school rules. If discovered, they would undoubtedly face expulsion. Rest assured. No one will know it was us, Aiwen assured as they ran. To everyone else, it appears that Goyle and Crabbe attacked him. Even if Malfoy suspects us, he has no proof. True, as long as we can successfully. Harry abruptly halted. Wait, we cannot simply return. Hermione is still in Snape's office. Oh no. I nearly forgot that. We must find a way to rescue her. Aiwen hastily came to a halt, and the two of them quietly approached the door of Snape's office, pressing their ears against it to listen, but there was not a sound within. I can't hear anything. What are they doing in there? Aiwen whispered. I don't know. Perhaps we can create a bit of chaos to lure Snape out, Harry replied uncertainly. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Evan's hair was reverting to its original black hue, and his nose was slowly elongating. From the look of sheer terror that suddenly crossed Evan's face, Harry realized that he too was regaining his true form. Their time was up, and both were gradually transforming back into themselves. This was utterly disastrous. Even worse, Hermione was still trapped inside Snape's office. Just imagine, in the dimly lit room. Under Snape's chilling gaze, Hermione was helplessly huddled in a corner, her body contorting as she reverted from Pansy Parkinson back to her true self. What a terrifying ordeal that must be. We can't waste any more time, Aiwen exclaimed as he forcefully pushed open the door. In the next moment, they beheld Snape seated at his desk, a sinister, cold smile etched on his face. A small vial of potion before him. Hermione sat rigidly opposite him, her face pale. Crabbe, Goyle, what are you doing here? Snape glared at them, his brow furrowed. Professor. Something terrible has happened. Aiwen shouted. It's Draco. He was attacked in the common room and is lying on the floor covered in blood. His condition appears dire, and we don't know what to do. Indeed, you must go and check on him at once, Harry quickly added. Attacked? Snape squinted at them. You two imbeciles. Why didn't you immediately take him to the hospital wing? Aiwen hesitated, his voice flustered. We weren't sure if we should move him before you arrived. It seems connected to the previous attacks. Perhaps it was that Slytherin air. Due to the constant transformation and distortion, his expression appeared even more foolish than usual, but thankfully, the dim lighting concealed this from Snape's notice. Wait here and keep an eye on this girl. No one is to leave until I return, Snape ordered, swiftly brandishing his wand before rushing out. Let's go? As Snape's figure disappeared down the corridor, Aiwen and Harry seized Hermione and fled. Thank goodness. Hermione exhaled in relief. Snape discovered my disguise. He threatened to force me to reveal my identity or make me drink Veritaserum. Veritaserum? Yes, Hermione nodded, but he didn't go through with it. He must have guessed who I was and what I had taken, so he is waiting for the effects of the Polyjuice Potion to wear off. If you hadn't arrived just in time, it would have been too late. We should hurry back to the third-floor bathroom. Harry felt his feet slipping inside Goyle's oversized shoes, his body shrinking, forcing him to lift his clothes. Suddenly, it seemed he tripped over something and fell heavily to the ground. Aiwen and Hermione paused, illuminated by the dim candlelight in the corridor, allowing them to discern what had caused Harry's stumble. Instantly, their expressions morphed into sheer astonishment. It was Justin, attacked. Hermione covered her mouth with her hand to stifle a scream. Before them lay Justin Finch-Fletchley on the floor, his body rigid, a look of agony etched upon his face. His eyes fixed ahead. Following his gaze, they beheld a large mirror facing the entrance hall, shattered into countless pieces, tiny shards strewn across Justin's body. Harry stood up, having noticed Justin on the ground as well. As if struck by a heavy blow, he gasped for breath, staring at Justin, his face flushed with a peculiar hue of terror. Before he could voice his thoughts, Aiwen realized that the three of them had completely reverted to their original selves. This was the direst of situations. A third attack had occurred, and they were the first to arrive at the scene. What would others say if they witnessed this? Consider this. Justin had recently clashed with Harry at the dueling club, and rumors had circulated that the three of them intended to assault him. Now, he lay attacked before their very eyes. Particularly concerning was their current attire, baggy Slytherin robes, an open declaration of their allegiance to Slytherin. Yet, Evan was certain that Snape would not welcome them. Once he learned of the events from Malfoy, he would soon discover that Goyle and Crabbe were imposters and would return in no time. He would then witness this very scene, and undoubtedly, they would be expelled. Forget about him. We must leave. Evan urged urgently. We cannot leave him here. We need to seek help. Don't be foolish, Hermione. If someone discovers this, can you prove your innocence? Especially with us clad in Slytherin robes. How will you explain that we merely consumed a bit of polyjuice potion and had a scuffle with Malfoy, having done nothing else? It's Christmas. Perhaps he will lie here undetected. Hermione hesitated. Rest assured, Snape will return shortly. He will take Justin to the hospital wing, Harry interjected. But do not worry. Even if you want to assist him, wait until we return to the girls' lavatory to change back into our clothes, Evan concluded, seizing her hand and sprinting once more. The three of them, still shaken, raced up the staircase into the dark entrance hall. Before the cabinet that housed Crabbe and Goyle, Evan and Harry discarded their shoes, dashing up the marble staircase in their socks and bursting into the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. There, they found Ron standing in a fluster. Ron, what are you doing here? Hermione asked, astonished. Madame Pomfrey said I could leave. She suggested I join everyone in the Great Hall for the Christmas feast. But I thought I should check on you first, he explained. Did you see anything? Evan inquired eagerly. Justin has been attacked. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened again while we were away from the lavatory. No, I just arrived as you came back, Ron stammered. How is the plan progressing? Let us not even discuss it. It was a disaster. Everything was going smoothly. We even had a run-in with Malfoy, but then Snape caught us. While escaping, we saw Justin petrified, lying before the entrance mirror in the basement. This is the 3rd attack, Harry lamented. The 3rd attack? Ron gasped, visibly more shocked than the other three. Could it be Malfoy? I don't think so. He was with us in the Slytherin common room when the attack occurred. Harry shook his head. Though we haven't identified the assailant, we did gain some crucial information from Malfoy. As Harry and Ron whispered with Hermione, Evan noticed a tattered black-covered book lying beneath the cracked mirror behind Ron. His heart leapt into his throat, his eyes widened, and his hands clenched into tight fists. Good heavens, could this be Tom Riddle's diary? He had searched for this item in school for half a year, and just when he felt utterly lost, it had suddenly appeared before him. Avon stepped forward, intending to pick it up, but Ron suddenly extended an arm, restraining him. Avon, do not touch it. It may be perilous. Ron's complexion was frightfully pale. What is it? Harry inquired, joining them to glimpse into the pool. Don't be absurd. How could a book be dangerous? You would be astonished to learn. Ron gazed at the diary with trepidation. My father once told me that some books confiscated by the Ministry of Magic are perilous. One can even scorch your eyes. Anyone who has read the wizard's 14-line poem can only speak in 5-line couplets for the rest of their life. An old wizard of Base had a book that, once you laid eyes upon it, you could never put down. You would bury your face in it wherever you went, having to learn to do everything with one hand. And, all right, I understand your point, Avon said, bending down to bypass Ron and attempting to retrieve the diary. No, you do not comprehend, Ron shouted sharply, hastily lowering his voice as the others stared at him in astonishment. Trust me, Avon, this thing is dangerous. We should not touch it. Being cautious is indeed wise. But we must first examine it to discern what lies within, mustn't we? Avon grasped the diary. The moment he touched it, he discerned it to be Tom Riddle's diary. A Horcrux of Voldemort. He endeavored to calm himself as he flipped through the fading black cover, revealing a name scrawled in indistinct ink on the first page. Tom Riddle. Who is Tom Riddle? Hermione furrowed her brow. How strange. He surely was not a Hogwarts student, yet I feel a familiarity with that name. As if I've seen it somewhere before. Tom Riddle received a special contribution award from the school 50 years ago, Avon murmured. I remember reading about him in the Hogwarts annals, though it did not specify why he received that accolade. Hermione replied. Anything is possible. Perhaps he captured 30 owls or rescued a professor from the tentacles of a giant squid, Ron whispered. I don't understand why we shouldn't just discard this. It looks filthy. 50 years ago was when the Chamber of Secrets was last opened. Perhaps this diary is connected to it. Avon scrutinized the diary intently. Really? Let me see. Harry quickly snatched the diary, flipping through it with a disappointed expression. Not a single word is written inside. He turned it over, noticing the name of a newsagent on Vauxhall Road in London stamped on the back. Riddle must be a muggle, he pondered. Which is why he bought the diary on Vauxhall Road. Well, it doesn't he seem of much use to us, Ron urged. In my opinion, we should leave it here. No, I believe Avon has a valid point, Hermione squinted, resembling Professor McGonagall. Consider this, since Riddle was from 50 years ago, he surely is not at Hogwarts now. Who brought this diary to the school, and why was it discarded? From Malfoy, we learned that the last person to open the chamber was expelled 50 years ago, and this Tom Riddle just happened to receive a special contribution award at that time. Could Riddle have been honored for capturing the heir of Slytherin? His diary may reveal everything, where the chamber is, how to open it, and what creature lies within. The individual orchestrating these attacks likely would not want this diary left lying around, would they? An exquisite deduction, Ron remarked, wrinkling his nose. Only one minor flaw. There's nothing written in his diary. Perhaps it's invisible ink, Hermione exclaimed, pulling out a spell from her bag. She tapped the diary thrice with her wand, saying, "Reveal." When nothing happened, she remained undeterred, reaching back into her bag to produce a vivid red eraser. "This is a revealing eraser I procured in Diagon Alley." She vigorously rubbed it over the date of January 1st on the first page, but nothing appeared. "You won't find anything in there," Ron commented. "This riddle probably received a diary on Christmas and couldn't be bothered to write in it." "But," Hermione protested, "I feel an uncanny familiarity with this riddle. He seems like a long-forgotten friend, though that must be absurd, as I had no friends before coming to Hogwarts. Let alone this riddle from 50 years ago." Harry added, "That's merely your imagination. Let us just leave it here," Ron continued. "Think about it. While others celebrate Christmas, we're stuck in an empty girls' restroom, staring at a tattered diary with nothing written in it. I believe something is concealed within it. We simply have yet to uncover it," Aiwen asserted as he reclaimed the diary. All right, since you all feel this way, I have an idea," Ron lowered his voice. "Aiwen, hand it over to me. I will send it to my father, an expert in dealing with such items." "No, Ron." Aiwen shook his head, placing the diary into his own bag. "I believe it's best I keep it. I recently read about a revealing potion that might unveil its hidden secrets." Under the dim candlelight of the restroom, Aiwen noticed Ron's face appeared even paler, realizing he currently lacked the strength to destroy the diary. Aiwen decided to attempt communication with Tom Riddle. Regardless of what he said, he resolved not to believe it. That evening, nestled in his bed, Aiwen took out a quill and wrote in the diary, "Hello, my name is Aiwen Mason." The black ink gleamed vividly on the paper for a brief moment before seemingly being absorbed, vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, words appeared on the page, words Aiwen had never written, using his ink. "Hello, Aiwen Mason. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come to find my diary?" Aiwen's heart raced with excitement at the response. The text on the diary swiftly faded, disappearing only after he hurriedly began to write. "It seems you've offended someone. They discarded the diary in the toilet, and I found it there," Aiwen scrawled. "Fortunately, I record my past in a manner more enduring than ink. I have always known there are those who wish for this diary to remain unread. It contains terrifying tales, some buried memories, some pertaining to events at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "Oh, so you were also a student at Hogwarts?" "Yes, during my years at Hogwarts, the chamber was." Before Riddle could finish, Aiwen interrupted, writing, "That is splendid. You must be able to assist me with my class assignment." "Class assignment?" Tom Riddle seemed momentarily taken aback, pausing for quite some time before responding. "Indeed, I have long sought the assistance of an upperclassman. Yet it appears that the students of Gryffindor House are far more captivated by Quidditch, flying broomsticks, and the thrill of bending the rules. It is utterly disheartening. One must consider that Professor Benz, our rather tedious history of magic instructor, has assigned a 4-foot-long essay on the compendium of medieval wizards, and I find myself still a foot short. Moreover, Professor Snape's potions class demands a minimum of 3 feet detailing the brewing methods for 14 common antidotes. And let us not forget Transfiguration and Charms class." The handwriting of Aiwen was swift yet hasty, reminiscent of a freshman struggling to adapt to the academic life at Hogwarts, who had finally found someone capable of alleviating his burdens with homework. These assignments were exceedingly challenging, far beyond what I could possibly accomplish. "Tom, you will assist me, won't you?" "I am truly sorry, Aiwen, but I believe one ought to tackle their own assignments. However, if you wish, I could share insights on other matters, such as the Chamber of Secrets. When I was in 5th grade, the chamber was opened, and a monster therein attacked several students, ultimately resulting in one fatality. In the end, I was the one who apprehended the individual responsible for opening the chamber. He was expelled, and Professor Dippet, the headmaster." "Indeed, you are quite impressive," Aiwen swiftly wrote, "but I must stay up late to complete my assignments. The Christmas holiday is nearing its end. If I fail to finish these, I fear I won't need to worry about the monster in the chamber, as I shall likely be dealt with by the professors themselves. It was a pleasure conversing with you. Farewell." With a resounding clap, the diary was mercilessly shut. Aiwen let out a sigh and fell back onto the bed. Today, he only had a preliminary encounter with Riddle. There was no necessity for in-depth communication. When dealing with Voldemort, one must exercise utmost caution, ensuring that he does not lead the conversation. Aiwen needed to take control of the dialogue. After all, the diary was in his possession, alleviating concerns about further attacks. He had ample time to converse with the other party until he acquired sufficient strength to defeat the basilisk. Days later, students began returning to school. News of Justin Finch-Fletchley's attack, lying in the infirmary like a corpse, spread throughout Hogwarts like wildfire, extinguishing the faint festive atmosphere of Christmas. The school turned oppressive, engulfed in panic, with faculty and students alike on high alert, suspicious of every little sound. Any minor disturbance was enough to send them into a frenzy. Although Harry was not discovered at the scene of the third attack, this did not prevent others from suspecting him, especially when confronted with inquiries. Harry found himself unable to explain where he had gone after leaving the Great Hall early during the Christmas feast, which raised further suspicion. Increasingly, People gathered in hushed discussions. Ernie from Hufflepuff incessantly proclaimed that ever since Justin inadvertently let slip to Potter that he was a natural muggle, he had anticipated such an incident. What was worse? The vast majority believed his words, while Aiwen's article defending Harry in the Hogwarts Magical Gazette went largely unnoticed. Everyone assumed he and Hermione were complicit in Harry's alleged wrongdoing. Peeves also contributed to the turmoil, frequently appearing in crowded corridors, singing loudly, "Oh, Potter, you wretched brat. Look at the chaos you've caused. Reveling in the mischief you've sown." He added his signature dance moves for good measure, with Ernie and Peeves fanning the flames. Now, aside from Colin, Luna, in the Weasley family, hardly anyone dared approach Aiwen, Harry, or Hermione, except for one individual, Malfoy. He seemed to have deduced that Aiwen and Harry were responsible for his beating on Christmas Day, and thus he prowled around them menacingly, accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe, frequently provoking them like a hyena seeking an opportunity to attack. In this climate, it was deemed prudent to avoid solitary ventures. Apart from attending classes, they spent nearly all their time in the library. Hermione diligently perused 50-year-old records, aiming to uncover the identity of the individual who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. The only clue was that this person had been expelled from the school and remained incarcerated in Azkaban to this day. As for Harry and Ron, they resolved to learn more about Tom Riddle. Ultimately, they discovered his Special Contributions Trophy, an Old Excellence Medal, and a list of former male student council presidents in the trophy room, all bearing Riddle's name. You know, he sounds remarkably like Percy. Head boy and president of the student council, perhaps even top of his class. Ron grimaced in disdain. From your tone, it seems you consider this a negative trait. Hermione said, her voice tinged with a hint of hurt. Indeed, I never imagined he could be that sort of person, Ron responded, his tone laced with betrayal. He then turned to Aiwen, anxiety etched on his face. What about your progress? Any discoveries regarding the diary? None. Aiwen shook his head, feeling it best not to disclose anything related to Riddle to others. Mark my words, it's merely an ordinary diary. In truth, this diary was anything but ordinary. He was certain it was fireproof, waterproof, and resistant to spells. He could scarcely find a means to destroy it. That's rather impressive. Riddle must have taken great care to safeguard his diary, Ron remarked, his expression appearing strained. Time sped by, and February arrived in the blink of an eye. Following their brief exchange during Christmas, Aiwen refrained from further attempts to connect with Tom Riddle, deeming it necessary to maintain a period of neglect. The atmosphere at school remained tense. Although no attacks had occurred since Justin's incident, and the Mandrakes had begun to mature, most students remained on edge. In this context, Lockhart seemed to feel compelled to take action. As a defense against the dark arts class neared its conclusion, he proclaimed, "You need not worry. The Chamber of Secrets will never be opened again. Those criminals surely know that I will eventually apprehend them. It's merely a matter of time. It would be wise for them to cease their endeavors before I begin to deal with them." A murmur of skepticism swept through the classroom. Most were doubtful of his claims. What the school requires now is a boost in morale to dispel the dark memories. Lockhart continued, "I cannot elaborate at this moment, but I believe I have everything under control." By the time breakfast on February 14th arrived, everyone understood Lockhart's method of uplifting spirits. As Aiwen entered the Great Hall early that morning, he was met with walls adorned with large, dazzling pink flowers. To make matters worse, colorful heart-shaped confetti continuously floated down from the light blue ceiling. At the teacher's table, Lockhart sat in a bright pink robe that matched the decorations. While the professors across from him wore stern expressions, Professor McGonagall's cheek twitched. As for Snape, he looked as if someone had just forced him to drink a large glass of potent liquor. Next, Lockhart, taking it upon himself, announced that he had arranged a delightful surprise for everyone. 12 glum-looking dwarfs entered through various doors leading to the entrance hall, distinct from ordinary dwarfs. As they sported golden wings and carried harps, Lockhart referred to them as friendly little cupids, encouraging students to send Valentine-esque cards with their assistance or seek Snape's advice on brewing potions of enchantment. Aiwen remained uncertain whether anyone would dare to solicit Severus Snape for the recipe of the Amortentia potion. However, the diminutive ones relentlessly dashed about the school, delivering Valentine's Day cards. Among them, he received the highest number, nearly 200. This unfortunate distinction rendered him the most unpopular student in the eyes of the faculty. When one particularly tenacious dwarf barged into the Transfiguration classroom for the 12th time, Professor McGonagall, her countenance darkened, expelled both Aiwen and the intruder from the room. The two exchanged incredulous glances in the corridor for an extended moment, and it seemed that the dwarf finally remembered his purpose, this time. He bore a melodious Valentine-esque gift for Aiwen. Yet, Aiwen was swifter. He drew his wand, and with a deft flick cast the silencing charm, plunging the world into silence. To avert further disturbances from the other diminutive creatures, Aiwen trudged back to the common room, which was eerily empty. With a sense of defeat, he flung his backpack onto the sofa, causing Tom Riddle's diary to tumble out. A flicker of realization crossed Ivan's eyes. This coincidence was far from pleasing. He was certain that his backpack would not have become so disheveled. It seemed that after more than a month of neglect, the other party was becoming somewhat impatient. Aiwen opened his diary, and before he could even begin to write, an article appeared that perfectly addressed his previous inquiry regarding the potion class assignment. Riddle. I have already completed that assignment and submitted it myself, but Professor Snape gave me a dreadful evaluation. My current question is. Aiwen's lips curled slightly as he casually jotted down the challenges he had encountered in his recent magical research. After approximately a minute, another response emerged in the diary. Riddle provided a flawless answer to Aiwen's quandary, illuminating his understanding, with some aspects even surpassing the professor's interpretations. Thus began Aiwen's second exchange with Tom Riddle. Each night, once everyone had succumbed to slumber, he would stealthily retrieve his diary, articulating the difficulties he faced in his magical studies. The complexity of his inquiries escalated, with many questions transcending the knowledge expected of an ordinary young wizard. Riddle seemed oblivious, consistently responding to Aiwen's questions and occasionally volunteering related magical knowledge. Beyond merely answering questions, Riddle was eager to discuss matters concerning the Chamber of Secrets and reveal the identity of the individual who had opened it 50 years prior. Yet, Aiwen consistently shifted the conversation at critical moments or simply closed the diary, and Riddle gradually adapted to Aiwen's erratic communication style. An eerie understanding developed between them, often beginning with Riddle recounting a tale related to the chamber, followed by Aiwen's inquiries. As a young Voldemort, Tom Riddle possessed an extensive reservoir of knowledge, capable of addressing nearly all of Aiwen's questions, from the simplest class assignments to the most profound magical theories. For instance, regarding the method of recording sounds that had long perplexed Aiwen, Riddle provided him with an improved duplication spell that could preserve a sound on any object, the duration of which depended on the caster's magical strength and the materials used. Thanks to Riddle's assistance, the academic research section of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette flourished, no longer inundated with tedious articles on cauldrons and snargaluff pods, but rather showcasing genuine magical research. After a transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall even expressed her astonishment at Aiwen's depth of study in animagus transformations. Furthermore, Mr. Guffey, editor of the Daily Prophet, who had been monitoring the newspaper, expressed his willingness to reprint some of the research articles, and Aiwen subsequently received numerous invitations to contribute to various professional magical journals. Of course, most of these were derived from Tom Riddle's research. One could only wonder how those editors would react upon discovering that the scholarly articles they published were penned by Voldemort. In just over a month, Aiwen's progress was remarkable. He acquired an abundance of theoretical knowledge that was never taught in class, including aspects of dark magic. In fact, Riddle seemed to be intentionally imparting dark magic to Aiwen while subtly encouraging him to employ it. Initially, Aiwen did not perceive anything amiss. He merely sensed the immense power of these spells, far surpassing conventional incantations. It was only after consulting Professor Flitwick that he realized the dark magic Riddle had been teaching him. Until that moment, Aiwen had not grasped the severity of the situation. He even believed that gaining insight into dark magic would significantly enhance his abilities. After a prolonged period, he finally recognized something was amiss. The dark magic appeared to be exerting a detrimental influence on his mindset. He gradually became irritable, volatile, and sensitive, plagued by cruel thoughts whenever he practiced these dark spells. Particularly during a recent confrontation with Malfoy, Aiwen instinctively drew his wand and unleashed a newly learned incantation. This spell bore similarities to Snape's invention, Sectum Sempra, yet was far more potent. Had Malfoy been struck, his fate would likely have been dire, as Riddle had not taught him the counter curse. Fortunately, Aiwen regained his senses at the last moment, directing the spell into the air, preventing an irrevocable catastrophe. This incident left him profoundly shaken, a clear signal of danger. He suddenly comprehended Riddle's uncharacteristic eagerness to share magical knowledge. It was one of his manipulative tactics. Riddle sought to exploit Aiwen's vulnerabilities. Given Aiwen's wariness and disinterest in the Chamber of Secrets, he aimed to tempt him into corruption through overwhelming magical power. Should Aiwen become ensnared by this power, Riddle could seize the opportunity to control him. Even if he could not achieve his goal, Aiwen's fate would likely mirror that of Voldemort, transforming into a malevolent dark wizard. From that moment on, Aiwen dared not touch the diary again. Tom Riddle was far too terrifying, capable of gradually manipulating a person's psyche without detection. Even someone like Aiwen, who had maintained a high level of vigilance from the outset, was not exempt, fearful of who Riddle had previously controlled. Aiwen worried that Riddle might seize the diary in his absence. Thus, he carried it with him at all times, though he never opened it again. Thanks to Aiwen's caution, no further attacks occurred within the castle. For months had passed since Justin was petrified. It seemed nearly everyone believed that the assailant, whoever they might be, had permanently ceased their activities. One day during breakfast, Aiwen overheard Professor Sprout joyfully conversing with several students about the mandrakes, which had thrown a lively, raucous ball in the third greenhouse. Once they attempt to relocate to other pots, we will know they are fully mature, and then we can revive those poor souls in the hospital wing. The continuous stream of good news gradually elevated the spirits of the students. Ernie from Hufflepuff no longer avoided them, and Peeves had finally tired of his incessant "Oh, Potter, you pesky nuisance." The sales of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette began to rebound, and everyone's attention turned toward the forthcoming Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, which would determine the ultimate victor of this year's Quidditch Cup. In this atmosphere, Aiwen was genuinely astonished to see all the second-year students looking glumly seated in the common room on Easter Day. The school requires us to select our third-year courses, Harry explained to Aiwen and Colin, who had just entered, holding a course schedule filled with annotations. It seems we need to add a few more classes. Professor McGonagall advised us to take it seriously. Hermione gazed seriously at Harry and Ron. Choose wisely. This will impact our future. I don't know. But I just want to drop potions, Harry said. Impossible. Ron replied despondently. We have to continue with the original subjects. Otherwise, I would have long discarded defense against the dark arts. But that class is crucial, Hermione exclaimed. With a teaching style like Lockhart's, I doubt that, Ron retorted. Aside from not letting the house elves out, I haven't learned anything from him. Children raised in wizarding families often sought the counsel of their relatives through owls. For instance, Neville received numerous letters from relatives, which only intensified his indecision, compelling him to anxiously inquire whether others believed that arithmancy was more challenging to master than ancient runes. In contrast, Harry, who grew up in a muggle household, found himself devoid of such guidance. Ultimately, he closed his eyes and randomly pointed his wand at the list of courses, selecting whichever subject he happened to land on. You can't do that, Harry. Hermione swiftly intervened. Then what brilliant idea do you have? Harry lamented. We could choose all of them. The school has prohibited that, has it? Hermione suggested, albeit hesitantly. True. But I certainly wouldn't do that, Harry insisted, shaking his head. Hermione, that idea isn't suitable for me. Divination appears intriguing. You should opt for that. Evan leaned over to examine Harry's timetable. I find that subject quite fascinating. If the opportunity arises next term, I would like to audit your class. That's a commendable suggestion. Divination can aid in glimpsing the future, Percy remarked as he approached. Ever since he learned about the impending ripening of the mandrakes, he seemed to have returned to his usual self. The choice of courses primarily depends on where you envision your future. Many may deem Muggle studies to be foolish, but I personally believe that wizards should possess a comprehensive understanding of the non-magical society, especially if they aspire to work closely with Muggles. Take my father, for instance. He constantly engages with Muggle affairs. My brother Charlie has always preferred outdoor activities, which is why he chose care of magical creatures. Play to your strengths, Harry. Percy's advice bore little fruit, as Harry could not conceive of any strengths he possessed beyond Quidditch. Professor McGonagall expects us to submit our choices by tomorrow. Consider it carefully. Harry, Hermione advised, having already signed up for all subjects, as had Ron. You must take responsibility for your future. That sounds just like my mom, Ron grumbled, his nose wrinkling in discontent. He had been feeling rather unwell lately, and even after requesting 2 large bottles of calming potions from Madame Pomfrey, he noticed little improvement. Many speculated that it might be a side effect of the Dementor's curse. Ginny was in a similar state, and Evan was convinced she was harboring some secret. Despite several attempts to engage her in conversation, he had achieved no results. That evening, Evan, Harry, and Ron sat before the fire in the common room, deliberating over each course. In the end, Harry and Ron selected the same new subjects, reasoning that at least they could support each other should the courses prove arduous. Just as they finished signing their chosen subjects, Hermione hurried in. I found the individual who was expelled from the school 50 years ago. Who is it? Harry inquired. His curiosity piqued. It's Hagrid. 50 years ago, he opened the Chamber of Secrets, she whispered urgently. That can't be true, Harry exclaimed, rising to his feet. I wish it weren't, but the evidence I uncovered is quite damning, Hermione continued. Unable to find any information in the library, I wrote to Mr. Bode, the editor of the Daily Prophet, seeking his assistance. And what did he say? He sent me a newspaper from 50 years ago. Hermione produced a newspaper, showing them an article. Look here, it states that Rubeus Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts for causing a serious incident. What's the point? We already knew Hagrid was expelled, Harry retorted, frustration evident in his tone. Notice the date of the report, Harry. Hermione urged. Think back to the clipping Evan showed us from 50 years ago, which mentioned an accident at the school where Moaning Myrtle was a victim. Shortly thereafter, Hagrid was expelled for a similar reason. Perhaps the 2 incidents are unrelated, Harry sighed, troubled. But ever since Hagrid was expelled, the attacks ceased. Hermione interjected. What kind of incident would warrant a student's expulsion? Consider the last time we encountered Hagrid in Knockturn Alley. He was merely purchasing a potion to repel chomping cabbages. Hermione, Hagrid would never intentionally harm anyone. Harry raised his voice. He certainly wouldn't, but the creature he raised may be another story. Hermione hesitated. Hagrid has a penchant for dangerous animals. He finds them fascinating. Remember what he kept at school last year? A 3-headed dog and a baby dragon. Shouldn't we confront Hagrid about these matters? That would be quite an enjoyable visit. Hello. Hagrid, have you released any savage, furry creatures in the castle recently? Ron remarked dryly. That's not funny, Ron. Out of caution, I believe. No, Hermione. Hagrid is undoubtedly innocent. I have faith in him, Harry insisted stubbornly. The 4 fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere awkward. After a while, no one spoke. Late that night, Evan found himself alone in the common room. He stared blankly at Tom Riddle's diary placed before him, realizing that the events of the day had made it clear that a stalemate could not persist, although no further attacks had occurred. The mystery of the Chamber of Secrets would continue to breed suspicion until resolved. Perhaps he should hand this object over to Dumbledore. He would surely recognize it as a Horcrux and know how to deal with it, thus bringing an end to the Chamber of Secrets affair. Before Evan could reach a decision, he noticed Harry emerging from the dormitory. Evan, why are you still awake? Harry asked in surprise. Shouldn't I be asking you that? It's rather late. What are you doing out? I can't sleep. My mind keeps circling back to Hagrid. He's innocent, and I need to confirm it with him. Harry looked at Evan with hopeful anticipation. You believe that too, right? Absolutely. Evan nodded. Then let us hurry. Harry whispered. Yes, Harry said, pulling Evan along. I intended to go alone, but since you discovered me, we might as well go together. Evan found himself on the verge of tears, regretting that he had not simply stayed in his room to sleep. He had no desire to sneak out of the castle in the dead of night to confirm something he already knew at Hagrid's hut. However, Harry would not give him the chance to decline, pulling him out of the Gryffindor common room. Before they could even crawl through the portrait hole, they saw Hermione standing behind them, her expression grave. Hermione, Harry exclaimed in surprise. Don't look at me like that, Harry. Do you really think I would let you two act alone? Hermione retorted. I've said it before, we must have a word with Hagrid. Although I don't believe he is behind this, he surely knows something. All right, since we are all going, let us hurry, Harry said, draping the invisibility cloak over them. The castle was eerily silent in the late hours, the corridors empty. It was evident that Harry had wandered the castle at such hours many times before. As he adeptly led Evan and Hermione past Filch and out of the castle doors, the three hurried towards the window of Hagrid's dwelling, illuminated by light, and finally shed the invisibility cloak just outside his door. Seconds after they knocked, Hagrid flung the door open, his massive dog barking loudly behind him. Oh, it's you three. Hagrid stared at them, bewildered. What brings you here at this hour? Hagrid, we need to ask you something. Harry stepped into the hut hesitantly. Can you tell us about what? Hagrid interrupted, pouring each of them a large mug of steaming water from a kettle. What is so urgent it can't wait until morning? You ought to return to your beds before anyone catches you out this late. But Hagrid, we want to ask you about an incident that happened during your time at Hogwarts, something related to the Chamber of Secrets, Evan stated directly. The Chamber of Secrets. Hagrid's large hand trembled, spilling some tea. Hagrid, you know that someone has been attacked by a creature from the chamber. There have been 3 incidents already, Harry quickly explained. Our investigation revealed that the chamber was opened 50 years ago. What exactly do you want to know? Hagrid's face paled, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. 50 years ago, shortly after the chamber was opened, you were expelled due to a serious incident. Hermione produced a newspaper. Hagrid, it's not that we don't trust you, but you must know something. I know nothing. Hagrid shouted, his voice laced with agitation, nearly spilling the kettle's contents and extinguishing the fire. This was extremely suspicious, and Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. We need your help, Hagrid. Harry implored. The last time the chamber was opened, a monster killed a student. If we don't act now, that monster could know. Aragog is innocent. He has harmed no one. Hagrid choked back tears. Aragog? Who is that? Harry pressed urgently. He is a giant spider. A gift from a distant traveler for my 12th birthday. I kept him in my cupboard. When the chamber was last opened, Aragog was terrified, begging me to let him go. He said it was a creature that spiders dread above all. Hagrid wiped his tears with a large handkerchief. That ancient creature. What is it? I don't know. I've asked many times, but Aragog would never reveal the name of that monster. Until that dreadful creature killed a Ravenclaw girl in a bathroom, the one whose name cannot be mentioned accused me of it all being Aragog's doing. The one whose name cannot be mentioned. Harry stood up, pale. Hagrid, are you talking about Voldemort? The name visibly shook Hagrid, as if he had just awakened from a painful memory. Goodness, what have I just told you? Hagrid lamented. This is not something you ought to know. Forget what I said. Now, you must return to your beds immediately, no questions asked. I won't tell you anything more. They were ushered out by Hagrid. And as they walked, Harry and Hermione whispered amongst themselves. Hagrid mentioned Voldemort. It must have been Voldemort who opened the chamber 50 years ago and killed Moaning Myrtle. Framing Hagrid for it, Harry fumed. I knew it would be something like this. But who opened it this time? Could it be Voldemort again? Harry suddenly recalled the events from the previous semester, where Voldemort had infiltrated the school to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Thankfully, he had managed to stop him. I don't know, Harry. Hermione shook her head, her voice trembling as she analyzed. Perhaps, like last semester, Voldemort is hiding in someone else's mind. Just like Ron did with the possession curse. It must be someone among us. Who could it be? And what is that creature lurking in the chamber? Harry pondered deeply. Hagrid had mentioned it was an ancient creature that spiders feared, and he felt as though he had encountered something similar before. After a moment of thought, Hermione turned to Evan and asked, Evan, do you have any clues? It is evident that the terrifying creature hidden in the chamber is a basilisk. The sworn enemy of spiders. Evan shared the information he had gathered. He had already decided to hand over the diary to Dumbledore. It was time to put an end to it all. As for the person under Tom Riddle's control, whoever they may be, they would gradually return to normal without the influence of a Horcrux. A basilisk? What is that? Seeing Harry and Hermione's curious expressions, Evan retrieved a page he had torn from an old copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. He had prepared this information days in advance, keeping it on hand for this very situation. This is an introduction to the basilisk, but don't tell Madam Pants. If she finds out I damaged the library's collection, she will never let me back inside. Harry and Hermione eagerly took the page and began to read. In our country, many terrifying beasts and monsters roam, among which the most peculiar and deadly is the basilisk, also known as the king of serpents. This serpent can grow to enormous sizes, often living for several hundred years. It hatches from a chicken's egg, incubated by a toad. Its methods of killing are astounding. Besides its deadly fangs, the basilisk's gaze can also be fatal. Anyone who meets its gaze will die instantly. Spiders flee from the basilisk, for it is their mortal enemy, and the only sound that can drive a basilisk away is the crow of a rooster, as it is also fatal to it. Since the basilisk is the spider's nemesis, it is no wonder Aragog wished to escape a light suddenly illuminated in Harry's mind. And he exclaimed, "The creature hidden in the chamber is the basilisk. No wonder I could hear that voice during the attacks when others couldn't. It's because I can speak Parseltongue. Behold the words, whoever meets the gaze of the basilisk shall perish," Hermione remarked, pointing to a line in the book. Yet, no one at school has died. That is because none of them have directly locked eyes with it, Aiwen elucidated. Do you both recall the puddle found at the scene of the first attack? Mrs. Norris. Filch's cat must have seen her reflection in the water, which is why she was petrified. Then during the second attack, Penelope must have glimpsed the basilisk through the weeping Myrtle, Aiwen continued, and Hermione followed suit in her analysis. Myrtle was indeed fixated by the basilisk stare. But it is impossible for her to die a second time. As for Justin, when we discovered him, he was covered in shards of mirror. He had seen the basilisk round the corner through the large mirror at the entrance to the basement and fell back, shattering the glass upon petrification. Wait, I still don't comprehend, Harry hesitated. If the basilisk is truly as massive as described in the book, how could it traverse the school without being noticed? It moves through the pipes, Harry. Aiwen explained. It has been navigating within the plumbing, which is why you consistently hear that sound emanating from the walls. Hermione eagerly glanced at the page in her hand, clarity dawning upon her. The crowing of a rooster is lethal to it. Hence, Hagrid's roosters were all slaughtered. Once the Chamber of Secrets was opened, the heir of Slytherin would not want any roosters near the castle. Nearly every point aligns. Except for one. We still do not know who the heir of Slytherin is. Who opened the chamber? Upon noticing Harry and Hermione suddenly turn their gazes toward him, Aiwen could not suppress a wry smile. Don't look at me. I have no idea who that person is. We must reevaluate the clues we have. 50 years ago, it was Voldemort who opened the chamber, slaying the weeping Myrtle, and subsequently laid the blame on Hagrid, Hermione posited. We now know the creature concealed within the chamber is a basilisk. Hagrid's roosters were killed, and Ron fell victim to the soul-sucking curse. The heir of Slytherin must be among us. If it were someone from outside the school, it would be exceedingly difficult to accomplish all this. And Professor Dumbledore cannot possibly be unaware. Wait a moment, we found a peculiar diary on Christmas Day. It belonged to a student named Tom Riddle from 50 years ago. Yet it bore no writing. This cannot be mere coincidence. Riddle received a special award for his contributions to the school, Harry added. Ron and I saw that trophy in the school's trophy room. The special award, could it be that he resolved the chamber incident at that time? Hermione mused, furrowing her brow. But Hagrid said it was Voldemort who captured him. Oh my. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence as they all contemplated a chilling possibility. Tom Riddle is Voldemort. Aiwen finally whispered after a long pause. Aiwen, what about the diary? Hermione said, her complexion paling as disbelief washed over her. We've been keeping Voldemort's belongings in our vicinity. We must hand it over to Dumbledore. It could very well be an object of dark magic. Fear not. It is here with me. I have carried it at all times. Aiwen felt his pockets, only to realize, with a sudden change in expression, oh no. I left it in the common room when we came out. The three exchanged frantic glances before dashing towards the castle. Meanwhile, within the diary, Tom Riddle felt a growing sense of bewilderment, even madness. Over the past 4 months, he had disclosed numerous advanced and forbidden magical knowledge, finally gaining the trust of the Muggleborn named Aiwen Mason. Yet, suddenly, his contact had ceased, leaving him in the dark. Had his plan been uncovered? Just as this thought sparked, he dismissed it. That wretched Muggleborn, no matter how cunning, was merely an 11-year-old child. He could not possibly relinquish the enticing power of magic within his grasp. In Riddle's eyes, Aiwen should be as enraptured by that potent force as he once was. He had even perceived the vulnerabilities in Aiwen's psyche, just a step away from controlling him as he had done with the previous child. Yet the insufferable Muggleborn had vanished at the most critical moment, rendering all his meticulous planning and efforts futile. If only it were possible. How he longed to burst forth and cast Avada Kedavra upon Aiwen, just as he yearned for that. The diary was abruptly opened by none other than the child he had previously manipulated. This was simply splendid. Tom Riddle could feel the life being infused into the diary, rejuvenating his waning strength. It was time to conclude everything. A cold smirk crept across Tom Riddle's lips as he devised a new plan to exact revenge on that detestable Muggleborn. He would personally fulfill the noble legacy of Salazar Slytherin, purifying all of Hogwarts with blood. Aiwen, Harry, and Hermione hurriedly rushed into the castle, neglecting even their invisibility cloak. Upon reaching the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, they were suddenly confronted by Snape emerging from the shadows of a corner. What a delightful encounter! With a mocking expression, Snape regarded them, saying, Potter, Granger, Mason, I had thought that Slytherin students running amok in the castle, disguised by Polyjuice potion, was quite dreadful. Yet, I never anticipated that you would also possess the habit of wandering about at such an ungodly hour. Professor. We have an urgent matter that requires our return to the common room, Hermione hastily replied. Tut, 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 Snape said, a smug smile playing on his lips. I fear you shan't return. Gryffindor loses 150 points. Let me think you don't understand, Professor. It's Voldemort. He has opened the Chamber of Secrets. And we must stop him. Their essay diary, Hermione persisted, her frustration evident. Silence, Miss Know-it-all. Snape glared at the three of them for a long moment before slowly responding. This is Hogwarts. That individual cannot possibly be here. Follow me. I wish to see how Dumbledore addresses your transgressions. Harry, disheartened, looked at Snape, uncertain of what to do. No matter what he said, Snape would not believe him. He was eager to find an excuse to punish them. The already tumultuous thoughts in his mind grew heavier with an overwhelming sense of dread. Just as he decided to speak, he suddenly heard the voice again. This time, I shall kill, let me tear, let me rip apart. The voice reemerged. It was the basilisk, moving toward the common room. Harry's heart sank. If the basilisk were to enter the Gryffindor common room, the consequences would be catastrophic. Imagine a group of unsuspecting students facing a terrifying creature capable of killing with its gaze. How many lives would be lost within those walls? Aiwen, Hermione, it has entered. We must warn everyone. Harry, disregarding Snape standing before him, shouted the password and climbed through the entrance. Aiwen and Hermione were momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly followed suit. The common room appeared exactly as they had left it, with the fire slowly dying down. Through the dim light, Aiwen noticed that his journal, which he had left on the sofa, was missing. It must have been taken by the student under Tom Riddle's influence. But who could it be? Ginny, or perhaps. Just then, he noticed a line of dark silver lettering shimmering on the wall above the fireplace. Trimble, you mudbloods. Hogwarts shall be purified. And the heir of Slytherin will fulfill his grand mission. Evan's pupils constricted sharply. Hogwarts was about to be purified, and the heir of Slytherin would accomplish his mission. What were Tom Riddle's intentions? A shadowy figure emerged from the corner, and it was Ron. Ron appeared strange, exuding an unsettling elegance intertwined with an air of oppression. A stark contrast to his usual demeanor, and was splattered with paint matching the color of the walls. Ron, thank heavens you're here. The basilisk is coming. We must. Harry exclaimed anxiously. I know. I summoned it, Ron replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. You, what did you say? Harry and Hermione stared at him in astonishment. I mean, the attacks happening within the school. It's all my doing. Ron's smile widened. Harry Potter, I have longed to meet you. Among everyone at Hogwarts, you are the one I most eagerly wish to encounter. Ron, I don't understand what you're saying. Harry stepped closer. Don't approach him, Harry. He is not Ron. He is Tom Riddle. Evan shouted urgently. Aiwen Mason. Ron's smile gradually turned cold. You filthy, wretched mudblood. I anticipated you would be a nuisance, but I never imagined you would dare mock the great heir of Slytherin. You will pay dearly for this. You will regret it. Enough. What sort of trickery are you for engaging in? Snape interrupted Ron, his expression dark as he entered the common room. He had overheard their conversation from outside and was bewildered by their madness. The heir of Slytherin was a Gryffindor student, and a dim-witted one at that, Ron Weasley. To him, this was the greatest jest. It had to be a prank orchestrated by Evan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Snape drew his wand, preparing to cast a stupefying charm to calm these ruffians. However, before he could utter the incantation, a tremendous noise erupted from within the Gryffindor common room, powerful enough to rouse half the castle. Don't you Gryffindor fools realize what time it is, or do you all wish to be expelled from Hogwarts? Snape bellowed. But he abruptly halted as a thunderous sound emanated from the nearby lavatory. It seemed as though a colossal creature had plummeted from a great height onto the stone floor, causing the entire Gryffindor tower to tremble. This was clearly not the work of mere students. Snape swiftly turned to face the lavatory, his wand cautiously pointed forward. Ron's peculiar smile resurfaced, while the others fixated on the lavatory door, their expressions fraught with terror. Eerie noises continued to emanate from within. As if something was about to emerge, the atmosphere palpably tense. Aiwen, Harry, and Hermione hastily drew their wands. Snape, his expression grave, stepped forward, his body tense, the tip of his wand emanating a faint glow. With a resounding crash, the bathroom door was hurled backward, splintering into fragments. Amidst the swirling dust, Aiwen beheld a hideous giant serpent slithering out from the restroom. Its entire body shimmered in a vivid green hue, radiating the distinctive brilliance of a venomous snake. Its girth comparable to that of an oak trunk, its upper body rearing high into the air. It's the basilisk. Do not gaze into its eyes. Aiwen shouted, directing his wand towards the creature as he uttered the incantation. Snape's reflexes surpassed his own, just as the basilisk surged from the bathroom. The faint glow at the tip of his wand intensified dramatically. He unleashed 3 dark silver beams, akin to arrows released from a bowstring, striking the basilisk with unerring precision and leaving 3 bloody gashes upon its emerald scales. Seemingly taken aback by the sudden assault, the creature's enormous, flattened head swayed as if intoxicated, the intense pain igniting its fury. It emitted a frenzied hissing sound, towering over its surroundings. Its bulbous yellow eyes scanning for anyone daring enough to confront it. Almost immediately, it noticed a fiery orange light hurtling toward its eyes. The curse from Aiwen's eyes struck the basilisk, causing it to shut its eyes in agony. Seizing the moment, Harry and Hermione cast several spells, only to have them deflected by the creature's scales. Only Snape's magic managed to inflict wounds upon its body, dark blood splattering onto the ground like a torrential downpour. The basilisk thrashed wildly, its massive tail sweeping through the common room, shattering the walls. The tremendous sounds of battle roused the entire Gryffindor house. With students pouring out of their dormitories, their expressions shifting from sleepy confusion to sheer terror. "Oh my goodness!" Colin rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the chaos before him. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he turned and hurried back to his room, grabbing his camera and furiously snapping pictures. "What is happening? What is going on?" Percy emerged, his prefect badge still pinned to the front of his pajamas. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he beheld a massive green serpent rampaging through the common room. Unlike the other students who stood frozen in place, Percy reacted swiftly, instinctively drawing his wand to cast a spell. The crimson light struck the basilisk, but was immediately repelled. The creature hissed furiously, its relentless assaults driving it into a frenzy, intent on tearing apart those before it. However, before it could act, Snape's spell struck once more, causing it to recoil sharply, yearning to retaliate, yet unable to open its eyes due to the pain. In another corner of the common room, Aiwen, Harry, and Hermione were engaged in combat against Ron, who was under Tom Riddle's control, spells flashing intermittently around them. Riddle appeared somewhat flustered, yet maintained his composure, deftly evading the spells aimed at him. When evasion proved impossible, he countered with the broken halves of his wand, producing sparks that rendered the trio's spells ineffective. Aiwen squinted, realizing that this situation was untenable. After casting a fainting spell, he swiftly recited an intricate incantation, channeling his magical energy into the wand, which began to pulsate with a soft blue light, emanating a sense of oppression. How intriguing, he thought, that one would dare to use the dark magic I have imparted upon you against me. I must concede, I had indeed underestimated you, Mubblehead. Riddle glared fiercely at Aiwen, contemplating how he might continue this playful duel if only his wand were more suited to his grip. Suddenly, he turned and spoke a few words in Parseltongue to the basilisk. Responding to his call, the creature abandoned Snape and swiftly slithered towards Aiwen. Its mouth gaped wide enough to devour all in its path, revealing 2 rows of fangs as long as silver swords, sharp, glistening, and dripping with venom. It charged blindly forward, prompting Aiwen to cease his spellcasting, while Hermione stood pale and apprehensive behind him. The two hastily attempted to evade, but it was too late, for the basilisk's speed was overwhelming. Without a moment's hesitation, Aiwen turned and embraced Hermione tightly, shielding her with his body against the basilisk. He could feel the girl in his arms trembling incessantly. In the next instant, Harry, standing nearby, shouted and rushed in, wielding a wooden chair which he hurled fiercely at the creature. However, it proved utterly futile, a mere act of defiance against an unstoppable force, as the basilisk's momentum remained unyielding. Just when they believed they were destined to be devoured, Snape suddenly materialized before them. His countenance was as dark as stormy waters, and the light emanating from his wand intensified with each passing moment. With a thunderous crash, Snape lifted off the ground, colliding forcefully with the wall behind him. Before collapsing onto the floor, a trickle of blood seeping from beneath his hair, he had been rendered unconscious. The detestable foe was finally subdued, and then Riddle cast a scornful glance at the fallen Snape. The basilisk slithered towards him, its body no longer writhing in agony. Aiwen realized that the effects of the ocular curse were waning, and the creature was on the verge of recovery. How infuriating. The professors must be on their way. They just needed to hold out a little longer. A surge of inspiration struck Aiwen. Perhaps he could utilize that device he had crafted a few days prior, which might very well vanquish the basilisk. Without the assistance of the serpent, Tom Riddle's severed wand was incapable of unleashing powerful spells in succession. The recent duel had made Aiwen acutely aware that Riddle's ability to wield the wand without mishap was already stretched to its limits. It was evident that Tom Riddle, too, recognized the dwindling time at his disposal as he turned and commanded the basilisk to eliminate Aiwen. Just as he spoke in hissing Parseltongue, a red-haired girl suddenly raced down from the upper floor. "Ginny, Ron, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, her complexion pale and her gaze frantic as she looked at the 4 in the corner, her expression rife with fear yet her resolve growing stronger. Clad in a pink nightgown, she clutched her wand tightly, casting forth a beam of red light towards the basilisk. Her spell interrupted the exchange between Riddle and the serpent, causing the basilisk to recoil slightly, its massive jaws snapping open in a furious attempt to rend Ginny apart. "No!" Harry and Hermione cried out in terror. Aiwen hastily cast a spell, yet it bore no fruit. They yearned to rush to her aid, but time was not on their side. Ginny was perilously close to the basilisk. Just as everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer, Ron suddenly lunged forward, rescuing Ginny in the nick of time. Ron appeared to regain his normalcy, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Run, I will hold him off," he cried out through choked breaths. "It's all my fault. I should never have trusted that wretch. I should never have." Tom Riddle seemed to be battling Ron for control of his body, agony etched across Ron's pale visage. Soon, Tom Riddle regained dominion over Ron's form. His face twisted in contempt as he violently cast Ginny aside. The unexpected resistance was there, yet the strength was feeble. His body was nearly devoid of life. It was time to bring this absurd contest to an end. I shall purify all of Hogwarts in the name of Salazar Slytherin. The Mudbloods and their friends shall perish. Unfortunately, you have no chance left, Tom. Aiwen gasped for breath, clutching an object reminiscent of a music box, a magical instrument he had devised days prior to record sound. Upon opening the box, a sudden cacophony of a rooster's crow erupted within. At the sound, the serpent's massive form quivered in terror. It was gripped by fear. Desperate to escape, no longer heeding Tom Riddle's commands, it writhed and swiftly slithered back towards the restroom. No, you wretched, detestable mudblood, Tom Riddle shrieked, scrambling atop the serpent's body. You will regret this. The boy's corpse shall remain forever in the Chamber of Secrets. You cannot take Ron. As the serpent glided past, Harry made a sudden leap, seizing Ron's body. Aiwen, momentarily stunned, hastily grasped Harry. In the next instant, like a car accelerating at full throttle, they surged forward, disappearing into the inky darkness of the pipe in the restroom, leaving all onlookers in astonished silence. Aiwen and Harry clung tightly to Ron, as if they were aboard a roller coaster hurtling through the subterranean tunnels, experiencing relentless ascents, descents, and sharp turns, racing down an interminable, dark, and sticky slide. Due to the narrowness of the passage, Aiwen had to press closely against the basilisk, and even so, he was jolted painfully against the corners, his vision shimmering with stars. He had never imagined that the design of the Hogwarts tunnels could be so intricate. Resembling a complex labyrinth, they were not merely descending back to the Chamber of Secrets. In an evidently ancient tunnel, they shot upwards, and Aiwen estimated they had reached the Ravenclaw Tower, the highest point in the school. At the pinnacle of the tunnel, the basilisk brought them into a peculiar oval room adorned with soft blue drapes. One side of the chamber was lined with books, and a thick layer of dust accumulated on the tomes suggested that no one had visited this place in quite some time. Ron, under the control of Tom Riddle, displayed an unmistakable look of astonishment. He, too, was unaware of this hidden chamber within the school. Damn it, hissed Tom Riddle, his voice dripping with malice. He attempted to command the basilisk to halt, but the sudden crow of a rooster evidently frightened the creature, rendering it impervious to Riddle's control. It fled in a blind panic, dashing at its utmost speed. The blue-draped room vanished in an instant, and as they passed the central table, Aiwen grasped something, a circular object attached to a long chain. He held it tightly, not yet having the chance to glance down, as the basilisk propelled them downward. A minute later, with a thunderous crash, the basilisk smashed through the tunnel, and they burst forth from the third-floor girls' lavatory, where moaning Myrtle wept. It surged toward the fountain adorned with a carved serpent, and Ron emitted a frantic hissing sound. Suddenly, the faucet emitted a blinding white light and began to spin rapidly. The basin gradually faded from view, and Aiwen barely caught sight of a massive pipe before the basilisk dove into it. This pipe was considerably thicker than the previous tunnels, seemingly designed specifically for the basilisk, and Aiwen could see numerous other pipes branching off in various directions, none as wide as this one. The pipe twisted and turned, steeply descending further into the depths. Aiwen realized that they had descended to a profound depth beneath the school, even deeper than the subterranean classrooms. Just as he began to acclimate to the swift descent, they finally landed upon the damp ground. The water pipe transformed into a horizontal passage, and they emerged from its opening, crashing heavily onto the floor. The forceful impact caused both Aiwen and Harry to release their grip simultaneously, while the serpent creature whisked Ron away into the distance, swiftly vanishing from sight. They found themselves in a dimly lit stone tunnel, spacious enough for a person to stand within. "Where are we?" Harry inquired, rubbing his backside as he rose to his feet. "We have been brought several miles beneath the school." Evan's voice echoed within the pitch-black tunnel. "If I am not mistaken, we are likely beneath the lake." He squinted, surveying the surrounding damp and murky walls. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar object he had seized moments ago in the room at the pinnacle of the castle, adorned with blue drapes, a flicker of luminescence. His wand emitted a faint glow. By the dim light, Aiwen beheld a circular object in his hand, reminiscent of a pocket watch, yet devoid of markings, save for an odd pointer. What could this be? Harry leaned in closer. "I'm not certain. I inadvertently grasped it in the chamber where the basilisk had passed. It appears to be a magical artifact." Aiwen hesitated, contemplating whether to adjust the pointer. "Aiwen, it might be wise to examine this further once we return. We must hurry. Ron has been taken." Harry insisted eagerly. Indeed, Aiwen tucked the strange object into his pocket. They truly needed to hasten, for Tom Riddle was siphoning Ron's life force, and the longer they delayed, the more perilous their situation became. The two moved swiftly through the tunnel, their footsteps echoing against the damp ground. The darkness enveloped them, revealing only a small area ahead. Their wands cast a faint glow, projecting their shadows onto the moist walls, rendering them monstrous in appearance. "Harry, Tom Riddle wields Ron's broken wand, akin to wandless magic. This requires formidable control. In a short span, he cannot cast powerful spells." As they walked, Aiwen quickly advised, "I will draw the basilisk's attention. You search for the diary." "The diary?" Harry paused, bewildered. The one with the black cover we discovered at Christmas. It is the source of Tom Riddle's power. Evan whispered, remember, once you find it, devise a way to destroy it. Riddle is unaware that we possess this knowledge. This is our sole opportunity. I'll remember. Harry nodded, suddenly seizing Evan's shoulder. Look, there is something over there. Could it be Evan extended his wand, and by the faint glow, he discerned the outline of a colossal creature coiled motionlessly on the other side of the tunnel. It was the shed skin of a basilisk. A potential prize for any collector. Before the two, an immense serpent skin lay sprawled upon the tunnel floor, its vibrant green hue strikingly vivid. Measuring a full 20 feet in length and evidently freshly shed by the basilisk, they proceeded cautiously, navigating another bend, only to encounter a solid wall before them. Adorned with the intricate carvings of two serpents entwined, their eyes set with large, glimmering emeralds. Harry addressed them in Parseltongue, while Aiwen murmured softly. As Harry stepped closer, he felt a dryness in his throat. He strained to envision the stone serpents as living beings, yet their eyes appeared undeniably lifelike. Open, Harry commanded in a deep, husky hiss. The two serpents parted, and the stone wall split down the middle, gradually sliding away to reveal the passage beyond. Aiwen hurriedly stepped inside, revealing a long, dimly lit chamber before them. Numerous stone columns, intricately carved with entwined serpents, loomed high, supporting a ceiling that faded into the darkness above, casting elongated, eerie shadows throughout the room, which was suffused with a mysterious, verdant haze. It is the chamber of Slytherin, Aiwen whispered. The chamber was enveloped in a deathly silence as the two of them, wands raised, cautiously advanced among the serpent-adorned columns. Each careful step they took resonated with hollow, echoing sounds against the ghostly walls. As they approached the last pair of columns, a statue as tall as the room itself emerged before them, pressed against the shadowy wall behind. Aiwen lifted his gaze to behold the enormous visage above, a visage marked by age, resembling that of a simian, with a sparse, lengthy beard that nearly brushed the hem of a stone-carved wizard's robe, and two large, ashen feet resting upon the smooth floor of the chamber. Between those feet lay Ron, sprawled like a lifeless doll, his face pressed against the ground, mirroring the cold marble beneath him, devoid of color. Ron. Harry rushed to his side, kneeling down, desperately shaking him. Ron, don't die. Please, you mustn't die. He will not awaken, a voice softly intoned. Aiwen swiftly turned around and beheld a tall boy with black hair leaning against the nearest stone pillar, coldly observing them. Tom Riddle, Aiwen whispered, cautiously pointing his wand at the figure. It's futile, mudblood. It is all over. Riddle said nonchalantly. Here, it is only us. No bothersome interlopers will intrude, nor will there be any crowing roosters. Ultimately, I shall prevail, and you will remain here forever, just like this boy. What have you done to Ron? Why has he become like this? Harry shouted, rising to his feet. What an intriguing question. Riddle replied gleefully, it's quite a long story. But given that you are soon to embrace death, I shall indulge you. In my view, the true reason Ron Weasley has transformed is that he opened his heart to an invisible stranger, confiding all his secrets. What are you talking about? Harry asked, astonished. The diary, Riddle exclaimed. Ever since my cunning servant handed the diary to Ron, he has been pouring out his innermost thoughts for months, sharing with me his heart-wrenching troubles. He feels the most ordinary among his family, overshadowed by his brothers and best friends, and no one has ever noticed the mundane, frail, and pitiable him. What? Harry paused momentarily. Harry Potter, the illustrious, kind-hearted, and great savior, will never comprehend that Ron Weasley is envious. He envies your fame and your superiority. Riddle's eyes gleamed with a cunning light. He believes himself to be worthless, inferior even to a mere first-year student. Riddle glanced at the cautious Aiwen before shifting his gaze back to Harry, his eyes harboring a near-greedy expression. It is utterly tiresome to listen to a 12-year-old boy lamenting his childish woes, he continued, but I patiently penned some words to respond to him, portraying myself as benevolent and understanding. Ron gradually came to trust me, believing I was his sole friend, while you merely regarded him as a humble, laughable sidekick. I did not. I have never. Harry's face turned ghostly pale. I never knew Ron felt that way. I have always considered him my best friend. Clearly, you do not. Riddle let out a chilling, piercing laugh, not befitting a 16-year-old. After months of communication, Ron opened his entire soul to me, and it was precisely the essence I required. I feasted upon his most hidden fears, his deepest secrets, his fervent jealousy, my appetite growing ever larger. I became far more powerful than the insignificant Mr. Weasley, potent enough to begin exerting control over him to accomplish what I have long desired, all thanks to you. Cease your beguiling, ridiculous charade, Tom. Aiwen retorted coldly. It will have no effect on us. When Ron awakens, I shall give him a good beating to ensure he knows we have always regarded him as our closest friend. Damn mudblood. Riddle turned, casting a look of disdain at Aiwen. I have long known you to be a nuisance. The moment you produced that laughable 50-year-old newspaper, I wished to eliminate you. And you did just that, attacking me with the corrosive curse at the dueling club. What a foolish idea that was. Ron's broken wand weakened my magic. Riddle said sharply, however, that was indeed my oversight. You are far craftier than I anticipated. I should not have revealed myself so soon. What if Dumbledore had noticed? Therefore, I employed a soul-stealing curse on Ron, compelling him to cast the killing curse upon me. That was your brilliant plan. No. Without my control, poor Ron could not conjure anything. It was merely a flicker of ordinary green light, Riddle boasted. The soul-stealing curse merely masked the traces of my influence over him, yet Dumbledore still grew suspicious. But Ron did not disappoint me in his cowardice. He concealed the diary from everyone, fearing you would discover he was the true assailant. Upon hearing Riddle's words, Aiwen tightened his grip on his wand, while Harry clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Ever since that incident, foolish Ron seems to have lost trust in me, Riddle continued. He finally grew suspicious and attempted to dispose of the diary. Harry, how I wished it had been you who found that diary, just as I mentioned earlier. I was eager to meet you. Why do you want to meet me? Harry seethed with rage, struggling to keep his tone steady. Oh, that is simple, Harry. Ron informed me of your situation, Riddle replied, your thrilling and captivating past. His gaze swept over the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, and his expression grew hungrier. I know I must learn more about you, converse with you, and if possible, meet you in person. Riddle then turned his gaze to Aiwen with disdain. Yet, I never anticipated that you, this detestable mudblood, would be the one to find my diary. I attempted to control you as I did Ron, seeking to gain your trust. I even considered revealing the events surrounding the chamber's opening 50 years ago, but, unfortunately, I have never been one to trust sneaky, dim-witted individuals, Aiwen scoffed. Indeed. You are a cunning mudblood, just as I initially suspected, a significant nuisance. Riddle's voice returned to calmness. I sensed your wariness towards me, yet I discovered your unusual pursuit of magical power. Thus, I altered my approach, deciding to slowly seduce you into the depths of power's allure. You have failed once again. Tom. Aiwen began to gather his magical energy. Clearly, can you enlighten me as to why? Riddle inquired eagerly. A girl once told me that power is not absolute. The image of Luna appeared in Aiwen's mind as he resolutely stated, what matters most is believing in friendship, in family, in love, and in the beauty of all things. Tom Riddle, you shall never attain this. You believe in nothing but your own power, which condemns you to failure. Love. Riddle paused, incredulous. How absurd that you would think such things more reliable than immense power. Typical weakling thinking. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. I have many questions awaiting your response, Harry Potter. What questions? Harry demanded sternly, his fist still tightly clenched. Many, such as. Riddle's face broke into a delighted smile. How could an infant, with no extraordinary magical prowess, defeat the greatest wizard of all time? How did you manage to escape unscathed, leaving only a scar, while Voldemort's power was obliterated? Now, a strange red light flickered in his wolf-like eyes. It is quite fascinating. You vanquished Harry. Yet you have no understanding of your own defeat. Voldemort, is this your so-called powerful strength? Aiwen scoffed coldly, cautiously surveying his surroundings in search of the diary. At present, Riddle existed merely as an incorporeal memory, having absorbed Ron's life force, rendering any attack against him utterly ineffective. Only by locating that diary Horcrux could he hope to resolve everything. Once again, I have underestimated you, mudblood. Riddle whispered, it seems you have discerned my identity. Indeed. I am Voldemort. He is my past, my present, and my future. Grasping Ron's broken wand, he traced a few strokes in the air, conjuring 3 shimmering names, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then, with a flick of his wand, the letters rearranged themselves to read, I am Voldemort. He murmured, do you truly believe I would spend my life bearing the name of my filthy muggle father? Know this. Within my veins flows the blood of Salazar, Slytherin himself. Would I cling to the name of that repugnant ordinary muggle? He abandoned me before my birth, simply because he discovered his wife was a witch. That is inconceivable. A chilling smile spread across Riddle's face. I shall bestow upon myself a new name, signifying my rebirth. I know that one day, when I become the greatest wizard in the world, no witch or wizard will dare to utter that name lightly. Though it had long been established that Tom Riddle was Voldemort, witnessing the name materialize before him left Harry momentarily stunned. He stared blankly at Riddle. The very individual who once, as an orphan, had grown up to murder his own parents, along with countless others. No, you are not. Harry forced himself to speak, his calm voice laced with hatred. What do you mean? Riddle demanded sharply. You are not the greatest wizard in the world. Harry gasped. I regret to disappoint you, but the greatest wizard is Albus Dumbledore. Everyone says so, even at the height of your power. You dared not attempt to seize control of Hogwarts. Dumbledore saw through you during your time at school, and even now, he instills fear in you. No matter where you hide. The smile vanished from Riddle's face, replaced by an expression of hideous rage. From the very beginning, Dumbledore never believed in me. The moment I first laid eyes on him in the orphanage, I knew, Riddle declared vehemently. But that is irrelevant. I possess knowledge of spells he could never dare to imagine. I am the most powerful. Now, tell me everything, Harry Potter. The length of your words shall determine how long the lives of you and that mudblood beside you will endure. Why did you suddenly lose your power when you struck against me? No one knows, Harry replied stiffly. I am uncertain myself. But I do know why you could not kill me. Just as Aiwen said, it is because my mother died to save me. Her love defeated you. Trembling with suppressed fury, Harry continued. She prevented you from killing me. I have seen the real you. I saw you last year. You are nothing but a pile of rags, barely alive. Look at how mighty you once were, reduced to this pitiful state. You hide and cower. You are a grotesque sight, utterly revolting. Riddle's face contorted before he forced a grimace of a smile. I understand now. Your mother died to save you. It is not some laughable maternal love, but rather a potent spell. Yes, it was an exceptionally effective protective charm. I comprehend it now. Ultimately, you possess nothing special. You merely escaped from me by sheer luck. Riddle turned to face the statue of Slytherin, the malicious grin on his face growing more pronounced. Now, let us see if you and your mudblood companion possess the same fortune to escape once more from the most formidable dark wizard in history. Hissing sounds escaped his lips as the colossal stone visage of Slytherin stirred to life. Its mouth opened wider and wider until it formed a vast, gaping black hole. Evan lifted his gaze to the imposing visage of the Slytherin stone statue, shrouded in darkness. It was then that he discovered the diary he had been searching for. Resting atop the statue, the basilisk slowly slithered forth from within the statue, its body marred with wounds. It appeared far less formidable than when he had first encountered it in the Gryffindor common room. Snape's attack and the crowing of a rooster had rendered it exceptionally weary and feeble. Nevertheless, to the two young wizards, even a weakened basilisk remained a lethal threat. Kill them! Riddle bellowed madly. The basilisk swiftly advanced towards them, and Evan's wand emitted a bright orange beam, a stunning spell, but it was effortlessly countered by Riddle's incantation. Foolish child! Did you truly believe I would allow you to succeed with the same trick twice? Riddle shrieked. Mudblood, savor the taste of death. Before he could finish his menacing words, a melodic sound suddenly resonated through the empty chamber. The music was ethereal and haunting, imbued with a mysterious allure that stirred excitement within the air. Aiwen beheld a deep crimson bird suddenly descending from the heavens, its size comparable to that of a crane, performing an eccentric melody upon the arched ceiling. It possessed a tail that shimmered like gold, elongated akin to that of a peacock, and a pair of glistening golden talons, one of which clutched a tattered parcel. It was Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. Swiftly, it soared towards them, discarding the dilapidated object at their feet, revealing that it was the school's battered sorting hat. How amusing! Riddle erupted into a maniacal laughter, the intensity reverberating through the dark chamber as though 10 riddles were simultaneously guffawing. This was the token Dumbledore had bestowed upon him for protection, a singing bird and a tattered hat. Do you feel bold now? Do you sense safety? No sooner had his voice faded than Fawkes flew directly toward the basilisk, spiraling around its head. The creature, enraged, lunged at the phoenix, revealing its slender, dagger-like fangs. Yet it was futile. Fawkes dove fiercely, its elongated golden beak piercing into the basilisk's skull. As it sang its strange tune, it pecked at the scaly nostrils of the beast, black blood gushing forth from its blinded eyes. No, kill those 2 boys. Leave that bird alone. Boys are behind you. Riddle shrieked vehemently. Harry, believe in yourself. Aiwen thrust the sorting hat into Harry's hands, turning to dash towards the Slytherin statue while calling out, I will retrieve the diary. You must destroy it. Harry stared in bewilderment at the patched sorting hat in his grasp, perplexed by Aiden's intentions. What use could this object possibly serve? Suddenly, his fingers brushed against something long and rigid within the hat. Looking down, he discovered a gleaming silver sword materializing from the depths of the hat, its hilt adorned with a magnificent, egg-sized ruby. Harry unsheathed it, the ruby glimmering faintly. The proof of courage, the sword of Gryffindor. While Fawkes engaged the basilisk, Aiwen hastened toward the statue, sensing Tom Riddle's awareness of his intentions as several spells whizzed past him. Kill that mudblood. Don't let him approach the statue. He is to your right. Sniff him out. Sniff out his scent. Riddle shrieked. The basilisk, abandoning Fawkes, lunged once more toward Aiwen. Aiwen turned around and beheld the serpent creature's enormous, bloodied eye sockets drawing ever closer, just as he braced himself for the impending doom of being devoured. Harry's figure suddenly emerged between him and the beast. Gasping for breath, he cast his wand to the ground, gripping the sword of Gryffindor tightly, his pale visage etched with determination. The serpent creature failed to perceive Harry, and though Riddle sought to alert it, the creature's speed was insurmountable, rendering any warning futile. With a powerful thrust, Harry struck the serpent, inflicting a wound so deep that the bone was visible, surpassing all previous spells in their destructive capacity. The serpent reared its head, emitting a thunderous hiss, thrashing wildly as its body coiled and struck against the stone pillars, causing the entire chamber to tremble. Harry was hurled away, crashing against the walls of the chamber. The serpent lunged towards him, its forked tongue slicing through the air. Fortunately, at that moment, Fawkes soared back into action, intercepting the serpent and halting its relentless assault. Aiwen had no time to focus on the fierce battle unfolding below. He swiftly ascended the statue, skillfully evading the curses hurled by Tom Riddle. The potency of these spells was formidable, with shards of stone flying perilously close to Aiwen. Yet, it was evident that Ron's battered wand had depleted Riddle's control significantly. Although his magic had left the Slytherin statue utterly disfigured, not a single curse struck Aiwen. Damned. Riddle cast Ron's wand aside with a fierce throw. Aiwen observed him hasten to the spot where Harry had just stood and pick up Harry's wand. Evan hastened his pace, drawing ever closer to the diary, when suddenly a beam of green magical light surged towards him, far thicker than the previous spells. There was no evading it. Gritting his teeth, Evan leapt into the air, seizing the diary with all his might and hurling it towards Harry. In the next moment, the green light struck him. Evan. A searing pain swiftly radiated throughout his body, and he heard Harry shouting his name from below. He yearned to respond, yet he found himself utterly drained of strength. Acutely aware that his life force was rapidly ebbing away, in a state of shock, he plummeted straight down, landing precisely in the gaping maw of Slytherin. It was a pitch-black, unfathomable chasm that mercilessly engulfed Evan. In his final moments of lucidity, he glimpsed the pocket watch he had previously discovered soaring from his grasp. Its hands spinning counterclockwise with frenetic speed. Time seemed to lose all meaning as the last flicker of light vanished, and darkness enveloped him. After an indeterminate period, Evan gently reopened his eyes. Is this what death feels like? Yet, instead of the anticipated darkness, the room gradually came into focus. This was not the Chamber of Secrets. Although the dimensions were identical, the surrounding columns were devoid of the fearsome serpents and Slytherin statue. On the contrary, the space was chaotic, resembling an enlarged version of Snape's office, cluttered with an array of potions and magical ingredients. Jars brimmed with vibrant liquids and unsettling taxidermy specimens. Who are you? That dares to intrude upon my sanctum without permission? A young man with raven black hair, clad in a dark green vintage wizard's robe, stood before Aiwen. His strikingly handsome features suggested a noble lineage. The young wizard scrutinized Aiwen with a skeptical gaze, and, before Aiwen could comprehend, a silver wand materialized in his hand. Greetings. I am Aiwen Mason. This is... Aiwen gazed around in confusion. It was all so peculiar. Just a moment ago, he had been battling Voldemort and the basilisk in the chamber, and now he found himself lying in this room, confronted by a wizard he had never seen before. Aiwen was certain that the individual before him was neither a student nor a professor of Hogwarts. Regardless of who they were, the ineffable aura they exuded would forever remain etched in his memory. This had once been his father's castle, known as Hogwarts, though it had now transformed into a school of magic. He spoke slowly. I am Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of this institution. At the sound of his words, Aiwen was taken aback and coughed violently. Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, surely this young man must be mistaken. How could he possibly be a figure from over 1,000 years ago? This chamber belongs to my private domain, and it should be unknown to anyone. Salazar observed Aiwen with keen scrutiny, his eyes narrowing. And you just claimed your name is Aiwen Mason. I have never encountered a wizarding family by that name. Are you not, perchance, a muggle-born? Under the icy gaze of his interlocutor, Aiwen cautiously nodded, noticing the unmistakable disdain that flickered across Slytherin's features. In that instant, Aiwen sensed a palpable aura of danger emanating from him. He could feel that this young man wielded formidable magic, rivaling that of Dumbledore and Voldemort alike. Was it possible that his claims were indeed true? Aiwen glanced around the room, which bore the rugged decor reminiscent of the medieval era. Could it be that this was genuinely Hogwarts from a millennium ago? Might this exceptionally handsome young man truly be Salazar Slytherin himself? Aiwen felt his mind was insufficiently equipped, and suddenly recalled the timepiece-shaped magical artifact. He touched his chest to find it still there. Sir, in fact, I too am a student of Hogwarts, belonging to Gryffindor House. Aiwen hastily remarked before Salazar could vanish himself with his wand. A student of Godric? Salazar regarded Aiwen coldly. You are lying. I have never seen you before. I am not deceiving you. The reason you have not encountered me is that I hail from Hogwarts a millennium hence. I am unsure how this transpired. I may have been brought here by this object. Aiwen spoke in a single breath, presenting the timepiece he held. An unregistered time-turner from the Elder Council. Intriguing. Salazar scrutinized the pocket watch in his hands. It was not merely capable of reversing time, but bore peculiar remnants of magic. The craftsmanship was exquisite, reminiscent of Rowena's artistry. Observing Salazar's expression, Aiwen exhaled in relief, knowing that his counterpart had momentarily accepted his claim. Otherwise, his fate would undoubtedly be grim, for a millennium later. Salazar Slytherin was notorious for his ruthlessness. Who could predict how he would deal with Aiwen? Stand up. I shall take you to meet Godric and Rowena. Salazar's eyes glimmered with a bright light, a cold smirk gracing his lips. If it ultimately proves that you are deceiving me, you will deeply regret your actions. Salazar Slytherin grasped Aiwen's shoulder. Despite the thick layers of clothing, Aiwen still felt a chill, as if the other's hand were made of ice. Apparate. Salazar mumbled indistinctly. With a sharp crack, Aiwen experienced a sensation of intense compression, as if he were being abruptly pulled into a narrow rubber tube. The overwhelming pressure from all directions made it difficult for him to breathe, as if several iron bands were tightly constricting his chest. His eyeballs were forced back into his skull, and his eardrums were pressed deep within his head. Aiwen found himself spinning, enveloped in darkness, struggling to breathe as every part of his body was subjected to an overwhelming pressure, pushing him to the brink of his endurance. Just as he believed he was on the verge of suffocation, an invisible tube suddenly burst open, and he stood in a circular chamber, gasping for the fresh air. This room appeared to be the headmaster's office from a millennium ago, adorned with exquisite decorations. Beneath the thick drapes stood 2 gleaming suits of armor. While the walls were embellished with intricate murals, and the floor was a marble tapestry of elaborate engravings. The center of the room was divided into 4 sections by 4 long tables. Salazar, it is a pleasure to see you in the castle at this moment. I thought you would confine yourself to the basement this weekend, concocting your newly invented potion, spoke a youthful woman with short, chestnut hair. She exuded vitality. Surrounded by stacks of thick parchment and a gleaming golden chalice from which a blue-black liquid wafted steam. That was indeed my intention before this muddy creature appeared, Helga. Salazar huffed, giving Aiwen a gentle shove forward, keeping a watchful eye on him. I shall fetch Godric and Rowena. No sooner had he finished speaking than Slytherin vanished once more, leaving Aiwen alone with Helga Hufflepuff in the room. Aiwen, with a sense of restraint, performed a courteous gesture as he noticed Helga Hufflepuff regarding him with a gentle gaze. Relax, dear child. Helga smiled. Do not be deceived by Salazar's fierce exterior. He is, in fact, a very kind person, albeit somewhat inept at expressing himself. With a snap of her fingers, a house elf appeared in the room with a pot. Dobby, please bring this gentleman some of the treats I made myself, Helga softly instructed, then turned to Aiwen. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Helga Hufflepuff. And what is your name? Hello, I am Aiwen Mason. Aiwen sampled the pastry brought by the house elf, its sweetness derived from an unknown ingredient. A wizard of Muggle descent. How rare indeed, Helga remarked. You see, Muggles harbor a deep-seated prejudice against wizards, as they seem more inclined to bind us to the pyre. In such an environment, it has been many years since I have encountered a young wizard of Muggle origin. Aiwen, might I inquire who your teacher is? Well, it is rather like this. In truth, I am also a student at Hogwarts. Aiwen quickly recounted his story. So you hail from Hogwarts a millennium hence? Helga's expression was one of astonishment as she took the time turner Aiwen offered and examined it for a moment before placing it back on the table. I am not particularly adept in time magic. That is Rowena's forte, but the power of this time turner, which can transport you back to a time when you did not exist, must be formidable indeed. It was evident that Helga was fascinated by the Hogwarts of 1,000 years in the future. She inquired extensively about her own house, and from the expression on her face, it seemed she was quite satisfied with the state of the institution. The Sorting Hat has done well. It has effectively embodied my philosophy, Helga stated. We must treat all equally. Salazar, Godric, and Rowena are too focused on inherent traits, neglecting the cultivation of a young wizard's acquired qualities, which is, in fact, a perilous oversight. Is it? I beg to differ. Tailoring education to individual strengths is the wisest course. A raspy, ethereal female voice suddenly resonated in the room. As her words concluded, there was a series of pops, and 3 figures materialized before Aiwen. To the left stood Rowena Ravenclaw, tall and graceful, her waist-length golden hair cascading down, and her light blue eyes shimmering with wisdom, adorned with a diadem studded with glinting gems, exuding an air of mystery. On the right was Godric Gryffindor, handsome and robust, with fiery red hair, a thin scar gracing his left eye, adding a rugged charm. Unlike any wizard Aiwen had previously encountered, Gryffindor donned the attire of an ordinary nobleman, with a wand at his side and a long sword sheathed at his waist. Rowena, having evidently overheard Helga's previous remarks, continued with a slightly hoarse voice. Helga, you are far too benevolent. Nurturing young wizards into greatness should be a matter of great caution, and we must judiciously select our students. Then, noticing the time turner on the table, her expression shifted to one of interest as she bent down to study it. However, the discourse continued. Indeed, look at how Hogwarts has degenerated a millennium hence, allowing mudbloods to enroll, Salazar sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Aiwen. Mind your language, Salazar. This child is a student of my house, Godric retorted sharply. Face the reality. Many children of Muggle descent possess remarkable magical talent and pure hearts. In contrast, numerous long-established pureblood families have produced dark wizards who revel in tormenting and slaughtering Muggles. If we do not arrest this trend, the magical community will struggle to survive. I have addressed this matter with you countless times, Godric. Salazar replied slowly. I am drafting a letter to the Council of Elders, advocating for the establishment of a wizarding prison to confine those dark wizards. But first, we must preserve the purity of wizarding blood. Muggles are utterly unreliable, intent only on burning us at the stake. You would dare to admit such individuals as students? It is because they lack the necessary understanding of wizards in the magical realm. Fear arises from the unknown. By guiding those with magical potential, we can help them form a correct perception, Godric countered. Assisting them to bring about our own destruction. What a foolish notion. Salazar scoffed. Your stubborn prejudice is outdated. Times have changed. Persisting in this belief will inevitably lead Hogwarts to become a breeding ground for dark wizards cultivated by those families, Godric stated, toying with his longsword, an aura of power intermittently emanating from him. You do not wish for that future, do you, Salazar? As long as I am here, dark wizards shall never set foot in Hogwarts, Salazar declared fiercely, drawing his wand, causing the room's temperature to plummet. I will only choose those young wizards of the purest bloodline, for they are the most trustworthy, regardless of your stance. Helga and Rowena have already resolved to admit Muggle-born students starting this year, Godric asserted firmly. We do not require your assistance. The 3 of us have devised a magical artifact capable of precisely locating all 11-year-olds with magical talent. You dare to admit Muggle students without my consent? Salazar exclaimed. Visibly shocked. This castle was bequeathed to me by my father, and it is also the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Godric retorted defiantly. Salazar, take your stubbornness and prejudice back to your dungeon. He suddenly drew his longsword, a powerful aura erupting as he stood defiantly against Salazar's formidable presence. Or shall we engage in a true duel of men to determine the future of Hogwarts? Just as I wish. Let me see. Enough, both of you. Helga interjected just in time. Discussing such matters in front of our guest is exceedingly impolite, especially since our young guest hails from the future. Perhaps you should listen to him speak about Hogwarts a millennium hence. At her words, the room fell silent, with Godric and Salazar abruptly turning their attention to Aiwen. Even Rowena, who had been engrossed in studying the time-turner, lifted her gaze, quietly observing him. Under the watchful eyes of the legendary founders, Aiwen shared everything he knew. Recounting tales from the future of Hogwarts and the current state of the magical world, he spoke with detail, and the four figures listened intently. Their interest piqued regarding the operational status of their houses, the student body, and the curriculum. Godric, Rowena, and Helga occasionally interrupted Aiwen with inquiries, while Salazar remained silent, his expression darkening. It was clear that he was astounded by the notion that wizards of 1,000 years hence coexisted peacefully with muggles. What he found even more difficult to accept was the increasing number of pure-blood families engaging in marriages with muggle wizards, rendering the notion of pure lineage a mere jest rather than the esteemed honor it once was. It was not until Aiwen brought up the matter of Voldemort that he abruptly rose to his feet. Enough, you filthy half-breed. How dare you suggest that my descendants would become wicked dark wizards? You are insulting the illustrious Slytherin lineage. Aiwen felt an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down upon him, rendering him breathless. However, this oppressive feeling dissipated as Gryffindor rose to stand before him. Aiwen was not insulting the Slytherin family, he was merely stating the facts. Godric continued. It is evident that your descendant, the dark wizard known as Voldemort, shares some ideologies with you. I have long asserted that this is a perilous notion. Bloodlines, power, authority. Salazar, these are precisely the elements you and the pure-blood wizarding families have always revered. Helga interjected. While it is not inherently wrong to employ any means necessary to achieve one's goals, there are times when we must adhere to principles. An obsession with power can blind a person. Rowena spoke softly. Only the most astute individuals can evade this fate. It is the wizard who must master magic, not the other way around. Upon hearing the words of the other three, Slytherin, unusually, refrained from retorting. He slumped back down, his already pale face devoid of any color. Gryffindor gestured for Aiwen to continue. After a moment of contemplation, Aiwen decided against mentioning the history of Slytherin's departure from the school following a dispute with the other three, fearing that Slytherin might cast a curse upon him in retaliation. After much hesitation, he recounted the events that transpired in the Chamber of Secrets. My heavens, Salazar. You constructed a chamber within the school and left behind a basilisk. Godric exclaimed in astonishment. I was utterly unaware of this. Humph, this is my castle. I possess the right to make necessary alterations and to bequeath my descendants something of assistance, Slytherin retorted. Moreover, do not presume I am oblivious to the secret chambers you have all built within the castle. That may be true, yet I never intended to leave behind a basilisk gentleman. That is not the crux of the matter. Rowena gently interjected. The focal point is the diary Aiwen mentioned earlier. If I am not mistaken, it is likely a Horcrux. A Horcrux. The other three paused in disbelief, and after a prolonged silence, Helga murmured. Are you suggesting that vile dark magic left behind by that despicable Hufflepuff? Ravenclaw nodded faintly, as if signaling a moment of gravity. The room fell silent, an air of tension enveloping them. This is madness. Who would wish to fragment their own soul? I can see no purpose in it other than the transformation into a monster, one remarked. Yet it offers immortality, however. The individual who splits their soul may not realize that this act merely ensnares their fragmented essence in an eternal illusion, unable to embrace death, yet also unable to become a ghost. This transcends mere ideology. Godric suddenly stood, exclaiming, Salazar, Horcruxes can only be created through murder. Such an evil practice, which defies the natural order, will drive your descendant to madness, ultimately destroying all they hold dear, including Hogwarts. If what you say is true, I shall personally ensure his demise. The honor of the Slytherin family is not to be sullied. Salazar's expression was cold as he declared, however, prior to that, I shall retain all my previous beliefs. The future spoken of by this mudblood leaves me quite uncomfortable. Very well, you may choose to leave a basilisk for your heir. But we must also take action to offer hope for the future of Hogwarts. I refuse to let a madman destroy our school. Godric paced the room restlessly. Your chamber. Salazar. Rowena softly suggested, we could create a true chamber within it, leaving behind something that only the rightful heir, meeting all our criteria, could unlock in Hogwarts' most dire hour. This idea is splendid, leaving trials and hidden treasures for the school's future, while simultaneously safeguarding Hogwarts from the clutches of evil dark wizards. Godric exclaimed with enthusiasm. I support Rowena's proposal. What say you all? I have no objections. Helga smiled and nodded. Do as you wish, but I shall adhere to my own convictions. Salazar grumbled darkly. Aiwen gazed speechlessly at the four individuals opposite him, their faces alight with excitement. What was this? A treasure hunt left by the illustrious founders of Hogwarts. Without further ado, let us venture into that hidden chamber, shall we? Rowena turned to Aiwen, stating, as for you, I have just examined the time turner. It was activated in an improper manner, which is why you were brought to this time period that should not exist for you. What should I do now? Can I return? Aiwen inquired anxiously. Do not fret. However, we must act swiftly. When the magic of the time turner dissipates, you will be sent back to your rightful time. Rowena assured him. Before that occurs, you must return to your previous location to ensure that no unforeseen complications arise. Upon hearing her words, Gryffindor abandoned the idea of showing Aiwen around, while Hufflepuff expressed regret that Aiwen would not be able to sample her culinary creations. The five of them promptly utilized the key crafted by Slytherin to return to the hidden chamber. Inside the chamber, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff surveyed their surroundings with satisfaction. Indeed, this was the ideal place for treasure. Here, Mudblood, this is where you fell, Slytherin remarked, leading Aiwen to the spot where his statue once stood. As time progressed, the moment of his return drew ever closer. Intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure, Rowena proclaimed in her distinctive, raspy, ethereal voice. Farewell, Aiwen Mason. In the future, when Hogwarts faces its gravest challenges, may you endure the trials and uncover the treasures we have left behind. Go forth, Aiwen, Helga added cheerfully. I shall leave behind my cherished recipes. If you manage to find them, they shall be yours. Listen here, lad, Godric declared, clenching his fist. I will leave behind several exclusive, powerful Gryffindor weapons to deal a severe blow to that dark wizard. Do not disappoint me. If I discover that a student from Slytherin has opened the chamber, you shall see how I handle that. Salazar Slytherin remained silent, his expression dark as he glared at Aiwen. Just as Aiwen's form began to fade, nearing the brink of disappearance, Slytherin suddenly stepped forward, thrusting something into Aiwen's palm. A potion of enhancement, a token of apology for the harm my descendant has caused you. Slytherin's cold voice echoed in Aiwen's ears. Before Aiwen could respond, the world around him spun violently, and he found himself returned to his rightful time. He lay within the Slytherin statue, the events that had transpired feeling like a mere dream. Aiwen struggled to sit up, a wave of pain coursing through his entire body. He found himself within the statue of Slytherin, surrounded by a vast space. Above him loomed a narrow circular opening, the passage through which the basilisk slithered. How strange it was to find himself transported back a millennium to the events at Hogwarts. Was this merely a dream? Shaking his head to dispel the disorientation, Aiwen began to search the ground for his wand. In his search, he also encountered a small vial. With a flicker of light, he whispered the incantation. And by the faint illumination emanating from his wand, he discerned that the vial in his hand contained a potion of dark golden hue. Could this possibly be the enhancement potion bestowed upon me by Slytherin? Aiwen paused momentarily, suddenly realizing that everything that had transpired was not a mere dream, but rather a genuine occurrence. He had indeed employed the time turner to journey back a millennium to Hogwarts, where he encountered the legendary four founders. Just as Helga Hufflepuff had initially conveyed to him, Slytherin was not as inaccessible as he appeared. In a surprising twist at the final moment, he even bestowed upon Aiwen a vial of the precious enhancing potion, an act that was simply beyond belief. Aiwen had once perused an ancient tome on potions, wherein he learned that the enhancing elixir is an exceedingly rare magical concoction, the formula and brewing techniques of which have long been lost to time. He carefully stowed the vial in his pocket, acutely aware that should others discover he possessed such a potion, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar, perhaps even attracting the attention of the Ministry of Magic, a scenario Aiwen fervently wished to avoid. He intended to consume the elixir in solitude to bolster his powers. Then, a thought struck him. Upon his departure, the four founders of the school had spoken of a mysterious treasure concealed within the chamber, intended to aid a worthy heir of Hogwarts in their battle against Voldemort. If all went as anticipated, the location of this treasure should lie within the very statue he now stood before. He hastily retrieved his wand and began to search the surroundings. As the lair of the basilisk, the interior of the Slytherin statue was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, littered with the bones of small creatures and the remnants of the serpents slithering. After an exhaustive search, at the farthest recess of the chamber, Aiwen discovered an unlatched hidden door. Upon opening it, a cloud of dust was stirred into the air. As the dust settled, he found himself standing before a circular chamber. This room bore an uncanny resemblance to one he had visited a millennium ago. It was adorned with exquisite decorations, most notably featuring statues of the four founders positioned in each corner, unlike the aged Slytherin statue outside. These four figures were youthful representations of the legendary founders, the cunning Salazar Slytherin, the benevolent Helga Hufflepuff, the wise Rowena Ravenclaw, and the bold Godric Gryffindor. Each statue was remarkably lifelike, a perfect likeness of those Aiwen had encountered. Before the four statues stood stone altars, each bearing a circular indentation. This must be the true chamber of secrets spoken of by the founders, a place not only of hidden treasure but also of the trials that one must endure to claim it. Aiwen took a step forward and noticed various inscriptions adorning the walls of the room. The content resembled the song sung by the Sorting Hat. He examined each wall in turn. On the Gryffindor wall, inscribed in golden paint, were the words, brave Gryffindor, hailing from the desolate marshes, to the most courageous. The highest reward is bestowed. The key to the treasure lies buried within the depths of one's heart. You must earn the recognition of his proud followers. On the Hufflepuff wall, written in black paint, were the words, "Kind Hufflepuff, from the expansive valley. She treats all with equal regard," granting everyone the opportunity to obtain her treasures. The key to the treasure is integrity and loyalty. All you need to do is believe in your humblest friend. The Ravenclaw wall bore inscriptions in blue paint. Beautiful Ravenclaw, from the tranquil riverside. She believes that the most intelligent deserve their rewards. The key to the treasure is exceptional wisdom, which shall be eternally passed down from her equally astute allies. Lastly, on the Slytherin wall, inscribed in silver paint, were the words, "Cunning Slytherin, from the murky depths. He only trusts the wizards of the purest blood. The mudbloods can attain nothing here." The key to the treasure is immense power, kept hidden by his devious servants in the deepest recesses of the earth, illuminated by the glow of his wand. Evan perused all the clues, growing increasingly perplexed. These four characters indeed possessed a rather twisted sense of humor. Having left such hints, they should have presented them straightforwardly, rather than obscuring them as if in a riddle. He found himself unable to comprehend any of these hints. Aiwen was utterly unaware of the location where the key to the secret treasure, held by the four great lords, had been concealed. The terms mentioned, followers, friends, allies, and servants, were shrouded in ambiguity. With no other recourse, he meticulously documented all these words, intending to discuss them with others upon his exit, in hopes of uncovering any potential clues. Just as Aiwen had committed all the words to memory, a horrifying, sustained scream that pierced the eardrums suddenly emanated from outside the statue. It dawned on him that Tom Riddle and the basilisk remained unresolved outside, prompting him to hastily exit the chamber. Upon reaching the base of the cave, Aiwen heard Harry calling his name from above. He promptly responded, and Fawkes descended, wings fluttering, to carry him aloft. During his brief absence, Harry had successfully resolved all matters at hand. The scream he had just heard was the final utterance of Tom Riddle. In the heart of the Chamber of Secrets, the immense corpse of the basilisk lay lifeless, its upper jaw pierced by the sword of Gryffindor. Not far from it lay Tom Riddle's diary, which had been impaled by the basilisk's fangs. Venom had burned a hole through the diary, still hissing and emanating black smoke while ink dripped from it in a steady trickle. "Aiwen, we have triumphed. I have defeated Tom Riddle. I destroyed that diary just as you instructed." As Aiwen emerged, carried by Fawkes, Harry rushed over, his face etched with concern. "How are you? Are you all right? I saw you struck by Tom Riddle's curse." "I'm fine, just encountered a bit of an incident. I'll explain everything when we return." Evan shook his head and, upon noticing Ron collapse beneath the statue, urgently remarked, "We must check on Ron's condition." By the time Evan and Harry hurried over, Ron had already sat up. His bewildered gaze first fell upon the colossal corpse of the basilisk, then shifted to Harry, whose robe was stained with blood, and to Evan, whose own robe was equally tattered. Finally, his eyes landed on the diary at his feet. He shuddered, gasping for breath, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. "Evan, Harry, I have brought this upon everyone. I should never have trusted that Tom Riddle fellow. I have been wanting to confess that I was responsible, but I was afraid. Riddle told me that if I did, you would never consider me a friend again. Indeed, you are a fool. If I weren't on the verge of collapse, I would gladly give you a good thrashing, Ron." Evan exclaimed in anger. "How could you believe the lies of Voldemort instead of trusting your friends? It is all my fault. I deserve to be expelled." Ron lamented. "Shortly after the first attack, I sensed something was amiss. I naively believed I could dispose of that diary, but I only sank deeper into the mire. Everything is over now, Ron." Harry comforted him. "We all believe in you. You were merely under Riddle's control. Those actions were not your own. However," Evan added, "for the sake of your rescue of Ginny in the common room, I forgive you, but you must promise to inform us immediately if anything like this happens again, rather than attempting to resolve it alone." Fawkes circled at the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets, awaiting their return. Yet before they could depart, Hermione and Lockhart stumbled in. Lockhart appeared thoroughly terrified, trembling incessantly, while Hermione, her complexion equally pale, pointed her wand at him. "Miss Granger, the adventure should be over. We may have arrived too late to save your friend. And I am truly sorry. You know that Mr. Mason and I—" Lockhart's words were interrupted as he caught sight of the basilisk's massive corpse. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming in terror. "A snake! A serpent! Oh my, are you all unharmed?" Hermione, upon spotting Evan, Harry, and Ron beside the basilisk's body, rushed over with tears of joy, embracing each of them fervently. "We're fine, Hermione, but if you keep squeezing me like that, I might not be for long," Evan weakly replied, feeling that Hermione's embrace lingered longer than those from the other two, prompting him to awkwardly change the subject. "By the way, how did you manage to get in here, and why did you bring Lockhart with you?" "Well," Hermione hastily released him, her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing her explanation, Evan learned that after he and Harry were taken by the basilisk, Professor McGonagall and the other teachers rushed to the common room. They had intended to seek out Dumbledore, but the headmaster was occupied, ensnared by the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and Lucius Malfoy, who had arrived shortly thereafter. Hermione deduced that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was in the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor, as the first victim 50 years prior had been Moaning Myrtle. She resolved to enlist Professor Lockhart's assistance. But I never anticipated that he would be too frightened to come down and save you. When he heard the basilisk was attacking students within the school, he even considered fleeing. Looking at the collapsed Lockhart, Hermione choked back tears. I had to compel him with my wand. I could find no one else to assist me, and time was of the essence. I feared that further delays would be catastrophic for you. Aiwen hastily enveloped Hermione in his arms, gently stroking her hair. The young girl appeared utterly terrified. But why did he flee? I mean, how could he do such a thing? He is the defense against the dark arts professor and has authored numerous remarkable books. Harry exclaimed in disbelief. Well, how shall I put it when I accepted this position? The terms of employment did not include I never anticipated as the four of them turned their gaze toward him. Lockhart mumbled ambiguously, and besides, books can be deceptive. Deceptive? Hermione exclaimed, lifting her head in astonishment. Aren't those books written by you? Oh dear Miss Granger. Lockhart shifted slightly aside. Think about it with your common sense. If people didn't believe I accomplished those feats, the sales of my books would plummet. Readers would hardly be inclined to read about the exploits of an unattractive old American wizard, despite his efforts to rid a village of the werewolf scourge. Putting his photograph on the cover would be utterly unappealing. He has no sense of style whatsoever. And that which you expelled the Banshee? She is a complete disaster. Just think about it so. You claim all the achievements of others as your own? Hermione asked incredulously. It's not as simple as you portray. Lockhart impatiently shook his head and moved a few meters further away. My responsibilities are considerable. I must track down these individuals and inquire how they managed to accomplish such feats. Then, I have to cast a memory charm on them so they forget the entire incident. A memory charm? Aiwen felt a surge of wariness. He almost forgot that this individual was a master of memory charms. Indeed, if there is anything I take pride in, it is my memory charm. You see, it requires immense effort on my part, far beyond merely signing books and posing for photographs. If you seek fame, you must be prepared for prolonged hard work. Lockhart seemed to have discovered something on the floor. He stood up, panting, clutching Ron's wand, a familiar grin illuminating his face, showcasing his bright teeth. Very well, children. It is time for all this to conclude, he declared. I shall bring the corpse of this great serpent back to the school and inform them that I saved you. And you, in your excessive fright, regrettably lost your senses. Professor, how could you do this? Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at Lockhart in disbelief. Prior to Lockhart's rise, Aiwen had intended to subdue him with a stupefying charm, but upon seeing that he was holding Ron's broken wand, he abandoned that thought. He could feel Hermione trembling with anger in his embrace, and he gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Lockhart was not Tom Riddle. He could not cast spells without a wand and lacked such formidable magical control. Recklessly wielding a broken wand would only lead to I want to be foolish enough to let you expose me. Children, bid farewell to your memories. Lockhart raised the damaged wand high above his head and shouted, Obliviate. With a resounding bang, the wand suddenly exploded, its force comparable to that of a small bomb. Lockhart was struck by his own magic and propelled backward, crashing violently onto the floor of the chamber. Seeing this effect, Aiwen realized the formidable power of the memory charm. Goodness, is he unharmed? He has been hit by his own charm and should forget who he is. For him, this might not be a bad thing. Otherwise, once we confront his true nature, Professor Lockhart is bound to go mad, Aiwen murmured. Professor, who are you speaking of? Lockhart asked amiably, looking up at them. This place is quite peculiar. Do you reside here? No. Harry shook his head. Let South leave this place quickly, after an entire night of turmoil. We all need a proper rest. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore is waiting for us above. We must not cause him undue worry. The thought of facing Dumbledore's inquiries made Aiwen's head ache. Who knows what this greatest living wizard might contemplate? Although he doesn't mind assisting Harry against Voldemort. Being manipulated by others is an unpleasant sensation. Aiwen suddenly realized that defeating the basilisk and Tom Riddle had not alleviated his troubles in the slightest. Firstly, he must remain vigilant against Dumbledore's machinations. He would not easily find himself, like Harry, betrayed by others while still counting their coins. However, there was no need to overly fret about this matter, as Dumbledore, at the very least, adhered to some principles, unlike Voldemort, who was utterly unscrupulous. Secondly, there was the matter of the secret treasures left by the four founders of Hogwarts. While the contents remained a mystery, their discussions hinted that these treasures could prove invaluable in the fight against Voldemort and the salvation of Hogwarts. Yet, the pressing question remained, where were the four keys hidden? Additionally, with Lockhart now suffering from amnesia, his previous fabrications would soon be exposed, leading to his inevitable disgrace. This was hardly good news for the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. And Aiwen found himself troubled by the need to discover new angles for stories. He then noticed Ron standing forlornly, while Harry appeared at a loss for words beside him. Hermione was considering approaching them to inquire about matters concerning Tom Riddle. Aiwen quickly intervened, suggesting that Ron should be given some space to collect himself. And any discussion could wait until the following day. He believed that this incident would impart a crucial lesson to both Ron and Hermione, never to place complete trust in what is written in books. Meanwhile, in Dumbledore's office, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Dumbledore sat silently behind his desk, an inscrutable calm masking his thoughts. Not far behind him, Professor McGonagall stood pale and anxious, while Snape, his expression dark and a bandage wrapped around his head, loomed nearby. In front of the desk stood a rather peculiar man, short and stout, with a mop of disheveled gray hair and an anxious demeanor. His attire was a bizarre amalgamation: pinstriped suit, bright red tie, black cloak, and purple pointed boots. He was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Opposite him sat Hagrid in an oversized chair, restlessly shifting as he dabbed at his tears with a large handkerchief, murmuring the names Aiwen, Harry, and Ron. In the same room, Mrs. Weasley sat weeping quietly before the fire, with Mr. Weasley offering her comfort. The couple had rushed over upon hearing that Ron had been taken, but they had not anticipated the dire nature of the situation. The only one appearing pleased was Lucius Malfoy, who sat in a corner, wrapped tightly in a black traveling cloak, observing the others with a cold, self-satisfied smile. Beside him lay a peculiar creature, Dobby, the house elf, who was wrapped in bandages and trembling silently, his face reflecting despair over Harry's disappearance. "I am truly sorry, Albus," Fudge exclaimed in a crisp, hurried tone. "The current situation is dire. A basilisk has invaded the castle and attacked publicly, abducting 3 students. When combined with the previous 3 attacks, this is utterly intolerable. The Ministry must act. Cornelius, I hope you understand that taking Hagrid will achieve nothing. He did not open the Chamber of Secrets, and he is currently sitting among us," Dumbledore replied softly. "But you see, Albus," Fudge retorted awkwardly, "Hagrid's criminal record does not bode well for him. The Ministry must take action, and we have already contacted the school board. Allow me to interject, Minister." Lucius Malfoy coughed lightly. "The board not only agrees with the Ministry's demands for arrest, but in fact, Dumbledore, they believe it is time for you to step down. This is a letter of dismissal, signed by all 12 board members. It is widely believed that at this rate, by the end of the term, there will be no students left at Hogwarts. What a terrifying prospect. You cannot possibly intend to remove Dumbledore. That is sheer madness," Mr. Weasley exclaimed, rising to shout. "Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of the schemes you are orchestrating, Malfoy. What egregious slander, Weasley. It's hard to fathom that a Ministry official could exhibit such a lack of decorum. Though considering your previous absurdities, perhaps it is not so surprising." Lucius smirked, turning his head. "Minister, if I were you, I would ensure that such a character is expelled from the Ministry." "Dear Lucius," Fudge absent-mindedly fiddled with his hat, "I believe this is not the moment for such discussions. Arthur's son has been taken into the chamber, and he is merely agitated. Moreover, I do not believe dismissing Dumbledore is a wise course of action. This is an internal matter for Hogwarts, and all 12 of us have voted." Lucius winked with satisfaction. "Malfoy, how many people have you threatened or extorted to force their agreement?" Hagrid suddenly erupted, his wild hair brushing the ceiling. "You cannot remove Dumbledore. If you do, Hogwarts will have no hope left." Goodness, your temper will one day land you in trouble, Hagrid." Malfoy sneered. "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not shout at the guards of Azkaban. They will not take kindly to it." "Isn't that so, Minister?" "Yes." "Indeed," Fudge nodded. "What we need to do is ascertain the truth as swiftly as possible. Hagrid, I hope you will accompany us," he added. "If your so-called truth-seeking involves indiscriminately arresting the innocent, just look at it from my perspective, Minerva," Fudge said nervously. "I am under immense pressure. Something must be done. If it turns out that Hagrid is not the culprit, he will return without a word. Do not fret. I believe we will soon uncover all the truths." Dumbledore suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to Professor McGonagall. "Minerva, could you please go out and greet Mr. Mason, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger for me?" "What?" Everyone stared in astonishment at Dumbledore. Those children had returned from the chamber. 20 minutes earlier, a group had emerged from the chamber, escorting Lockhart. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Ivan deliberately extracted a sharp fang from the serpent creature, a remarkable item indeed, for its venom bestows an astonishing offensive capability. With this, the fear of being unable to shatter soul vessels would be alleviated. Subsequently, they traversed the still, coiled corpse of the serpent, passing through the dim, cavernous room filled with echoes, and returned to the tunnel. With the assistance of Fawkes, they soared through the long, darkened pipe back to the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. Evan initially intended to visit the school infirmary, yet Fawkes led them to the exterior of Dumbledore's office. Professor McGonagall had already received the news. Her expression was one of sheer panic as she awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Evan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione covered in mud and slime, particularly the bloodstains on Evan and Harry's robes, she gasped, clutching her chest in shock. Moments later, she escorted Lockhart to the infirmary, while Evan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione ascended the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office. As the door swung open, a profound silence enveloped the room. "Ron!" Mrs. Weasley shrieked, leaping up, with Mr. Weasley right behind her. They both extended their arms, rushing forward to embrace Ron. Following closely behind them was Hagrid, who enveloped Evan, Harry, and Hermione in a warm, tight embrace. Evan's gaze traversed past him, swiftly scanning the room. The corners of his mouth curled into a subtle smile, suggesting that the headmaster's office had been quite lively prior to their arrival. "Thank heavens." Mrs. Weasley stepped forward, addressing Harry and Evan. "You have saved Ron. You truly have. How did you manage to do it?" This is a question that we all are eager to comprehend. Snape's eyes bore into them intently. Evan and Harry exchanged a furtive glance, with Evan subtly gesturing towards Dumbledore, indicating that Harry should recount the events that transpired within the Chamber of Secrets. After a moment's hesitation, Harry approached the desk and laid out the sorting hat, the ruby-encrusted silver sword, and the remnants of Riddle's diary, one by one. He then began to narrate the tale in its entirety. For approximately 15 minutes, the audience listened intently, the room enveloped in a profound silence. He recounted how he had continuously heard that formless, ghostly voice, and how their investigation led them to Hagrid, where they learned of the events surrounding the chamber's opening 50 years prior. This led them to deduce that a basilisk lurked within the chamber, slithering through the plumbing and attacking students. He then described the two battles that unfolded in the common room and the chamber itself, detailing how he and Evan were drawn into the chamber by the basilisk, how Evan was struck by Riddle's curse, how Fawkes arrived just in time, how the sorting hat bestowed upon him the sword, and how he wielded it to slay the basilisk. However, his voice faltered as he hesitated to mention Riddle's diary or bring up Ron. At that moment, Ron stood by the fireplace, his head bowed in despair, tears silently cascading down his cheeks. Harry anxiously pondered how to articulate that Riddle had been the one controlling Ron, yet with Riddle's diary now rendered ineffective. How could they substantiate that Ron had been coerced into those actions? Potter, get to the point. Snape softly interjected. We are only concerned with who opened the chamber and why that foolish basilisk sought to abduct Weasley. Harry was at a loss for words, particularly since it was Snape who had posed the question, despite having rescued them in the common room. However, Harry was certain that if given the chance to expel them from Hogwarts, Snape would not hesitate. Professor, it was all Voldemort's doing. Including the events from 50 years ago, Evan's voice chimed in at an opportune moment. The mere mention of Voldemort's name cast a sudden stillness over the room. The Weasley couple, Hagrid, and Cornelius Fudge shuddered, while Snape's expression turned peculiar. Lucius Malfoy, who had been huddled in the corner, suddenly appeared uneasy. Good heavens! You mean to say this was all the work of the Dark Lord? Fudge exclaimed incredulously. Wasn't it Hagrid who was apprehended by a student? We even awarded him a special commendation for it. All of this is documented. Cornelius, I have long maintained that Hagrid was wrongfully accused. He is as innocent as the rest of us, Dumbledore stated calmly. Yes, you have indeed said so, but the student who captured Hagrid. Fudge hesitated. His name was Tom Riddle, the Voldemort of his youth. He orchestrated a series of attacks within the castle, and Harry and I thwarted his nefarious plans in the chamber, Evan declared. Upon hearing Evan's words, Fudge took a nervous step back. Although he had just listened to Harry's account, he found it unfathomable that two 11 or 12-year-old wizards could vanquish a powerful dark sorcerer and a basilisk. The entire affair sounded utterly preposterous. Minister, since we have thwarted Voldemort's plot and saved Hogwarts, Evan fixed his gaze on Fudge, a smile playing on his lips. Might it be possible for Harry, Hermione, Ron, and myself to receive a special commendation as well? What? Fudge staggered momentarily. Very well, since it was you who defeated the Dark Lord. I suppose this should not be an issue. However, it will require discussion with the ministry and the school board, and it should be resolved in a few days. That would be splendid. Thank you, Minister. Evan leapt up with joy and exclaimed, if possible, I would like you to personally present the awards to us. This news could be published in the Hogwarts Magical Gazette and the Daily Prophet. I believe everyone will appreciate the efforts made by the Ministry of Magic. Certainly, my dear child. I shall return to Hogwarts tomorrow with your special contribution trophy and Hagrid's pardon. Upon hearing that the reputation of the ministry would remain unscathed, Fudge appeared exceedingly pleased. Albus, now that everything has been clarified, I must take my leave. You know there are many matters awaiting my attention within the department. He bid farewell to everyone and turned to exit the headmaster's office, with Snape following closely behind. Though we all recognized that Voldemort had orchestrated this entire affair. Once Fudge departed, Dumbledore gently remarked, I am still quite curious about how Voldemort managed to deceive Ron. For my sources indicate he is currently hiding in the forests of Albania. What? Mrs. Weasley exclaimed in astonishment. Are you suggesting that the Dark Lord deceived Ron? But Aiwen just stated they were together. Professor, it is this diary that is to blame, Harry quickly interjected, grasping the diary and presenting it to Dumbledore. It was written by Riddle when he was 16. Dumbledore took the diary from Harry's hands, his gaze piercing down from his long, hooked nose as he intently examined the damp, charred pages. Aiwen was certain that the other party had recognized it as a Horcrux. Remarkable indeed, Dumbledore softly remarked. It was safe to say he might be considered the most exceptional student in the annals of Hogwarts. He turned to the Weasley couple and recounted some tales from Voldemort's student days. However, I fail to comprehend why Ron has any connection to him. Because of his diary. Ron lamented, I discovered it within Ginny's Transfiguration textbook, and I wrote in it for an entire year. It continually responded to me. Aiwen was right. I am a fool, preferring to trust a diary rather than my own friend. Good heavens, Ron. Mr. Weasley exclaimed in astonishment. Have I not educated you? I have always instructed you to never trust anything capable of independent thought unless you ascertain where it conceals its mind. This dubious diary is evidently rife with dark enchantments. Do not blame Ron, Mr. Weasley. Aiwen quickly interjected. It was Ron who saved Ginny when the basilisk attacked in the common room. In fact, Few wizards can escape Voldemort's control. Dumbledore added, Arthur, you should take pride in Ron, and I believe he has learned a significant lesson from this ordeal. Truly touching. Just as everyone assumed the matter had concluded, Lucius Malfoy unexpectedly rose from the shadows, sneering as he spoke, Dumbledore. Rather than fretting over a ridiculous diary and a child's self-esteem, I believe we should return to the crux of the matter regarding your suspension by the board. Before he could finish, a letter abruptly appeared on Dumbledore's desk. I was just about to discuss this with you, Lucius. Dumbledore calmly replied. I have just been in contact with the other 11 board members, and after deliberation, they appear to believe that I am still the most suitable candidate for this position. So that is the case. Lucius squinted, speaking slowly. Moreover, they informed me of some intriguing matters. It seems that someone has threatened them, stating that if they do not agree to my dismissal, they would curse their families. Dumbledore smiled pleasantly at him. What a delightful jest. Lucius's complexion paled further, fury blazing in his eyes. If that is the case, I shall take my leave, hoping Hogwarts does not experience such attacks in the future. Otherwise, as a school board member, I shall find it quite troubling. Lucius turned to depart, but the actions of the house elf Dobby, standing behind him, were rather peculiar. His bulbous eyes gazed meaningfully at Harry, incessantly pointing at the diary on Dumbledore's desk, then at Malfoy, and then pounding his own head with his fist. A spark of realization flashed in Harry's mind, and he nodded at Dobby, who then retreated to the corner and began tugging at his ears as punishment. Mr. Malfoy, do you not wish to know how Ron acquired this diary? Harry inquired. Humph. Lucius disdainfully regarded Harry. My time is exceedingly valuable. I have no interest in how a foolish 12-year-old boy obtained a ridiculous diary. Is that so? Harry elongated his tone. Ron just mentioned that he found the diary in Ginny's Transfiguration textbook, and I recall in Flourish and Blots, you just happened to pick up Ginny's Transfiguration book. It must have been you who stealthily slipped the diary inside, correct? Upon hearing this, Mr. Weasley sprang up, glaring furiously at Lucius Malfoy. Had it not been for Mrs. Weasley restraining him, he would have charged forward. Avon observed Lucius's pale hands clenching into fists, only to relax moments later. Is there any evidence? He rasped. Oh. No one can provide evidence now. Dumbledore replied with a smile. After all, Riddle has vanished from this ledger. However, Lucius, I must offer you a piece of advice. Cease disseminating relics from Voldemort's student days. Should such items fall into the hands of the innocent, Arthur will undoubtedly trace them back to you. Lucius Malfoy stood still for a moment, his right hand twitching, seemingly yearning to retrieve his wand, yet he restrained himself. I shall heed your counsel, Dumbledore. He turned to the house elf and declared, We are leaving, Dobby. He twisted the doorknob, and the house elf rushed forward, only to be kicked out by Lucius, the sound of Dobby's anguished cries echoing down the corridor. Watching Lucius's retreating figure, Avon silently mourned for him. Per Malfoy. He likely remained oblivious to the fact that the diary he carelessly discarded was, in truth, a Horcrux of Voldemort. In 2 years, when Voldemort returned, he would surely endure great suffering. Meanwhile, Harry stood fixated on the diary, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. Professor Dumbledore, he exclaimed hurriedly. May I return this diary to Mr. Malfoy? Certainly, Harry. Dumbledore replied calmly. However, afterwards, you must visit the hospital wing, as Madame Pomfrey has prepared some restorative potions for you. Seizing the diary, Harry dashed out of the office. Avon pondered for a moment before urgently whispering a few words to Hermione, who nodded and hurried after him. Ron, Hagrid, and the Slytherin couple followed with expressions of concern. In an instant, the office was left with only Dumbledore and Avon. Please, have a seat, Avon. Dumbledore gestured towards the chair in front of him. It seems you have something on your mind. Evan nodded, sitting down with a certain restraint. Since he had already attracted Dumbledore's attention, there was no escaping it. It would be better to take the initiative. Relax, would you care for a bit of cockroach cluster? I hear you have quite an affinity for it. Dumbledore reached for a jar of sweets from beside the table and extended it towards Evan. No, thank you, Professor. Evan quickly shook his head. He had only once promoted such sweets in a newspaper. Who knew how it got out that he liked them? In fact, I have something to say to you as well. First, I must express my gratitude for your assistance to Harry in the Chamber of Secrets. A glimmer sparkled in Dumbledore's eyes. Aside from Riddle, it has been a long time since I have encountered a young wizard of your caliber. Seeing you reminds me of an old friend. Though the words were spoken lightly, Evan felt a surge of caution within. He was well aware of Dumbledore's dark history. That old friend was likely the first Dark Lord, a rather disheartening comparison. You flatter me, Professor. Evan replied modestly. I merely know a bit more than my peers. To quote Hermione, I've just been burying my nose in books. It is not merely rote learning. I have read your writings. I subscribe to nearly every issue of the Hogwarts magical news you produce. Professor, if you refer to the academic articles, I must apologize. They were provided to me by Riddle, and at that time, I was unaware of his true identity as Voldemort. Indeed, those studies possessed considerable depth. As I mentioned, Riddle may well have been the most exceptional student in Hogwarts history. Dumbledore gazed intently at Evan. In certain aspects, you resemble him, yet you are distinct. You have your own friends. Upon hearing this, Evan released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He understood that this was Dumbledore's acknowledgement of him. His relationship with Harry, his attitude towards power, and his Muggle heritage had finally alleviated the old wizard's suspicions. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he would have any secrets left at Hogwarts under Dumbledore's keen scrutiny. Any hint of dangerous actions might be ruthlessly snuffed out in their infancy. After all, Dumbledore was quite advanced in age. He could not permit the emergence of a third Dark Lord. However, Evan had no interest in power, immortality, authority, or bloodlines. Thus, Dumbledore was merely worrying needlessly. Just as Evan was preparing to take his leave to find Harry, Dumbledore suddenly inquired, "Evan, do you know what that diary is?" "Yes, it is a Horcrux," Evan replied directly. The next moment, he leaped to his feet. "Damn it, I had intended to keep that hidden. Revealing too much of my capabilities too soon is unwise. Though I plan to oppose Voldemort, I do not wish to be viewed by Dumbledore as a mere pawn to be sacrificed at will." Yet, for reasons unknown, Dumbledore's voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, compelling one to divulge their innermost thoughts. Upon hearing Evan's words, Dumbledore appeared momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a surprising revelation. He had suspected that this boy might have discerned something and had intended to disclose some information, but he had not anticipated that Evan was already aware of so much. "Indeed, it is a Horcrux. May I inquire how you came to know this?" Dumbledore inquired kindly. "It was Rowena Ravenclaw who informed me. She mentioned it is a very malevolent spell capable of splitting one's soul." "What?" At the mention of Rowena Ravenclaw, Dumbledore was genuinely astonished. Since the words had escaped him, there was no taking them back. To prevent any unnecessary suspicion, Evan hurriedly recounted the events from a millennium ago, detailing the disputes among the four founders and the secrets they left behind. The time-turner of Ravenclaw, how astonishing. Dumbledore soon regained his composure. "What a remarkable experience, Evan. I hope you can successfully navigate the trials of the four founders and find those hidden treasures." Evan nodded, seemingly convinced by the other party. Having mentioned the four founders of Hogwarts, Dumbledore spoke leisurely. "You must be aware that Voldemort is the last heir of Salazar Slytherin, and he ought to be the final Parseltongue. Yet, Harry possesses the ability to speak the serpent's tongue, if I am not mistaken. On the night he inflicted that scar upon Harry, he inadvertently transferred some of his own magic to him as well." Aiwen recoiled slightly, uncertain of Dumbledore's intentions. He was well aware of the implications of the words spoken, and he even knew that Harry was also a Horcrux. "What I mean to say is, regardless of the circumstances or any unforeseen events, you will undoubtedly stand by Harry's side, correct?" "Indeed," Aiwen hastily replied. "He is my friend, and I shall assist him, whether in the face of Voldemort or any other adversary." Aiwen could not recall how he had exited the office. All he was aware of was the cold sweat that drenched his back. Dumbledore was truly terrifying. Perhaps he bore no ill intentions towards him. Yet the utter lack of any semblance of secrecy was profoundly unsettling. Aiwen resolved to seize the moment and master the art of brain enclosure. At that moment, the school corridors were devoid of any human presence, yet they echoed with an unusual vibrancy. It remained a mystery who had divulged the information. As all the portraits buzzed with animated discussions about the events transpiring within the chamber, nearly mirroring the actual circumstances. Upon noticing Aiwen, each portrait curiously halted him, eager to hear the tale of how he and Harry triumphed over the basilisk. Aiwen paid no heed to the portraits and proceeded directly towards the school infirmary. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, the house elf Dobby suddenly appeared before him. "Sir, Dobby is free. Harry Potter has liberated Dobby. He granted Dobby a sock. And he is even more remarkable than Dobby had ever known." The little elf exclaimed with a shrill voice, his eyes wide and brimming with tears. "Congratulations, Dobby." Aiwen replied softly, noticing the sticky, false sock Harry had bestowed upon Dobby adorning his right foot. "Thank you." Dobby emitted a loud, choked sound from his throat. "Sir." Dobby heard Miss Hermione Granger mention that you seek Dobby's assistance. "I indeed have a matter to discuss with you." Aiwen nodded and swiftly inquired, "Dobby, now that you have attained your freedom, what are your plans moving forward?" "I have thought it through, sir." Dobby cherishes his freedom, yet he equally values employment. Dobby requires a job to earn wages. As the elf spoke, a hint of melancholy crept into his demeanor. "However, it is quite difficult, sir. People may be reluctant to pay Dobby for his labor, as it does not align with the nature of a house elf." Dobby's voice dwindled, losing the initial exuberance he had displayed. "In truth, I have a position that would suit you well, and I would be more than willing to compensate you. It is merely a question of whether you would accept it." Aiwen had thoughtfully considered the increasing circulation of the Hogwarts magical news. It was evident that their small group could not manage the burgeoning workload. With the summer holidays fast approaching, he realized he could not continue to wield magic as casually as he had been. Thus, he required the assistance of a dedicated wizard or an intelligent magical creature, and Dobby was the perfect fit for all the criteria. While a house elf might not be able to write articles or edit and review manuscripts, he was entirely capable of handling tasks such as news gathering and newspaper printing. Upon hearing that Aiwen was willing to pay him for his services, Dobby was overwhelmed with emotion and burst into tears, wrapping his arms around Aiden's waist in a tight embrace. In Dobby's eyes, Aiden's stature instantly elevated from that of a great friend of Harry Potter to an individual of equal greatness. Thus, Dobby became the first full-time employee of the Hogwarts Magical News. Considering the immense workload, Aiwen initially intended to offer him 10 galleons per week, along with weekends off. However, Dobby vehemently refused this proposition, deeming such wealth and leisure time as quite terrifying. After some negotiation, they settled on a salary of 4 galleons per month, with a day off. Moreover, Dobby was to undertake other personal services for Aiwen, akin to that of a servant. If Malfoy were to discover this arrangement, one could only imagine the fury that would ensue. After resolving matters with Dobby, Aiwen proceeded to the hospital wing, where, aided by Madame Pomfrey's sleeping potion, he enjoyed a restorative slumber. He did not awaken until the following morning. By then, the bed beside him was empty. Ron informed him that Gilderoy Lockhart had been transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries due to severe damage from a memory charm. It was said that Dumbledore had just visited them, and seeing Aiwen asleep, the others refrained from waking him. Observing Harry's expression, Aiwen discerned that Dumbledore must have had a private conversation with him, as the look on Harry's face suggested a successful brainwashing. In addition, Ron had fully recovered. His spirits lifted compared to before. The three of them enjoyed a delightful lunch prepared by Madame Pomfrey, during which Ron recounted his experiences under Tom Riddle's control. Harry detailed the 2 battles that had taken place in the common room and the Chamber of Secrets. Just as Harry concluded his account, Hermione, Colin, and Ginny entered the ward. They brought tidings, one good and one bad. The good news was that Dumbledore had awarded each of them an additional 200 points during breakfast, propelling Gryffindor from the bottom of the standings to first place. It appeared that this year's House Cup would indeed belong to them. The bad news, however, was that due to the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, the school had decided to cancel this year's Quidditch matches in the end-of-year exams, which left Harry and Hermione quite disheartened. For the two of them, this was truly dismal news. As they chatted, Aiwen was on the verge of revealing the secret treasure left by the 4 founders when he suddenly noticed Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, approaching. He abruptly halted. This was information that should not reach Pettigrew. Why did you stop, Aiwen? Ron asked curiously. What did you discover inside the Slytherin statue? Just something related to the basilisk. Nothing of great significance, Aiwen replied, casting a glance at Scabbers and deciding to keep the matter under wraps for the time being. As dinner approached, Cornelius Fudge arrived at the school bearing a special contribution award and Hagrid's pardon. Aiwen asked Colin to take several photographs, particularly instructing Ron to ensure Scabbers was prominently displayed. Subsequently, Filch carefully transported the trophy to the trophy room for safekeeping. Aiwen, utilizing the photos taken earlier along with Colin's previous capture of the basilisk, penned an article about the Chamber of Secrets. This piece not only served as the headline for the latest issue of the Hogwarts Magical News, but would undoubtedly pique the interest of the Daily Prophet. If Fudge were to bring this newspaper into Azkaban for Sirius Black to read, it would be all the more intriguing. Surely, it would not be long before the Ministry of Magic became flustered over Black's escape. The remainder of the term passed amid radiant sunshine. Hogwarts had returned to normal, albeit with a few minor changes. The defense against the dark arts class was cancelled, Lucius Malfoy was removed from the school board, and Draco no longer strutted around the school as if he owned the place. Instead, he now wore a perpetual scowl, seemingly filled with resentment. As the Mandrakes matured, the petrified students were successfully restored. The Hogwarts Magical News regained its pre-chamber peak in circulation, compelling Aiwen to seek a new angle to replace Lockhart's novels. The character spotlight section now featured Hagrid, providing excellent context for the chamber incident, and the community was keenly interested in his experiences of injustice over the years. For the fiction section, Aiwen ultimately decided to write the piece himself. He borrowed the complete works of Lockhart from Hermione and, emulating his style, penned my encounter with the basilisk at Hogwarts, which unexpectedly became a success, garnering a multitude of letters from enthusiastic fans daily. Fortunately, Aiwen had Dobby's assistance. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed with work. Before long, the term came to a close, and they prepared to board the Hogwarts Express to return home. Aiwen, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Colin, Fred, George, and Ginny occupied a secluded compartment, making the most of the final hours before the holiday when magic was permitted. They engaged in a spirited game of wizard-esque chess, while Fred and George set off their last few firecrackers with great effort. Ginny informed them that Percy and the Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope, were secretly dating. She had witnessed them sharing a kiss in an empty classroom on Halloween night. This revelation surprised everyone and shed light on why Aiwen had sensed that Ginny was concealing something, as well as the reason behind Percy's unusual behavior, his sorrow and frequent visits to the infirmary, following Penelope's petrification. As the Hogwarts Express gradually slowed down, Harry jotted down the Dursleys' phone number for them, though Aiwen doubted that Harry's uncle and aunt would be inclined to receive a call from a wizard. As Harry was saying to Ron, if they heard that Harry had narrowly escaped death multiple times, they would surely be infuriated. As the train eased into the station, Aiwen stood to retrieve his luggage, suddenly feeling the enchanted potion nestled in his pocket, reminding him of the summer studies on the mind-blocking charm and the Patronus charm. A faint smile of resignation graced his lips. It seemed his summer would be extremely fulfilling. As anticipated, Aiwen was quite busy throughout the summer. On the very first day of the holiday, at 4 a.m, the house elf Dobby hurriedly arrived at Aiwen's home. Just as he did at Hogwarts or the Malfoy residence, he began diligently tidying up. By 6 o'clock, Mrs. Mason awoke early to prepare for the day. only to find breakfast already laid out, the trash disposed of, and the floors, windows, and furniture sparkling clean. Even the garden lawn had been meticulously trimmed. This was simply astonishing. She rushed upstairs to inquire of Aiwen what had transpired. After clarifying the situation, Aiwen had to confess that it was all due to magic. Despite his lengthy explanations, Mrs. Mason remained skeptical. She knew her son too well to believe that Aiwen would willingly undertake chores, especially at such an early hour. Noticing his mother's doubtful gaze, Aiwen could only smile wryly. Once she left his room, he immediately summoned Dobby and informed him that such tasks were unnecessary. Though the message did not seem to resonate, Dobby gazed at Aiwen with his wide, bulbous eyes, pitifully questioning if he had failed in some way. After Aiwen reassured him over 10 times that it was not the case, Dobby suddenly burst into tears, fearing that Aiwen intended to dismiss him. Ultimately, Aiwen found himself comforting Dobby instead. Through this experience, Aiwen realized that persuading a house elf to reduce its workload was a daunting endeavor. Fortunately, the Hogwarts magical news kept him occupied. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to manage a workaholic house elf. To his surprise, the newspaper sales during the summer did not decline compared to the school term. Even without Gilderoy Lockhart's photographs and novels, Aiwen's article, "My encounter with the basilisk at Hogwarts," sparked considerable interest. Besides young wizards, many adult wizards began subscribing to the publication. Initially drawn by the content related to the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk, they soon found themselves captivated by other articles, which most deemed quite entertaining. This success was largely owing to Nearly Headless Nick and the assistance of thousands of ghosts from all over England, who now served as the newspaper's primary news sources. The ghosts, with their unique perspective and tireless dedication, provided Aiwen with a wealth of intriguing articles and untold stories. In the following days, the newspaper's success led to an influx of owls visiting their home, which startled Mrs. Mason. To alleviate her concerns, Aiwen ultimately had to change the delivery address to Hogwarts, instructing Dobby to collect and organize the mail before bringing it to him. Due to the overwhelming enthusiasm of the readers and ghosts, the editorial and review workload became increasingly burdensome. Aiwen initially intended to enlist the help of others, but the Weasley family, having won the annual Galleon Grand Prize from the Daily Prophet, departed for Egypt during the second week of summer vacation to visit their eldest son, Bill, and would not return until the end of the break. Subsequently, Hermione followed her parents to France. Although her commentary articles remained plentiful, all other responsibilities fell solely on Aiwen's shoulders. Harry and Colin did manage to assist a few times, but their contributions were rather limited. Rather than engaging in the intricate task of text editing, they preferred to discuss the recently held Quidditch League, summer assignments, or matters concerning Sirius Black's escape. Moreover, their visits were confined to the early days of summer. Shortly thereafter, Colin left with his father and brother to their countryside home for the summer. Harry, however, found himself in a far more unfortunate predicament. Ever since Ron had called the Dursleys on the 5th day of summer vacation, he had been confined, rarely allowed outside. Even when Aiwen personally came to visit, they barred him from entering. Just as Aiwen was preparing to rescue Harry, he received a letter delivered by Hedwig. Harry conveyed that it would be best for him to behave and avoid inciting his aunt and uncle's ire if he wished for Uncle Vernon to sign his permission slip for visiting Hogsmeade. Consequently, Aiwen had no choice but to have Dobby deliver food to Harry daily to ensure that the Dursleys did not starve him. Although the task of editing submissions was arduous, Aiwen managed to cope. In his spare time, he also had Dobby procure numerous magical tomes related to the brain-locking spell and the enhancing potion from Diagon Alley, which significantly depleted his savings. Casting the Patronus charm requires a wand. According to regulations governing underage wizards, minors are prohibited from using magic outside school grounds, and each wand is tracked by the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, after grasping the theoretical aspects of the charm, Aiwen focused primarily on the brain-locking spell and the enhancing potion. As a form of magical art designed to resist external mental intrusion, the brain-locking spell can shield the mind from magical invasion and influence. The key to casting this spell lies in clearing the mind, thereby preventing others from extracting memories through magic. A master of the brain-locking spell, like Snape, can even fabricate a false memory to deceive intruders. Aiwen has yet to achieve this feat. In fact, he encountered difficulties right from the outset, struggling to clear his mind. His thoughts were perpetually invaded by peculiar notions or an unconscious urge to delve into a particular magical conundrum. After prolonged attempts, he was compelled to adopt the art of mental closure as a long-term practice, hoping to master this spell before the conclusion of his second academic year. Aside from mental closure and the Patronus charm, Aiwen discovered that the enhancement potion deviated from his initial expectations. This potion does not confer a permanent augmentation of magical power. Rather, it significantly amplifies one's magical capacity for a limited duration, thereby aiding the user in combat or the execution of intricate spells. Aiwen contemplated that such a precious and long-lost potion, akin to the elixir of enhancement, should not be squandered merely to prolong the duration of a battle. After thoroughly perusing every magical tome available to him, he ultimately resolved to utilize it to aid in his pursuit of the Animagus transformation. The Animagus is a profound transfiguration spell that enables a wizard to transform into a specific animal. For most wizards, even those of adult age, This spell remains exceedingly intricate and perilous, let alone for a young wizard like Aiwen, who has just turned 12. During the animagus process, practitioners are prone to various pitfalls that may lead to disastrous failures or even fatal consequences. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic imposes stringent regulations on this spell, mandating that all animagi, along with their respective animal forms and characteristics, must be registered with the Department of Magical Abuse. A designated official is responsible for monitoring the entire initial transformation process. Throughout the 20th century, only 7 individuals successfully registered as animagi. Undoubtedly, this number does not reflect the totality of wizards who have mastered the animagus transformation. Aiwen was aware that numerous unregistered animagi existed, such as the diminutive Star Peter, who had been flitting about before him, and the soon-to-be-revealed Sirius Black. Both of them had completed their transformations during their student years. Consequently, equipped with the augmenting potion, Aiwen resolved to achieve his own animagus transformation during the summer break. He had conducted thorough research and understood that, aside from a robust foundation in transfiguration theory, a substantial amount of magical energy was essential for becoming an animagus. The theoretical knowledge posed no challenge. During the previous semester, while in possession of his diary, he had specifically sought counsel from Tom Riddle regarding the animagus transformation and received considerable assistance from him. While Voldemort was not esteemed for his character, his mastery of magical knowledge rivaled that of Dumbledore. The complication arose from the considerable magical energy required during the initial transformation. Transitioning from human to animal demanded a vast amount of magical strength, often ranging from 1 to 5 times that of an adult wizard, depending on the individual's constitution. This was a primary reason why many wizards failed to complete the transformation. The usual course of action involved purchasing copious amounts of magical energy replenishing potions. However, these potions were exorbitantly priced, and their efficacy was rather mediocre, far inferior to the significant enhancements provided by the augmenting potion. Thus, with the aid of the augmenting potion, Aiwen faced little to no obstacles in his pursuit of becoming an animagus. He practiced diligently, gradually mastering the nuances. After more than a month of preparation, during the 5th week of summer, Aiwen sequestered himself in his room to attempt his first transformation. He instructed Dobby to guard the door, permitting no one to enter without his consent. Inside the room, Aiwen opened a hefty tome of magic, turning to the page on animagi, meticulously reviewing all the steps and key points of the transformation. Once assured of his understanding, he took a deep breath and raised the augmenting potion to his lips, drinking it down. Like a strong spirit, the dark golden liquid coursed through him, unleashing a surge of potent magical energy that intensified rapidly. The magic flowed through him like a relentless river, coursing through his veins, and within a breath, he felt a profound transformation enveloping his entire being. His body brimmed with restless power, magic beginning to overflow uncontrollably. This sensation reminded Aiwen of the first time his magic erupted at the age of 5, when he had believed he possessed some superhuman ability. However, that experience was fleeting and pale in comparison to the overwhelming intensity he felt now. After straining for an additional 5 seconds, Aiwen sensed he had reached his limit. The excess magical energy within him was becoming unbearable, and he could not continue without releasing it through magic, lest he risked being overwhelmed by it. Animagus, Aiwen uttered firmly. As soon as the words left his lips, his body began to shift rapidly. A powerful surge of magic erupted, sending everything in the room flying. Even Dobby, stationed outside the door, felt the ferocity of the magical force and cautiously cracked the door open, peering in with wide, terrified eyes, gripping the doorknob tightly. In the center of the room, Aiwen's muscles writhed and trembled, akin to a gelatinous creature, as his entire form rapidly transformed and softened. The sensation was reminiscent of when he had consumed the polyjuice potion last semester, yet this was far more intense. The excruciating pain that accompanied this transformation nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Gritting his teeth, Aiwen urged himself to persevere. If he fainted now, all his efforts would be for naught. He focused all his attention on controlling the tumultuous energy within him. Through sheer determination, his body visibly shrank, shifting towards an animal form. His bones contorted, his skin sprouted black fur, and furry ears emerged atop his head. Approximately 20 minutes later, Aiwen's bedroom bore no trace of his former human shape. The restless magical energy gradually settled, and the effects of the augmenting potion began to wane. Aiwen realized he had succeeded. Shaking his head, he discovered that his hands had transformed into dark claws, and the room now appeared exceedingly tall. Although he could not yet discern the specific animal he had become, he knew it was of a modest size. Aiwen silently recalled the introduction to animagus in the book. The transformation into an animagus is typically confined to non-magical creatures, owing to the fundamental differences in the operation of magic between wizards and magical beings. Transforming into magical creatures such as phoenixes, dragons, or griffins could yield unpredictable consequences. Moreover, an animagus cannot transform into just any animal at will. The creature into which they change is intrinsically linked to the personality and weight of the wizard casting the spell. Aiwen was inherently slender, so it was hardly surprising that he had transformed into a smaller creature. The crux of the matter lay in his temperament. He considered himself to be of a rather cautious disposition, a diminutive, non-magical creature with a careful nature. Goodness, could I possibly end up like the diminutive Peter and become a mouse? Aiwen's heart sank at this thought, for it represented the worst possible outcome. His greatest wish was to become a bird, the most convenient option, yet given his severe acrophobia, such a possibility seemed rather slim. However, as long as he did not turn into a mouse, he would be content with any other animal. In fact, having originated from China before his journey, he had whimsically entertained the notion of transforming into a panda. Yet, considering his current stature, the likelihood of becoming a panda was virtually non-existent. Perhaps it would be. As Aiwen's mind wandered, the house elf Dobby approached the room, trembling with trepidation. He gazed at Aiwen in horror, cautiously inching closer. Oh dear. Oh dear. Sir has turned into a black cat. What? I have become a black cat. Aiwen strained to glance back, and upon realizing he had not transformed into a mouse, he let out a profound sigh of relief. A black cat. This outcome was indeed unexpected. In the wizarding world, black cats have historically been regarded as symbols of warding off malevolent spirits, carrying significant meaning. Black cats are widely believed to possess considerable magical power. Aiwen had perused records of all known animagi over the past millennium, and none had ever transformed into a black cat. Mr. Aiwen Mason's magic had gone awry, and Dobby was at a loss for what to do. Oh, foolish Dobby, ineffectual Dobby, I must do something, he cried out, tugging at his own ears in distress. No. Dobby, my situation is quite favorable. There is no need for you to do anything, nor to punish yourself. Urgently, Aiwen exclaimed, yet his words emerged as mere meows. Dobby understood that Mr. Aiwen Mason must be taken to St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Dobby lunged towards Aiwen, determined to rescue him. The thought of Dobby coming to his aid sent shivers down Aiwen's spine, recalling the previous semester when Dobby had saved Harry. He was unwilling to meet his demise at the hands of a house elf, having just consumed a potion to enhance his magic and completed his first transformation. His magical energy was severely depleted, rendering him unable to revert to his original state for a short period. He merely needed a moment of rest to recover. However, judging by Dobby's demeanor, it was clear he had no intention of granting him that time. Aiwen hastily called out to Dobby. Yet he continued to emit a series of mewing sounds, which rendered him utterly adorable. He swiftly leaped aside to evade Dobby's grasp. Damn it, one must wonder. What utility does a black cat possess beyond mere cuteness? Trusting in the instincts inherent to feline creatures, Aiwen discovered his movements to be remarkably agile, successfully dodging several of Dobby's attempts to capture him. However, upon witnessing Dobby raise a finger, poised to cast a spell, he realized the situation was dire. Aiwen let out a cry and suddenly leaped onto the balcony, escaping through the open window. The sensation was exquisite. Aiwen felt akin to a genuine feline as he adeptly traversed the windowsill and landed gracefully on the ground floor, unscathed. Noticing Dobby trailing behind him, Aiwen wasted no time and dashed forward, swiftly taking refuge behind a nearby trash bin after rounding a corner. Moments later, he observed Dobby, with tear-filled eyes, pursuing along the street, completely oblivious to Aiwen's concealed presence. Aiwen gazed triumphantly as Dobby vanished from his sight. Realizing that transforming into a cat was not entirely devoid of merit, at the very least, it conferred a distinct advantage in the art of concealment. Indeed, nearly all animagi are masters of evasion. Take, for instance, the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, who managed to remain hidden in the Weasley household for a staggering 12 or 13 years before being discovered, truly commendable. However, his amusement was swiftly extinguished when he suddenly heard a loud crash emanating from the trash bin behind him, as if something was attempting to emerge from within. He instinctively leaped back 2 paces, contemplating the unsettling possibility of encountering a feral cat intent on engaging with him. Should he accept or refuse such an encounter? The mental imagery was simply too. However, he soon discerned the contents of the bin before him, and to his dismay, it was far worse than any wild cat could have posed, a truly dreadful sight. Bathed in the glow of the street lamp, Aiwen beheld a massive black dog, roughly the size of a bear, gazing at him with wide, luminous eyes. In the dimly lit alley, a black cat and a black dog locked eyes, both displaying remarkably human expressions as they regarded one another for a brief 3 seconds. Aiwen soon realized that the creature before him was not a wild dog, but rather Sirius Black. His fortune was indeed remarkable, simply by taking refuge behind a refuse bin. He stumbled upon a fugitive whom the Ministry of Magic had been searching for over a month. At the moment Aiwen discerned his identity, Sirius Black also recognized that the black cat before him was an animagus. He bared his sharp teeth at Aiwen and let out a fierce growl. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Aiwen sensed an undercurrent of danger. His muscles tensed, and just as he was processing the situation, Sirius audaciously turned and fled. Momentarily stunned by the sudden escape, Aiwen swiftly comprehended what had transpired and instinctively pursued him. Thus, a cat and a dog raced through the dimly lit alleyways of London's Holloway district, akin to 2 fleeting shadows. Should an unsuspecting individual catch sight of this bizarre spectacle, they would surely be left agape in astonishment. Both figures sprinted with remarkable speed, far exceeding that of an ordinary cat or dog. Aiwen, transformed into a black cat, exhibited remarkable explosive power. With merely a gentle push against the ground, he could leap over a meter forward, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Sirius Black. Although Sirius Black originally possessed greater endurance than Aiwen, 12 years of incarceration in Azkaban, coupled with over a month of evasion, had rendered him utterly drained. Devoid of his former vigor, after a brief respite, his speed began to wane. The corners of Aiwen's mouth curled slightly upward, cornering the other party into a dead end. Sirius Black cautiously retreated a few steps, only to realize he had no escape. He bared his teeth, his eyes blazing with intensity, glaring fiercely at Aiwen. After a prolonged moment, it seemed he had made up his mind, lunging suddenly toward Aiwen. Unprepared for such an abrupt attack, Aiwen leaped back over a meter. Suddenly, he became aware that something was amiss. Why was he pursuing Sirius Black when even if he caught up, he stood no chance in a confrontation? He wished to revert to human form and engage in a meaningful discussion, perhaps devising a plan to capture the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, ensuring the events of the year would unfold smoothly. However, a wave of emptiness surged through his magical core, rendering him unable to transform for the time being. As Sirius Black drew ever closer, Aiwen retreated once more. The consequences arrived too swiftly, a complete reversal of the previous situation. The atmosphere grew increasingly perilous. Aiwen feebly mewed a few times, but Black's advance did not waver. Instead, it intensified with ferocity. Lacking any means of communication, Aiwen turned decisively and fled before he could be torn apart. He could sense Sirius Black hot on his heels, compelling him to accelerate. As he dashed through a garden, he caught sight of a slight figure clutching a massive box appearing at a dimly lit street corner. Just as he pondered the familiarity of this silhouette, a sudden flash of light from across the way revealed the identity of the figure. Harry Potter sat despondently on a low wall along Magnolia Crescent, trembling. Moments earlier, he had inflated his Aunt March, an act she had incited with her disrespectful remarks about his parents. Last semester, he had learned from his dearest friend Aiwen that his parents had fought Voldemort until the very end, sacrificing themselves to protect him. He felt a swell of pride for them, in stark contrast to Aunt Marge's claim that they were unemployed layabouts who had perished in a car accident. Though he had magically inflated Aunt Marge, Harry felt no regret. He left the Dursleys with all his belongings, walking several streets, and found himself marooned in the dark Muggle world, with nowhere to turn. The worst part was that he had just performed magic, which almost certainly meant expulsion from Hogwarts. He had severely violated the decree against underage magic use. It astonished him that no representative from the Ministry of Magic had come to confront him where he sat. What was he to do now? He had sent Hedwig with a letter to Aiwen. Perhaps he should seek him out, as Ivan's home was nearby. And he surely had a way to assist him. Yet, Harry hesitated. With expulsion looming, he did not wish to involve Aiwen in his troubles. Looking down at his wand still clutched in his hand, he thought that if he was indeed expelled and destined to be cast out of the magical realm, casting a bit more magic would pose no risk. His suitcase contained his father's invisibility cloak, if he could enchant the suitcase to become weightless. Binding it to his broomstick while donning the cloak to fly to London, he could retrieve all the money from the underground vault. Then he could wander freely. Such a prospect was daunting, yet he could not remain seated on that wall indefinitely. Otherwise, he would have to explain to Muggle police why he was out on the street at such a late hour, carrying a suitcase of spellbooks and a broomstick. After about a minute, Harry resolved to act. He opened his suitcase and began to sift through its contents in search of the invisibility cloak. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar prickling sensation and straightened up, sensing something or someone rapidly approaching him. Illumino, Harry whispered softly, the tip of his wand glowing. In the next moment, he saw a small, pure black cat darting toward him, leaping into his arms. The impact of the cat's leap caused Harry to stagger back half a step, his leg colliding with the suitcase, causing him to trip. One arm cradled the cat while the other reached out for balance. It was of no use. He fell heavily to the ground. Quickly, he scrambled to his feet, and the black cat hopped onto his shoulder, wearing a strangely familiar grin reminiscent of Aiwen. Shaking his head in disbelief, he thought it absurd for a cat to bear Ivan's expression. Nevertheless, that smile felt eerily similar. Before he could examine further, he noticed a large, glowing-eyed silhouette lurking in the shadows ahead, possibly a large dog. Cautiously, Harry extended his wand forward. Just then, the wall behind him erupted with blinding light, accompanied by a deafening crash as a dazzling beam surged forth. With a shout, Harry recoiled, but Aiwen swiftly grasped his shoulder, providing timely support. Moments later, a pair of colossal wheels and headlights screeched to a halt precisely where Harry had just stood. Evan lifted his gaze and discovered that the wheels and headlights belonged to a three-tiered bus, which emerged from the thin air. Golden letters on the bus's windshield formed the words, Night Bus. Welcome aboard the Night Bus, an emergency transport service for witches and wizards in distress. Simply extend your wand and step aboard, and we shall take you to any destination of your choosing. My name is Stan Shunpike, and tonight I shall be your conductor. Stan appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, sporting large, prominent ears and a few small blemishes on his face as he approached Harry. A peculiar passenger with a black cat. What are you standing there for? Did you not see that large black thing over there? Harry contemplated inquiring whether Stan had seen a big dog standing near the vacant lot, but when he turned back, he saw nothing. No, what's that on your forehead? It seemed Stan had noticed the scar on Harry's brow. No, nothing. Harry quickly replied, covering the scar with his hair. If the Ministry of Magic was searching for him, he preferred not to make it too easy for them to find him. All right, what is your name? Stan continued to inquire. Neville Longbottom, Harry whispered. his gaze shifting to the bus behind Stan. So, this bus can go anywhere, right? Indeed, anywhere you wish, as long as it's on land. It cannot go underwater. Stan appeared somewhat skeptical. Weren't you signaling for us to stop just now? You extended your wand, did you not? Yes, Harry quickly affirmed. Listen. How much is it to get to Diagon Alley in London? 11 sickles. Stan replied, but since you have a pet, you'll need to pay an additional 5. If you add 3 more, you can have some chocolate, and for 1 more, you can receive a hot water bottle and a toothbrush, in any color of your choice. Wait, this cat isn't my pet. Harry recalled the black cat perched on his shoulder and hurriedly explained to Stan, I just encountered it a second before you arrived. Is that so? Stan questioned skeptically, but it is already boarded. You must understand, black cats are quite a rare breed, if it isn't your pet. Harry noticed that the black cat, which had been resting on his shoulder, had now climbed aboard the night bus and settled onto a soft bed, with no other option. He quickly rummaged through his coin pouch and poured some silver coins into Stan's hand. Then, he and Stan lifted his trunk, with Hedwig's cage perched atop it, and made their way onto the night bus. You'll sleep here. Stan introduced Harry to the driver and guided him to the bed beside Evan. He then pulled a large piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Harry, saying, This is yours. I'll get some cat food for your pet. We have everything here. He rummaged beneath one of the beds and produced a bowl, pouring a generous amount of cat food into it. Evan turned away, unable to bear the sight. This fool truly believed himself to be akin to a cat. Had he not sensed that Sirius Black had not departed, he would never have opted to share this vehicle with Harry, for he knew that Harry would be safe, and he could always venture to Diagon Alley to find him. There remained a multitude of tasks awaiting his attention at home, especially considering how anxious Dobby would become if he could not locate him. Yet, Aiwen found himself with no alternative. The after effects of the potion had severely drained his magical energy, and he estimated that he would not recover until the following morning. If he wished to avoid being torn to shreds by Sirius Black during this vulnerable period, it was prudent to remain by Harry's side, as Sirius would not approach him for the time being. As the car roared to life with a thunderous bang, Harry was involuntarily hurled onto the bed, the speed of the night bus propelling him backward and pinning Aiwen beneath him. Evan struggled to extricate himself, and upon noticing that Harry showed no interest in his piece of chocolate, he gracefully leaped, taking the chocolate into his mouth. Under the astonished gazes of Harry and Stan, he skillfully tore open the chocolate wrapper and began to indulge. As for the bowl of cat food, he thought, let whoever desires it partake. He certainly would not touch it. He was utterly exhausted from a vigorous evening spent chasing Sirius Black, which had drained him of considerable energy, and he swiftly swallowed the entire piece of chocolate. Neville, you have trained this cat remarkably well. My sister also has a cat, but aside from shredding bed sheets, it is utterly useless, Stan remarked with keen interest as he observed Evan. Yes, indeed, Harry mused, feeling a peculiar sensation as he watched the black cat devour the chocolate. The feline bore an increasingly uncanny resemblance to Evan. He lay back on the bed, holding the black cat high upon his chest for a closer inspection. Aiwen weakly waved his claw, achieving nothing. Despite his evident abnormality, when would this oblivious fellow, Harry, finally recognize himself? With a sudden and forceful impact, Harry instinctively loosened his grip. Aiwen settled down by his pillow, squinting as he gazed out the window. The nightly bus perpetually collided with the sidewalk, yet remarkably, it never struck anything. Rows of lampposts, mailboxes, and refuse bins seemed to leap aside in avoidance as the vehicle passed, only to return to their original positions once it had gone. Harry pondered for a moment as Aiwen transformed into a black cat, his thoughts drifting back to himself. The events of the evening had already been quite extraordinary. A peculiar bus capable of leaping 100 miles in an instant, an unimaginably large dog, and a black cat that stubbornly insisted on following him. He could only wonder what bizarre occurrence awaited him next. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him as he thought of Aunt Marge, uncertain if the Dursleys had managed to extract her from the ceiling. Aiwen endeavored to recline in a manner that afforded him greater comfort, his eyes half closed as he observed Stan handing Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet. The front page bore a colossal photograph of Sirius Black, his visage gaunt, unkempt hair tangled, and skin pallid as though fashioned from wax. He appeared rather fearsome, did he not? Stan scrutinized Harry's expression, noting that the recent news was dominated by this very figure. Sirius Black was deemed the most infamous of the prisoners who had lingered within the confines of Azkaban. He has killed 13 individuals? Harry inquired softly. With but a single curse? Indeed. Stan leaned closer, lowering his voice. In the presence of witnesses, in broad daylight, he caused quite the uproar. Black is a fervent supporter of the Dark Lord, and his ties to him are exceedingly close. You know, when young Harry Potter was marked for death by the Dark Lord, Aiwen observed as Harry anxiously pulled his hair down over his forehead. All of the Dark Lord's supporters were being hunted. They understood that with the Dark Lord having escaped, their fates were sealed. Consequently, they had fallen silent. Save for Sirius Black, who remained defiant. He was the Dark Lord's most devoted follower. And I have heard that he believes one day the Dark Lord will return to power, positioning himself as the second in command. Regardless, they cornered Black on the street, where muggles were plentiful. Black drew his wand and obliterated half the street. One wizard was killed, along with 12 muggles. Terrifying, isn't it? Do you know what Black did next? Stan whispered dramatically. What? Harry asked, tense. He laughed. Stan exclaimed, standing there and laughing. When the reinforcements from the Ministry of Magic arrived, he quietly followed them, still laughing all the way. He can't possibly be sane. If he wasn't mad when he reached Azkaban, he must be by now. Stan murmured, Neville, you know Azkaban, right? No one can remain there for long. Yet. He has managed to escape. No one has ever broken free from Azkaban before, have they? The guards there are insurmountable, aren't they? Harry nodded uneasily. While Stan's face turned pale, seemingly alarmed by his own words, Aiwen gazed at them in silence, pondering whether these two fellows would faint in shock if they realized they had just brushed past Sirius Black. Subsequently, no one uttered a word. The night bus surged forward through the darkness, scattering shrubs and colliding with the protective pillars at the top of the pedestrian islands, telephone booths, and trees. Meanwhile, Harry lay upon his feather bed, restless and pitiably miserable. Aiwen extended his paw to ruffle Harry's hair. Harry appeared to want to embrace him, but he swiftly leaped aside to avoid it. The sky outside the car window was slightly brighter than before, and Aiwen spotted a dilapidated little tavern emerging ahead as the night bus glided to a halt. Evan leaped onto Harry's shoulder as they disembarked from the vehicle. Stem placed Harry's suitcase and Hedwig's cage on the pavement as the night bus departed. All right, next we shall proceed to Gringotts. Harry abruptly halted, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed ahead. You've arrived, Harry. In the darkness, a figure emerged unexpectedly from the low, shadowy entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. It was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Harry felt a surge of anxiety as he dragged his heavy suitcase. Being ushered into the pub by Fudge, a hunched figure, holding a lantern, appeared from behind the bar. This was Tom, the wrinkled, toothless proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron. You found him, Minister. Tom bowed respectfully. Would you like to drink? Beer or brandy? A cup of tea, please. Fudge appeared somewhat haggard, gesturing towards a chair by the fire. Sit down, Harry. Harry complied, but despite the roaring fire, Evan could sense his body trembling slightly, evidently overwhelmed with tension. Fudge removed his green pinstriped robe and tossed it aside, hastily adjusting his deep green trousers as he sat across from Harry. We met just 3 months ago, Harry. I am Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, he stated quickly, casting a peculiar glance at the black cat perched on Harry's shoulder. Harry nodded awkwardly, unable to fathom that he was being personally confronted by the Minister of Magic. Only 3 months prior, Fudge had bestowed special commendations upon him, Evan, Hermione, and Ron. Was he now here to expel him? Before he could utter a word, Tom reappeared, bringing tea and scones on a tray. He placed the tray on the table between Fudge and Harry, then exited the snug room, closing the door behind him. Well then, Harry, Fudge remarked while pouring the tea. I'm not afraid to admit that your sudden departure from your aunt and Uncle S home sent us into a frenzy. I had thought, but thankfully, you're unharmed, and that is the most important thing. Fudge spread butter on his scone and pushed the plate towards Harry. Eat, Harry, you look rather pale. You'll be pleased to hear how we resolved the unfortunate incident involving Miss McGonagall being inflated. Just a few hours ago, 2 members from the Accidental Magic Reversal Department were dispatched to Privet Drive. Miss McGonagall has returned to her original state, and her memory has been adjusted. She does not recall the event, thus, no harm was done. Aiwen gently leaped onto the long table and served himself a piece of roasted flatbread. He observed Fudge smiling at Harry from the rim of his teacup, resembling an affectionate uncle gazing at his beloved nephew. Across the table, Harry, unable to believe his ears, opened his mouth as if to speak, but could find no words, ultimately closing it again. Ah, you are concerned about your aunt and uncle's reaction, aren't you? Fudge remarked. Well, I cannot deny that they are extremely angry. However, Harry, as long as you remain at Hogwarts during Christmas and Easter, they intend to allow you to return next summer. I have always spent Christmas and Easter at Hogwarts. Harry felt a sense of relief as the lump in his throat dissipated. I do not wish to return to Privet Drive. Oh, once you calm down, I am certain you will feel differently, Fudge said with a tone of concern. After all, they're your family, and I am sure deep down, you care for one another. Harry chose not to correct Fudge's perspective. He was still awaiting his fate. Now, the remaining question is, where will you spend the next 2 weeks of your holiday? I think I could go to my classmate Aiwen's house. He has invited me several times, Harry replied uncertainly. You mean Aiwen Mason, right? That lad is indeed quite admirable. He has assisted us significantly with the Chamber of Secrets matter. Thanks to his article, people have rectified their misconceptions about the Ministry of Magic. Fudge spread butter on a second piece of flatbread, but he feared he could offer little assistance this time, especially since that individual. In fact, I suggest you book a room at the Leaky Cauldron and stay there until the summer holiday concludes. Wait, Minister, Harry exclaimed urgently, what about my punishment? Punishment? Fudge blinked, as if just recalling such a matter. I broke the law, Harry asserted. The decree restricting underage wizards from using magic. Oh, dear child, we would not punish you for such a trivial offense. Fudge waved his flatbread dismissively. That was an isolated incident. We are not going to send you to Azkaban simply because of a few exaggerated tales from your aunt. Harry felt a sense of confusion. This did not align with his previous encounters with the Ministry of Magic. Last year, a house elf turned Dudley into a pig at my aunt and uncle's home. and I received a formal warning. Harry frowned. The ministry stated that if I performed any more magic there, I would be expelled from Hogwarts. A perfect inquiry. Aiwen observed with interest as Fudge suddenly appeared flustered. Circumstances often change, Harry. Under the present conditions, we must consider your, well? I am certain you do not wish to be expelled, correct? Of course not, Harry quickly replied. Upon hearing Harry's words, Fudge laughed heartily, calling over Tom, the pub owner, and instructing him to prepare a room for Harry. He then cautioned Harry to remain in Diagon Alley for the next 2 weeks and especially to avoid wandering around Muggle London. Subsequently, he donned his robes in preparation to depart. Minister, do you have any news about Sirius Black? At Harry's inquiry, Fudge's fingers grazed the silver clasp of his robe. Oh, you have heard that news? Well, no, not yet, but capturing him is merely a matter of time. The guards of Azkaban have never failed. They are angrier this time than I have ever known. Fudge's voice trembled slightly. Well then, goodbye, dear Harry. Fudge shook Harry's hand. Harry hurriedly asked if Fudge could sign his permission slip for visiting Hogsmeade, but Fudge appeared uncomfortable. He outright refused Harry, his expression growing increasingly strained. Aiwen noticed him discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he turned away. Once Aiwen and Harry had finished their flatbreads, they followed Tom up a splendid wooden staircase to a room marked with a brass plaque that read 11. Tom opened the door. Inside was a large bed that looked quite comfortable, several gleaming oak furnishings, and a crackling fire in the fireplace. Hedwig, who had been absent until now, stood perched atop the wardrobe. Hedwig, Harry exclaimed with delight. So you are here? Did you deliver that letter to Aiwen? What did he say? He abruptly halted, realizing that the letter he had hastily written to Aiwen while leaving the Dursleys was still securely tied to Hedwig's leg, untouched. A sudden wave of concern washed over Harry. Hedwig should not have had trouble finding Aiwen, but why had he not replied? Had something unfortunate occurred? Just as he puzzled over this, Hedwig suddenly flew over to the black cat that had been following him. Aiwen had just leapt onto the bed when he noticed Hedwig scrutinizing him, her amber eyes brimming with vigilance. It seemed she had pierced through his disguise, cooing a few times before affectionately approaching him to deliver a parchment resting on her foot. A cat observing a letter was indeed a most peculiar sight. Harry settled onto the bed, his attention drifting as he gazed at Aiwen. He could hardly believe that only a few hours had elapsed since he departed from Privet Drive, yet so much had transpired. Miraculously, he had not been expelled and still had a fortnight of respite from the Dursleys. However, why had Aiwen not replied to his letter? Had he, like Hermione and Ron, ventured abroad, rendering it impossible for Hedwig to deliver his correspondence? Moreover, the suddenly appeared black cat seemed to have a familiarity with Hedwig. Harry rolled over, extending his hand in an attempt to embrace the feline, only for it to swiftly evade him, regarding him with a look of discontent. Harry had never realized that a cat could exhibit such human-like expressions. It was truly an odd creature. Suddenly, it struck him that he had yet to learn the name of this cat. If he intended to adopt it, should he not bestow a name upon it? Harry pondered numerous names, and by the time the sky outside transformed from a deep violet blue to a cold, steely gray, he had drifted into a hazy slumber. The following day, while still entwined in dreams, Harry abruptly sensed a weight pressing down upon him. He jolted awake to discover that it was none other than Aiwen. This revelation startled him, banishing all remnants of sleep. Aiwen, wake up, Harry urged, nudging the slumbering boy. When did you arrive? Did you see the letter I wrote to you? And how did you end up on my bed? Good morning, Harry. Aiwen rubbed his eyes, realizing that he had reverted to his original self. The magical energy that had been completely depleted was now fully restored, and even showed a remarkable increase. Noticing Harry staring at him in astonishment, he hurriedly recounted the events, how he had transformed into a small cat as an animagus, and how he had been attacked by a large black dog on the street. However, one detail he omitted was that the formidable black dog from last night was, in fact, Sirius Black. You mean that black cat from last night was you? Harry exclaimed, astonished. No wonder it felt so peculiar. A normal cat wouldn't eat chocolate and pancakes, would it? Exactly. I had hoped you would discover it sooner, Aiwen replied, nodding. Under Harry's gaze, he transformed into a black cat and then back again. I should have guessed. It's akin to Professor McGonagall's ability. What is the name of that spell? Harry looked at Aiwen with envy. Animagus, Aiwen declared. I hope you can keep this a secret, Harry. I intend to use it as a trump card. Of course. I will keep your secret. But how did you manage it? Professor McGonagall mentioned that it is a very complicated and perilous spell. I received some assistance from Tom Riddle and Salazar Slytherin, Aiwen replied as he sat up. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. The main challenge lies in the accumulation of magical energy. If all goes well, you should be able to master this spell in a few years. Subsequently, Aiwen shared more about Animagus with Harry. After they finished breakfast, he summoned Dobby, his house elf. Dobby appeared, looking utterly terrified after a whole night without locating Aiwen. His fingers were wrapped in bandages, indicating he must have severely punished himself. He wept profusely in front of them, which made Aiwen feel quite guilty. After comforting Dobby for a while, he sent him back to pack his belongings. Aiwen then stepped outside to call his mother, informing her that he would be staying in Diagon Alley for the next 2 weeks until the start of school, assuring her not to worry. Unsurprisingly, Mrs. Mason scolded Aiwen thoroughly before reluctantly consenting to his request. Thus, with 2 weeks of summer vacation remaining, Evan and Harry settled into the leaky cauldron. While Harry was brimming with excitement, Evan had numerous tasks to attend to. Over the next few days, he visited nearly every magical shop in Diagon Alley. He persuaded the merchants to advertise in his newspaper, and thanks to the steadily increasing sales of the Hogwarts magical news, many merchants were willing to do so, paying significantly higher advertising fees than initially anticipated. This allowed Evan to accumulate a substantial amount of savings, enabling him to purchase numerous items, including potion ingredients far exceeding the typical usage for a young wizard. During the previous semester while preparing the Polyjuice potion, he had meticulously recorded all the potion recipes from the book on powerful potions, which contained many practical concoctions beneficial for enhancing combat ability. Purchasing the finished products would require an exorbitant amount of galleons, making self-brewing a far more economical option. In addition, he acquired a marvelous model of the celestial constellations. With it, he could forego astronomy classes altogether. Evan had grown weary of braving the freezing heights of the astronomy tower every Wednesday night, especially considering his severe acrophobia, which made the experience even more dreadful. Afterward, he and Harry ventured to purchase items from their school supply list. They first visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to acquire new robes. Just as they stepped out of the shop, they noticed a crowd gathered in front of another store. Curiosity piqued, they approached, and Evan realized it was a Quidditch specialty shop, showcasing a beautifully crafted broomstick in the shop window. The firebolt, representing the pinnacle of broomstick craftsmanship. The sign proclaimed. The broomstick handle was expertly crafted from the wood of the white wax tree, streamlined and exquisite, treated with a diamond-hard polishing agent, and bore a hand-engraved registration number. Avon merely cast a glance before losing interest. However, Harry beside him was nearly pressing his face against the glass display. Come on, Harry. You already possess an excellent broom. There is no need to purchase another. Avon recalled the Christmas gift his parents had bestowed upon him the previous year, a Nimbus 2001, which had seemingly languished beneath his school bed since its receipt. Yet this was the firebolt, the swiftest broomstick in existence, and also the most expensive. Harry nodded in agreement, glancing at the tag that read price upon inquiry. He was reluctant to ponder the worth of the firebolt, yet one thing was certain, it was beyond his financial reach. Avon exerted considerable effort to pull Harry away, otherwise, he would have undoubtedly remained there all day, gazing vacantly at a flying broomstick. After departing from the Quidditch shop, they proceeded to Leaden Books to procure new textbooks. Avon needed to purchase new textbooks for his Defense Against Dark Arts class, while Harry had added 2 new subjects to his schedule, Care of Magical Creatures and Divination. However, as they entered Flourishant Blots, they were taken aback by the chaotic scene within. The once beautifully bound spellbooks had vanished, replaced by several large iron cages containing approximately 200 tomes dedicated to various magical creatures. These books were locked together, furiously engaging in a wrestling match, viciously biting and battling one another, with torn pages fluttering about like confetti. Is this Hogwarts? Are you here to buy new books? The manager greeted them with a look of irritation. Upon spotting Avon, a faint smile broke across his face. Ah, Mr. Mason, what books do you require? In just a year, Avon had purchased over 200 magical tomes from Flourish and Blots, rendering him one of their most esteemed patrons. What is the matter with these books? Avon inquired, gesturing towards the iron cages. Don't even get me started. These tomes on magical creatures are the worst I've ever encountered. Even worse than those invisibility books we had before. They are causing utter chaos. It's hard to believe, but I've already been bitten 5 times this morning. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud tearing sound erupted from the cage as 2 of the creature books seized hold of a third, intent on ripping it apart. No. Stop it, quick, stop. The manager thrust his wand between the bars, prying the books apart as he shouted, I will never stock these books again. Never. This is a nightmare. If I find out which imbecile designated this book as a textbook, I shall have their head. Upon hearing this, Harry quickly turned his head. Hagrid had gifted him a creature book a few days ago, instilling a peculiar sense of unease within him. His instincts told him that Hagrid must be the one responsible for designating these books as required reading. No other professor would be fond of a biting book. Dealing with these books is actually quite simple. Avon observed the manager's distress and decided to share a tip. You just need to gently stroke the spine of the book, and they will calm down. What? The manager exclaimed, astonished. Avon gestured for the other party to retrieve a volume from the cage. A tome of creatures that writhed as if eager to bite. However, with a gentle glide of his index finger along the spine of the book, it trembled and subsequently lay still, quietly resting in his palm. My goodness, Mr. Mason, this is astonishing. The manager exclaimed. You have been an immense help. He directed several staff members to sequentially extract the volumes of creatures, employing Avon's technique to soothe them before swiftly binding them with rope. Securing them is indeed the proper method to handle these tomes. The manager gasped, out of breath. Thanks to Avon's counsel, he and Harry received the lowest discount. Avon unceremoniously seized several books, contemplating briefly before selecting the newly introduced textbooks for 3rd grade, one by one. The curriculum for 2nd grade mirrored that of 1st grade entirely, and Avon had already mastered most of the content through self-study. Attending classes would be a mere waste of time, thus, he resolved to audit a few of the newly added courses for 3rd grade, a request that Professor McGonagall had graciously approved at the end of the last semester. Harry, on the other hand, procured intermediate transfiguration and standard charms at level 3, along with a book titled Cassandra Wabrowski's Peering Through the Mists to See the Future, which served as the designated introductory text for divination. This tome offered substantial guidance on palmistry, crystal gazing, and the examination of avian entrails. Yet, Harry found himself neglecting his new acquisitions, his gaze fixated instead upon another volume resting on a small table, Omens of Death, emblazoned in bold red letters. What to do when you know the worst is imminent. Oh, if I were you, I would avoid such a book, remarked a bookstore attendant, noticing Harry's fascination with the ominous title. Once you delve into this book, you will see omens of death lurking everywhere. It is bound to frighten you. Nevertheless, Harry continued to stare at the cover, which depicted a dog nearly the size of a bear, its eyes glowing ominously. The creature appeared oddly familiar to him. Harry tugged at Aiwen's sleeve, urging him to take a look at the cover. Aiwen cast a glance at the ominous black dog, reminiscent of death, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Sirius Black, thus explaining Harry's palpable unease. Aiwen, do you think that night was? Don't be ridiculous. It was merely a stray dog. Aiwen recalled being chased through several streets by the creature, gritting his teeth as he added, indeed, a most irritating stray dog. Days passed, and soon the final day of summer vacation arrived. Early in the morning, as Aiwen and Harry descended the stairs, they beheld the Weasley family emerging from the fireplace, travel-worn as though they had just returned from Egypt. Their attire was a peculiar amalgamation of traditional wizard robes and Egyptian garb, appearing astonishingly odd. Mrs. Weasley approached and embraced the two boys, while Mr. Weasley went to the bar to reserve a few rooms for the night at the Leaky Cauldron. A few minutes later, Old Tom brought forth breakfast. The group enjoyed their meal merrily, with Percy pompously flaunting his badge as the Boy Student Council president, shaking hands with Aiwen and Harry as if introducing them to the mayor. Fred and George, not allowing him to dominate the conversation for long, mimicked Percy's gestures, eliciting hearty laughter from the two. Mrs. Weasley sternly reprimanded such antics, clearly proud of Percy. The conversation shifted to their travels in Egypt, as the Weasley family regaled them with tales of their adventures. Subsequently, Ron presented his new one to Aiwen and Harry, 14 inches long, made of willow, with the core being unicorn tail hair. As for Ginny, the young girl blushed at the sight of Harry, though she was evidently much improved from last semester, at least avoiding knocking things over. Once everyone had finished their meal, Hermione and her parents arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Hermione was adorned in a sky-blue dress, topped with a light yellow straw hat, her skin bronzed to a healthy wheat tone, exuding an air of elegance mixed with playful charm, brimming with sunny vitality as she greeted everyone cheerfully. After a brief chat, the Grangers had to depart early due to other commitments, entrusting Hermione's care to the Weasleys and leaving behind her belongings for Hogwarts, as she would also be staying at the Leaky Cauldron that night. As they prepared to part ways, Harry and Ron began discussing the incident involving Harry inflating his aunt, while Hermione produced a thick stack of parchment filled with her writings from her travels in France. I heard the entire story from my dad. Your Aunt March floated on the ceiling for a full 2 hours. Ron laughed uncontrollably, finding the tale of his aunt's inflation utterly amusing. There is nothing funny about it, Ron, Hermione retorted sharply, adding, honestly, I'm amazed they didn't expel Harry. I am too. You don't know what I had to. Harry glanced at Aiwen, recalling the need to keep his ability to transform into a cat a secret. Anyway, I forgot about the expulsion. I thought I was going to be arrested. Ron, do you think Mr. Weasley knows why Fudge let me off? Probably because of you, isn't it? Ron shrugged, still chuckling. Famous Harry Potter and all that. If I inflated my aunt, the ministry definitely wouldn't let me off the hook. Just listen, they'd have to dig me out. My mom would kill me. I believe Mrs. Weasley acted quite rightly. You two are a bit too full of yourselves. You should learn from Aiwen. He wouldn't. I realize my mistake, Hermione. I merely lost control for a moment. Noticing Hermione's irritation, Harry hastily shifted the topic. Where shall we go next? I think we should head to the pet shop first. Hermione checked her wallet. My birthday is in September, and my parents gave me some money to buy myself an early birthday gift. I want an owl. That's perfect. I also wish to take Scabbers for a checkup. I believe Egypt was unsuitable for him. Ron pulled Scabbers from his pocket. Aiwen's gaze shifted from the parchment in his hands to the little mouse, which appeared noticeably thinner than before. Its whiskers drooped conspicuously, and its fur lacked the vibrant luster it once possessed. Ron, he remarked, it seems to me that your mouse is simply lacking in exercise. The corners of Ivan's mouth curled slightly. The diminutive Peter must have been thoroughly frightened by the recent escape of Sirius Black. Exercise? Ron gazed at Aiwen with skepticism. Indeed, I propose that Hermione acquire a cat. It would surely assist you. Do not heed his words, Hermione. Ron instinctively pocketed the little rat, feeling pity for Scabbers. Let us hasten to find a pet shop. There is a magical creature shop just over there. After more than 2 weeks of wandering, Harry had grown quite familiar with Diagon Alley. You might find something suitable for Scabbers there, and Hermione could procure an owl or a cat as well. Just ensure not to buy a cat that frightens Scabbers. Ron reiterated anxiously. The four crossed the street and arrived at a shop named the Magical Menagerie. The establishment was rather confined, with every inch of wall space adorned with cages. The creatures within emitted a cacophony of sounds, both foul and raucous. "Hello, this is my rat." Ron stepped forward, addressing the witch behind the counter. "Could you examine him? He has been unwell since I brought him back from Egypt." "Place him on the counter," the witch instructed, retrieving a heavy pair of black spectacles from her pocket to inspect Scabbers. "Humph." The witch lifted Scabbers and inquired, "How old is this rat?" "I am unsure," Ron replied. "He is quite old. He belonged to my brother." "What abilities does he possess?" The witch scrutinized Scabbers closely. "Oh," Ron faltered, as the truth was that Scabbers had never exhibited any noteworthy talents. The witch's gaze shifted from Scabbers' torn ear to his front paw, where a toe was missing, and she clicked her tongue disapprovingly. "This rat has endured much hardship. When Percy gave him to me, he was in this state." Ron defended himself. Harry nodded. Since his acquaintance with Ron, Scabbers had remained as he was, showing no signs of peculiar behavior beyond sleeping and eating. For a common pet rat or garden mouse like this, do not expect it to live beyond 3 years. The witch pointed to a black rat in a nearby cage. "If you seek a more resilient creature, you might find one among these." Aiwen scoffed at her remarks, likening her words to the chatter of a rodent. Should he reveal that the creature she presumed would not survive beyond 3 years had thrived in Ron's household for over a decade, it would surely send her into tears. "Well, if you are unwilling to part with it, you might consider this potion," the witch continued, producing a small red vial from beneath the counter. "What is the price?" Ron began, but his words were cut short as a large, ginger entity leaped from the highest cage. The group stared in astonishment at the enormous ginger creature. A cat adorned with both thick and sparse fur. This feline appeared quite peculiar, its legs slightly bowed, its face displaying a brutish demeanor. As if it had once collided headfirst with a wall, it bounded onto Ron's head, poised to pounce, growling furiously at the rodent. "Stop. Crookshanks, no," the witch cried. The rodent slipped from her grasp like a bar of soap, landing on the floor and darting towards the door. "Scabbers!" Ron shouted, chasing after it, with Harry trailing closely behind. Once Scabbers disappeared from sight, Crookshanks suddenly turned, regarding Aiwen with a placid expression, devoid of its earlier ferocity. Perhaps due to his own animagus form being that of a cat, Crookshanks displayed an affectionate demeanor towards Aiwen, even licking his hand. This left the witch behind the counter in utter astonishment, as she had never witnessed Crookshanks willingly engage with a stranger. "What a delightful little creature. Its fur is quite radiant, isn't it, Aiwen?" Hermione remarked as she crouched down to pet Crookshanks. Initially wary, the cat soon accepted Hermione's touch. "The color is indeed vibrant, reminiscent of a large ball of yarn," Aiwen assessed, acknowledging the cat's rather unappealing appearance. "I've made my decision," Hermione exclaimed, cradling Crookshanks in her arms as she stood abruptly. "What decision?" Aiwen asked, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. "Didn't you suggest I acquire a cat?" "I've resolved to purchase this one," Hermione declared, pointing at Crookshanks. "Purchase that cat. If you do, Ron will surely kill me," Aiwen replied, a wry smile gracing his lips. As Aiwen and Hermione exited with Crookshanks, Ron and Harry were returning, Scabbers trembling in Ron's grasp. "My goodness, Hermione. Have you actually bought that monster?" Ron exclaimed, astonished as he stared at Crookshanks in Hermione's arms, his mouth agape. "Indeed. Aiwen and I both find it adorable." Hermione responded with a beaming smile. Upon noticing Harry and Ron's attention shift back to him, Aiwen quickly shook his head in a brief and subtle manner, redirecting their gaze to Hermione. "Hermione, you cannot purchase it." "What about Scabbers?" Ron pointed to the bulge in his pocket. "He needs rest and relaxation. With that creature nearby, how can he possibly unwind?" "That reminds me. I initially intended to help you procure a remedy for your rodent, but Aiwen mentioned he could concoct that potion. With his assistance, Scabbers will recover," Hermione assured. "Rest easy. I shall handle everything," Aiwen proclaimed confidently, though his mind churned with intriguing potion recipes for a powerful elixir. As he contemplated using Wordtail for his experiments. "Handle it," Ron scowled, glaring at Aiwen. "If it weren't for your ridiculous suggestion, Hermione would not have decided to buy that cat." "This isn't Aiwen's fault. It was my insistence on acquiring Crookshanks," Hermione interjected. "Poor Crookshanks. The witch mentioned he had been there for quite some time, longing for a home. Clearly, aside from you, who would?" Ron remarked sarcastically. "All right, Ron." Aiwen interrupted hastily. "Crookshanks will reside in Hermione's dormitory, while Scabbers will remain with you. They shall not have the opportunity to meet." The debate momentarily subsided, and upon completing their other purchases, they returned to the leaky cauldron to find the rest of the Weasley family had already arrived. Dinner that evening was thoroughly enjoyable. Much like breakfast, with Tom, the bar owner, combining 3 tables to accommodate the Weasley family of 7, along with Aiwen, Harry, and Hermione, who collectively devoured 5 delectable courses. As they relished a sumptuous chocolate pudding, Mr. Weasley informed them that the Ministry of Magic would provide 2 vehicles the following day to transport them to King's Cross Station. The children were filled with curiosity, puzzled as to why the Ministry would send vehicles to take them to the train station, particularly Percy, who bombarded Mr. Weasley with questions, to which he provided vague responses. Aiwen noticed that his ears had turned red, reminiscent of Ron's reaction under pressure. It seemed that the disappearance of Sirius Black had caused considerable distress within the Ministry of Magic, as they feared that Black might target Harry. It remained uncertain how many Aurors would escort them the following day. After dinner, as the clock struck past 10, everyone felt both satiated and drowsy. One by one, they ascended the stairs to their rooms to check their belongings for the morrow, preparing to retire for the night. Aiwen lagged behind, as he approached the bar to request another cup of hot chocolate from Old Tom. As he traversed the narrow, dimly lit corridor, he was suddenly startled by the heated exchange of voices emanating from the closed door of a small sitting room nearby. He immediately recognized the voices of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, who were embroiled in a debate over whether to disclose the matter concerning Sirius Black to Harry. Mr. Weasley firmly maintained that Harry had the right to know everything and should not be treated like a child. Conversely, Mrs. Weasley contended that such knowledge would impose an undue emotional burden on Harry. Aiwen curled his lip. Among all, he bore the heaviest burden of the spirit. Mrs. Weasley was not mistaken. At times, possessing too much knowledge is far from beneficial. Within the small sitting room, the voices of the Weasley couple gradually emerged. Molly, you must understand, although everyone claims that Sirius Black has gone mad, he may very well be mad. He possesses enough cunning to escape from Azkaban. A feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, Mr. Weasley stated gravely. The Ministry has made no progress whatsoever. The only thing we know for certain is what Black is pursuing. Arthur, Harry is absolutely safe at Hogwarts. We believed Azkaban to be entirely secure. Yet if Black could escape, he could very well storm into Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley paused, and you are aware of those children. They often slip away to play. Last term, they even ventured into the Chamber of Secrets, confronting a basilisk and the mysterious figure from their school days. Consider this. Had the night bus failed to collect Harry that fateful night, before the Ministry located him, he might have perished. Can anyone truly ascertain that Black is indeed pursuing Harry? Molly, how many times must I reiterate? The papers have not reported this because Fudge forbade it. Yet the guards at Azkaban informed Fudge that Black has been muttering in his sleep for some time, always repeating the same words. He is at Hogwarts. He is at Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley said uneasily. Black has lost his sanity, Molly, and he desires Harry's death. Upon hearing this, Aiwen stifled a gasp. He was not inclined to continue eavesdropping. He treaded lightly across the bar's corridor, unwilling to disturb the Weasley couple, for being caught overhearing would be exceedingly awkward. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the staircase behind him, signaling someone's descent. He hastily transformed into a black cat. When he turned around, he discovered it was Hermione, seemingly having left a book on the dining table. Hermione appeared to have heard the Weasley couple's argument, and shortly thereafter, she noticed the black cat that Aiwen had become. At that moment, Aiwen endeavored to embody the demeanor of a cat, stealthily slipping past Hermione. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, she approached and scooped him into her arms. Aiwen's face flushed crimson, and his body became rigid. He could feel a soft warmth in front of him, accompanied by the distinct sweet fragrance that often enveloped young girls. In an instant, his thoughts drifted back to the previous semester, to the moment when Hermione embraced him in the secret chamber. He had been overwhelmed with anxiety then. He never realized that being held by Hermione felt like this. Clearly, Hermione did not recognize that the black cat in her arms was Aiwen transformed. She merely sensed an inexplicable familiarity with the creature, prompting her to instinctively cradle it. Hearing the quarrel between the Weasley couple, Hermione chose not to eavesdrop on their conversation. She lingered for a moment before ultimately deciding to return to her room, resolving to search for the book the following morning. Aiwen dared not move, as he was embraced by Hermione and brought into her room. Inside, Crookshanks lay lazily on the bed, but upon spotting Aiwen, it leapt up abruptly, hissing furiously and preparing to pounce. Aiwen hurriedly meowed a few times, as he certainly did not wish to engage in a confrontation with Crookshanks. That would be utterly disastrous, especially considering the ferocity of this creature, which he was sure could defeat him. Crookshanks tilted his head and stared intently at Aiwen for quite some time. Perhaps it was the sound of Aiwen's calls that finally prompted recognition. Crookshanks became docile, approaching to nuzzle affectionately against him. Let us make sure to get along well, Crookshanks. Hermione observed the two with delight, unaware of whose pet it was. It was rather late, and perhaps they could inquire with the pub owner tomorrow. Hermione gently ruffled Aiwen's fur, as if a thought had struck her, then turned to descend from the bed. Crookshanks, you need a bath before going to sleep. And this little fellow should join you, Hermione said with a playful smile. In the next moment, Aiwen's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Hermione begin to undress. Good heavens, was she inviting him to look or not? Wait, what did she mean by saying they both needed a bath? Could it be? Images flashed through Aiwen's mind in an instant, and he shook his head, daring not to dwell further on them. Seizing the moment when Hermione entered the bathroom to fill the tub, he hastily slipped out of the room. Behind him, Crookshanks lay languidly on the bed, casting a puzzled glance at Aiwen, bewildered by his sudden urgency to leave, which appeared almost as if he were fleeing. How peculiar, why the rush? Had they not clearly agreed to bathe together? Aiwen meandered back to his room, quietly admonishing himself to exercise caution regarding his animagus form as a black cat, for revealing such a secret to Hermione would undoubtedly lead to perilous consequences. From the adjacent room, a cacophony erupted. Percy was in a frenzy over the disappearance of his student council president badge, suspecting Ron of having hidden it, resulting in an escalating quarrel between the two. In truth, Aiwen had witnessed Fred and George absconding with Percy's badge during his ascent, altering the inscription to read Big Head Boy. He turned over, gazing at the dimly lit ceiling, his thoughts drifting further afield. The following morning, Aiwen rose, dressed meticulously, and descended to partake in breakfast, finding that everyone else had already gathered. Mr. Weasley was engrossed in the front page of the Daily Prophet, his brow furrowed in concern, while Mrs. Weasley and Ginny animatedly recounted tales of potions they had concocted in their youth. Evan settled into his seat, overhearing Hermione engaged in conversation with old Tom about cats. He quickly turned his head. To his left, Ron, visibly irritated, was venting to Harry about Percy. "We should board the train as quickly as possible," Ron exclaimed. "At least at Hogwarts, I can avoid being with Percy. He blaming me for spilling tea on a picture of his girlfriend, Penelope. She has hidden her face beneath the frame, her nose covered in stains." Harry contemplated offering some words of comfort to Ron, but across from them, Fred and George were delighting in the situation, chuckling as they congratulated Ron for once again provoking Percy. Their laughter only served to further incite Percy, who glared at them in fury before hastily finishing his breakfast and taking his belongings outside the pub. The scene soon devolved into a flurry of activity and chaos, as everyone hurriedly loaded their luggage onto the Ministry of Magic's car. Evan noticed Mr. Weasley beckoning Harry to a secluded corner. They exchanged words, though the content remained a mystery, and Harry emerged with a troubled expression. Hermione was still fervently searching for the black cat from the previous night. Evan rushed to assist her with the luggage. Crookshanks nestled in a small wicker basket, purring noisily. Upon hearing this sound, Ron instinctively covered his chest and backed away. The journey to King's Cross Station was uneventful. Upon their arrival, with 20 minutes to spare before the train's departure, the ministry driver helped them locate a luggage trolley. Unloading their trunks, he tipped his hat to Mr. Weasley before driving off. They successfully navigated through platform 9 3/4, which was a first for Evan. He curiously surveyed his surroundings, observing a throng of witches and wizards bidding farewell to their children as a vintage crimson steam engine billowed smoke along the tracks. This sight transported him momentarily back to the grand era of steam. They boarded the train, traversing crowded carriages until they reached a seemingly empty compartment. Mr. Weasley assisted them in stowing their trunks. Subsequently, everyone disembarked, bidding farewell to the Weasley parents. Mrs. Weasley kissed each child goodbye, while Mr. Weasley quietly reiterated his advice to Harry. Harry's expression was a mix of confusion and anxiety. Once the train began to move, he leaned in and whispered to Ron and Hermione, "I need to speak with you privately." "Go away, Ginny." Ron waved dismissively. "Oh, that's just splendid," Ginny retorted haughtily, stepping aside as Evan hesitated before following suit. "Evan, you don't need to. You all talk first. I'll greet everyone and be right back." Aiwen did not pause. He was aware of what Harry was about to say, yet he had his own plans. If all went smoothly, this year's incident would be resolved with ease. For Peter Pettigrew was far more manageable than Tom Riddle. He followed Ginny to a compartment near the end of the train, where Colin and Neville were seated. After exchanging greetings, they entered. Colin excitedly recounted his summer in the countryside, while the Hogwarts Express steadily journeyed northward, the scenery outside becoming increasingly wild and dim. Upon realizing Aiwen was present, a steady stream of visitors came to the compartment, most of whom were readers of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette, eager to learn about the continuation of Aiwen's tale concerning himself and the basilisk. Before long, Luna arrived, handing Aiwen a copy of the Quibbler, claiming it contained the latest article on the Crumplehorn Snorkack. Although Aiwen had politely expressed his disinterest in the Crumplehorn Snorkack and the Puffskein on multiple occasions, Luna persistently gifted him each issue throughout the entire holiday. The group idly flipped through the Quibbler as the darkness outside deepened. Suddenly, rain began to fall, blurring the outlines of the rolling hills beyond the window. The compartment door swung open once more, admitting 3 unwelcome figures, Malfoy, followed by his 2 lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe. It seemed they had just visited Harry's compartment, for Malfoy entered with his trademark languid drawl, "My blood, why aren't you sitting with Potter?" "None of your business," Aiwen replied softly, as Neville, Colin, and Ginny anxiously raised their heads. "Potter has abandoned you. He must be fed up with you and your foolish newspaper." As soon as Malfoy finished speaking, Goyle and Crabbe erupted in raucous laughter. "Get out, you're not welcome here," Ginny shouted. "Did you hear that, Mudblood?" Aiwen brandished his wand, squinting as he spoke. "Or perhaps you wish to test my newly learned spells from the holiday. Mind your tone, Mudblood, or else this year." He was interrupted as Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered. "Get lost, Malfoy," Ron shouted upon entry. "We haven't the time for your nonsense, if you want to fight." "We're ready." Malfoy hesitated, seemingly realizing his side was outnumbered, and involuntarily took a step back. Just then, the train jolted suddenly and came to a halt. Within the compartment, all the lights extinguished abruptly, plunging them into complete darkness. "Damn it, what on earth is happening?" Upon hearing Malfoy's shriek, the rhythmic footsteps outside the carriage were incessant. "Lumos," he whispered, and his wand emitted a feeble glow. The dim light at the tip of his wand was far from reassuring. An unsettling chill enveloped the atmosphere, as as if they had stepped into a freezer, with everything around them rapidly succumbing to frost. A peculiar sound emanated from outside the carriage, heralding the approach of an unseen entity. Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe instinctively pressed closer to the interior. The door creaked open, and Ivan sensed Hermione beside him clutching his arm tightly, her body trembling slightly. He gently patted her shoulder, offering a modicum of comfort. The door swung wide, revealing a towering figure cloaked in shadow, illuminated by the flickering light of Ivan's wand. Its face was entirely shrouded beneath its hood, and a hand emerged from the depths of the cloak, emitting a faint luminescence. The hand was gray, emaciated, and crusted, reminiscent of something long deceased, rotting in water. The creature beneath the cloak seemed to sense the gaze of the onlookers, and the hand abruptly retreated into the folds of the black robe. Then, whatever lay beneath the hood drew a long, shuddering breath, as if striving to inhale something other than air. A few children in the carriage let out a muffled scream, their voices sounding distant, as if echoing from afar. Aiwen tightened his grip on the wand. It was a Dementor. A palpable chill swept over them, penetrating their skin and chilling them to their very cores, freezing their hearts. Like a torrent of icy water cascading downwards, all traces of joy swiftly ebbed away. Harry's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably, his expression one of sheer terror, as if he had witnessed something profoundly horrifying. Before anyone could react, he collapsed with a thud to the ground. Ron hurriedly assisted him onto a nearby chair, while the others slumped awkwardly beside him. Malfoy looked on in panic at the Dementor, too preoccupied to mock Harry. "Leave us. There is nothing here for you," Aiwen stammered. At the sound of his words, the Dementor paused momentarily, its form ominously still.